Chapter 1 The Eve of New Year. Demon Lord Estima Daudians Alamatos amply our brains. In the Tianyuan continent, within the Great Qian Empire. On the eve of New Year. Astis descended, the heavens notheth had fallen for 3 days seest, as if even heaven did not wish to disturb this joyous occasion. In the holy capital, the sound of fireworks echoed, and the skyways illuminated by brilliant displays of fireworks, the city ways adorned with twinkling lights and bustling crowds, the streets were filled with a constant stream of traffic, and the lantern market was in parallel its prosperity. For 100 years, Great Kin had finally defeated the demonic force of southern netherworld, and the people could finally celebrate a peaceful new year with Pishiofmund. We have a lunch for this day, and finally, if this arrived, we will no longer have a worry about being conscripted to fight the demons in the front line. Indeed, 100 years, our Great Kin has withstood the demons for an entire century, my grandfather, 2 uncles, my younger brother, and my son El perished in battle, but we have finally reached Tindo for a deal. Do ya think the demons will return? Hey, how could that be possible? His Royal Highness the personal 1200,000 dragon warriors to defeat the main force of the demons in southern netherworld destroyed their lair and the demon shade been utterly defeated. 3 days ago the demon Saintusways escorted the capital and is now imprisoned in heavenly dungeon awaiting execution after the spring festival. What could the demons possibly return? That McKessons, we must really thank His Royal Highness the without him walk no show long this war would have a dragadon. Theostor god of Great Kin and should establish Ashrani in his honor. Absolutely Theseon prodigy, no ton lay a military genius butyl sound preluded in cultivation alas such a genius is of humble birth and ultimately the throne you will belong to the crown prince. Shoo. You've gone a twofer, but careful not to incur disaster upon yourself. On this night, the topic most frequently discussed with the people known as Earth and Yangqing the Heist the fourth son of the current emperor how was crowned the upon reaching the Agaf 20 in accordance with ancestral tradition which stipulates to upon reaching adulthood, princess must live at the capital after being crowned, thus, after his wedding, have volunteered to go to the southern border and to eat the lighty soldiers of Great Kin to resist the demons of southern netherworld. Unexpectedly, within just 6 years, had destroyed the demon lair, captured the demon saintus, and returned to the capital to present the race a captive half a month ago. In an instant, the name of Yangqing the echoed through Holland. Thanks to this victory, Great Kin has complete liar salved its border issues and has become the most powerful empire in the world. Even before New Year, 100 nations shave come to pay tribute, and Emperor Yangqing Jen has been unable to stop smiling for the past few days. For 100 years, Great Kin has been turned to the pinnacle of the world. These past few days, when foreign envoys shave come to congratulate the emperor, they have requested permission to see and witness the demeanor of this prodigy. However, Yangqing has rejected these requests, and more than that, has refused all words from the emperor. Is well aware that resisting the demon sister restore peace to the people of the world, and that glory and credit can and belong to the emperor and the crown prince forever. His of humble birth and his mother passed away early the best destina for I this life is to be a leisurely and carefree prince, and the tight leaf he was in had personally requested from his father. Now that the demon shave been defeated and the borders are peaceful, the people live and work in contentment and peace, and I destined for him to return to his feudal domain and be true. From now on he will travail the world with his beloved wife explore the mountains and live easy. Speaking of which, has been separated from his beloved wife by Luo for 6 years. Initially, he worried that the front line was too dangerous and left her in the holy capital. As the war progressed, had petitioned the emperor to bring Bilo to Ezethern border Toraneg with him, but the emperor refused. Yangqing understands the emperor's calculations. A prince with 80 troops, if he take his family away from the capital, will indeed keep many people awake at night. Half a month ago, when his court at the demon Saintus Lienu back to the capital, his father awarded him with 10,000 taels of gold, 10,000 jin of 9th grade spirit stones, and 10,000 household sessions fiefdom. Out of a father's love for his child, he'll surely have home of his military command so he could rest and recuperate. Now, no matter where he takes by Luo, noon we will sleep over it. After tonight's New Year's dinner at the palace, he will leave at the capital with his beloved wife. He assure so much the thievos to repay her double in the rest of his life. The night was dark and windy and seagain. A modest carriage was speeding towards the palace. Inside the carriage, Biluli and her head in Yangqing's holder, Harry is slightly closed, and Shara remained silent, save her in Jevarimament with her wristband. She no longer had to worry about her husband's safety. After tonight, Yangqing would no longer be Thor god fighting gun the front line Butan lit her husband and lover. Shinga, will father agree to let us leave at the holy capital? Bilua set her head slightly, resting her chin on Yangqing's holder, and said lazily. Yangqing had likest Bilua's forehead and said softly, don't worry, father will definitely agree. Bilua nodded, let's shave a good family reunion dinner with father tonight, well but Kleso for the future, and he will definitely misu. Yangqing hugged Bilua tighter, knowing that with his eldest brother at father's side, he would not bellenly. As Yangqing spoke, Heffel tackled the courage and instinctively looked towards the window, seeing the curtain blown up with the wind allowing cold air to pour in through the gap. It looks like it's going to snow again, said Yangqing. Snow is good, Bilua smiled and hugged Yangqing's waist, let's make snowman tomorrow morning, like wedded when we're records. Alright, you'll never grow up. Yangqing pinched Bilua's nose and looked out the window, saying, we're in early I think Tian Gate. Then Tian Gate is thoest tough to palace and Sion passes through it, the emperor can be seen soon. Thetwo exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with anticipation. Bilua straightened up, reached out with her delicate hand and lifted the carriage curtain. Under the illumination offered silk lanterns nearby, snowflakes drifted on gracefully. Bilado a deep breath and felt their mood improve. The carriage continued to speed long and soon arrived at Tian Gate. A squad of guards intercepteth the carriage. The driver presenteth the identity of TXIO, and after confirming that young king was not carrying gunny weapons, figures respectfully allowed them to pass. As soon as the carriage passed through the Indian gate, the 1,000 heavy dark wrong gate suddenly closed with a dull thud. Young king Shar tightened, and instinctive lyriac had for his word at his waist before remembering that they could not carry weapons into the palace and had not brought his word. What's wrong, Chinga? By Luskid with a frown. Young king shook his head. He couldn't articulate what was unusual. Figure's actions in closing the gate to Arenatin appropriate, but their movements were slightly hasty. Young Ching, seasoned be man of battles, has a natural sensitivity to danger, although he couldn't explain it at the moment, he was on high alert. Just then, after a horse's whinny, the carriage suddenly braked sharply. Young King immediately hugged Biluo and cautiously escaped from outside the carriage. What happened? Fedra replied, my lord, the Yulin guard shaved block a doorpath. Oh, Young King was quite perplexed and stepped forward to lift the carriage curtain. Hessa Waden's formation of at least 3,000 Yulin guards lined up in front of him. Thegard's Luketons, their hands resting on the hilts of their swords, and they looked at them with great vigilance. Young King sensed that things were not good and ladliest. Why leading the troops, he have been summoned to the palace by imperial command. Why are you blocking our way? As soon as his words fell, the Yulin guard suddenly parted to make a path, and 7 people rode into the front of the formation. Eldest brother? The leader was the current crown prince, Young King's eldest brother, Youngling. Chapter 2 of the Severance of Father-Son Affection. Elder brother, what do you mean by this? Yang Qing was deeply perplexed. When had he ever become a traitor? Upon scrutinizing his brother's expression more closely, he noticed that although his face was contorted with rage, a glimmer of triumph was unmistakably present in his eyes. Faced with the menacing, bloodthirsty troops of the Yulin guards, Yang Qing instinctively tightened his grip on Bai Luo's hand. Even at death's door, you still feign innocence. On the surface, you escort the witch Lian Yu into the capital, yet secretly allow her to escape. If it weren't for my presence protecting our father tonight, that witch would have succeeded in her coup. Yang Qing, you hastily entered the palace, intending to seize the throne for yourself, am I right? Yang Ling's eyes sparkled with a fierce light, his tone exceedingly severe. Elder brother, what are you saying? What coup involving a witch? I am utterly unaware of such matters. I have bound that witches peep a bone with spiritual nails. How could she possibly execute a coup? Bai Luo, upon hearing this, spoke urgently. Elder brother, it must be a misunderstanding. Xinggu entered the palace tonight at our father's behest to partake in the reunion dinner. Look, we didn't even bring any attendants. How could we possibly conspire against the throne? Yan Ling cast a glance at Bai Luo, thinking to himself, how dare the spawn of a lowly woman possess such beauty? A surge of resentment and fury welled up within him, and he sneered, declaring loudly a misunderstanding. If Yang Qing had not colluded with the demon race, how could that witch have escaped from the dungeon? Yang Qing, you have spread false victories, leading the world to believe you single-handedly defeated the demon army, deceiving both our father and me. Who would have imagined that you conspired with the demon army, waiting for the witch Lian Yu to succeed in her coup, so that you could ascend the throne? Surely, you would release all captured demon soldiers then, wouldn't you? Fortunately, the heavens are watchful. I repelled Lian Yu just in time, thoroughly shattering your scheme. Yang Qing, I have come on our father's orders to apprehend you. Surrender at once. Yang Qing pulled Bai Luo behind him. Although he was oblivious to the exact events transpiring within the palace tonight, it was evidently a conspiracy aimed at him. He was no mere scholar. It was easy for him to deduce that this was likely orchestrated by the crown prince. If he chose to surrender now, he would never see his father again. Death awaited him. The urgent task at hand was to escape. Elder brother, there seems to be a misunderstanding. I must see our father. Yang Qing spoke these words, yet doubts crept into his heart. Could our father also be a mastermind behind this plot? No, I must not question my father. He is, after all, my biological parent. Just then, Yang Ling suddenly burst into laughter, then pointed his sword at Yang Qing, exclaiming, Yang Qing, wish to see our father? Surrender, confess your crimes in detail, and I shall take you to him. You, elder brother, we are brothers. I have never wronged you. Why would you frame me so? Yang Qing retorted angrily. Brothers, who considers you a brother? You, a baseborn wretch, dare to call yourself my brother. As Yang Ling spoke, he puffed out his chest, and even some of the Yulin Guard commanders beside him wore expressions of derision. With another glance at Bai Luo, Yang Ling felt a swell of superiority. You, elder brother, you are going too far. Out of respect for your status as my elder brother, I shall not hold this against you, but please step aside so I may see our father and clarify the truth. Yang Qing was incensed. He knew the crown prince had always looked down on him, for he was born of a concubine, yet, publicly insulting his deceased mother struck a nerve, and had the Yulin Guards not been present, he would have dragged the crown prince to their father to seek justice. As he spoke, he tightened his grip on Bai Luo's hand, and she, sensing his turmoil, reciprocated the gesture. They both understood that Yang Ling's public humiliation was a clear indication that he intended for them not to survive long enough to see their father. Thus, while speaking, Yang Qing sought an opportunity to retreat. Yang Ling, clearly noticing Yang Qing's intent, sneered to wish to see our father, perhaps in your next life. With that, he swiftly twirled his sword, pointed it forward, and bellowed. Yang Qing is guilty of treason. Seize him at once. Should he dare to resist, execute him on the spot. The 3,000 fully armed Yulin Guards sprang into action, forming ranks and charging forward. Though the Yulin Guards were few in number, their combat prowess was unmatched in the realm. Yang Qing dared not delay. He could only fight while retreating, praying for a swift escape. Though he could have fled against the 3,000 Yulin Guards, Bai Luo's weaker abilities compelled him to protect her at all costs, placing him at a disadvantage in the ensuing battle. The soldiers of the Yulin Guard, sensing Yang Qing's reluctance to harm Bai Luo, began to attack her, further exacerbating his predicament and filling him with anxiety. I can die, but I must ensure nothing happens to Luo. Yang Qing thought to himself, just as Bai Luo urged Qinggu, do not concern yourself with me, you must flee, if you protect me, we shall both perish. Yang Qing replied urgently, I would rather die than abandon you. Within half an hour of the battle, he had already slain over 300 Yulin guards, having seized a long spear in the fray, his eyes filled with a bloodlust that had consumed him. The more he fought, the fiercer he became, yet the reinforcements from the Yulin guards grew in number, completely sealing off all possible escape routes. Tonight, the likelihood of evading capture was fading fast. Seeing this, Yang Ling shouted to Yang Qing, if you surrender, I will guarantee Bai Luo's safety. At these words, Yang Qing hesitated. Even if he were to perish, he could not allow Luo to suffer. No, Qinggu, please heed my words, you can escape alone, Luo cried out. No, I will not abandon you. Fine, if you refuse to leave me, then in the next life, Luo shall be my wife. With that, Luo suddenly formed a hand seal, summoning a short sword from the ground to her hand, preparing to take her own life. Yang Qing was aghast, hastily reaching out to knock the short sword away, then embraced by Luo, shouting, Yang Ling, I will go with you, spare Luo, haha, splendid, splendid. Yang Ling laughed heartily, then commanded the Yulin guards to cease their assault. Qinggu, do not concern yourself with me, if anything happens to you, Luo will not survive either. Luo cried out, but Yang Qing remained resolute, casting his long spear to the ground. In an instant, Yulin guards surged forward, pressing their blades against his throat. Luo, I, Yang Qing, have lived a life free of shame towards heaven and earth, towards the common people, and towards my parents and brothers. Yet I have only ever owed you, since you married me, I have scarcely spent a day by your side, should there be a next life, I shall make amends for you. Promise me, live for me, and live well. Yang Qing spoke softly. Bai Luo was inconsolable, grasping his hand and shaking her head repeatedly. Yang Qing longed to pull her into his embrace, to wipe away her tears and kiss her forehead, yet surrounded by the blades of the Yulin guards, even this simple desire seemed an unattainable wish. Elder brother, I implore you to spare Luo, I would be eternally grateful. Yang Qing called out earnestly. That is only natural, even had you not mentioned it, I could never bring myself to harm her. Ha ha ha, ha, Yang Ling replied, suddenly producing a golden longbow from beneath his horse's belly, knocking a dark-hued feathered arrow and aiming it at Yang Qing. Yang Qing looked up, his heart sinking into despair. It was not because he was to be killed, but because of the Jade Emperor's bow and the Azure Crane Dragon arrow in Yang Ling's possession. Those were the most exquisite weapons of the age, the personal armaments of the current Emperor of Deqian. Father, is tonight's affair truly your will? You chose to act on the eve of the new year, unwilling to share even the final reunion dinner with me. Yang Qing thought, tears streaming down his cheeks. Bai Luo, alarmed at the sight, cried out, elder brother, what do you intend to do? Qinggu has already surrendered, you cannot harm him any further. Yang Ling sneered to Yang Qing, do not blame me for my ruthlessness in the depths of the underworld. As long as you live, I shall never be secure upon this throne. With that, he drew the bowstring taut, and with a swift whoosh, the Azure Crane Dragon arrow was released. No, Bai Luo screamed, throwing herself in front of Yang Qing with all her strength. Yang Qing was horrified, attempting to push her aside, but it was too late. Thud, the Azure Crane Dragon arrow pierced through her chest, striking her heart. Had she not been wearing soft armor, the arrow would have continued onward, striking Yang Qing behind her. Luo, Yang Qing's spiritual energy surged violently, instantly slaying over a dozen Yulin guards surrounding him, and he swiftly cradled Bai Luo in his arms. Luo, Yang Qing crouched down, howling in anguish, the pressure he had unleashed causing the Yulin guards to hesitate, unable to advance. Chapter 3 of the Master-Disciple Bond severed, the blue crane arrow pierced through Bai Luo's chest, causing blood to cascade like a torrential river, staining much of her body in mere moments. This arrow was a royal artifact, and once it struck a vital point, there was no hope of revival. At this moment, Yang Qing felt as if the world around him had descended into a profound silence. All he could see was Bai Luo's blood and her pitifully delicate face. Luo, I shall take you away from here. Yang Qing murmured softly, kissing Bai Luo's forehead. Her breath was faint, and with great effort, she managed to utter two words, Luo must go first, live on, if there is a next life. Before she could finish, her arm fell limp. Luo. Yang Qing cried out in anguish, nearly driven to madness. He clutched Luo's lifeless body and screamed frantically, his internal energy swirling chaotically, and the pressure emanating from him shattered the nearby Imperial Guard soldiers' insides. In his youth, Yang Qing had often been bullied by other princes and princesses, feeling immense loneliness in the palace. Thus, his mother had purchased a Luo from a beggar to keep him company. His entire childhood and adolescence were spent in a Luo's company. One could say she was the person he cherished most in this world. Without a Luo, even if he were to survive, he would merely be a wandering soul, a lost specter. His eyes were swollen and red as he trembled, reaching for the arrow lodged in a Luo's chest, preparing to pull it out and plunge it into his own heart. To die alongside a Luo could be considered divine mercy, right? No, a Luo wants me to live, I cannot die, I must not betray her earnest wishes. With this thought, Yang Qing released his grip, holding a Luo in his arms as he stood up, only then realizing a sharp pain in his back. Upon inspection, he discovered several cuts inflicted by the Imperial Guard soldiers. His formidable body, having reached the late stage of the Golden Core, had merely sustained superficial wounds. With another roar of fury, he killed several soldiers, causing the remaining troops to wear expressions of terror as they involuntarily stepped back. Yang Ling! Yang Qing shouted angrily at Yang Ling. Do you wish to kill me? Come on. His roar echoed through the heavens, startling Yang Ling so much that he fell from his horse, pointing at Yang Qing and exclaiming, quick, kill him, kill him. The two captains of the Imperial Guard sprang into action, leading the charge, followed by the remaining soldiers. Yang Qing had fought for the Great Qian his entire life. He could never have imagined that his hands would be stained with the blood of its soldiers. The battle erupted once more, and in his rage, Yang Qing unleashed his potential to the limit, displaying nearly otherworldly combat prowess. He bore a Luo's body on his back, wielding a spear with one hand, striking fear into the hearts of thousands of Imperial guards. After approximately half an hour of fierce fighting, nearly half of the Imperial guards lay slain, the ground littered with corpses, blood dyeing the square, and a thick stench of blood hanging in the air. Yang Qing had lost count of how many cuts he had received, how many spears had pierced him, yet how could any of this pain compare to the anguish of losing a Luo? He struggled to remain on his feet, his grip on the spear trembling, but the murderous intent in his eyes remained undiminished as he let out furious roars, soldiers continuously falling beneath his spear. As he fought, he slowly advanced, causing the formation of the Imperial guards to falter and retreat. Yang Ling finally felt fear. Despite having made ample preparations for the night, he had still underestimated Yang Qing's explosive combat power in such extreme circumstances. But soon, a triumphant smile returned to Yang Ling's face as reinforcements from the palace arrived in droves. They must have been sent by the emperor. Once these fresh troops arrived, they joined the fray, and Yang Qing's heart sank to the depths of despair. How could he not know that only the emperor could mobilize such a multitude of Imperial guards? The newly arrived soldiers did not mediate but rather joined the battle directly. Did the emperor's intentions not become obvious? Disappointment, resentment, and fury consumed Yang Qing, transforming him into a maddened lion, his mouth continuously roaring in anger. At last, exhaustion washed over him, and reason began to take precedence. If this continued, it would only lead to death. He lifted his gaze to Yang Ling, protected by the army, his heart brimming with unwillingness. First, survive, then seek revenge. Resolute, he rapidly drew energy from his dantian, unleashing his maximum combat strength to briefly push back the enemy before leaping into the air, heading southward. Yang Ling was taken aback and hastily ordered the army to pursue, thousands of soldiers immediately taking to the skies. Following Yang Qing's trail, the cold wind sliced through the air, and the snow fell heavier. Yang Qing fled desperately southward, quickly shaking off his pursuers. He did not know how long he had flown, but as the sky began to brighten, he caught a whiff of the salty scent of the sea, and before him appeared a vast, continuous mountain range. He had finally arrived at the southern borders of the Great Qian, where lay the renowned Qingshu Mountain. This was the headquarters of the Qingyun sect, whose master, Taoist Yunshu, was Yang Qing's mentor. Upon seeing Qingshu Mountain, warmth surged within Yang Qing's heart. Surely, with his master's esteemed reputation, he would have a chance to seek justice. At the very least, for the sake of his master, the emperor would not seek to annihilate him completely, would he? Master! Master! Yang Qing landed before a grand hall atop the mountain and shouted hoarsely, his voice laden with unspeakable sorrow. Soon after, an elderly man with a youthful appearance emerged from the hall. This was the renowned Taoist Yunshu, Yang Qing's revered teacher. In the present age of the Tianyuan continent, where spiritual energy was scarce, Taoist Yunshu had reached the pinnacle of cultivation among practitioners, revered and admired by all. Yang Qing had broken through to the late stage of the Golden Core at the age of 26, not only due to his own extraordinary talent but also thanks to the guidance of this esteemed master. Master, master! Upon recognizing the figure before him, Yang Qing fell to his knees with a thud, unable to contain his tears. Shortly thereafter, dozens of disciples from the Qingyun sect rushed out, led by the eldest disciple, Zhao Changfeng, followed closely by Yang Qing's junior sister, Li Rishuang. Although Yang Qing, as a prince, had little time to stay long at the Qingyun sect, he shared a close bond with his fellow disciples, especially Zhao Changfeng and Li Rishuang, who had always taken great care of him. Their assistance had been invaluable during the previous conflict against the southern underworld demon clan. Seeing these familiar faces, Yang Qing broke down in tears once more. Master, I have been betrayed by my elder brother, my beloved wife has been killed, and now I have nowhere left to go. Yang Qing trembled as he spoke. Taoist Yunshu's eyes flickered with a complex light, and after a sigh, he said slowly, I am already aware of your plight. Since you have rebelled, why must you bring harm to my Qingyun sect? What? Master, you do not believe me? Yang Qing was taken aback. In his heart, how could his master, who was so wise, become so confused? Taoist Yunshu shook his head. Whether I believe you or not is inconsequential. The key is that you have become a castaway of the royal family. If you flee here, how can I explain this to His Majesty? Yang Qing, do you have no conscience? I have treated you with great kindness, and your fellow disciples have also been good to you. How can you come to harm us? Zhao Changfeng spoke, his tone laden with disdain. Yang Qing's heart plummeted into an abyss. Could it be that all the bonds of master and disciple had been a facade? Master, elder brother, I am innocent. Do you not know my character? Yang Qing questioned, his voice trembling. Only you know your character. All we know is that you are a castaway of the royal family, a traitor of the utmost degree. Do you realize how much trouble your return will bring to the Qingyun sect? You are truly a harbinger of disaster. Li Rishuang's face was filled with anger. She was ready to thrust her sword into Yang Qing. Yang Qing's heart turned to ice, his cheeks twitching uncontrollably as he glanced at Taoist Yunshu and his fellow disciples, all of whom wore expressions of disdain. Why? Yang Qing muttered to himself. Yang Qing, how can you still not understand? In the past, you were a prince. Your presence at Qingshu Mountain naturally brought endless glory and resources, but times have changed. You have become a castaway of the royal family, a traitor whom everyone seeks to condemn. How could we dare to harbor you now? A disciple of the Qingyun sect spoke, prompting laughter from the others. So it is, Yang Qing coldly nodded, glancing at Taoist Yunshu, softly saying, Master, this is the last time I shall call you so. I will not return again, and you need no longer worry about being implicated by me. With that, he bowed 3 times to Taoist Yunshu. Master, your teachings have been a great kindness. I can only repay you in this way for now. Then, Yang Qing stood, cradling Bai Luo's body in his arms, and turned to leave. Wait, a voice resounded from behind, belonging to Taoist Yunshu. Yang Qing turned back, his heart racing. Could it be that his master had had a change of heart? Master? Taoist Yunshu spoke sternly. You were once my direct disciple. The emperor will inevitably hold my Qingshu mountain accountable. The only way to ensure the safety of our sect now is to personally deliver your head to the imperial capital. Chapter 4. A thought becomes a demon. I shall make the entire world accompany you to your grave. Upon hearing this, Yang Qing trembled uncontrollably. He could scarcely believe that his revered master, whom he regarded as a saint, could be so heartless. He had no time to ponder further, for Taoist Yunshu was already gathering his energy, preparing to strike. Yang Cheng understood all too well that once his master chose to act, his chances of survival would be utterly extinguished. Thus, he immediately channeled his energy, transforming his form into a streak of light, fleeing southward. Master, we cannot allow this scoundrel to escape. Let us pursue him, Zhao Changfeng urged anxiously. Taoist Yunshu smiled faintly. You are no match for him. Stay here and wait. I shall be back shortly. With that, the old Taoist vanished before the eyes of his disciples. Such was Taoist Yunshu's cultivation that in mere moments, he stood before Yang Cheng. Realizing there was no path left for escape, Yang Cheng halted midair, confronting the old Taoist and preparing for a life-and-death struggle. At that moment, snow fell like goose feathers from the sky, and the cold wind cut like a knife, stinging their faces up below. The sea roiled with turbulent waves, and strange beasts flew and scurried through the waters, occasionally glancing at the suspended master and disciple, letting out excited roars as they awaited food to fall from above. The Taoist's robe billowed in the fierce wind, and the glint in his eyes sent chills down one's spine. You wretched creature, despite our bond as master and disciple, I cannot bring myself to slay you with my own hands. You may end your own life. Consider it a special mercy from me. Mercy? Yang Qing could not help but scoff. He knew death was inevitable today, and his heart brimmed with rage and resentment. He would rather die fighting than succumb to the disgrace of taking his own life. I, Yang Qing, am no coward afraid of death. I am willing to accept my master's teachings. Very well, you truly are a disciple worthy of my guidance, Taoist Yunshu responded. To die today at my hands would indeed be a merit accrued from your past lives. As he spoke, the Taoist's pupils contracted sharply, his right hand morphing into a palm as he struck towards Yang Qing's chest. This strike was thunderous. Upon contact, it sent shockwaves through the surrounding spiritual energy, causing the sky to erupt with thunder and lightning. Though it appeared to be a single blow, Yang Qing felt as though thousands of strikes were raining down upon him, the fierce force instantly sealing off all avenues of retreat. With no means of escape, Yang Qing raised his palm to meet it head-on. Bang! The two palms collided, producing a sound that shook the heavens, the residual force creating towering waves upon the sea below, as countless strange beasts emitted terrified cries, hastily retreating into the depths of the ocean. Meanwhile, Yang Qing's right arm hung limply, the bones within had been shattered to smithereens. Then, he felt as though his internal organs were being crushed, his stomach roiling violently. With a cough, Yang Qing expelled a mouthful of blood, casting a resentful gaze upon Taoist Yunshu. It is over, all is finished. In just one move, his organs were obliterated, and his meridian severed. The once formidable Yang Qing was reduced to no more than a common wretch in the presence of Taoist Yunshu. How about it? Master is still master, after all, Taoist Yunshu remarked, stroking his white beard with a sense of pride. Yang Qing heard the words but could not muster the strength to respond. Death was drawing near. In the next instant, his golden core within his dantian shattered, his cultivation dissipating as his body plummeted rapidly downward. Bang! Yang Qing plunged into the sea, creating a mere ripple in the vast waters. Taoist Yunshu had no intention of retrieving Yang Qing's lifeless body. It would be no easy feat to locate a sunken corpse amidst the tumultuous waves. Moreover, with the multitude of strange beasts in the ocean, he valued his own life too dearly. A severely injured wretch like Yang Qing would soon succumb to the depths and become sustenance for the aquatic creatures, leaving no possibility for a different outcome. The old Taoist cast one last glance downward, murmuring, "Do not blame your master for being ruthless. May you be reborn into a better life in your next incarnation." With a cold snort, he transformed into a streak of light and vanished. As Yang Qing sank rapidly, the white-robed Luo, once bound to him, was now swept away by the currents, drifting 10 lengths away. As the waves churned, the distance between them widened. Luo, I am not merely a forsaken child of royalty, I am the discarded child of the entire world. Luo, I cannot even die alongside you. I hate it, I loathe it. He retained a flicker of consciousness, which ultimately morphed into unyielding resentment and fury, until he could no longer resist the onslaught of water, finally deciding to cease his struggles. If I am to die, let it be swift. Soon I shall see a Luo, shall I not? His awareness faded, the seawater flooding his mouth and nostrils, threatening to burst his lungs, a tumult of pain and yearning. Do you intend to end it all in such a manner? In his final moments, a strange and sinister voice echoed in his mind. Concurrently, warmth began to envelop his body, expelling the seawater from his lungs and mouth with an unknown force. Yang Qing's consciousness gradually returned. Who are you? Where are you? I reside within your consciousness. I am the embodiment of all evil in this world, the demonic spirit existing alongside the heavenly path. Your resentment and fury have awakened me. A demonic spirit. What do you seek, poor soul? Of course, I aim to save you, to aid you in your vengeance. Help me avenge. How must I proceed? Simply forge a pact with me. From henceforth, we shall coexist. I shall grant you boundless power, and then you may slay whomever you desire. Very well, I am willing. What must I do? Consider carefully. Once the pact is forged, you become me, and I become you. At that point, you will be eternally ensnared in the demonic path, an enemy of the heavenly order, shunned by all gods and men. Upon death, you shall not enter reincarnation, forever trapped in this cycle, eternally ensnared in the demonic path. Yang Qing's consciousness jolted awake. He had dedicated his life to exterminating evil, and now he was to plunge into the demonic abyss? But what did it matter? He had lived cautiously for 26 years, fighting for the common good for 6, yet in the end, he couldn't even protect the woman he loved. Now, he had nothing left. His closest kin sought his life, and his most revered master had turned against him. What have I done wrong? What has a Luo done wrong? If I am a demon, then what are these people? Why must I and a Luo perish while they frolic freely? I know not what the heavenly order is. I only desire vengeance, vengeance for a Luo with vengeance for myself. Quickly, grant me power. Though the pact with the demonic spirit had yet to be sealed, Yang Qing's consciousness teetered on the brink of madness. Splendid, you are truly my ideal host. The pact was forged, and in an instant, Yang Qing's body was restored, his cultivation revived. He opened his eyes to see the lifeless form of Bai Luo 100 lengths away, a school of sharks and 2 massive pythons swiftly approaching her. Yang Qing swam rapidly toward her, seizing her body in his arms, and unleashed a furious roar from his dantian. You seek death. A fierce pressure surged around him, shattering the sharks and pythons into fragments, their blood staining the waters crimson. Yang Qing's heart was as cold as ice as he cradled Bai Luo and soared upward. Breaking through the surface, he flew southward for another 20,000 miles, entering the southern abyssal demon domain. You are remarkable. Although I am still weak, I can help you break through to the late stage of the demon core realm. Remember, you must offer me sacrifices through slaughter. The fear, resentment, and bitterness of the world will empower me. The more I consume, the stronger I become, and the stronger I am, the stronger you will be. I understand. Can you first help me revive a Luo? Of course not. That exceeds my capabilities. I can provide you with a spirit coffin to preserve her body from decay. Consider it a keepsake. Soon, a translucent coffin adorned with exquisite carvings appeared before Yang Qing. He nodded, placing Bai Luo's body within the coffin, before proceeding to the ruins of the demon domain. Channeling all his magical energy, he constructed a grand hall amidst the ruins, placing Bai Luo's coffin within. Then, he formed hand seals, summoning a vast expanse of flowers from the outer sea and planting them outside the grand hall. Luo, here are your favorite peonies, lilies, and bellflowers. Sleep well. I shall ensure that all accompany you to your grave. Yang Qing kissed Bai Luo's forehead and then closed the lid of the coffin. As he departed, the demonic spirit set up a formation around the hall, declaring that as long as Yang Qing remained alive, the formation would remain unbroken. After completing all, Yang Qing left the hall. Alone, he was still insufficient to confront the entirety of the world. He planned to first release the 100,000 demon clans imprisoned in the depths of the southern abyssal dragon palace. Since you have shown no mercy, do not blame me, Yang Qing, for being ruthless. Chapter 5. What fear in opposing the world? In the holy capital, heavy snowflakes fell gracefully, rendering this winter particularly frigid, with even Yang Cheng'en's palace feeling the biting chill. As dawn broke, there remained half an hour until the morning court. Yang Cheng'en had not slept a wink throughout the night. The events that unfolded were far beyond his expectations. At his advanced age, he found himself unable to break through to the nascent soul stage, and he increasingly sensed that his time was drawing near. The throne needed to be passed smoothly to the crown prince, and he held a modicum of satisfaction with Crown Prince Yan Ling. While the lad could not be deemed exceptionally wise, he was at least capable, supported by the family of Empress One and numerous nobles in prestigious sections. Entrusting the realm to him would surely be a prudent choice for the emperor. He feared not the abundance of offspring, but rather the potential prowess of too many among them. Yet, the illegitimate son Yang Qing proved to be exceptionally outstanding, overshadowing the crown prince to such an extent that comparing them was akin to contrasting the glow of fireflies with that of the full moon. Regardless of Yang Qing's intentions regarding the throne, his growing reputation could not help but stir the hearts of the people, posing a tremendous threat to the future crown prince. Yang Cheng'en was almost certain that once he was gone, if Yang Qing harbored ambitions of rebellion, Yang Ling would be utterly incapable of contending with him. To eliminate this hidden danger, Yang Cheng'en had no choice but to take matters into his own hands to assist Yang Ling. The original plan was merely to frame Yang Qing for treason, tarnish his reputation, imprison him in the dungeons for a time, and ultimately exile him to the northern wilderness, forbidding him from ever returning south. This was the best solution he could conceive, yet the events at Yingtian Gate last night spiraled far beyond his control. He did not need to ponder. It was clear that Crown Prince Yan Ling had deliberately forced Yang Qing into rebellion, and crucially, after provoking Yang Qing, Yang Ling found himself unable to manage the ensuing chaos. The old emperor had no choice but to dispatch a contingent of the Feather Forest Guards for support. Between the Crown Prince and Yang Qing, he had to safeguard the Crown Prince. While he was exceedingly displeased with Yang Ling's actions against his own kin, what could he do now? Yang Qing was already dead. He could not punish his legitimate son for the sake of a deceased illegitimate child, could he? Alas, Qinger, do not blame your father for his hardness of heart, nor your elder brother, who asked you to be born into royalty. With a deep sigh, Yang Cheng'en gazed out the window, where the sky had brightened. Soon after, a eunuch called from outside, "Your Majesty, it is time for court." Understood. Yang Cheng'en replied impatiently, donning his dragon robe and making his way to the grand hall. Inside, the ministers had long awaited, their faces etched with terror as they whispered amongst themselves, creating a scene of utter disarray. Upon arriving at court that morning, they had witnessed numerous corpses of the Crown Princess Guards and the Feather Forest Guards outside the northern gate of the palace. Upon inquiry, they learned that the sorceress Lian Yu had escaped from her prison and had attempted to assassinate the emperor. Fortunately, the Crown Prince had swiftly led the Eastern Palace Guards to arrive in time, forcing back the sorceress in conjunction with the Feather Forest Guards. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. What shocked the ministers even more was the revelation that the sorceress had been released by the wandering prince, Yang Qing. Yang Qing had colluded with the demonic forces, fabricating false reports to deliver the demonic princess to the holy capital under the guise of an assassination plot, truly an act of unparalleled treachery. Do you believe it was truly instigated by the wandering prince? How could it be false? I heard that last night His Majesty ordered the Crown Prince to interrogate the Wandering Prince, but unexpectedly, the Wandering Prince, fearing exposure, refused the summons at Ingtian Gate and slaughtered hundreds of feather forest guards before fleeing. Indeed, the area around Ingtian Gate is strewn with corpses, yet to be collected. Now that the Emperor is of advanced age, the Wandering Prince likely seeks to make a desperate gamble. Alas, such treachery, such treachery. As the ministers discussed fervently, the Emperor took his seat upon the dragon throne. He immediately informed them of the events from the previous night, while extolling the virtues of Crown Prince Yang Ling. My son Yang Ling, unflappable in the face of danger, not only saved the Emperor but also eliminated the rebel king. My heart is greatly comforted. Upon hearing this, Yang Ling stepped forward to bow, declaring, "Father, this is merely my duty." Alas, I never expected Qing brother to be such a person. Truly, one cannot discern the heart behind the visage, and he has disappointed both your expectations and those of the populace. Yang Cheng'en's gaze was filled with melancholy, and he waved his hand dismissively, sighing, "Alas, if a son is not taught, the fault lies with the father. It is my inadequate guidance that has led to this retribution." The ministers were astounded by the Emperor's public self-reproach. Yang Cheng'en was known for his iron-fisted rule, and they had never witnessed him bow to anyone. Yet today, he openly admitted his failings before all. As they looked up, they saw Yang Cheng'en's eyes devoid of their former vigor, resembling that of a father whose heart had been deeply wounded by his wayward son. The ministers were instantly filled with righteous indignation, imploring for the severe punishment of the rebel king and his kin. Yang Cheng'en gestured for silence. That rebellious son is already dead. After fleeing the holy capital, he sought refuge in Qingshu Mountain, attempting to hide behind its might. Thankfully, Taoist Yunshu, understanding the greater good, personally dealt with him. Upon hearing this, the ministers erupted in astonishment. The esteemed Taoist Yunshu's intervention underscored Yang Qing's treachery. Alas, we have grievously misjudged the Wandering Prince. Indeed, one cannot discern the heart behind the visage. His actions, given his status as an illegitimate son, were entirely within reason. After all, his mother nearly caused turmoil in the palace. Hush, do not speak so carelessly, let not the Emperor hear. Amidst the minister's discourse, a young eunuch entered to announce, Taoist Yunshu has arrived. After the battle at Ingtian Gate, he had returned briefly to Qingshu Mountain before making his way directly to the holy capital to report the circumstances. Although Qingshu Mountain lay 20,000 miles away, this distance was but a trifle to a cultivator of the late nascent soul stage. He had already met with the Emperor in the early hours, and his presence at court was merely to receive the Emperor's commendation, a matter prearranged by Yang Cheng'en. The Emperor required Taoist Yunshu to be present to substantiate Yang Qing's treason before the ministers. Thus, he promptly invited him into the grand hall. Taoist Yunshu, with hair as white as snow yet a youthful visage, first bowed to the Emperor and then humbly greeted the Crown Prince and the ministers. Your Majesty, it is my failing in teaching that has led to such a rebellious disciple emerging from Qingshu Mountain, nearly resulting in catastrophe. I implore your Majesty to mete out punishment. Do not blame yourself, venerable Taoist. That rebellious son deceived even me. What fault lies with you? You have acted with great righteousness in aiding the court to eliminate the rebel king, and I must express my gratitude on behalf of the people. Taoist Yunshu quickly performed a deep bow and, with tears welling in his eyes, sorrowfully stated, Alas, when that rebellious disciple arrived at Qingshu Mountain, I intended to bring him to the holy capital to confess to your Majesty. Who would have thought he would turn against me? In a moment of carelessness, I struck him down. After his words, a minister inquired, Taoist Yunshu, where is the body of the rebel king now? Taoist Yunshu sighed, it has plunged into the vast southern sea. By now, it has likely been devoured by fish and beasts. Well, he truly deserves it. The ministers erupted in applause, praising Taoist Yunshu's righteousness, while simultaneously lauding the wisdom of the Emperor and Crown Prince, and lamenting the blessings upon the great Qian dynasty. As the morning court neared its conclusion, Yang Cheng'en announced the rewards for Taoist Yunshu and the Crown Prince Yang Ling. For your valiant efforts in saving the Emperor, I bestow upon you the Jade Emperor's Bow. The Jade Emperor's Bow was a treasured artifact of the great Qian dynasty, intimately associated with successive emperors. Though the Crown Prince had temporarily borrowed it the previous night, it had never been formally granted to him. Presenting this treasure publicly to Yang Ling was a declaration to the world of the Crown Prince's secure position and that the great Qian dynasty would inevitably be entrusted to him. Taoist Yunshu, for your righteous act of eliminating kin for the sake of the great Qian, I bestow upon you 10,000 taels of gold and 10,000 stones of 9th-grade spirit stones. Additionally, I wish to appoint you as the Crown Princess Grand Tutor. I hope you will not decline. The Emperor's words left the ministers once again in shock. While 10,000 taels of gold was insignificant for an emperor rich beyond measure, 10,000 stones of 9th-grade spirit stones was undeniably extravagant. 10,000 stones of 9th-grade spirit stones could sustain the Qingyun sect for a century. Moreover, with this promotion, Taoist Yunshu would likely ascend to the position of the national master of the great Qian. In their hearts, the ministers shared a singular thought: from this day forth, Qingshu Mountain would soar to unprecedented heights, soon to become the foremost sect in the realm. Before long, Taoist Yunshu, appearing both astonished and honored, humbly declined several times before finally accepting all the emperor's rewards. Once the rewards were concluded, he Yingqing, a commander of the Feather Forest Guards who had participated in the battle at Ingtian Gate, hurriedly approached the court and reported to the emperor, Your Majesty, I have been ordered to raid the Wandering Prince's residence. All 147 inhabitants have been executed, and I have come to report back. Yang Cheng'en nodded in acknowledgement and granted He Yingqing some gold and jewels, before announcing the dismissal of court. Afterward, Yang Cheng'an felt a heavy weight upon his heart. To maintain the Fate, he had ordered the complete extermination of the wandering prince's residence, and now he felt a tinge of guilt. Yet, he quickly reassured himself, Yang Qing had no heirs, and the 147 individuals in the residence were merely servants. In the depths of the southern sea, Yang Qing, utilizing the water avoidance technique, was making his way towards the underwater prison. He understood well that from this moment forth, he would embark on a solitary and irrevocable path. He would become the most notorious villain in the eyes of the world, facing not only the great Qian court's pursuit but also the relentless hunting of righteous cultivators across the land. Survival by his own means would undoubtedly prove challenging, hence he needed to rally the demonic army imprisoned within the water cells under his command. Since he had already been cast aside as a pariah by the world, what fear was there in opposing it? Chapter 6 The Demon Slayer becomes a demon. Yuzhou, a city with a population of approximately 500,000, stands as the most prosperous in the southern realm of the Great Qian. It is also the primary garrison of the Dragon Martial Guards, where Yang Qing established a temporary royal palace while combating the demonic forces in the south. Today, chaos reigns within Yuzhou, as news of the exalted prince, known as the War God, being executed for treason has reached this place, reflecting Yang Cheng'an's decisive approach to governance. Regardless of personal inclinations, once a course of action is taken, it must be executed thoroughly. Under the urging of the governor, the local constables are busy plastering announcements throughout the streets, informing the populace that the so-called War God, the exalted prince, has been secretly colluding with the demon race and has been slain by the court. Furthermore, he was executed by the esteemed and revered Taoist Yunshu himself. The public is in an uproar, crowds gather around each posted notice, their discussions rife with disbelief. How could this be possible? The exalted prince, a traitor conspiring with demons? It is simply too incredible. He is our war god. Could it be a malicious frame-up? After all, he is the emperor's own son, who would dare to ensnare him? The citizens, distant from the court and largely ignorant of its affairs, naively believe that the exalted prince, as the emperor's legitimate heir, holds an exalted status that renders him immune to treachery. Yet, I still cannot fathom that our protector, the exalted prince, could collude with the demon race. It must be for the sake of seizing the throne. I hear the old emperor is nearing his end. As the townsfolk chatter, a fully armed contingent of Dragon Martial Guards bursts into the exalted prince's temporary palace, swiftly apprehending all the household servants within. These servants are quickly escorted to the execution grounds. Soon, Huang Qingyi, the deputy commander of the Dragon Martial Guards, arrives at the execution site with a squadron. Outside the platform, a sea of people has gathered, eager to witness the spectacle. Esteemed citizens, the traitor Yang Qing has conspired with the demons and has been unmasked by His Majesty and the Crown Prince. He has met his just end, and the exalted prince's palace in the holy capital has been thoroughly purged. Now, the servants of the temporary palace in Yuzhou shall also face execution. From today forth, I shall serve as the acting commander of the Dragon Martial Guards, leading 20,000 of our finest to safeguard the southern realm of the Great Qian and protect your safety. Should any of you possess information regarding Yang Qing's accomplices, please report it to me. I shall reward you handsomely for your cooperation. With a commanding shout, he orders the execution of over 50 servants from the temporary palace, their heads tumbling to the ground. Outside the execution site, some cheer, others lament, and many voice their doubts. At that moment, a thunderous cannonade resounds from outside Yuzhou, sending the common folk into a state of panic. As lifelong inhabitants of this borderland, they are all too familiar with the sound of cannon fire. It signals the approach of the demon army. Didn't he, the exalted prince, eliminate the demon race? What is happening? Heaven forbid! The demon army is upon us. Run for your lives. The exalted prince has indeed deceived us. The demons were never eradicated. It must be that his treachery has been revealed, prompting the demon forces to launch their assault once more. Yang Qing deserves a most torturous death. To perish at the hands of Taoist Yunshu is far too lenient. The populace is incensed, and even those who previously harbored doubts have joined in the denunciation of Yang Qing. The crowd grows frantic, scattering in all directions down the streets, with many trampled underfoot. A barely perceptible smile graces Huang Qingyi's lips as he draws his sword and calls out with all his might, "Fear not, for the Dragon Martial Guards, under my command, will not allow the demon army to breach the city. The Dragon Martial Guards are His Majesty's forces, forever loyal to him. We shall protect you." His voice reverberates throughout the city. Although the citizens feel a modicum of reassurance, they continue to flee in disarray. Ignoring the chaos, Huang Qingyi returns to his general's mansion. "Commander, will our men masquerading as the demon army go undetected?" a subordinate inquires. "Who would suspect? We've dealt with the demons for a century. While our disguise may not be flawless, it is certainly convincing enough," Huang Qingyi replies. The subordinate nods, then scratches his head and asks, "Commander, I fail to comprehend why we must go to such lengths now that the exalted prince is dead. Even if some citizens remain skeptical, what impact could it really have?" Huang Qingyi chuckles. "Our actions serve a dual purpose. Not only are we performing for the masses, but we are also presenting a narrative for the scholars and nobility of the realm. The exalted prince's military accomplishments have garnered him considerable influence among the aristocracy and sects. Mishandling this situation could tarnish the crown prince's image. This is a task assigned by the crown prince himself, and we must not be careless." The subordinate, enlightened by his words, nods in understanding. Huang Qingyi continues, "There are many within the Dragon Martial Guards loyal to the exalted prince. We must act swiftly to root them out. Rest assured, Commander. We began the purge last night, having already executed over 1,400 mid to high-ranking officers. The situation is well in hand. The remaining lowly minions will soon be dealt with," the subordinate assures him. "Good." Huang Qingyi nods approvingly. This plan has been executed flawlessly, with the Crown Prince's support. As soon as Yang Cheng arrived in the holy capital, they initiated their actions in the southern realm. The 20,000 elite dragon martial guards have been easily subdued. Of course, the smoothness of this operation can be attributed to Huang Qingyi's long tenure as Yang Qing's deputy, earning his unwavering trust and allowing him to navigate the intricacies of military affairs and relationships with ease. Your Highness, do not hold it against me in the afterlife. As the saying goes, a good bird chooses the tree it perches upon. I am merely considering my own future. If given the choice, who would not wish to align with the future sovereign? Huang Qingyi muses internally before dismissing his subordinate and strolling into the rear courtyard. The courtyard is adorned with gold, silver, jewels, and high-grade spiritual stones, accompanied by 4 stunning beauties. These are gifts sent by the Crown Prince, who has promised to bestow upon him the title of King Pingnan once he ascends the throne. The demon race has been vanquished by the exalted prince. He, as King Pingnan, shall truly embody the essence of the exalted prince. He chuckles. Ah, Yang Qing, little did you know you would be sewing my wedding gown. Huang Qingyi's heart swells with joy as he approaches the 4 exquisite maidens, leading them toward his chambers. Afternoon, the cannon fire outside Yuzhou ceases. The authorities declare that the dragon martial guards have successfully repelled the demon army and will soon embark on a naval campaign under the leadership of Commander Huang Qingyi to thoroughly eradicate the demon stronghold. The citizens of the city erupt in exuberance once again, chanting long live the dragon martial guards, long live General Huang, long live the Crown Prince, and long live His Majesty. A multitude of citizens flood the streets, angrily burning the ancestral hall previously erected for the exalted Prince Yang Qing, while many storm into the temporary palace, pillaging its valuable contents. Some even rush to the execution grounds, dismembering the bodies of the exalted prince's servants to vent their frustrations. In an instant, Yuzhou descends into a frenzied celebration. A few commanders of the dragon martial guards stand atop the city walls, observing the madness below, and are left pondering deeply. How easily swayed are the hearts of men. Meanwhile, Yang Qing swims through the depths of the ocean, performing the water-warding incantation while fending off the attacks of sea beasts, making slow progress. After half a day, he finally arrives at the water prison. This prison, constructed by skilled artisans he had dispatched, is vast and brimming with mechanisms and formations, guarded by water soldiers. About 100 water soldiers stand at the door, having long dwelled beneath the waves, unaware of the recent events. Upon seeing Yang Qing, they hastily approach to pay their respects. Yang Qing gazes at his former subordinates, his heart filled with mixed emotions. I wish to enter for an inspection. Open the door. The guards promptly lead Yang Qing into the water prison. The prison is exceedingly spacious, housing 10,000 captured demon soldiers, each bound with spiritual nails and shackled to translucent pillars. Upon hearing the door creak open, all eyes turn toward Yang Qing in unison. Chapter 7 of the Demon Lord's Descent, the God of Death, the Unfettered King. It is the Unfettered King, Yang Qing. The demons were gripped by an overwhelming sense of dread. Upon seeing Yang Qing, in truth, their fear was not solely of Yang Qing's individual prowess, for among the demon race, there were certainly those stronger than him. Take, for instance, the demoness Saint Lianyu, who had already ascended to the level of a demon infant. Even in confrontation with Taoist Yun Su, she could withstand several hundred exchanges. What truly instilled terror in the hearts of the demons was Yang Qing's unparalleled strategic acumen and his ruthless decisiveness in battle. The repeated victories of the Great Qian over the demon race were never reliant on the prowess of any single commander but were a testament to the strength of the nation as a whole. Yang Qing, have you come to slay us? One of the demon soldiers shouted. Silence. Do you presume to address the unfettered king by name? A water soldier roared in response. Yang Qing let out a cold laugh and declared sternly, I have already embraced the path of the demon, and from this day forth, I shall be the sole demon lord of the world. Should anyone wish to pledge their loyalty to me today, they may live, otherwise, death awaits. With that, he waved his right hand, and a black banner rose in the midst of the demons. This banner fluttered without wind, adorned with a sinister red skull motif and countless intricate runes. These runes were exceedingly peculiar, never before witnessed by either the righteous or the demonic present. This is the soul-refining banner sent by the demon spirit. It serves 2 purposes. 1. To refine and absorb the souls of all living beings, be they humans, gods, Buddhas, demons, or ghosts, and 2. To forge a contract with the soul, binding the other party to absolute loyalty towards the banner's master. Should any harbor treachery, they would be reduced to ashes. As the number of souls refined by the soul-refining banner increased, so too did the quantity it could contract. Currently, this newly crafted banner could simultaneously bind up to 150,000 souls. Demon Lord? What are you, to dare call yourself a demon lord? Even the likes of Lianyu are merely a saintess. Our demon race has not seen a demon lord in millennia. By what right do you claim such a title? Spoke 2 elders of the demon race. Yang Qing snorted coldly, and 2 orbs of purple flame shot from his eyes, striking the 2 elders, igniting them in a fervent blaze. Amidst their anguished cries, the 2 elders were reduced to ashes, their souls instantly refined by the soul-refining banner. Thus perished 2 early-stage demon infant elders, their souls scattered. After absorbing the souls of the elders, the banner surged with even greater fervor, akin to a demon that had just tasted blood, becoming inexplicably exhilarated. The most astonished among the assembly were the over 100 Dragon Guard water soldiers standing behind Yang Qing. Initially, when Yang Qing proclaimed himself the Demon Lord, they were bewildered, assuming their lord intended to extract intelligence from the demons, and many silently mocked his naivety. However, upon witnessing the evil black banner devour souls, they came to realize the simplicity of their earlier thoughts. The Dragon Guard water soldiers, trembling with fear, began to shuffle backward. Yang Qing slightly turned his head and barked, You too, must either forge a contract with the soul-refining banner and pledge your loyalty to me, or face obliteration. What has become of you, my lord? One water soldier cried out. Yang Qing closed his eyes, sighed deeply within, then opened them suddenly, his voice ringing with authority. I have no time for idle chatter. I shall count to 3, choose swiftly between life and death. As his words fell, the Dragon Guard water soldiers knelt in unison, bowing their heads in submission, hastily declaring their loyalty. Soon, the water soldiers completed their pact with the soul-refining banner, a dark red fissure appearing on their foreheads, which vanished moments later. The soldiers understood they too had succumbed to the path of the demon. Yang Qing realized that the reason for their swift capitulation lay in their long-standing association as Dragon Guard soldiers, having fought alongside him for years, making them more amenable to his commands. However, the demons were different. His hands were stained with the blood of their kin, and persuading them to pledge loyalty would undoubtedly prove far more challenging. As expected, not a single demon was willing to submit, with many openly cursing Yang Qing. Yang Qing surveyed the assembly with a cold gaze before proclaiming, "Very well, you possess spirit, then I shall use you as offerings for my banner." With that, he formed seals with his hands, summoning forth a great blaze of purple fire that surged toward the demons. Each time a demon soldier perished in the flames, the fire shifted to its next target, while the soul-refining banner absorbed the souls of the fallen. As if dissatisfied with Yang Qing's methodical approach to slaughter, the banner swayed incessantly, expressing its discontent. Yang Qing observed with a steely gaze. His objective was to subdue these demon soldiers, not to eliminate them all as offerings. Incinerating them one by one would leave the survivors in a state of impending doom, easily breaking their psychological defenses. The fire spread relentlessly, the dungeon filled with the acrid scent of char and the wails of the demon soldiers. 2 hours passed, and the number of slain demon soldiers reached 20,000. Despite their extreme torment, not a single one had surrendered. Yang Qing understood the resilience of the demon race, but he had not anticipated it to be this unwavering. In fact, compared to the righteous, these demons exhibited greater fortitude and unity. Otherwise, they would not have dared to invade the Great Qian, a nation with a population 100 times their own. With a mere 1,000 men, Yang Qing began to admire these soldiers, eager to incorporate them into his ranks. Their internal cohesion and unwavering loyalty, coupled with their utter disregard for moral boundaries and external matters, rendered such a demon army exceedingly suitable for his purposes. As the number of slain soldiers continued to rise, Yang Qing felt a growing urgency. He could not afford to burn them all. Just as he was consumed by frustration, a movement outside the dungeon caught his attention. In an instant, a radiant figure appeared before him. Unfettered king, show mercy. It was a breathtakingly beautiful woman. Lian Yu, is that you? Yang Qing recognized her instantly as the demoness Saint Lian Yu. Previously defeated and captured, she had somehow escaped from the celestial prison. It could be said that Yang Qing's current circumstances were, in part, due to her influence. Your Highness, might you spare my kin? I would willingly lead my entire race to pledge loyalty to you. Lian Yu's voice was urgent, desperate to prevent further loss of her people. The South Underworld demon race had but a flicker of hope remaining. Yang Qing was taken aback and extinguished the flames immediately. Why, your cultivation far surpasses mine. You ought to slay me instead. Why pledge your loyalty? I am aware of your plight, Your Highness. I can see that you have truly embraced the path of the demon. We are both demons, rejected by the heavenly Tao. Why persist in mutual slaughter? Moreover, the mechanisms and formations of this dungeon were all devised by you. I cannot hope to kill you here. The last vestiges of the South Underworld demon race rest in your hands. How could I not submit? As she spoke, Lian Yu smiled bitterly, and upon seeing Yang Qing's silence, she continued, even if you had not come today, my kin would have been slaughtered by the righteous in mere days. My intent was to lead my people to safety while the Dragon Guard was preoccupied. Yet, as you know, the South Underworld demon race's fate is sealed. With our meager numbers, we need not even invoke the Great Qian army. Those righteous sects alone could annihilate us. The demise of the demon race is merely a matter of time. The Great Qian court claims you were slain by Taoist Yun Su, yet now you have embraced the path of the demon and ascended to the late stage of the demon dan. I suspect there is some hidden opportunity in this. Once, you were our enemy, and it is precisely because of this that I recognize your capabilities. Perhaps you can lead the demon race to glory? Yang Qing chuckled wryly. So this is your scheme. If I were to fail, you would lose everything. Lian Yu, following suit, smiled bitterly. If you cannot lead the demon race to rise, what can I achieve with mere brute strength? Yang Qing nodded. Very well, we are both forsaken by the heavenly Tao, shunned by the world. Let us stand and fight together from now on. Lian Yu nodded in agreement, then glanced at the soul-refining banner. After a moment's hesitation, she formed a hand seal, completing the contract. With the demoness Saint leading by example, the remaining captured demons soon followed suit, swiftly pledging their loyalty. Yang Qing formed seals with his hands, releasing all captives from their bonds and extracting the spirit nails that pierced their bones. Yang Qing, the righteous god of death who instilled fear in the demon race, had now become the demon lord they looked up to and vowed loyalty to. With the contract of 80,000 demons and the sacrifice of 20,000 souls, the soul-refining banner swayed with ever more fervor. A blood mark appeared in Yang Qing's eyes, his lips turning a dark crimson, while a wisp of black mist lingered between his brows. Yang Qing understood that he was drifting further from the heavenly Tao. He had officially embarked on an irreversible path of no return. Allo, watch me. Tears streamed down Yang Qing's cheeks as his heart sank. He suddenly turned and shouted, let us march forth and vanquish Qian. Chapter 8. Blood for blood, blood for blood. Yang Qing swiftly departed from the water prison with Lian Yu and the 80,000 demonic soldiers, soaring northward after breaking free from the watery confines. However, he soon realized that these warriors were devoid of weapons and their bodies were exceedingly frail, rendering them incapable of engaging in battle in the short term. Demon spirit, is there any way to immediately restore their combat prowess? Before long, the alluring voice of the demon spirit echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, on uniting the demon race. I can force the weaponry you require for your great army, and additionally, I shall refine a spirit concentration pill for each of them. Yang Qing was overjoyed, and he promptly commanded the army to rest on a desolate island below. The demons descended from the clouds and landed on the island, and with a wave of his hand, golden light flickered in the air, raining down over 80,000 pitch-black and crimson demonic blades infinitely sharper than the ones previously crafted by the Nanning demon army. Lian Yu beamed with delight, directing the demons to claim their weapons, after which they knelt in unison to pay their homage. Long live the demon lord, long live the demon lord. Yang Chang waved his hand and said, I shall grant each of you a spirit concentration pill. Once you consume it and cultivate for half an hour, your bodies will regain their peak condition. Upon finishing his words, he waved his hand again, and each soldier found a golden pill in their grasp. The demonic soldiers erupted in jubilant cries of long live, and, under the guidance of their captains, they consumed the pills and began their cultivation. Seizing this opportunity, Yang Qing summoned Lian Yu to inquire about the assassination attempt on New Year's Eve. In truth, upon seeing Lian Yu earlier, he had felt a surge of murderous intent, for Aluo's demise was ultimately rooted in her actions, yet, he lacked the confidence to confront her, and he knew that should he kill Lian Yu, the demons would never submit again, thus he chose to endure for the time being. Now that the demons had pledged their allegiance and Lian Yu had fulfilled her contract, with a mere thought, he could render her to ashes in an instant. I report to my lord, at that time, I was imprisoned in the heavenly prison when the spirit nails piercing my peep of bone suddenly dissolved on their own. My cultivation was restored to a large extent, allowing me to attempt an escape. Strangely enough, the door of the heavenly prison opened quite easily, and the guards were exceedingly lax, enabling me to kill a dozen or so guards and flee. However, unexpectedly, just as I flew out of the heavenly prison, a large squadron of feathered guards descended from the sky. The feathered guards are immensely powerful, even surpassing your dragon martial guards, and they seem to be well prepared, having laid a net nearby, leaving me no avenue for escape. I had no choice but to fight desperately. To my surprise, amidst the heavy encirclement of the feathered guards, a narrow gap appeared, through which I promptly fled. Having flown less than 20 miles, I encountered the eastern palace guards led by Prince Yang Ling and more feathered guards. I engaged in fierce combat once more, and just when escape seemed impossible, inexplicably, Yang Ling ordered a retreat towards the Yingtian gate, which allowed me to escape. As Lian Yu recounted her tale, Yang Qing grasped the entire sequence of events. Once the contract with the soul refining banner was successfully established, one could no longer deceive their master, lest they suffer immediate backlash, leading to their soul's disintegration. Thus, Lian Yu had been deliberately set free, with the feathered guards lying in wait to force her towards the northern gate of the palace, creating the illusion of an assassination attempt. Yang Ling had been lying in wait, and should he slay Lian Yu at the northern gate of the palace, he could proclaim to the world that she had attempted to assassinate him. As for why Yang Ling had chosen to retreat at such a critical moment towards the Yingtian gate, it was easy to deduce. It was precisely because Yang Qing had arrived at the Yingtian gate at that moment, and he had to act there to intercept. As for the inexplicable melting of the spirit nails on Lian Yu, they were not ordinary nails, but rather those personally handed to Yang Qing by Master Yin Su. Due to Lian Yu's formidable powers, the standard spirit nails could not bind her cultivation, prompting Master Yin Su to descend the mountain to deliver these special nails to Yang Qing. So you had conspired long ago. I cannot believe I was so oblivious to such a simple scheme. Yang Qing felt a surge of anguish within him. At the time, had he merely inspected those two spirit nails carefully, he would have certainly uncovered the truth. Yet, they were delivered personally by his master. How could he have suspected treachery? It was an exceedingly simple trap, relying solely on Yang Qing's reverence and trust in the old Taoist. Ah! Yang Qing cried out in fury, repeatedly striking the ocean with his fists, sending forth towering waves that reached dozens of meters high, as if the end of the world had descended upon him. The feeling of being betrayed by those closest to him drove him to the brink of madness. Lian Yu, filled with dread, hastily fell to her knees, pleading for mercy. My lord, I learned of your plight on my way back. This incident was caused by me, and I am willing to die as atonement. With that, she raised her right hand, preparing to take her own life. Yang Qing waved his hand to halt Lian Yu's actions and sighed, even without you, they would find another way to harm me. My fate with Aluo was predestined. Lian Yu trembled as she spoke. My lord, have you considered explaining the circumstances to the emperor, to clear your name before the world? If you wish, I can testify for you, provided you treat my kin with kindness. Yang Qing scoffed. Explain the circumstances? Those who conspired against me know better than anyone how wronged I am. Do you believe that in the court now, all the ministers stand with the prince? How could they possibly grant me, a rebel, a chance to defend myself? There are too many inconsistencies in this matter. Do you think those ministers are unaware? Whoever loses is the rebel. It has nothing to do with whether I am wronged. Moreover, I do not need to prove my innocence to anyone. I only require those responsible for Aluo's demise to pay with their lives. Yang Qing's expression twisted into a terrifying visage, even instilling fear in Lian Yu, a renowned female demon. Upon hearing Yang Qing's words, Lian Yu felt elated, for she and her kin were destined to be enemies of the world. Should Yang Qing waver in resolve, he would surely doom the entire demon race. My lord, you are absolutely correct. I am willing to follow you forever, making all who persecute you pay in blood. Indeed, blood for blood. Yang Qing roared. At this moment, the demons had completed their cultivation and echoed with fervor, blood for blood. Blood for blood. Yang Qing raised his arms, proclaiming loudly, let us depart to annihilate the dragon martial guards and slay Yuzhou. Yuzhou was the center of defense in the southern realm of the Great Qian. Whether he wished it or not, he had to first eliminate the dragon martial guards to continue his advance. He understood the Emperor Yang Cheng'en's modus operandi. Since he was involved in the conspiracy to harm him, a purge of the dragon martial guards must have already been plotted. The dragon martial guards were likely now firmly in the hands of the prince's faction. This battle was unavoidable. The dragon martial guards were the elite of the Great Qian, and Yang Qing, leading 80,000 demonic soldiers against them, was akin to striking a rock with an egg. However, he was acutely aware that the dragon martial guards had likely just undergone a significant purge, leaving few capable commanders, and the frontline troops would certainly struggle to be effectively organized. Moreover, no one would anticipate that the demon army would return so swiftly. Yuzhou would undoubtedly be unprepared at this moment. Lastly, he was intimately familiar with the dragon martial guards. The defense of the 200,000 troops was firmly within his grasp, and no new commanders could reorganize the defenses in a single day. Thus, he was filled with unwavering confidence for victory in this battle. With his command, the 80,000 demonic soldiers soared into the sky, riding the black clouds, filled with murderous intent, as they set forth to the north. Chapter 9 Revenge. The Qingshu Mountain, before the Grand Hall of the Qingyun sect, was bustling with activity. Over 3,000 disciples of the Qingyun sect fervently unloaded exquisite boxes filled with gold and jewels, alongside a copious amount of 9th-grade spirit stones. The venerable elder Yunshu had returned, having been personally dispatched by the emperor to deliver all the rewards. He was now overseeing the transportation of these spirit stones and gold. The Qingyun sect had struck it rich. Since its founding by the ancestral master 10,000 years ago, the sect had never experienced such opulence. With this influx of gold and spirit stones, the 3,000 disciples of the Qingyun sect would no longer worry about cultivation resources. Within 5 years, any disciple with even modest talent would surely ascend to a new level of mastery. Furthermore, with these rewards, the Qingyun sect would possess the strength to expand its recruitment, easily doubling its numbers. Even more remarkably, the sect's leader had become the grand tutor to the crown prince. For anyone who could join the Qingyun sect, not only would they be assured of ample cultivation resources, but a future in the civil service would also be a straightforward affair. The disciples of Qingyun sect wore broad smiles, unable to contain their joy at the unexpected windfall resulting from the demise of Yang Qing. Their master was indeed a man of profound foresight. Now, the Qingyun sect was set to thrive. Indeed, is it too much to say that we are the foremost sect in the world, while we may still lag slightly behind the Shantian sect? Surpassing them is merely a matter of time. Indeed, in the future, disciples of the Qingyun sect will command respect wherever they go. The disciples chattered happily, and the eldest disciple, Zhao Changfeng, remarked to his junior sister, Li Rushi, I never anticipated that while Yang Qing was alive, we would benefit greatly from his princely title, and now that he is dead, it has brought us even more profit. He truly was a treasure of a prince. Li Rushi replied with a chuckle, thanks to our master's decisive action in forming an alliance with the crown prince, we not only secured a powerful ally but also reaped these considerable benefits. A junior disciple interjected with a laugh, had I known this would happen, we should have allied with the crown prince sooner. Then I wouldn't have had to wait 9 years without receiving a single 9th-grade spirit stone. At this, laughter erupted among the group. Elder Yunshu cleared his throat loudly and admonished, nonsense, I was quelling a rebellion for the court last night. Was it for these trifling benefits? If anyone dares to speak rashly again, I shall cast them into the South Sea to feed the fish. Elder Yunshu was somewhat irritated. Having secluded himself for years, he had indeed neglected the discipline of his disciples. Such matters were not to be uttered lightly. In the holy capital, within the palace, in the queen's chamber, seizing the opportunity while the emperor was in the southern study discussing matters, Queen Wen summoned Crown Prince Yangling. My son, has that scoundrel Yang Qing truly perished? Rest assured, mother, Master Yunshu personally ended his life. There can be no doubt. That is splendid news. Finally, he is dead. Truly, the heavens have eyes. Queen Wen exclaimed, her excitement palpable. She had long resided in the depths of the palace, receiving news only sporadically, and had only just learned of this event from a eunuch. Mother, it seems you are even more eager for his demise than I am, Yang Ling teased, reclining on a chaise lounge. Queen Wen sighed with relief, glancing around to ensure privacy before sitting beside Yang Ling, whispering, my son, had I not orchestrated the demise of that scoundrel's mother all those years ago, you would be the one in his position as crown prince. Though I have been crowned as queen and you have successfully become the crown prince, I have always feared that one day he would seek vengeance upon us. I often have nightmares about it. Can you blame me for wishing for his death? Especially in recent years, his reputation as the carefree king has grown, and he has achieved numerous military accolades, leaving me in constant unease. Yang Ling had never heard his mother speak of past events. He only remembered that Yang Qing's mother had died when they were both young, but the reasons eluded him. Mother, did you poison the concubine Jean? Upon hearing this, Queen Wen glanced around before nodding. Indeed, according to the Empress Dowager and your father's wishes, that wretched girl was to be made a consort. Fortunately, your mother is astute and eliminated this threat in time. Alas, that little scoundrel has survived until now. Yang Ling chuckled with pride, it seems my cleverness is inherited from you, mother. Queen Wen, amused by her son's jest, affectionately pinched his cheek, but do not speak of this carelessly. Fear not, mother. I am not foolish. Ah, the heavens have indeed favored us, we can finally enjoy a peaceful life together. My son, once I ascend to the throne, I shall honor you well. Shoo, such words should not be spoken aloud. Your father still lives. Queen Wen chided lightly, then donned a joyful smile, my son, do you not think that my devotion to fasting and praying has moved the Bodhisattva to bless us, thus removing that little scoundrel from our lives? Yang Ling privately thought his mother was quite whimsical. It was not divine intervention but rather his own strategic planning that had led to this outcome. However, seeing her in high spirits, he humorously replied, "Of course, it must be your piety that has touched the Bodhisattva." Queen Wen beamed, taking Yang Ling's hand. "Linger, tomorrow accompany me to Xianghua Temple to burn incense and express our gratitude." "Certainly, I shall do as you wish." The mother and son walked hand in hand, chatting and laughing, their eyes filled with dreams of the future. In Yuzhou, at the residence of the Grand Commander of the Longhua Guard, Huang Qingyi reclined on a large, soft bed, enjoying the ministrations of 4 beautiful maidens. Before him lay a plethora of precious gifts sent by the noble families of Yuzhou City, comprising gold, high-quality spirit stones, and rare treasures, cluttering the room to the point where there was scarcely space to walk. As a 4th-ranked general of the court, Huang Qingyi, even while serving under Yang Qing, could never have amassed such wealth through frugality. However, times had changed. He was now the de facto ruler of the 4 counties in the southern region, wielding command over 200,000 troops, making him the target of flattery from local gentry and nobility. Not to mention the substantial profits from the annual military salaries, the gifts from these illustrious families alone would suffice for several lifetimes of indulgence. He now felt a twinge of regret for not having aligned himself with the crown prince sooner. Why had the crown prince not sought him out earlier? Amused by this thought, he pulled one of the beauties closer, indulging in a passionate kiss. With the demon race vanquished and peace reigning in the southern territories, he, the true carefree king, was reveling in a happiness that surpassed even that of the emperor. No, not even the immortals enjoyed such bliss. Huang Qingyi laughed heartily, when suddenly a soldier burst through the door, his face marked by alarm. Clearly, something significant had transpired. He would never dare enter unannounced without grave news. "Commander, there is grave news." What news could possibly be so dire? Huang Qingyi begrudgingly rose from the embrace of the beauty, contemplating that if the news was not serious, he would see to the soldier's punishment. Reporting to the general, the demon army has returned. Chapter 10. The horn from hell. Huang Qingyi believed he had misheard. After a moment's hesitation, he rebuked, "What nonsense are you spouting? Where do these demonic armies come from?" The guard's face was pale with terror as he stammered, "Commander, it's true. Countless demonic troops have breached our maritime defenses and are swiftly approaching Yuzhou. You must think of a way." Huang Qingyi was taken aback, pondering if perhaps the guards in the water prison had acted foolishly, allowing the demons to escape. Yet, that would be impossible. Even if that were the case, those demons would have been severely weakened, and it would take them at least half a month to fully regain their combat capabilities after having their spiritual nails removed. How could they possibly mount an assault so soon? Moreover, how could a mere remnant of 100,000 troops hope to attack the 200,000 elite dragon martial guards stationed in Yuzhou? Had the demons lost their wits? After a moment's contemplation, another guard tumbled in, breathless and bloodied. "Commander, the demonic army has reached the city gates. Our brothers can barely hold on." This guard was covered in blood, one of his eyes shot out, suggesting he had just come from a fierce battle. Regardless of Huang Qingyi's reluctance to believe the demonic forces had returned, the stark reality was before him. He had no time to ponder further, hastily donned his attire, gathered his loyal soldiers, and set off towards the southern gate of Yuzhou. The southern gate faced the southern abyss demonic domain. Previously, Yang Qing had established 6 robust defensive lines outside the gate, ensuring that since the dragon martial guards had returned under his command, the demons had not dared to approach the city. However, with the demons exterminated and the dragon martial guards devoid of enemies, the outer defenses had become mere facades, with most of the garrison having been withdrawn to the inner encampments, leaving only a token force behind. This was precisely why the demonic army could approach Yuzhou with such swiftness. Huang Qingyi was acutely aware of these circumstances, compelling him to rush to the southern gate to mobilize troops. The current dragon martial guards were in disarray, their morale shattered, and chaos reigned. He could scarcely imagine the scene that would unfold should the demonic army breach the city. As he flew from his residence, the thunderous roar of cannon fire reached his ears. Indeed, it was the sound of the demonic forces' artillery. They were already assaulting the city. Observing the chaos within Yuzhou, the citizens were in a state of panic, and the dragon martial guards lacked effective organization and coordination, scurrying about the city in disarray. The streets had become a tumultuous throng, filled with incessant screams. Yuzhou had descended into utter chaos. Huang Qingyi swiftly ascended the city wall, and the sight before him left him utterly speechless. A vast, dark mass of demonic troops extended from the base of the wall all the way to the seaside. The demons were methodically changing formations, simultaneously assaulting the city gates while others took to the skies to attack from above. Fortunately, the formations of the 4 corner towers were holding, temporarily preventing the demons from breaching the city from the air. Having dealt with the demons his entire life, Huang Qingyi immediately recognized that the adversaries before him were indeed those captured demons previously imprisoned in the water prison, and some of the demon commanders had even fought in close quarters with him. These captives were originally intended to be delivered to the holy capital on the Lantern Festival to showcase the merits of the emperor and the crown prince. How had they ended up here? What shocked Huang Qingyi the most was the high morale of this demonic army, their weapons of fine quality, and their assault formations executed with remarkable precision, completely unlike the demons he had previously encountered. "Quick, hold the line. Commander, the city gate is about to fall." "No. We must hold, gather the citizens and use them as a barricade at the gates. Whatever can stall them, we must employ." "Understood." With Huang Qingyi's orders dispatched, the guards rounded up thousands of citizens, forcing them into a tight mass behind the city gates. The sheer volume of citizens being herded caused many to succumb to panic, resulting in untold casualties. The citizens were terrified, and the officers among the guards were even more so, continually urging their subordinates to capture more civilians to fortify the defenses. Many dragon martial guards, unable to bear the sight, refused to carry out such orders, only to meet their demise at the hands of their superiors. The ranks of the dragon martial guards had already undergone a purge, and now the officers were either sycophants recently promoted or newcomers dispatched by the crown prince. They had never faced the demons in battle, and upon this encounter, they all lost their composure. The demonic assault experienced a brief lull, allowing Huang Qingyi to regain his composure. As a former deputy general of the Carefree King, he swiftly took control of the situation, issuing commands to rally the troops for resistance while invoking the protective formations. A radiant golden light enveloped the entirety of Yuzhou. The city walls, bolstered by the formations, became impervious to the onslaught, and myriad runes floated in the air. The sky darkened with ominous clouds, and thunder rumbled ominously. The frontline demonic troops were thwarted by the formations, suffering heavy casualties, as more fell to the crackling lightning. The demonic assault began to recede like a receding tide. Huang Qingyi's face broke into a smile of relief as he turned to his chief bodyguard, saying, "Yang Qing truly is a genius. Had it not been for the formations he laid down, we would surely face annihilation today." The chief bodyguard chuckled in agreement. Indeed, he likely never anticipated that these formations would ultimately serve as our salvation. Ha ha ha. Huang Qingyi joined in the joyous laughter, then proclaimed loudly, "The demonic army is retreating. All troops, seize this opportunity to regroup and prepare for a counterattack." After issuing the command, a general beside him spoke softly, "Commander, the current dragon martial guards are not what they once were. They lack the strength to mount an immediate counteroffensive, please reconsider." This reminder jolted Huang Qingyi from his reverie, and he suddenly realized that his dragon martial guards had long since lost their former glory. A sense of despondency washed over him that he had dedicated his life to warfare, relishing the exhilaration of commanding the elite dragon martial guards to deliver crushing blows to the demons. The thought that his once mighty forces had devolved into a disorganized rabble overnight filled him with profound dismay, yet he also cherished wealth and power. For the sake of glory and riches, some sacrifices seemed worthwhile. With this thought, Huang Qingyi quickly found solace. The decline in the dragon martial guards' combat prowess was but temporary. In due time, the newly appointed officers would adapt, and their strength would naturally rebound. Was Yang Qing the only one capable of leading troops? Did Huang Qingyi not possess the same ability? Just wait and see. One day, the soldiers I personally train will surpass those trained by you, Yang Chang. Filled with ambition, he could not help but pound the city wall with conviction. At that moment, a dark cloud loomed overhead, growing ever larger, as if intent on devouring the heavens and the earth. Chaos erupted anew within the city. Huang Qingyi looked up, spotting the dark cloud hovering 50 zheng above. Soon, a figure burst forth from the cloud, brandishing a black flag, exuding an imposing presence akin to a world-destroying demon king. Ah! Huang Qingyi recognized the countenance of this demon king, gasping in horror. Had he not been supported by a guard, he would have fallen from the wall. Even in ashes, he would recognize Yang Qing. Wasn't he supposed to be dead? Huang Qingyi felt himself on the brink of madness, teetering on the edge of insanity. Just moments ago, he had wished to compare his military prowess with Yang Qing, but now, facing him, his spirit was crumbling. This was fueled not only by a natural fear of Yang Qing but also by the guilt of a traitor. Most of the officers within the city had never encountered Yang Qing. The newly appointed junior officers had never had the opportunity to meet the crown prince. However, the soldiers of the dragon martial guards recognized him immediately. The Carefree King. It is the Carefree King. The Carefree King has returned as a specter to claim our lives. I see now, the forces outside are not demons but ghostly soldiers, spirits summoned by the Carefree King from the underworld. No, no, no. The Carefree King has truly colluded with the demons. He has released the demonic army. There was a cacophony of voices among the dragon martial guards, and in an instant, their morale disintegrated. Regardless of how the various officers shouted, scolded, or threatened, the soldiers could no longer form any semblance of effective organization. Huang Qingyi, how imposing you are. Everyone heard Yang Qing's voice, a sound both familiar and terrifying, as if a vengeful ghostly king had sounded the death knell from the depths of hell. Chapter 11. Those burdened with hatred do not value their lives. Upon hearing Yang Qing's voice, Huang Qingyi felt as though his heart might leap from his throat. Despite his incessant attempts to reassure himself that the opposing demonic forces were few in number and lacked the combat prowess of the well-trained dragon martial guards, and that their city defenses were remarkably solid, he could not quell the rising tide of fear within him. Following the sound of Yang Qing's voice, he beheld a swirling mass of black clouds, with Yang Qing clad in a flowing black robe, his eyes glinting with a terrifying bloodthirst. Throughout his life, he had faced countless infamous warlords, yet none had ever left him feeling so suffocated. Quick, send someone to the holy capital to inform his majesty that Yang Qing is not dead. He has fallen into the path of darkness. Go, hurry. Huang Qingyi shouted frantically at the captain of the guards by his side. The captain, obeying the command, fled the city tower, heading toward the northern gate. Yang Qing, how could you have succumbed to darkness? Cursed be you. Huang Qingyi bellowed at Yang Qing, though his voice betrayed his terror. Yang Qing scoffed coldly and declared, I am not dead. It is you who shall meet your demise today, Huang Qingyi, for you have betrayed me. With that, Yang Qing brandished the soul-refining banner, summoning Lian Yu from the dark clouds. Lian Yu unleashed a long whip, which cracked through the air with a deafening sound. Kill, commanded Lian Yu, and the 80,000 demonic soldiers launched their assault once more. The sky was thick with dark clouds and rolling thunder, while below, the massed demonic army surged toward the walls of Yuzhou like a relentless tide. In stark contrast, the isolated city of Yuzhou appeared alarmingly frail. Huang Qingyi, in a panic, scrambled to arrange his troops, but his formations were in disarray. Our defenses are sturdy enough to withstand any siege, he shouted at a few officers who were paralyzed with fear.
Before long, the demonic forces reached the foot of the city, launching their assault against the gates. The gates endured tremendous impacts, causing the civilians pressed behind them to suffer grievous injuries and fatalities, their screams echoing through the air, rendering the scene akin to a hell on earth. At that moment, Lian Yu descended, wielding her long whip with deadly grace. She deftly evaded the beams of golden light shot from the corner towers and shattered the central tower with a single strike. The tower exploded into dust, a second blow followed, obliterating yet another corner tower. Thus, the defensive formations of Yuzhou crumbled, the radiant golden light dissipating entirely. The city walls, now merely thicker than standard fortifications, offered no special protection. Huang Qingyi collapsed to the ground, his loyal guards in a state of utter panic, neglecting to assist their commander, the leader of 200,000 dragon martial guards. In that moment of realization, Huang Qingyi understood that the reason the mere 80,000 demonic soldiers dared to assault the city was not due to their formidable strength, but rather Yang Cheng's intimate knowledge of the dragon martial guards and the defenses of Yuzhou. The formations within the city had been crafted by Yang Qing himself, and when Lian Yu initiated her attack, those formations had already been rendered inoperative. Huang Qingyi should have grasped this upon seeing Yang Qing, swiftly making necessary arrangements to perhaps seize a sliver of hope. Yet, the psychological toll of being a traitor had rendered him utterly ineffective. Upon encountering Yang Qing, his mind blanked, relying solely on instinct honed from years of military command. Though an experienced general with countless battles under his belt, this was his first foray into treachery. He had no more chances left, for under Lian Yu's command, multitudes of demonic soldiers had ascended the walls, unleashing a one-sided massacre upon the defenders. The once mighty elite of the dragon martial guards, bereft of their leader, fell before the demon horde like sheep to slaughter. In no time, the gates were breached, and the thousands of civilians trapped behind them were ruthlessly slain. Soon, the 80,000 demonic soldiers flooded into the city. These warriors, driven mad, bore expressions of grotesque fervor as they slaughtered indiscriminately, the wails of despair filling every corner of Yuzhou, blood flowing like rivers. In the century-long war against the Great Qian, 30 million demons had dwindled to a mere 80,000, their hatred for the Great Qian ignited to a fever pitch at that moment. Yang Cheng understood all too well that, even if he threatened the soldiers with the soul-refining banner now, not a single demon would cease their rampage. Those blinded by hatred disregard their own lives. Was he not the same? Standing amidst the black clouds, Yang Qing gazed down upon the hellscape below, devoid of any compassion. He formed a hand seal, summoning the soul-refining banner, which soared to the center of Yuzhou. This demonic standard pulsed with excitement, wildly swaying in the air, its eerie runes exuding terror. With every life taken by the demonic soldiers, the soul-refining banner absorbed a soul, visibly growing stronger. Yang Qing felt the banner's evolution, his own fervor surging in tandem. He yearned for the moment when the scene below would not be Yuzhou, but the holy capital. He longed to hear the cries of the feathered guards and to witness the emperor and his heirs kneeling before him in supplication. That moment would not be far off. A smile crept upon Yang Qing's lips. One thought can lead to enlightenment, while another can plunge one into darkness. The once noble king of freedom, who had sacrificed so much for the common people, had in a fleeting moment embraced the path of evil, vowing to destroy the very land he had once protected. Aluo is dead. Why should the world continue to live, he thought. Aluo, wait for me, I shall offer the heads of all my enemies in tribute to you. That day is not far off. Suddenly, a rush of blood surged through him as he reached out and seized a curved blade from below, then soared into Yuzhou. He transformed into an ordinary demonic soldier, wielding the blade to slaughter indiscriminately, releasing the pent-up anguish within him. The cries for mercy ringing in his ears brought him immense satisfaction, while the blood that splattered upon his face only intensified his exhilaration. It was not until the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with vibrant hues, that Yang Qing felt a flicker of fatigue and a semblance of clarity return to his mind. He ceased his rampage and summoned Lian Yu, commanding, "Send word to those dragon martial guards who wish to embrace darkness shall live, those who do not shall die." Lian Yu nodded, promptly issuing the order through the demonic communication technique. "All troops, cease your actions. Secure the 4 gates and forbid any entry or exit." The demonic soldiers, having sufficiently vented their hatred, gradually calmed down upon hearing Lian Yu's command. They halted their slaughter. Under the guidance of several demonic captains, they guarded every entrance to Yuzhou. The demonic soldiers eyed the remaining dragon martial guards warily, while the remnants of the once great force lay sprawled on the ground, calling for help, devoid of any fighting spirit. Soon, Yang Qing's voice echoed throughout Yuzhou. "Dragon martial guards, I trust you have recognized my identity. I have suffered persecution and am resolved to embrace darkness for vengeance. Those willing to follow me into the abyss, come forth to sign the pact beneath the soul-refining banner. Otherwise, do not blame me for forgetting our past ties. From this day forward, those who follow me shall prosper, those who oppose me shall perish." The remnants of the dragon martial guards, already steeped in terror, felt as though a great mercy had been bestowed upon them upon hearing these words. Without a moment's hesitation, they complied with the demon's instructions and signed the pact with the soul-refining banner. Had Yang Qing spoken these words from the outset, most of the dragon martial guards would have resisted the temptation of darkness. Yet, having witnessed countless comrades slaughtered, even their very souls lost, what courage remained for rebellion? Moreover, they had always followed the king of freedom. The battle for Yuzhou had concluded. The 80,000 demonic soldiers had lost 3,000, while approximately 130,000 of the 200,000 dragon martial guards had been annihilated. Yang Qing now commanded around 150,000 demonic soldiers. The individual prowess of the dragon martial guards was indeed superior to that of the demons, as they had been trained under his own hand. With further training, leading this demonic army to sweep across the world was not an impossible dream. Yang Qing ordered the troops to rest on the spot. Shortly thereafter, Lian Yu cast Huang Qingyi before Yang Qing. "Master, how shall we deal with this traitor?" Yang Qing stepped forward, placing his foot upon Huang Qingyi's face. Chapter 12. Now you can truly comprehend my anguish. Yang Qing fixed a piercing gaze upon Huang Qingyi, gradually increasing the pressure of his foot. Huang Qingyi finally grasped the reason for his survival. It was all part of Yang Qing's meticulous orchestration, as every demonic soldier had bypassed him, ensuring he lived to this moment. He understood clearly that having escaped death moments ago, he was now destined for a far more excruciating end. Your Highness, please spare me, Huang Qingyi implored, desperation lacing his voice. I was coerced by the crown prince into this allegiance, but I have never wronged you in any way. At his words, Yang Qing felt a surge of rage, intensifying the pressure beneath his foot. Huang Qingyi's face contorted in agony, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth as he gasped for breath, his wails echoing in the air. Just then, a demonic soldier rushed in, kneeling before Yang Qing with urgency. Your Grace, I must inform you that your temporary royal residence has been raided, all the servants within have been slaughtered, and the estate now lies in ruins. Yang Qing had anticipated such a fate. With the temporary royal residence compromised, he harbored no hope for the royal estate in the holy capital, despite the lack of precise reports from the scouts he had dispatched to investigate. In 6 years, you have ascended from a mere 7th-rank officer to a 4th-rank general. Have I not treated you well enough? Yang Qing's voice was low, yet the fury within it was unmistakable. Huang Qingyi was drenched in sweat, trembling uncontrollably as he struggled to articulate, Your Highness, spare me, I was momentarily blinded by folly, please, for the sake of my years of loyalty to you, grant me mercy. Spare you? Yang Qing's voice dripped with scorn. Not if I were to spare you, would my servants and maidens be resurrected? Would my loyal soldiers, whom you slaughtered, return to life? Would my dear Aluo be restored to me? His fury reached a boiling point, and he pressed down with renewed force, a sickening crack resounding as Huang Qingyi's facial bones shattered. Silenced, Huang Qingyi could only emit pitiful groans, blood staining his armor a deep crimson. Yang Qing suddenly lifted his foot and stomped down on Huang Qingyi's chest, a surge of spiritual energy coursing into his body, shattering his meridians. A piercing and agonized scream erupted from Huang Qingyi, not merely from the physical torment but from the devastating loss of his centuries of cultivation, leaving him in a state of utter despair. Curled up, his eyes dimmed, he now only wished for a swift demise. With a swift kick, Yang Qing sent him sprawling aside before taking flight towards the eastern part of the city. Upon realizing Yang Qing's destination, Huang Qingyi's eyes widened in horror as he let out another anguished wail. Lian Yu seized him by the collar, a cold smile gracing her lips. Do not fret, I shall escort you there. With that, she lifted Huang Qingyi into the air, swiftly landing before a grand estate. Looking up, he saw a large plaque bearing the words, Huang Residence. Woe is me, Huang Qingyi lamented, shaking his head, his face a grotesque mix of blood and tears, a sight too tragic to behold. Lian Yu paid him no heed, dragging him further into the Huang Residence. This abode was not particularly grand, its furnishings quite modest. As Lian Yu continued deeper, she observed that the inner courtyard was undergoing significant expansion, the scale of construction immense. You old scoundrel! You feigned integrity while serving my master, yet just days after his departure, you eagerly set about enlarging your estate, she mocked, pulling Huang Qingyi further along until they halted before a vast courtyard. Yang Qing stood there, hands clasped behind his back. Having anticipated Huang Qingyi's arrival, he turned and scoffed, the crown prince truly lives up to his title, his lavishness exceeds even mine. As he spoke, waves of demonic soldiers emerged from various rooms, transporting heaps of gold, jewels, antiques, paintings, spiritual stones, and magical artifacts, quickly filling the courtyard to the brim. Huang Qingyi crawled desperately to Yang Qing, clutching at his legs and repeatedly bowing his head, his incoherent pleas drowned in fear. He was not terrified by the treasures being seized by Yang Qing, but by the sight of his family, all 140 members of the Huang household kneeling in the courtyard, faces pale with terror, some soiled with fear to the point of losing control of their bowels, creating a stench that permeated the air. Behind each of them stood a menacing demonic soldier, blades poised at their throats, ready to sever their heads at a moment's notice. Huang Qingyi was engulfed in despair, knowing his own demise was inevitable, yet he could not bear the thought of his family suffering alongside him. Among them were his venerable mother, his beloved wife, numerous concubines, and over 30 children. His youngest son, born just the previous night, was a cherished gift he believed heralded his rise to greatness. With the death of the carefree king, just as his ambitions were coming to fruition, he had welcomed a son. How could he not rejoice? But now, this newborn, only hours old, was crying in the arms of a nurse who knelt in terror, nearly fainting from fright. Master, master, please save us, father, I do not wish to die. The cries of his wife and children shattered Huang Qingyi's heart. Rendered powerless, he could do nothing but bow repeatedly to Yang Qing, pleading for his family's lives. Yang Qing kicked him aside, his voice cold and resolute. I believe you shall soon come to understand my suffering. Upon hearing this, Huang Qingyi felt as though the air had been knocked from his lungs, blood surging in his veins, and his head spun with dizziness. In his panic, he bowed his head with renewed fervor, nearly shattering his cheekbones against the ground. Yang Qing felt a weight in his heart as he bent down, seizing Huang Qingyi and flinging him backward, simultaneously unleashing 4 spiritual nails that impaled him against a rocky outcrop in the courtyard. From this vantage, Huang Qingyi could clearly witness the expressions of each family member. Blood flowed freely from the points where he was pinned, yet he cared not for his own suffering, struggling fiercely to return to Yang Qing's feet, begging for mercy. Yang Qing turned slightly, casting a glance at Lian Yu. One by one, let this old scoundrel witness the consequences. Lian Yu promptly ordered, bring them forth, one by one, to be executed before this old fool. The demonic soldiers obeyed, moving from left to right, blades raised. With each stroke, Huang Qingyi emitted anguished cries, the sound of heads falling only amplifying his despair, leaving him gasping for breath. I shall haunt you even in death. Huang Qingyi's despair morphed into hatred. He yearned for a swift end, hoping to return as a vengeful spirit. Just then, the head of his beloved wife rolled to his feet, and his hatred transformed back into wails of sorrow. Before long, the head of his aged mother followed suit. Amidst the cacophony of cries and pleas for mercy, his children fell one after another before his eyes. The atmosphere gradually grew quieter, and Huang Qingyi's spirit died within him. He relinquished all hope, staring vacantly at the pool of blood on the ground. It was not until a demonic soldier dispatched a nurse and seized the infant from her trembling arms that Huang Qingyi's eyes widened in a frenzy, his cries erupting once more, blood flowing freely from his wounds. The soldier, a sinister expression on his face, slowly raised the infant high. Huang Qingyi's wails pierced the heavens. With a dull thud, Huang Qingyi succumbed to unconsciousness. Moments later, a throng of demonic soldiers emerged from the estate, laden with vast quantities of gold and silver, seeking Yang Qing's instructions for disposal. Yang Qing ordered a large cauldron to be set up, pouring the gold and silver inside before forming a seal to ignite the flames, melting the treasures. Then, with a sweep of his hand, he sent a surge of spiritual energy into Huang Qingyi's nostrils, rousing him from his stupor. As Huang Qingyi's eyes fluttered open, he saw Yang Qing standing not far away, beside a boiling cauldron of molten gold and silver, the heat radiating toward him, leaving him breathless. His complexion drained of color, he was left to ponder the nature of the punishment awaiting him. Chapter 13 of The Heavens Have Shown Me No Mercy, How Shall I Defy Them? Yang Qing retrieved a gold ingot from the wooden chest and, with measured steps, approached Huang Qingyi, a cold smile gracing his lips. Today, I have come to understand just how fond Lord Huang is of gold and silver. I must admit, I have wronged you in the past, and now I shall make amends. Upon hearing these words, beads of cold sweat streamed down Huang Qingyi's forehead, his cheeks twitching uncontrollably. He had momentarily forgotten his prior grief over his loss, replaced now only by sheer terror. Yang Qing gestured for a battalion of demon soldiers, commanding, since Lord Huang has a penchant for gold and silver, see to it that you feed him the boiling gold and silver water from the pot. Yes. The demon soldiers immediately complied, grinning wickedly as they dragged Huang Qingyi closer. Please, no. No, Your Highness, just kill me, I beseech you, grant me death. Huang Qingyi wailed, his voice cracking with despair. In moments of extreme fear, one can often unleash unexpected potential. Though Huang Qingyi's cheekbones were shattered, he nevertheless managed to produce sound. The demon soldiers struck his teeth with the hilts of their blades, prying open his mouth to pour in a ladle of boiling gold and silver water. Ah! Huang Qingyi's anguished screams echoed across the heavens and earth, reverberating throughout the city of Yuzhou, a sound most haunting. Though his meridians were shattered and his cultivation obliterated, the body of one in the golden core stage was still formidable. The searing pain of the molten metal did not claim his life, yet he grasped the true meaning of being unable to live or die. The demon soldiers continued to ladle the boiling concoction into Huang Qingyi's mouth. The more he suffered, the greater their excitement grew within the Huang residence, his screams intertwined with the raucous laughter of the demon soldiers, rendering it impossible to discern whether this place was hell or paradise. Yang Qing ascended to the city tower, the echoes of Huang Qingyi's torment still ringing in his ears. From this vantage point, he beheld the entire city, witnessing the assembly of 150,000 demon soldiers kneeling and hailing him, a sight that signified his emergence as the new demon lord. Since the demise of the previous demon lord a millennium ago, the demon tribe of the southern underworld had revered the saintess, with the council of elders overseeing affairs beneath her. They yearned for the emergence of a new demon lord to lead them across the southern underworld, to command the world, and to challenge the heavens. After a millennium, they had finally awaited such a leader. Demon Lord! Demon Lord, Demon Lord! The soldiers roared like a tsunami, brandishing black banners in salute to Yang Qing. At this moment, Yang Qing's heart swelled with righteous indignation. Witnessing this fervor only bolstered his confidence. At that moment, Lian Yu soared to him, kneeling on one knee, fists clasped in reverence. My lord, from this day forth, you shall be our new demon lord. Please do not decline. Our kind has always been incompatible with the heavens. Only you can lead us in this struggle. We pledge our lives to follow you. Yang Chang nodded, lifting Lian Yu to her feet, then stood tall, addressing the throng of demons with fervor. Very well. Since my brothers are willing to honor me as their lord, I shall accept this mantle. From this day forward, I will lead you to conquer the world. I, like all of you, have been shunned by society and forsaken by the heavens. If that is the case, then let us trample the world beneath our feet. On our path to conquest, we shall slay gods and Buddhas alike. Upon finishing his proclamation, the demons erupted into a frenzy, raising their arms in fervent cheers. At that moment, the air thickened with a chilling resolve, as 150,000 demon soldiers united in purpose. Just then, dark clouds gathered ominously overhead, lightning crackled, and a fierce wind arose, heralding a torrential downpour. Yang Qing gazed skyward, allowing the raindrops to pelt his face, murmuring, "Is the heavens enraged?" Lian Yu's lips quivered slightly. The emergence of a new leader among their kind surely must have drawn the attention of the heavens. Your Majesty, it seems we have caught the notice of the heavens, Lian Yu uttered softly. Are you afraid? Yang Qing queried, turning his gaze upon her. Lian Yu met his eyes with unwavering determination, her courage igniting. No, even if divine punishment descends, it only means death. What is there to fear? To fight alongside you, my lord, is an honor for which I would gladly give my life. Yang Chang nodded. Then let us welcome the storm together. As he spoke, thunder rumbled ominously, the sky darkening as if the world itself were about to end. Yet the demon soldiers stood unafraid, their voices raised in defiance against the heavens. Before long, exhaustion set in, and their cries diminished, though the downpour intensified, flooding the blood-stained streets of Yuzhou, where corpses bobbed upon the rising waters, the air thick with the stench of decay. Yang Qing commanded his demon army to rest for the night before advancing northward. Once arrangements were complete, he returned to the Huang residence's rear courtyard with Lian Yu by his side. The relentless rain did nothing to quell the boiling gold and silver water. Huang Qingyi's stomach and esophagus were already filled to capacity, with the molten liquid even spilling from his eyes, ears, and nostrils. To relieve their frustrations, the demon soldiers poured ladles of boiling water over his head, yet, the old wretch had ceased to move, and the soldiers began to find the spectacle dull. He had ultimately succumbed. Drowning in despair, Yang Qing waved his hand, signaling the soldiers to cease their actions. It was then that they realized Huang Qingyi had perished. They cursed, "That old rogue has escaped unscathed, despite the mountain of 100,000 taels of gold and silver. How could he consume so little and yet meet his end?" At that moment, an anguished roar echoed from the sky. "Yang Qing, just you wait, Huang Qingyi, shall not let you off the hook, even in death. I will ensure you experience the most brutal of fates." Huang Qingyi's spirit, laden with boundless resentment, departed his corporeal form, drifting through the skies above Yuzhou. He vowed to become a vengeful spirit, determined to seek retribution against Yang Qing one day. Yang Qing scoffed, "Humph, you shall have no such opportunity." With a flick of his wrist, the soul-refining banner above Yuzhou glowed a crimson hue, ensnaring Huang Qingyi's spirit. In an instant, Huang Qingyi's essence was enveloped in utter despair. With another wave of his hand, the crimson light intensified, swiftly consuming Huang Qingyi's spirit entirely. Yang Qing cast a glance upward, the soul-refining banner swayed in the storm, visibly satiated and brimming with vitality. After a moment of silence, he summoned a captain of the demon soldiers. "Go, sever the heads of Huang Qingyi's entire clan, as well as those of the slain generals of the Lanwu Guard, and divide them into 2 portions. Deliver them to Qingshu Mountain and the holy capital. I want them to know that I, Yang Qing, have returned. I intend to instill fear in their hearts from this day forth." Upon receiving the command, the captain promptly set off to execute the orders. Before long, the demon soldiers filled boxes meant for storing gold and silver with nearly 1,000 severed heads, then split into 2 groups to exit the city. Watching the 2 teams depart, Yang Qing clenched his fists. He understood that he would soon be pursued by the entire world. A true battle loomed on the horizon. The rain continued to pour, as if he had torn a hole in the heavens. Brilliant flashes of lightning illuminated the sky, and the thunder rolled incessantly. "Heavens, can you return allo to me? The heavens have shown me no mercy, how shall I defy them?" Chapter 14, Let the Slaughter Intensify. In the tempestuous city of Yuzhou, Yang Qing stood beneath the tumultuous black clouds, the thunder rumbling above casting a profound disquiet upon his mind. He feared not death, he had long since become a wandering soul, a specter. What harm could it bring if he were struck down by heavenly lightning? What he truly feared was departing this world before he had completed his quest for vengeance. Demon spirit, will the heavenly thunder strike down upon me? Not just yet.to the way of heaven, you are not but an insignificant insect at this moment. The excessive bloodshed of today has merely raised the heavens' vigilance. If I continue my slaughter, will the heavens unleash their wrath upon me? My esteemed host, the universe is indifferent, treating all beings as mere fodder. The way of heaven will not show mercy to mortals. Even if you were to slay every soul in this land, divine punishment would not descend. However, should the day come when your strength is sufficient to disrupt the rules of the heavens, then punishment will surely follow. Prepare yourself for the irreversible consequences. Irreversible consequences? Am I not already beyond redemption? Moreover, I seek only to eliminate my enemies. I cannot reach the heights you speak of. Do not speak too soon. Yang Qing fell silent for a moment, sensing a hint of conspiracy in the tone of the demon spirit. Demon spirit, why do you assist me? To me, you are the finest host in the world. Our coexistence will surely lead to mutual achievement. What is your ulterior motive? Indeed, you wield my power to enact your revenge, and your bloodshed enhances my strength. Yang Qing nodded. Through his time spent with the demon spirit, he recognized that it could very well be the antithesis of the way of heaven. Compared to the life-giving nature of the heavens, its power was still too feeble. The way of heaven nurtures all things, and the demon spirit possesses similar abilities, which is why it can bestow strength upon Yang Qing and grant him various artifacts. Should the demon spirit grow to a certain degree of power, would Yang Qing not become a creator in his own right? The cycle of life and death, the ebb and flow of all things lies within his grasp. In that moment, a fleeting thought crossed Yang Qing's mind, causing his eyes to widen with insatiable desire. He craved power, greater power. Lowering his gaze to his hands, he acknowledged that, despite significant progress in his cultivation and an increase in the number of his demonic army, he remained minuscule in comparison to the colossal Deqian Empire. His enemies were the current and future emperors of Deqian. This equated to opposing the entire empire. There are over 300 nations on the Tianyuan continent, and Deqian is the one that all others look up to. Its vast and boundless territories, rich in resources, grant the empire the confidence to stand above all, and not to mention the 500,000 elite Deqian troops at their disposal, alongside the myriad righteous sects within the empire, which would be more than enough to overwhelm Yang Qing. He needed power. Demon spirit, grant me strength. Congratulations to the host for the slaughter in Yuzhou City. The power of the demon spirit has subsequently increased, and you can now break through to the early stage of the demon infant realm. Do you wish to proceed with the breakthrough? Upon hearing the voice in his mind, Yang Qing clenched his fists in excitement and nodded vigorously. Of course, let me break through. Just as he exchanged consciousness with the demon spirit, a sudden wave of heat surged from his dantian, intensifying to the point of feeling as though it would burn through his flesh. Yang Qing broke into a cold sweat, immediately channeling his energy to adapt to the scorching sensation. In no time, the heat radiated from his dantian, coursing through his meridians and filling his entire being. The demonic core within him began to spin rapidly, while the energy of the heavens and earth surged into the core through his 7 apertures. Lightning crackled within the dark clouds above, eventually striking down upon Yang Qing's body, causing him to shudder. How has this invoked heavenly punishment? Yang Qing was taken aback, yet, he quickly realized that the lightning that struck him caused no harm. Instead, the energy contained within was absorbed by his demonic core. As more and more lightning bolts descended, the core within him became increasingly exhilarated, the intense heat felt as though it would incinerate his mortal shell, and Yang Qing endured the overwhelming pain. After an indeterminate period, the energy within him reached its peak, culminating in a tremendous explosion that shattered his black robe. I have broken through, early stage of the demon infant realm. Yang Qing slowly opened his eyes, feeling invigorated, his entire being brimming with boundless strength. Although his realm had only elevated by one tier, this monumental breakthrough resulted in a power increase that was several-fold, if not tenfold. The chasm between the late stage of the demonic core and the early stage of the demon infant was insurmountable. In contrast to the righteous path, the demonic path often allowed for rapid ascension, albeit with a less stable foundation. Thus, in confrontations of the same realm, demonic cultivators often found themselves at a disadvantage against their righteous counterparts. However, the strength bestowed upon Yang Qing by the demon spirit elevated him above others of the same realm. His early stage of the demon infant realm was even superior to many mid-stage nascent soul cultivators of the righteous sex. Should he ascend another tier, he would possess the strength to contend with the venerable Taoist Yun Su. Yang Qing's eyes sparkled with fervor, his heart racing with exhilaration. He craved slaughter, thirsted for blood, he sought to offer it as a tribute to the demon spirit in exchange for even greater power. At that moment, the alluring voice echoed once more in his mind, congratulations to the host on your breakthrough, you can now obtain the 9 demon killing blood flag. By summoning the 9 demon killing blood array, you will be able to call upon 9 ancient ancestral demons to fight alongside you. Do you wish to claim it, the 9 demon killing blood array? Yang Qing was taken aback. He had encountered this formation in an ancient tome. It was said that during ancient times, the first demon lord led an army against the heavens, only to be confronted by 8 million celestial soldiers in the middle of the galaxy. Thus, the 9 formidable demons under his command combined their powers to establish this array. According to the records, the demon army utilized this formation to devour 8 million celestial soldiers, crossing the galaxy in triumph and forcing the heavenly emperor to flee in disarray. Ultimately, it took the combined efforts of the 3 realms to dismantle this demonic array, resulting in the demise of the demon lord. Since then, the 9 demons perished, and the 9 flags used to activate the array vanished without a trace. If I can obtain this formation, how can I not exact my vengeance, demon spirit? Bestow upon me the 9 demon killing blood array. With a mere thought, 9 small black flags appeared in his hand. These flags were dull in color, devoid of any vitality. Host, within this killing blood array, only a fragment of the ancient 9 demons' residual souls remains. Its power is no longer comparable to its former glory. However, as this array consumes more cultivators, the remnants of the 9 demons will gradually recover. Excellent. Yang Qing was elated and eagerly sought the method to activate the demonic array from the demon spirit, promptly tucking the flags into his robes. Surveying his surroundings, Yang Qing noticed that the ominous clouds above had begun to disperse, and the lightning had finally ceased, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief as he contemplated his next course of action. Due to the persistent incursions from the southern abyss demon realm, De Qian had stationed a vast standing army in its southern territories, with the Languo Guard serving merely as the frontline expeditionary force. 2,000 miles north of Yuzhou lay an army of 300,000, equipped and trained to a level surpassing that of the Languo Guard, commanded by the highly esteemed General Feng Zisher, one of the most capable generals in the De Qian army. Moreover, what made this general even more remarkable was that he was a top-tier cultivator at the mid-nascent soul realm, commanding a legion of mid-nascent soul officers. Should he march northward at this moment, he would inevitably confront General Feng Zisher's forces. Given the recent uproar in Yuzhou, it was likely that Feng Zisher was already on high alert. Thus, it became evident that launching a northern campaign would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. Moreover, even if Yang Qing refrained from advancing north, the emperor would soon issue orders for Feng Zisher to march south. At that point, Yang Qing's situation would become exceedingly precarious. The immediate priority was to elevate his power to the next level. More slaughter was essential, Yang Qing muttered to himself, then turned his gaze westward, where, 500 miles away, Qingshu Mountain loomed, shrouded in mist. Master, when we meet again, you shall surely be astonished. A smile crept upon Yang Qing's lips as he once more commanded his demonic soldiers to prepare for the march, intending to head west at dawn. Chapter 15 of Father, I shall keep a vigilant watch over you. That night, the holy capital was immersed in the joyous celebrations of the new year. The streets were adorned with vibrant lanterns, and the magnificent fireworks illuminated the dark night, casting a bright glow upon the snow. The common folk reveled in the rare tranquility of their lives. The subjects beneath the emperor's feet were always the first to receive news, and within a mere day, the scandal of Prince Xiaoyao Yang Qing conspiring with the demonic forces to assassinate the emperor had spread among the populace. Consequently, the topic of conversation that night was predominantly centered around Prince Xiaoyao. Do you think Prince Xiaoyao truly colluded with the demonic forces? A dignified prince, why would he oppose the court? Is that not clear? Prince Xiaoyao must be coveting the throne, hence his audacious act of treason. Could it be that he has been framed? As the saying goes, even a tiger does not eat its cubs. Could the Holy One truly conspire against his own son? I heard that Prince Xiaoyao attempted the assassination on New Year's Eve, and the princess was executed on the spot. Though Prince Xiaoyao, being powerful in magic, managed to escape, he was ultimately slain by his own master. Remarkably, Taoist Yunshu was able to enact justice against his own kin. It is indeed impressive. Indeed, Taoist Yunshu was reputed to be of semi-divine stature, a figure of great virtue and esteem. Prince Xiaoyao must never have anticipated that such treacherous actions would be intolerable to his master. Taoist Yunshu personally intervened to quell the rebellion.
It seems this matter cannot be doubted. This is dire news. If Prince Xiaoyao is in league with the demonic forces, does that not imply that the demons have not been eradicated? Will our great Qian continue to face endless warfare? When shall we, the common folk, be able to live in peace?
Indeed, this Prince Xiaoyao is deserving of contempt.
Fear not, did you not see the public notice this morning?
His Highness the Crown Prince, with foresight, has already taken command of the Dragon Martial Guards to prevent any treachery from Prince Xiaoyao, thus the demonic forces have been vanquished by the Dragon Martial Guards.
Ha!
The foolish Prince Xiaoyao, he believed he could control the Dragon Martial Guards and, upon succeeding in his assassination, would conspire with the demons to seize the Great Qian's artifacts, yet he could not have foreseen that His Highness the Crown Prince had already anticipated his moves.
This illustrates the adage.
The demon rises a foot, yet the way rises a mile. After all, His Highness is the Holy One's legitimate eldest son, possessing the purest royal blood. His wisdom far surpasses that of the illegitimate Prince Xiaoyao.
Well said.
How pitiful for our old emperor, betrayed by his own son. He must be in excruciating pain. While we celebrate the new year, the Holy One is likely sitting upon the dragon throne, sighing in despair.
Indeed, to have raised such a treacherous son is truly a calamity. Shoo! Do not speak of such things.
Such discussions could be heard throughout the streets of the holy capital, in taverns, and within the homes of the common folk. The unfortunate Prince Xiaoyao, who had been regarded as a hero just yesterday, had overnight transformed into a figure of treachery in the eyes of the people. Meanwhile, a streak of light flashed across the sky above the holy capital, and soon a heavily armored general descended before the palace gates. This man was in a hurry, quickly producing a token and rushing into the palace. In the southern study, young Chang'an's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed upon the kneeling General Wang Yongyan of the Imperial Guard.
Could you repeat that?
Yes, Your Majesty, I have just received over 100 boxes.
Where are they?
Your Majesty, I feared for the safety of the Imperial carriage and was concerned that too many eyes on the road could lead to gossip, so I did not bring the boxes. They are currently stored in the encampment of the Imperial Guard General's residence. Yang Chang'an nodded upon hearing this. General Wang Yongyan's approach was indeed prudent. He himself had never ventured far from the palace gates, and encountering such a gruesome sight could have been quite distressing.
Yongyan, do you know who is responsible? Wang Yongyan knelt, trembling slightly as he wiped the sweat from his brow, stammering, Your Majesty, I dare not speculate. However, in addition to these boxes, I also received a letter. Oh, what letter? Present it at once. Wang Yongyan wiped his forehead again, retrieving a letter from his robe, and tremblingly handed it to the approaching eunuch.
After taking the envelope, Yang Chang'an examined it with suspicion. There were no markings on the envelope, and it had already been opened. Knowing it was Wang Yongyan who had done so, he no longer feared any concealed weapons or poison within. Thus, he took out the letter, and as soon as he opened it, a strong stench of blood assailed his senses. Upon reading the words on the page, Yang Chang'an was utterly taken aback.
My dear father, my dear brother, I shall keep a vigilant watch over you.
This was a blood letter, written in the blood of Yang Qing. Yang Chang'an's mind raced, easily determining that this was the blood of his family. Who else could it be but Yang Qing? A mere 16 characters filled him with an endless dread. Yang Qing was alive, he still lived, seeking vengeance. He was coming for his father and brother, or perhaps, it was his ghost that sought to claim their lives. After the initial shock, a flurry of questions surged through Yang Chang'an's mind. He hastily rose from the dragon throne and approached Wang Yongyan, demanding, is he now a man or a ghost?
Wang Yongyan swallowed hard, acutely aware of the dangers inherent in royal internal strife.
He instinctively cast a fearful glance at the emperor. Your Majesty, I do not know to whom you refer, but I can assure you this is not the work of a ghost.
Oh? How can you be certain?
Your Majesty, judging by the handwriting, it is evidently the work of a person writing in a fit of rage. Moreover, I have examined the heads of General Huang's family. They were severed with a standardized weapon, yet the strength of the assailants varied, indicating they were killed by different individuals. This leads me to conclude that they were slain by a group wielding the same type of weapon and not by a ghost.
Yang Chang'an quickly grasped something. Weapons? Can you identify what type of weapon it was? Wang Yongyan nodded. It appears to be a demonic blade, the standard weapon used by the Southern Abyss demons, though it seems to be sharper than usual. Wang Yongyan found this revelation too bizarre to voice earlier. What? What on earth is happening? Even if that ungrateful son is alive, how could he conspire with the demon soldiers? Moreover, did we not eradicate the demon forces?
As Yang Chang'an posed these questions, his emotions began to stabilize, and the earlier fear dissipated. He had held power for nearly a century, and although he had never personally led troops into battle, he was well aware of the cunning of the demon soldiers. Based on the information at hand, he could essentially deduce that the demon soldiers had slain Huang Qingyi's family and had used Yang Qing's blood to write this letter. The only remaining mystery was how the seemingly eradicated demon soldiers had managed to kill the entire Huang family. However, this was no longer of paramount importance, as uncovering the truth was merely a matter of time. As long as Yang Qing was dead, all would be well. Wang Yongyan could not fathom an answer, so he could only plead ignorance. Yang Chang'an did not press further, merely ordering a swift investigation before returning to his throne. He understood that even if the demon soldiers had not been completely eradicated, these remnants would pose no significant threat. Yet if Yang Qing were indeed alive, he was at a loss as to how to confront this son. What frightened him most was the possibility that if Yang Qing were alive, the truth of the incident at Shantian Gate might be revealed to the public. While he was not concerned about any personal threats, maintaining appearances was paramount. Fortunately, it seemed that Yang Qing was likely dead. Yang Chang'an let out a sigh of relief, gesturing for Wang Yongyan to withdraw. Just then, a young eunuch entered, reporting that Li Fengyu, the head of the Qianlong guards, sought an audience. As the leader of Great Qian's intelligence agency, Li Fengyu's decision to appear before the emperor on New Year's Day likely signified urgent military matters. Yang Chang'an promptly summoned him for an audience. Chapter 16. He returned from hell. Li Fengyu hurriedly entered the hall, first bowing to the emperor, and then casting a furtive glance at Wang Yongyan, hesitatingly looking at Yang Chang'an. Understanding the unspoken cue, Yang Chang'an ordered Wang Yongyan to wait outside the palace.
Once Wang Yongyan departed, Yang Chang'an inquired, "General Li, I perceive your countenance is rushed. Is there an urgent military matter? Has the Tsanglong kingdom breached our borders?" Li Fengyu shook his head solemnly and replied, "Your Majesty, Yuzhou city has fallen to the demon army. Commander Huang's entire family has been slain, and the city has been subjected to a massacre." Yang Chang'an was taken aback. "What? I had presumed that Huang Qingyi's family had merely suffered a minor raid from a small contingent of demons, but I never imagined Yuzhou would be breached. There are 200,000 elite dragon warriors stationed within. What manner of demon army could overcome such a defense? Where did these demons come from? Did we not eliminate the Nanming demon clan?" Yang Chang'an struggled to restrain his emotions, his gaze fixed on Li Fengyu, awaiting his response. "Your Majesty, the scouts from the Qianlong Guard have preliminarily determined that the assailants are remnants of the demon clan imprisoned in the water dungeon." Li Fengyu paused momentarily, preparing to elaborate, but was abruptly interrupted by the furious Yang Chang'an. "What? What was Huang Qingyi doing? Could he not manage 100,000 unarmed demon remnants? Moreover, even if these demons escaped, how could a mere remnant force breach the heavily fortified Yuzhou? Are my 200,000 dragon warriors merely for show?" Wiping the sweat from his brow, Li Fengyu trembled as he replied, "Your Majesty, the majority of the dragon warriors have been annihilated, and the remainder has joined the ranks of the demon soldiers." "What?" In the brief time since Wang Yongyan's arrival, Yang Chang'an had lost count of how many times he had been struck with shock. Li Fengyu continued, "Your Majesty, the demon army's offensive is formidable and unstoppable. Not only have the demons been released, but they have also acquired a new demon lord. This individual is..." Li Fengyu swallowed hard, wiping his face with trembling hands, and continued, "This person is the traitor Yang Qing." "What?" Yang Chang'an nearly descended into madness. "You, Li Fengyu, do not jest. If this news is false, I shall not spare you." Hearing this, Li Fengyu immediately knelt, trembling as he said, "Your Majesty, this is absolutely true. It is what the scouts of the Qianlong Guard witnessed with their own eyes. The carefree prince is not dead, he has become the new demon lord. Please, Your Majesty, dispatch troops at once to quell this uprising. If we allow them to grow stronger, the consequences will be unimaginable." Yang Chang'an's emotions were tumultuous. He did not even hear the latter half of Li Fengyu's words. Yang Qing was not dead, he had become the leader of the demon army, having breached Yuzhou and slaughtered Huang Qingyi's family. Next, he would surely march northward. The slaughter of Huang Qingyi's family was one matter, but declaring himself a demon lord and commanding a grand army northward was an entirely different gravity. This was rebellion. This letter was clearly a provocation. This ungrateful son. Yang Chang'an was enraged. The exalted emperor was openly challenged by his own son, and how could he possibly swallow this indignation? Yang Qing had indeed been wronged, but throughout history, a ruler demands the death of his subjects, and subjects must comply, especially when it involves one's own flesh and blood. This unfilial child had truly colluded with the demon army to commit treason, unfilial, disloyal, ungrateful, unjust, and immoral, betraying his master and exterminating his ancestors. This was utterly rebellious. "Go, summon the crown prince." The eunuch, upon receiving the command, did not dare to delay and swiftly transformed into a streak of light heading to the eastern palace. Soon, the crown prince arrived. After Li Fengyu recounted the intelligence, Yang Ling was utterly dumbfounded. If Yang Chang'an could transform his fear into anger, then Yang Ling was consumed solely by terror. He had spent his entire life in comparison with Yang Qing, knowing all too well Yang Qing's capabilities. Perhaps due to his own shortcomings, Yang Ling had momentarily forgotten the absolute advantages bestowed upon him as the crown prince of Deqian. The fear within him lingered, leaving him speechless in the face of the military crisis. "Linger, what is your perspective on this matter?" "Ha?" Yang Ling snapped back to reality, nervously stating, "Father, this ungrateful son is cunning and a military genius. We must not allow him to grow powerful. We should immediately dispatch troops southward to eradicate him." Yang Chang'an scrutinized Yang Ling, feeling a tinge of dissatisfaction. Though Yang Ling's words echoed his own thoughts, the crown prince's expression was far too panicked. This was to be the future ruler of a nation. Deqian possessed 500,000 elite soldiers, and yet a mere band of demon remnants had frightened him to such an extent. How could he govern the country in the future? Contemplating this, Yang Chang'an shook his head, pondering that had the roles been reversed on New Year's Eve, with Yang Qing's meticulous mind, he would never have allowed Yang Ling to escape that night. The calamity of today stemmed, after all, from Yang Ling's ambitious yet insufficient capabilities. Allowing the enemy to escape while besieged was a grave error. Sighing deeply, Yang Chang'an quietly asked, "In your opinion, which army should we send southward? Who shall command them?" Regaining his composure, Yang Ling understood that his father was testing him, thus he confidently replied, "Father, the army closest to the demon forces should be General Feng Zishur. He commands 300,000 elite troops. Sending him southward will surely annihilate the demon remnants. Is there anything else? Additionally, with General Feng stationed to the south, we should be able to ensure a flawless operation." Yang Chang'an sighed again and turned to the nearby eunuch, saying, "Go, summon Prince Hushua to meet me." The eunuch, upon receiving the command, vanished like a streak of light. Prince Hushua, Yang Yuanya, was the younger brother of Yang Chang'an, who had once led armies into battle but had now long since retired to a life of leisure as an idle prince. Before long, Yang Yuanya arrived. Lifingu, upon command, recounted the intelligence once more. Yang Yuanya's eyes widened in fury, although he had harbored considerable discontent regarding the emperor's prior accusations against Yang Qing. From the perspective of ensuring a smooth succession, such grievances were not entirely unjustifiable. Born into the royal family, many matters could not be judged by ordinary ethical standards. Upon hearing that Yang Qing had been cast into the South Sea by the Taoist Yun Su, Yang Yuanya had even entertained a flicker of hope that Yang Qing might miraculously survive, living out his days on a deserted island. However, he never imagined that he would actually endure. Surviving was one thing, but how could he possibly collude with the demon clan? Not only that, but he also dared to threaten his own father. This was a blatant act of treason. In all the world, is there not a royal domain? Upon the land, are there not royal subjects? A ruler demands the death of his subjects, and subjects must comply. The benevolence of the ruler encompasses all blessings. The emperor had granted death to many ministers throughout his life, and their families had shown gratitude for the ruler's grace, yet none had dared to rebel. Could Yang Qing, as a prince, truly be ignorant of such fundamental truths? Yang Yuanya, a man of straightforwardness, was so enraged that he erupted in curses before the emperor. Scoundrel, I never expected that such a disgrace would emerge from our illustrious Deqian royal family. Your Majesty, this scoundrel is colluding with the demon clan to incite chaos. We must immediately dispatch a grand army southward to quell this rebellion. Chapter 17. Let the storm rage on. Yang Yuanya, with his self-proclaimed aversion to evil, could hardly tolerate the existence of such a disloyal descendant within his family. In a fit of agitation, he paced back and forth before the emperor, his feet stomping in distress. Having witnessed the growth of Yang Qing and Yang Ling, he was acutely aware that Yang Qing's intellect far surpassed that of the legitimate eldest son, Yang Ling. This had long been a source of concern for him, yet, bound by the propriety of imperial affairs, he refrained from voicing his worries. As the saying goes, two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain, and now, calamity had indeed struck. Yang Qing, this disgraceful wretch, was truly unworthy of being called a son. Yang Yuanya continued to vehemently berate him in the southern study, oblivious to the emperor's scrutinizing gaze. Yang Chang'an sighed deeply and gestured towards Yang Yuanya with a hand, speaking in a grave tone. My dear sixth brother, this rebellious child has colluded with the demon race to incite chaos, a crime so heinous it is utterly unforgivable. I intend to dispatch Feng Zishir to lead an army of 300,000 Blood Buddha soldiers southward to quell the rebellion. What say you? Yang Yuanya, momentarily taken aback, widened his eyes and inquired, Your Majesty, is it truly necessary to mobilize 300,000 troops? The combat prowess of the demon soldiers pales in comparison to our valiant forces of Deqian. Sending merely 100,000 troops would suffice. Why should we burden the populace and deplete our treasury? Yang Chang'an sighed again, furrowing his brow as he replied, Sixth brother, according to intelligence from the Qianlong Guard, nearly half of the 15,000 demon soldiers under this rogue's command are defectors from the Langu Guard. Their fighting strength cannot be underestimated. Moreover, you and I both know the cunning of this scoundrel all too well. If our forces are not at least double his, how can I rest easy? I am growing old, and Deqian has endured many wars. It can no longer withstand such turmoil. This campaign against the demons must succeed in one decisive blow. Upon hearing his father acknowledge Yang Qing's capabilities, Yang Ling felt a surge of discontent. His gaze then fell upon his imperial uncle, who was nodding solemnly, seemingly wary of Yang Qing's abilities, which only intensified Yang Ling's envy. Father, a mere 15,000 demon soldiers are hardly a cause for fear. I am willing to lead 30,000 feathered forest guards southward to personally capture this rebellious child. Yang Chang'an, upon hearing this, let out a cold laugh and gave Yang Ling a withering look. The atmosphere in the southern study became decidedly awkward as Yang Yuanya stepped beside Yang Ling, patting his shoulder. Your Highness, your willingness to volunteer for the nation is indeed a blessing for Deqian. However, although this rebellious child is young, he is already a seasoned veteran on the battlefield and is exceedingly familiar with our military strategies. Should we engage him, he will undoubtedly employ a myriad of cunning tactics that would be difficult to counter. While you possess great talent and ambition, should you fall victim to his schemes, how could Deqian possibly bear the consequences? Yang Ling had never truly intended to fight on the front lines. He was well aware of his own limitations. Now that Yang Yuanya had provided an exit, he chose not to persist, gracefully conceding. Yang Chang'an rose from his seat and approached Yang Yuanya, speaking earnestly. Though Yang Qing has succumbed to darkness, he was once a prince, and the title of the free-spirited king is renowned throughout the realm. Should Feng Zishir and his soldiers engage him, they may hesitate to unleash their full might. Thus, I have summoned you in hopes of enlisting your esteemed self to lead the army southward to quell the rebellion, with Feng Zishir as your deputy. Would you be willing? Yang Chang'an's pallor was evident, and his voice was laced with a sense of helplessness, which stirred an uncomfortable feeling in Yang Yuanya's heart. The two brothers, born of the same mother, shared a deep bond. How could he refuse the request of his elder brother? Moreover, even if the emperor had not spoken, he had already intended to offer his services to clear the royal family's name. Even if your majesty does not request it, I will volunteer. Yang Chang'an was overjoyed and patted Yang Yuanya's shoulder heartily. Good brother. There is no time to lose. Return and make preparations. We shall depart at dawn tomorrow. The military orders and imperial edicts will be sent to the Yishua Palace immediately. Yang Yuanya clasped his hands in acceptance and promptly exited the palace, heading towards the Yishua Palace. Yang Chang'an's mood was grim as he personally penned an imperial edict and handed it to the head eunuch before hastily leaving the southern study. The crown prince felt equally discontented.
After leaving the southern study, he sought out Empress Wen. To his surprise, upon learning that Yang Qing had survived, Empress Wen was so shocked that she dropped her teacup, shattering it to pieces. "Mother, there is no need for alarm." Yang Ling hurriedly assisted Empress Wen to a chair, though his own displeasure grew. Was Yang Qing truly so fearsome that even his mother regarded him with trepidation? Empress Wen wiped the sweat from her brow and grasped Yang Ling's hand, saying, "My son, my heart has been racing uncontrollably. You cannot know the hardship I endured when that wretched man constantly opposed me. Now his son is doing the same to you. I am genuinely frightened." Yang Ling took Empress Wen's hand and smiled. "Mother, what is there to fear? Did not that wretched man perish at your hands? This is heaven's chance to ensure that her son meets the same fate at my hands. I, the Crown Prince of Deqian, the future sovereign of the realm, should not fear a mere discarded prince. Moreover, this foolish boy has allied himself with the demon race, making our actions against him all the more justified. He is such a simpleton, believing that by becoming the leader of the demon race, he can stir up a great tempest. In truth, by doing so, he has positioned himself against the entire world, becoming a pariah that all seek to hunt down. There is no need for me to intervene. My father and the ministers will surely devise ways to eliminate him. Mark my words, not only the court but soon all righteous individuals across the land will pursue him relentlessly. However, it is unlikely that the righteous sects will need to take action. My uncle's army of 300,000 will be more than sufficient to eradicate him. I cannot fathom what he could possibly employ to counter such a formidable force." Upon hearing Yang Ling's words, Empress Wen finally felt a sense of relief. Yang Yuanye returned to the Yishua palace, grumbling all the way. He quickly donned his military attire and, upon the formal issuance of the imperial edict, hurriedly summoned his former troops in preparation for the southern campaign. Just as he was about to leave, a young woman burst into the room. This young woman was named Yang Liao, the daughter of Empress Wen, who was exceedingly favored by the emperor. From birth, she had been conferred the title of Princess Yang. "Uncle!" Yang Liao exclaimed as she rushed in, affectionately embracing Yang Yuanye's arm. "Liao, what brings you here?" Yang Yuanye, fond of his niece, momentarily set aside the southern campaign and promptly instructed his attendants to prepare tea. "Uncle, I have heard all about that scoundrel Yang Cheng. He is truly a despicable wretch, and I wish to accompany you southward. I want to personally teach him a lesson. Will you take me with you?" It turned out that after leaving Empress Wen, Yang Ling had encountered Yang Liao, and in their casual conversation, the topic had arisen. Yang Liao, having been doted upon since childhood, was bold and somewhat arrogant. Among Yang Qing's siblings, she had always been the one to bully him. Yang Liao's disdain for Yang Qing was not merely due to their different maternal lineage but stemmed from her envy of Bai Luo. As a proud princess, was it not her rightful desire to command this adopted servant girl? Yet, Yang Qing consistently shielded the girl, even going so far as to fight with her on her behalf. How utterly preposterous, Yang Yuanye chuckled. "Loya, you are quite well informed. Indeed, your uncle shall embark southward to vanquish the demons, but warfare is a man's affair. It would be unwise for a delicate girl like you to involve yourself. After I have vanquished the enemy, I shall personally deliver the head of that scoundrel to you. How does that sound?" However, Yang Liao was undeterred, shaking her head as she clung to Yang Yuanye's arm. "No, uncle. I want to sever his head myself." Yang Yuanye laughed heartily. "My dear young lady, why harbor such a fierce heart? After all, he is your brother. How could you wish to take his life?" Yang Liao retorted indignantly, "Humph. I merely wish to see what is in his head that has so utterly bewitched him." Chapter 18 Inviting all brothers to death on Qingshu Mountain. Within the deliberation hall of the Qingyun sect headquarters, the Grand Elder He presided over the routine meeting of the Elder Council, discussing the invitation of sects from across the realm to convene at Qingshu Mountain for the gathering of immortals. With Daoist Yunshu recently appointed as the prince's grand tutor by the imperial court, the Qingyun sect basked in unparalleled glory, as sects from all corners of the world sent letters of congratulation, rendering Qingshu Mountain a veritable sanctuary for all sections. Although the overall strength of the Qingyun sect still lagged behind that of the Xiantian sect, Daoist Yunshu's magical prowess was indisputable, placing him at the pinnacle of all cultivators. It could be said that his combat capability was rightfully the best in the world. With the Qingyun sect now blessed with boundless resources and the esteemed title of Grand Tutor, it was high time to eclipse the Xiantian sect. The purpose of convening the gathering of immortals was to solidify the Qingyun sect's position as the paramount sect among all of the faces of those present in the deliberation hall were alight with joy. As the stature of the Qingyun sect rose, so too did their individual renown. Today's assembly included 7 mid-stage nascent soul elders of the Qingyun sect, with a rare exception made for Zhao Changfeng, the eldest disciple of Daoist Yunshu, to attend. This was a symbolic gesture, establishing Zhao Changfeng's status among the younger disciples. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, he was to be nurtured as the next sect leader. With Yang Qing's rebellion quelled, Zhao Changfeng stood as the only one within the Qingyun sect capable of shouldering this heavy responsibility in terms of cultivation and talent. Within the deliberation hall, the 7 elders took their seats in order, with Zhao Changfeng positioned at the back. He covered his chin with his hand, striving to suppress the corners of his mouth that threatened to rise in a smile. In the presence of the elders, one must remain humble. With no objections raised, the date for the gathering of immortals was set for the 5th day of the 3rd month. Starting tomorrow, invitations would be dispatched to the sects of the realm. To demonstrate sincerity, the invitations to the 6 major sects would be personally delivered by me and Changfeng. The speaker was Grand Elder Yi, who included Zhao Changfeng in this task to help him familiarize himself with the proceedings and further cement his role as the heir apparent. This was also at the behest of Daoist Yunshu. Presently, Daoist Yunshu was making arrangements in the holy capital, while the supreme elder Nangong Xian had not emerged from seclusion for 30 years, leaving all matters of the sect to be managed by He. After He's decision, the elders nodded in agreement, and the atmosphere in the deliberation hall became notably relaxed. With matters settled, preparations would now commence. We shall proceed as the Grand Elder has directed. We have no objections, indeed. Let us hasten to our tasks. After the gathering of immortals, the Qingyun sect shall grasp the reins of all sects in the realm. While the glory is boundless, so too is the weight of responsibility. It is prudent for us to prepare early. This morning, the sect leader of Firecloud Mountain sent someone to propose a marriage, wishing to wed his daughter to our seventh brother. Seventh brother, you are indeed fortunate. At 300 years of age, you might still marry an 18-year-old bride, the third elder jested, provoking laughter from the assembly. The seventh elder chuckled and replied, Alas, my younger brother, with age upon me, it is unlikely I will advance further in cultivation. The future belongs to Changfeng and his peers. After 300 years of bachelorhood, it is time I enjoy some blessings. Upon hearing this, the usually stern He could not help but laugh. Word has it that the King of the North intends to recruit our second elder as his military advisor. With 500,000 elite troops under his command, he is the most influential prince of our great Qian. Second elder, your prospects are boundless, he remarked with a smile. The second elder stroked his chin thoughtfully, stating, as cultivators, we should ideally remain reclusive and unconcerned with worldly affairs. However, I find myself aging, and further breakthroughs in cultivation seem unlikely, and now that an opportunity has arisen to serve the imperial court, it is, in a sense, a chance to contribute to the welfare of the populace. The others nodded in agreement. With the Qingyun sect's rising status, numerous nobles had expressed interest in forming connections, many of whom were imperial relatives or high-ranking officials, at the very least chancellors or generals commanding significant forces. It must be said, our Qingyun sect owes its current position to young Qing, the third elder remarked, his tone laced with mockery. The others chuckled knowingly, and the seventh elder added, this is all due to the decisive leadership of our sect leader. Had he not acted justly against his kin, we would not have gained the emperor's favor. Zhao Changfeng interjected, the seventh elder speaks true. My master, with his keen insight, discerned the intentions of the crown prince long ago and thus allied himself promptly. With merely 2 spirit nails, he ensnared Yang Qing, a truly remarkable feat. Upon hearing this, he smiled and said, Changfeng, was this not your brilliant idea? Zhao Changfeng chuckled, feeling a sense of pride, and replied, it was my master's foresight in aligning with the crown prince. I merely offered some suggestions, the seventh elder added. No wonder the sect leader claims you are the one who has received his true teachings. Changfeng, the weighty responsibility of furthering the greatness of the Qingyun sect will soon rest upon your shoulders. Upon hearing this, Zhao Changfeng immediately adopted a serious demeanor, standing to face the elders and clasping his fists, declaring, rest assured, esteemed elders, my heart is with the sect. I shall not disappoint your expectations and will ensure the flourishing of our lineage. The elders nodded in satisfaction, showering praise upon the promising young talent of the sect. Outside the deliberation hall, the disciples of the Qingyun sect were even more exhilarated than the 7 elders, for all understood the significance of their identities moving forward. Last night, that young lady from Bayan Peak sent word via a spirit bird, saying she accepted senior brother Ning's marriage proposal. That girl never even glanced at our senior brother Ning before. Our sex status and resources are no longer what they once were. That young lady merely wishes to cling to our fortunes. If she had agreed to this marriage in the past, it would have sufficed. But now, she is unworthy of our senior brother Ning. Indeed, a small sect like Bayan Peak, the daughter of the sect leader, can at most befit our outer disciples. To aspire to court an inner disciple like senior brother Ning is akin to a toad dreaming of eating swan meat. At the foot of Qingyang Mountain, Ning Lu found himself encircled by a throng of outer disciples, his heart brimming with joy. He was the most ordinary inner disciple of the Qingyun sect, with limited cultivation resources. Thus, he sought to marry into Bayan Peak to gain greater resources. While Bayan Peak was indeed a minor sect, the resources available to the son-in-law of the sect leader far surpassed those of an ordinary inner disciple of Qingshu Mountain. Moreover, the girl was not without her charm, or this had initially been a one-sided longing on his part. He knew it would be difficult for her to agree. Ning Lu was a clever man and had cast a wide net over the years, proposing to the daughters of several small sects he could reach. Alas, he had penned over 1,000 love letters and received no replies. To his astonishment, last night, he received a reply, from Bayan Peak, no less. Among his love interests, Bayan Peak was already the strongest. But the surprises did not end there. By this morning, he had received a total of 5 replies, each one agreeing to the marriage proposal. Ning Lu was elated. Now, he felt that the mere daughter of the Bayan Peak sect leader was hardly worthy of him. As a distinguished inner disciple of the Qingyun sect, he believed he deserved the daughter of a prominent third-rate sect like Shinmeng Xian instead. Currently, similar situations abounded among the 8,000 inner disciples of the Qingyun sect. Daoist Yunshu had sacrificed but a single young Qing, yet had elevated the status of Qingshu Mountain to unprecedented heights. Just as Ning Lu and the others reveled in their good fortune, a dark cloud suddenly swept across the sky, from which emanated a sinister voice. Disciples of the Qingyun sect, heed my words. By the command of my lord, the demon sovereign, I have come to deliver gifts. Upon receiving these gifts, you are to take your own lives within the hour. Otherwise, my lord shall march upon Qingshu Mountain, and at that time, you shall face eternal damnation. As the voice faded, dozens of large boxes descended from the dark cloud, scattering across Qingshu Mountain. The ominous cloud then dissipated. The voice echoed throughout Qingshu Mountain, prompting many disciples to rush to retrieve the boxes. Ning Lu opened a beautifully adorned box that had landed at his feet, only to be greeted by the gruesome sight of a bloody severed head, causing him to stumble back in horror. Chapter 19 The Frenzy Before Death. The Qingshan Mountain was in a frenzy, with 8,000 inner disciples of the Qingyun sect darting back and forth upon its slopes. The celestial beasts within the mountain sensed the presence of the demonic forces and became increasingly restless, their cacophony of angry and fearful cries intertwining in a dissonant symphony. Established for a millennium, the Qingyun sect had never encountered such a dire situation. How was it that the dark clouds of the demonic clan loomed overhead, and why had the 7 protective formations within the mountain failed to activate? Such questions hovered like a dense fog in the hearts of all disciples of the Qingyun sect. Upon opening the boxes, the disciples were met with the horrific sight of bloodied human heads, each box containing a severed head along with a blood-soaked note that read, Huang Qingyi, the traitor seeking glory, has annihilated his entire clan. The Qingyun sect is heartless and unjust, deserving of the same fate as these fiends, and shall surely descend into hell. The massacre of Huang Qingyi's entire family, who commanded 200,000 elite dragon warriors, left the mountain in a state of terror. Had the demonic clan not been eradicated, how could they orchestrate such a shocking act, and why target Qingshan Mountain? Indeed, during the past century of the righteous versus demonic struggle, the Qingyun sect had rendered significant aid to the Deqian court, seemingly inciting the wrath of the demonic forces against them. Yet, one could only wonder how many of them had come this time. After a brief period of chaos, senior disciples stepped forward to restore order, momentarily halting the turmoil. Someone suggested that they immediately report this matter to the Elder Council. However, the council was convening in a secret meeting, and none dared to approach the discussion hall at that moment. Thus, a few core disciples conferred and collectively decided to send Li Ruoshuang to deliver the report. As the beloved disciple of Taoist Yunshu, Li Ruoshuang was charming and favored by her master. She shared a close bond with her senior brother Zhao Changfeng, making her presence the least risky for such a perilous task. The elders would be less inclined to reprimand such a young disciple. Li Ruoshuang was particularly concerned about the discussions within the council, as Zhao Changfeng's status within the sect had been on the rise. It was evident to all that he was destined to become the future leader of the Qingyun sect, and she was acutely aware of this. Now, her eyes longed to remain fixed upon Zhao Changfeng, and having been apart for less than an hour, an unsettling feeling gnawed at her heart. Indeed, Zhao Changfeng had changed. Soon, suitors would likely flood Qingshan Mountain, vying for his affection. Surely, they would be daughters of esteemed sects or noble families, even royalty. Though she, Li Ruoshuang, was currently cherished by her master, he was aging, and once the sect's leadership passed to Zhao Changfeng, what would her status be as his junior sister? This overwhelming sense of crisis left her restless these past few days. Regrettably, she lamented her earlier desire to cling to the carefree young Qing, while maintaining an elusive demeanor towards Zhao Changfeng's affections. What a miscalculation! Although she had acted decisively in the end, aligning herself firmly with Zhao Changfeng and her master against Yang Qing, who could guarantee that Zhao Changfeng would not harbor any resentment towards her. Since Zhao Changfeng had entered the discussion hall that morning, she had been watching the doors, preparing to drape the Qingyun robe she had personally stitched over her senior brother after the meeting. She intended to invite him to her chamber for a private gathering, yet, Zhao Changfeng did not emerge, and she anxiously clutched the robe, her heart racing with unease. Seizing the opportunity, she agreed to her fellow disciple's proposal and grasped a box containing a bloodied head, racing towards the discussion hall. The elders had just concluded their meeting and were preparing to disperse when they heard commotion outside. The Grand Elder, he, instructed Zhao Changfeng to investigate, and upon opening the heavy iron door of the hall, he collided with his junior sister, Li Ruoshuang. "Junior sister, what troubles you? Your face betrays great urgency." Zhao Changfeng inquired. Li Ruoshuang lifted her gaze to him, momentarily struck by how her typically unremarkable senior brother now appeared remarkably distinguished, a true embodiment of talent. Indeed, a man's stature rises with his achievements. As Zhao Changfeng's status ascended, so did his bearing. With newfound confidence, he seemed to possess an allure reminiscent of Pan, and Li Ruoshuang could hardly contain her admiration. Alas, how blind she had been, having once fancied the fallen Prince Yang Qing. Surely, her senior brother would not hold that against her, would he? Well, no, he cherished her. From now on, she vowed to treat him well and fulfill his every request. Women's hearts are often inscrutable. In a mere moment, Li Ruoshuang's face flushed crimson, her eyes sparkling with affection, stirring a response in Zhao Changfeng's heart. "What has transpired outside, junior sister?" he pressed again. It was only then that Li Ruoshuang jolted back to reality, her cheeks still flushed as she stammered, "Senior brother, I apologize for interrupting your meeting. Just now, a dark cloud passed overhead Qingshan Mountain, and from it fell numerous boxes containing severed heads. The demon within the cloud threatened that all disciples of the Qingyun sect would be forced to commit suicide. Seeing the urgency, I rushed in. You won't blame me for my impetuousness, will you?" Zhao Changfeng was taken aback, first by the shocking news that a demon could bypass the protective formations of Qingshan Mountain and brazenly threaten them. Secondly, he was astonished by Li Ruoshuang's demeanor. This pampered young lady, typically aloof and self-centered, had never shown such warmth towards anyone but Yang Qing. Why was she blushing today? Peering outside, Zhao Changfeng noted that the sun still hung low in the eastern sky. Without further thought, he took the box from Li Ruoshuang. Upon seeing the contents, he was once again struck with astonishment. The wounds on the severed heads indicated they had been cleaved by a demonic blade, and he could easily discern that the wielder's magical prowess was mediocre, likely just an ordinary demonic soldier. Carefully inspecting the note within the box, he noted the scrawl was haphazard, suggestive of a lowly underling's handwriting. Filled with questions, he lingered at the door of the discussion hall until he finally heard the voice of the Grand Elder. "He. Changfeng, what has happened?" Snapping back to the present, Zhao Changfeng approached He, the box cradled in his arms. Li Ruoshuang followed closely behind, nearly brushing against his side. Her presence in the Elder Council's discussion hall was indeed a breach of decorum, but given the gravity of the situation, the elders saw no need to reprimand the sect leader's cherished disciple. Furrowing his brow, he passed the box to the other elders, who gasped in astonishment upon their inspection. The collective question in the air was the same of the South Underworld demon domain had been shattered. Who could have orchestrated this? Why had the formations of Qingshan Mountain failed to respond? How could Huang Qingyi, commanding the formidable dragon warriors, have met such a fate? Even at the peak of the South Underworld demonic clan's power, breaching Yuzhou City would have been a monumental challenge. How then could the entire family of the dragon warriors' leader fall victim to such a massacre? When faced with the unknown, fear often takes root, and even the late-stage nascent soul elders were not exempt from this sentiment. All wore expressions of grave concern, lapsing into a profound silence. At this juncture, Zhao Changfeng spoke up. Esteemed elders, I surmise that this incident is likely the work of a remnant of the South Underworld demonic clan. Otherwise, there would be no other clan harboring such deep-seated enmity towards Qingshan Mountain. The 7 elders nodded in agreement, acknowledging this as the most plausible explanation. However, if it were indeed a remnant, it would typically consist of a small contingent of demonic soldiers, so how could they possess the strength to slaughter the entire Huang family? Furthermore, why did the formations of our mountain remain unresponsive? Zhao Changfeng had already contemplated the answer to the 7th elder's query and replied with a smile. The answer is straightforward. The dragon warriors have recently undergone a significant purge, leaving their ranks in disarray. Coupled with the elimination of the demonic threat, Commander Huang likely relaxed his guard, allowing these demonic soldiers to launch a successful surprise attack. Moreover, the demon leading this charge must possess formidable magical abilities. With a slight smirk, Zhao Changfeng felt a swell of pride in his intellect, having deduced the identity of this demon as he awaited further inquiries from the elders. Li Ruoshuang, keenly attuned to Zhao Changfeng's thoughts, feigned admiration as she inquired, Senior brother, you have surely deduced the identity of this demon, have you not? As her words fell, the 7 elders cast approving glances at Zhao Changfeng. Satisfied, he nodded at Li Ruoshuang and, amid the expectant silence, articulated his conclusion, there is but one possibility, it must be the demoness Lian Yu. At this declaration, the assembly experienced a collective epiphany. Indeed, the spiritual seal upon Lian Yu had been tampered with, and reports from the holy capital indicated she had escaped. Indeed, after her escape, this demoness, filled with resentment, must have rallied the remnants of the demonic forces to launch a nighttime assault on the Huang family while Yuzhou City's defenses were compromised. He elaborated. Chapter 20 On the summit of Qingshu Mountain. Without further ado, the crowd nodded in agreement. At present, it seemed that only the possibility suggested by Zhao Changfeng remained. The 7 elders cast approving glances toward Zhao Changfeng, which he relished, while Li Ruoshuang, filled with delight, grasped his arm and exclaimed, Senior brother, you are truly brilliant. Enjoying the admiration in Li Ruoshuang's eyes, Zhao Changfeng's lips curled into a subtle smile. However, the 7th elder soon furrowed his brow and remarked, I am at a loss as to what secret technique this enchantress has employed, which has rendered all the formations within our mountain dormant. He turned to Zhao Changfeng and inquired, what is your perspective on this matter? Zhao Changfeng stroked his chin and murmured, it is difficult to apply conventional reasoning to the demons. Our sect's founding ancestor established the Qingyun sect on Qingshu Mountain to combat the southern underworld demon clan. The enmity between our two factions has accumulated over millennia, and it is only reasonable that the demons have uncovered the vulnerabilities within our mountain's formations. Upon hearing this, Li Ruoshuang excitedly interjected, Senior brother is absolutely correct. According to Master, the formations in our mountain were set up by our ancestor 1,000 years ago. Given the passage of time, it is certain that the demon clan has mastered their intricacies. He nodded first, asserting, Changfeng speaks wisely. The southern underworld demon clan has long been at odds with our great Qian dynasty, and their demonic soldiers possess far superior intelligence-gathering capabilities compared to our humble sect. It seems our formations are in dire need of an upgrade. The atmosphere in the council hall grew tense once more as the 2nd elder sighed, this demoness comes with great force. We must bolster our defenses. Zhao Changfeng responded with a smile, there is no need for concern, 2nd elder, the foundation of the demon clan has already been eradicated. This time, it is merely Lian Yu and a handful of remnants who have come to provoke us. They approach with a mindset of desperation, believing they can challenge us. With the strength of Qingshu Mountain, what have we to fear from a mere faction of demonic remnants? He laughed along, look at us, the 7 old fellows, and yet we cannot compare to Changfeng. Truly, we are getting old. The 2nd elder's brow relaxed as he chuckled, Changfeng is indeed correct, we have been overly anxious, nevertheless, we cannot afford to be unprepared. We must immediately reinforce the formations within the mountain to prevent a surprise attack from the demons. Furthermore, we need to organize all disciples and summon the outer disciples from nearby to unite against the enemy. Li Ruoshuang felt that the 2nd elder was being overly cautious, questioning, 2nd elder, do we truly need to summon the outer disciples for mere remnants of the demon clan? Before the 2nd elder could respond, Zhao Changfeng interjected, sister, it is wise to err on the side of caution. Moreover, Lian Yu approaches with a mindset of certain death, she may very well have some support, but it is prudent for us to remain vigilant. The elders, upon hearing Zhao Changfeng's words, expressed their admiration once more. Changfeng, your youthful achievements are commendable, and your ability to remain humble and act with prudence is indeed rare. He's praise was well received by Zhao Changfeng, who felt that his participation in the elders' meeting had been immensely rewarding, with the greatest gain being the unanimous recognition of all the elders. If Master Yunshu Daoist were to learn of this, he would surely be overjoyed. With their strategies for responding to the impending threat duly arranged, He's thoughts turned to the imminent confrontation with the demon clan, filling him with boundless ambition. He retrieved a note from his box and scoffed, I doubt the underworld could accommodate the 8,000 disciples of Qingshu Mountain.
Upon his declaration, the remaining attendees in the council hall were invigorated, erupting in cheers. Soon after, the assembly dispersed, each member setting about their tasks. Qingshu Mountain was once again abuzz with activity as the disciples, under the guidance of their respective leaders, entered a state of readiness for battle. With the sound of 3 arrows piercing the sky, the 50,000 outer disciples responded to the summons, racing towards Qingshu Mountain without pause. Standing atop Qingshu Mountain, he surveyed the complex and formidable formations, alongside the spirited disciples, and found it difficult to conceive of any possibility for the demon clan to achieve victory. After all, these were uncivilized demons who, driven by hatred, disregarded all else. To challenge Qingshu Mountain with mere remnants was nothing short of delusional. Should they attempt a sneak attack, we might face some losses. However, their arrogance in coming to provoke us for self-immolation is indeed laughable. With ample preparations now in place, it is they who shall find themselves in the depths of hell. He laughed heartily atop the mountain, having not descended in a long time, and felt an eager anticipation for the forthcoming battle. One disciple suggested sending a spirit bird to inform the distant Yunshu Daoist in the holy capital of the impending demon incursion, but Yi dismissed the notion. Such a trivial matter did not warrant troubling the sect master, lest the elder council appear inept. Approximately half an hour later, an auspicious cloud appeared in the sky, and a disciple hurried to report that Yin Tianzong, the lord of Huoyun Mountain, along with his daughter Yin Hanxiang, sought an audience. Huoyun Mountain was a mid-tier sect, yet Yin Tianzong's cultivation had recently advanced to the mid-stage of the nascent soul, garnering him newfound respect. Of course, this level was merely on par with one of the elders at Qingyun sect. However, as his delicate daughter was soon to wed the 7th elder, Qingyun sect naturally could not afford to slight their in-laws. Promptly, under Yi's command, Qingyun sect opened the formation gate, and Yin Tianzong's party gracefully descended from the clouds. I extend my congratulations to Daoist Yunshu on being appointed as the Grand Tutor to the Crown Prince. It is indeed a blessing for the people of Great Qian. Yin Tianzong proclaimed, bearing a modest gift. Please do not refuse, Elder He. Behind Yin Tianzong were a dozen disciples, each bearing heavy loads of gifts, including gold, silver, and rare treasures. This represented the utmost sincerity that Huoyun Mountain could muster, reflecting their eagerness to establish a familial connection with Qingyun sect. As Yin Hanxiang alighted from the clouds, she drew the attention of numerous disciples, igniting a flurry of whispers. Qingshu Mountain boasted few women, and Hanxiang's beauty was striking, leaving the disciples feeling a flutter of excitement. As they observed the 7th elder, with his silver hair and withered skin akin to decaying bark, they couldn't help but envision a scenario of the pear blossom overshadowing the begonia, each wearing enigmatic smiles. Seeing this, many disciples resolved to venture down the mountain after today's events to seek a marriage proposal, for with their status as disciples of Qingyun sect, many suitors would surely be eager to approach them. He and the 7th elder quickly ushered Yin Tianzong and his party into the reception hall, where casual conversation turned to the impending incursion of the demon clan. Yin Tianzong took Yi's hand and laughed. These demons are truly overestimating themselves. Their lair has been raised, and yet they dare to provoke Qingshu Mountain. Is this not akin to courting death, brother He? There is no need for Qingyun sect to intervene today. I could easily sever that demoness head myself. As Yin Tianzong was to become the father-in-law of the 7th elder, he could technically be considered an elder among the Qingyun sect, yet he did not dare to assume such a position, opting instead to address the 7th elder as brother. Thus, they addressed each other informally, with the 7th elder referring to Yin Tianzong as father-in-law and Yin Tianzong calling him brother. The hierarchy was indeed muddled, leaving Yin Hanxiang feeling somewhat uncomfortable. However, matters of marriage are dictated by parental arrangements. What could she do? Casting a sidelong glance at Zhao Changfeng, she inwardly lamented, father truly has no discernment, passing over such a fine young talent for this ancient relic. As the conversation progressed, Yin Hanxiang gradually became aware of Zhao Changfeng's identity, causing her heart to race. At this moment, everyone was engaged in lively discussion about how to decisively defeat the demon army, with Yin Tianzong eager to lead an assault, hoping to impress his new in-laws. No one took the demon's warnings to heart, nor would anyone be foolish enough to truly resort to self-immolation. Time slipped by slowly. Before long, the air around Qingshu Mountain began to distort, and alarm bells rang out from the mountain. The protective formations had been activated, enemies were invading, everyone understood that the demons had arrived, and the elders exchanged glances, their expressions revealing disdain. Chapter 21 Death is your ultimate redemption. The fortified formation indeed exhibited a significantly enhanced power. Even before the presence of the demonic soldiers was perceived, the formation promptly issued a warning. Under the leadership of Yi, the other 6 elders of the Qingyun sect, including Li Changfeng, Li Rishuan, and Yin Tianzong, emerged from the grand hall and gathered in the plaza of the sect's headquarters. Meanwhile, the 8,000 inner disciples on the mountain swiftly returned to their positions. Aside from the 2,000 disciples standing in formation in the plaza, others were stationed at various critical points guarding the mountain, as if preparing for an imminent threat. He surveyed the horizon, where the vast expanse of clear sky revealed no trace of the demonic clan's approach. Clearly, the formation's detection range had been greatly augmented. Brother He, in my humble opinion, these fiends may not even breach the gates of Qingshu Mountain. The formation within the mountain is more than sufficient to annihilate them. Yan Zhangmen asserted. His words resonated with the others, as they acknowledged the formidable protective measures established by their ancestors a millennium ago, specifically designed to counter the southern underworld demonic clan. Last time, they managed to exploit a gap. This time, they shall not be so fortunate. He declared, prompting a chorus of laughter from the assembly. At that moment, the alarm bells within the mountain rang out even more fervently, causing unease among the disciples in the plaza. Look, the demonic clouds are approaching, shouted an observant disciple, pointing towards the east.
The crowd turned in unison to behold a mass of black clouds rapidly advancing from approximately 50 miles away. In an instant, Qingshu Mountain's formation sensed the impending danger, and a brilliant golden light erupted, enveloping the entire mountain in a thick radiance. Almost simultaneously, the dark clouds drew dangerously close. He, a cultivator at the late stage of the nascent soul realm, possessed exceptional sight, far beyond the average person's capabilities. Gazing intently, he pierced through the cloud cover and discerned the demonic soldiers with ease. A smile crept across his face, first a subtle grin, then a boisterous laugh. The barbaric demons, mere frogs at the bottom of a well, are utterly oblivious to the might of our Qingyun sect. To think they dare invade our gates with a mere 500 demonic soldiers, threatening to send our entire sect to hell, how utterly deluded. As he spoke, the dark clouds edged closer, and the other elders also beheld the situation within the clouds, joining in raucous laughter. Changfeng, how foolish of us to prepare so diligently. It appears the enemy will swiftly be reduced to dust by our mountain's defenses, leaving us without the opportunity to engage. He Yi's tone was laced with pride, yet tinged with a hint of disappointment. It seemed this day would not grant them the chance to strike. Just as he finished speaking, the black cloud surged forward, and the 28 towering peaks of Qingshu Mountain emitted a golden radiance, charging towards the encroaching darkness. The multitude of golden beams resembled divine retribution, instilling dread among the disciples in the plaza. Yin Tianzong was beside himself with excitement. Daughter, behold, this is the true foundation of Qingyun sect. Truly deserving of the title of the world's foremost sect, far beyond our humble faction. He grasped his daughter Yin Hanxiang, filled with immense pride for her betrothal to the seventh elder of Qingyun sect. Once they aligned with such a powerful entity, the rise of Huoyun Mountain would merely be a matter of time. Just imagine the glory that would befall the Yin family, with the protection of Qingyun sect, who would dare to confront them. As for his daughter's happiness, that was of little concern to him. That he had many daughters, Yin Hanxiang was merely the most beautiful among them. Yin Tianzong, filled with fervor, gazed at the dazzling golden light and then at the rapidly approaching black clouds, shouting exuberantly, "Embrace the path of death! Embrace the path of death, such a trifling demon clan, how presumptuous, let them perish before the might of our Qingshu Mountain's formation." Yin Tianzong had already begun to regard Qingyun sect as his own kin. He and the other elders stroked their beards, joining Yin Tianzong in hearty laughter. Zhao Changfeng observed the approaching clouds of doom, his heart racing with exhilaration. Was this truly the might of Qingyun sect? It was his first time witnessing the simultaneous activation of the mountain's formation, and the power unleashed left him momentarily dazed. In that instant, he felt an overwhelming pride in his identity as a disciple of Qingyun sect. The thought of one day leading such a formidable sect filled him with a fervor that nearly propelled him to leap into the air. Had it not been for the crowd, he might have done so. Beyond Qingshu Mountain, 50,000 outer disciples were still en route, though they could not reach the summit in time. 2,000 of them stood nearby, witnessing the spectacle. Their emotions mirrored Zhao Changfeng's exhilaration and pride. They vowed that regardless of the cost, they would become inner disciples of the sect in this lifetime. Under the gaze of thousands of eager eyes, the black clouds finally collided with the mountain. The golden beams shot forth and struck the dark mass in an instant. This was the end. The crowd was ablaze with anticipation. Suddenly, Qingshu Mountain resonated with thunderous roars of boom, boom, boom. The disciples felt the ground tremble as dust and debris filled the air, accompanied by a cacophony of sound. It was as if the very mountain itself were on the verge of collapse. What is happening? Is the earth shaking? Impossible. Our sect has existed for a millennium without experiencing such tremors. Our founder assessed the geology before establishing the sect. What could be causing this? The shaking is intensifying, as if the heavens themselves are about to fall. Someone think of a solution. Disciples in the plaza stumbled and fell, shouting frantically, and the scene descended into chaos. The elders quickly regained their composure, casting bewildered glances around, utterly at a loss. The second elder, characterized by his impulsive nature, surged forward into the clouds. "Elder second, do not go. Something is amiss," he shouted, but it was too late. The second elder had already disappeared into the clouds. Moments later, the second elder re-emerged, his face a mask of terror. "What happened? Speak, elder second." The second elder gulped, stammering, "The mountains have collapsed, the 28 peaks have all fallen." "What?" the other 6 elders exclaimed in unison. "All collapsed, the mountain's formation has been completely destroyed." A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. They finally comprehended that the remnants of the Fire Demon clan had indeed come prepared for this confrontation, yet, they were left in awe at the mysterious techniques employed, which had instantaneously breached the formation established by their founder. At last, as the dust settled, the air remained thick with uncertainty, yet the devastation was now starkly visible. The 28 towering peaks of Qingshu Mountain had indeed all collapsed, leaving the landscape in utter disarray. These peaks served not only as the focal points of the mountain's defenses but were also aligned with the 28 celestial constellations, drawing in the essence of the sun and moon to safeguard the mountain's geomancy. It could be said that the very choice of Qingshu Mountain as the birthplace of Qingyun sect by their founder hinged upon these majestic peaks. Now, with the collapse of these mountains, the geomantic balance of Qingshu Mountain had been irrevocably shattered, rendering it incapable of harboring the treasures of nature or sheltering ethereal creatures. It was no exaggeration to declare that the spiritual veins of Qingshu Mountain had been severed. The millennia-old foundation of Qingshu Mountain lay in ruins. Shock and dread enveloped everyone present, their eyes widened in disbelief at the calamity unfolding before them. Aside from the mournful cries of birds and beasts, an eerie silence pervaded the once vibrant Qingshu Mountain. The plaza was shrouded in a deathly stillness, as the 2,000 fallen disciples stared blankly at the crumbling peaks, momentarily forgetting to rise. Just then, amidst the collective daze, the mass of black clouds hovered ominously above the plaza, approximately 1,000 feet high.
The gates of hell have swung wide open for you, disciples of the Cloud Void Tao. Since you are too cowardly to take your own lives, allow us to do the deed for you. The voice from the clouds resonated through every corner of Qingshu Mountain, snapping everyone back to reality. They gazed up, and the once derided black clouds now appeared overwhelmingly terrifying. This was no mere demonic cloud, it resembled a ghostly fog descending from the depths of hell. Were those 500 figures within the clouds perhaps messengers of death? What wrong had Qingyun sect committed to deserve such a fate? As these thoughts coursed through their minds, an unknown terror gripped the hearts of the disciples. Chapter 22. The slaughter is imminent. Gazing at the swirling black clouds above, he, despite knowing that the ominous clouds concealed merely 500 demonic soldiers, felt a weight of dread settle upon him. The recent calamity had instilled caution within him. He promptly summoned a relatively composed inner sect disciple and instructed, "Go, take my jade pendant, traverse the back mountain path, and hasten to the holy capital. Report everything that has transpired here to the sect master and urge his swift return." Relieved to receive the order, the disciple eagerly accepted the jade pendant from Yi, transforming into a streak of light as he dashed away down the mountain path. He observed the disciple's expression, his heart a tumult of emotions. The morale among the disciples in the mountain was likely in disarray. The 7 elders gradually regained their composure from their initial shock, exchanging fleeting glances laden with understanding. Each was acutely aware that the events of this day marked the gravest calamity the Qingyun sect had faced since its inception. Thankfully, their sect master had allied himself with the crown prince, garnering the support of the court, which would facilitate their reinstatement in the future. The crux of the matter lay in preserving the sect's strength today. Fortunately, the number of demonic soldiers within the black clouds was not substantial enough to inflict catastrophic damage upon the Qingyun sect's members. Everyone was acutely aware of the situation. They understood that they still held the advantage, yet an overwhelming sense of unease permeated their hearts. The voice of the demon amidst the black clouds boomed, "Those with the courage, step forward and reveal your names. Who are you to oppose the Qingyun sect?" He realized he must take action and called out, "Listen well, I am He. We are the Nanming demon clan, and you, the Qingyun sect, are nothing but hypocritical pretenders. We have come to exact retribution in the name of our sovereign." As the voice spoke, the black clouds descended suddenly, allowing the disciples of the Qingyun sect to finally discern the true identity of the demonic soldiers. Approximately 500 of them had alighted, led by a sinister old man with a purple face, whose grotesque visage was less than 4 feet tall. In no time, the 500 demonic soldiers had taken their positions at the outskirts of the square, facing the disciples of the Qingyun sect. Despite being outnumbered, the disciples found themselves trembling in fear, retreating in disarray, creating an exceedingly awkward scene. "Stand firm, as inner sect disciples of the illustrious Qingyun sect. How can you cower before a mere 500 demonic soldiers? What disgrace!" Humans are often prone to fear when confronted with the unknown. However, once the unknown takes form and stands before them, that fear dissipates swiftly. At least he felt a sense of assurance, emboldening him to scold the disciples gathered in the square. Although he was unaware of the secret techniques the demonic soldiers had used to destroy the 28 peaks, he was confident that these adversaries would not match the strength of the Qingyun sect. Upon hearing his words, the disciples gradually steadied themselves, and when they looked back at the demonic soldiers, their fear had diminished considerably. "Purple-faced phantom, I never imagined you would escape from the water prison." The speaker was the 7th elder, who had previously assisted the Longwu Guard in dealing with the Nanming demon clan 3 years prior. The leader of the demonic forces back then was none other than the old man before them, known as the Purple-faced Phantom. This demon was the 3rd elder of the Nanming clan, possessing mid-stage demonic infant strength, and was notorious for his elusive movements. If anyone could escape the water prison, it had to be him. Thus, when the 7th elder uttered the name of this demon, the crowd felt a sense of clarity. Logically, the demonic infant realm corresponded with the nascent soul realm of the righteous path. However, due to the often unscrupulous practices of demonic cultivators seeking quick advancement, their battle prowess was typically inferior to that of their righteous counterparts. Nonetheless, demonic cultivators possessed a significant advantage. They could easily enter the path, and their rate of advancement far exceeded that of righteous cultivators, which allowed the Nanming clan to boldly provoke the vast Dakian with a mere 10 million populace. Yet, the current demonic army lacked even a numerical advantage. The disciples of the Qingyun sect found their courage renewed, their gazes becoming resolute and fierce. The demon elder, with a blood-red curved blade slung over his shoulder, sneered, "Humph, a mere water prison could never contain me, the purple-faced phantom." Yan Tianzong, having discerned the situation, felt emboldened and stepped forward, declaring, "Old demon, having intruded upon Qingshu Mountain today, your demise is nigh." Seeing the enemy's scant numbers, and recognizing that the leader was merely of mid-stage demonic infant strength, Yan Tianzong felt no fear. He intended to showcase his prowess before the elders of the Qingyun sect to garner their favor. He understood that the sect's greatest reliance lay not in the 28 sacred peaks, but in the support of the court, specifically that of the future sovereign. This robust support was one he must cling to today. Thus, amidst the gaze of thousands, Yan Tianzong surged forward, landing within 3 feet of the purple-faced phantom, drawing his sword and pointing it at the old demon, shouting, "Old demon, prepare to meet your end." With that, Yan Tianzong's spiritual energy surged dramatically, his sword radiating blinding white light. He leaped forward, aiming for the demon's face. An exceedingly ordinary move, yet it contained boundless lethal intent. The surrounding disciples of the Qingyun sect felt the distortion in the air and instinctively retreated, fearing the residual force of Yan Tianzong's strike. He and the others, witnessing this from beyond the square, exchanged gratified smiles. Yan Tianzong's attitude pleased them greatly, and the power behind his strike far surpassed that of an average mid-stage nascent soul cultivator.
Yen Tianzong was indeed worthy of being the leader of a sect. Far from ordinary, everyone felt elated, fully aware that the purple-faced phantom could not hope to triumph over a righteous cultivator of the same realm. The vengeance for the previous destruction of the Qingyan sect's formation was within reach. All eyes widened as they beheld Yen Tianzong, nearly simultaneously with his sword strike, the blade closing in on the old demon's face, while the pressure emanating from him rendered the 500 demonic soldiers behind the purple-faced phantom utterly immobile. Yet, the purple-faced phantom remained unperturbed, neither dodging nor evading. As the sword's edge approached, he suddenly produced a small black flag with his right hand. The flag unfurled in the wind, and Yen Tianzong's sword struck the flag's surface with a resounding thud, causing his sword to shatter into 3 pieces. Yen Tianzong was taken aback. Although his sword could not be deemed a rare treasure, it had been passed down through generations of the Fire Cloud Mountain's leaders. How could it be broken by such an unassuming flag? This scene left everyone present dumbfounded. From the moment Yen Tianzong swung his sword to the point of its shattering, it all transpired in the blink of an eye, causing the hearts of the gathered crowd to race uncontrollably. What they witnessed today was utterly bizarre, leaving many with expressions of sheer bewilderment. Time seemed to freeze for a moment until the purple-faced phantom revealed a sinister grin, prompting everyone to realize the impending danger.
Not good. He exclaimed in shock.
There was no time to waste. The purple-faced phantom merely gave the black flag a slight shake, and it emitted a peculiar red light that enveloped Yen Tianzong.
Ah! Yen Tianzong let out a heart-wrenching scream. The sound echoed thunderously, chilling to the bone. Even Yi, a seasoned warrior, had never before heard such a blood-curdling cry. The crowd was left in ignorance of the nature of the black flag, and confronted with such an unknown malevolence, they instinctively felt a surge of fear. No one dared to step forward to rescue Yen Tianzong. Fortunately, his torment was brief. In an instant, his body withered away, and all present could distinctly see his nascent soul burst forth from his body, only to be ensnared by the red light and drawn into the black flag. What manner of abomination is this that devours his nascent soul? The second elder of the Qingyun sect asked in horror. Simultaneously, the black flag trembled in the air, exuding an exuberance akin to a long-restrained drunkard who had just savored a fine vintage. The purple-faced phantom was overjoyed, swiftly employing a technique imparted by young Chang, grasping the black flag tightly. Ha! What a marvelous treasure! Today, let us indulge.
The purple-faced phantom murmured to himself, then began to advance, his eyes gleaming with malice as he regarded He and the others. With each step he took, the 2,000 disciples of the Qingyun sect instinctively retreated. The scene resembled a ferocious, famished wolf encroaching upon a flock of sheep. Chapter 23 of The Hope of Qingshu Mountain. The figure known as the purple-faced phantom took a few steps forward and then paused to survey his surroundings. The crowd had been thoroughly intimidated, their spirits dampened, and it was only then that he remembered the mission entrusted to him by Yang Cheng. With a proud bearing, he called out to the assembled multitude, "Hypocrites of the Qingyun sect, since you refuse to take your own lives, I shall take matters into my own hands." With that, he swiftly formed a hand seal and hurled a black flag into the air. The flag expanded as it caught the wind, rapidly growing to a length of 10 zhang and a width of over a zhang. A thunderous crash echoed as the black flag descended, its pole crashing into the square's cobblestones, shattering them and penetrating the earth by a foot. "Prepare to meet your doom," the purple-faced phantom declared, executing another hand seal, causing the black flag to emit a blinding red light. The crimson radiance swiftly spread outward, enveloping nearly 100 disciples of the Qingyun sect in an instant, plunging the square into chaos as the disciples screamed in terror, their morale shattered. Having learned from the misfortunes of Yen Tianzong, he and the others dared not hesitate. The 7 elders immediately formed hand seals, activating the concealed formation in the square to draw in the energies of heaven and earth to contend with the black flag. However, to their astonishment, the combined might of the 7 was met with overwhelming resistance from the red light of the flag, leaving them in a state of disarray as their spiritual energies became chaotic, threatening to lead to their imminent demise. "Big brother, think of a solution," the second elder shouted at He. He replied solemnly, "Go, send word to the Grand Elder and urgently request him to emerge from his seclusion. Additionally, gather all inner disciples to assemble in the square and establish the Great Qingyun formation." "Very well, this is our only recourse," the second elder acknowledged, and the 7 elders shared a tacit understanding, channeling their collective spiritual power to push back the red light emanating from the black flag slightly. Subsequently, the second elder instructed Zhao Changfeng to organize the 2,000 disciples in the square. Zhao Changfeng, a prominent figure among the younger generation of the Qingyun sect, despite feeling a surge of fear, executed the task assigned to him with remarkable efficiency. Before long, the 2,000 disciples of the Qingyun sect, under Zhao Changfeng's command, had formed ranks, joining forces with the 7 elders to resist the black flag. United in purpose, the sect gradually gained the upper hand, steadily driving back the red light, with more than half of those initially ensnared by its glow now liberated. "Big brother, it seems we need not summon the Grand Elder after all. This malevolent entity is but a trifling foe." Upon hearing the second elder's words, he shook his head. "No, this fiend may yet have hidden cards to play. The Qingyun sect cannot afford a single misstep. Second elder, while we hold the advantage, swiftly seek out the Grand Elder and summon all disciples to prepare for battle." The second elder wasted no time, withdrawing his spiritual energy and transforming it into a streak of light as he sped towards the rear cliff. Observing his departing figure, the purple-faced phantom's lips curled into an almost imperceptible smile. With the second elder's departure, the strength of the Qingyun sect diminished slightly, and the balance of power began to even out, with neither side able to gain a decisive advantage. Concerned that the purple-faced phantom might still possess hidden tricks, he resolved to distract him, buying time for the second elder. "O dark sorcerer, since you dare to provoke me on Qingshu Mountain, why do you not dare to proclaim the name of your demonic lord? The purple-faced phantom glanced at He, scoffing, "You insignificant wretches are hardly worthy of knowing my lord's name." He remained unperturbed, replying with a sardonic smile, "It seems you are merely an unnamed coward, too fearful to reveal your lord's title." A flicker of anger crossed the purple-faced phantom's eyes as he declared loudly, "Wretches, you are unworthy even to serve my lord, and your insolence deserves a far greater punishment." With that, the malevolent figure pressed down with his foot, fully unleashing the potential of the black flag, and the red light surged outward once more. He was taken aback, musing, "Indeed, he still has hidden cards." Zhao Changfeng whispered, "Grand Elder, I observe that this old fiend has already exerted his full strength. If we can just hold on until the second Elder's reinforcements arrive, we shall undoubtedly vanquish this demon." He nodded, as this aligned with his own thoughts. After a brief standoff, beads of sweat began to form on the purple-faced phantom's forehead. Witnessing this, the morale of the Qingyun sect surged, the tide of battle shifting once more as the black flag found itself on the defensive. The old sorcerer, anxious, continued to manipulate the black flag while casting furtive glances towards the rear cliff, eagerly anticipating the arrival of his prey. Soon, the air was filled with thunderous battle cries as 6,000 inner disciples, previously stationed at various paths leading to Qingshu Mountain, converged from all directions. Under the leadership of their respective leaders, these disciples quickly encircled the demonic army of the purple-faced phantom, forming ranks that swiftly suppressed the red light emanating from the black flag. The purple-faced phantom remained unfazed, continuing to command his 500 demonic soldiers to stand ready for a fierce battle. At that moment, a cloud of auspicious mist rose from the rear cliff, swiftly descending beside He. This was an elderly Taoist with waist-length white hair, exuding an aura of ethereal grace. It was none other than the Grand Elder of the Qingyun sect, Nangong Xian. He had been in seclusion for over 30 years, and had it not been for the calamity befalling Qingshu Mountain, he had intended to spend his remaining days in the rear cliff's hidden chamber, either passing away or ascending to a higher realm. The arrival of Nangong Xian undoubtedly invigorated the disciples of the Qingyun sect, who, without needing any prompting, instinctively redoubled their efforts.
"Granduncle, you have finally emerged. Qingshu Mountain is in ruins."
He spoke tremulously, akin to a child wronged before his father.
"Granduncle," the other elders echoed, their voices tinged with emotion.
Upon seeing the devastated Qingshu Mountain, Nangong Xian was filled with grief and indignation. He raised a hand to calm his disciples, then stepped forward to stand within 3 zhang of the old sorcerer. This action further inspired the disciples of the Qingyun sect, as the 7 elders and Zhao Changfeng gained newfound confidence and positioned themselves beside Nangong Xian.
"Demon, do you seek vengeance for the fallen South Ming demon clan?" Nangong Xian declared with fervor. "How foolish. Today, not only shall you fail in your revenge, but you shall also pay with your own lives. From this day forth, beneath the heavens, the South Ming demon clan shall cease to exist." Nangong Xian's impassioned proclamation resonated deeply with the disciples of the Qingyun sect, who erupted in cheers, seemingly celebrating the imminent victory. "Humph, old relic, our arrival today is not solely for the vengeance of the South Ming demon clan.
It is for my lord's vengeance."
The words of the old sorcerer left Nangong Xian and the 7 elders utterly perplexed. Nangong Xian inquired, "I cannot believe the South Ming demon clan has birthed a new demon lord.
Who is this lord of yours, and why do they seek revenge against Qingshu Mountain?" With gritted teeth, the old sorcerer replied, "You are unworthy to know his name. Simply remember that you hypocrites shall descend into hell today."
"Oh no, you shall never reach hell. Your souls will be consumed by the demonic flag, never to be reborn. Ha ha ha." The old sorcerer's laughter echoed, inciting fury among Nangong Xian and the others.
"Humph, such arrogance. I shall see what power you possess to devour our souls, relying solely on this pitiful flag?" Nangong Xian scoffed, as he formed a hand seal, condensing energy in his palm and pushing it towards the old sorcerer. The force of his palm was like a landslide. Should the old sorcerer even graze its edge, he would have no hope of survival. The old sorcerer, forewarned, did not dare to be negligent. As Nangong Xian executed his hand seal, he swiftly withdrew the black flag, blocking the force of the palm. Nonetheless, the old sorcerer felt his insides roil violently, unable to suppress a mouthful of blood. Behind him, over 50 demonic soldiers were struck down by the residual force of the palm. "Humph, barbaric demons, mere frogs at the bottom of a well, today you shall witness the might of my Dachin righteous path." He exclaimed with great satisfaction, pointing an accusatory finger at the old sorcerer. Nangong Xian coldly retorted, "Old sorcerer, now it is my turn to send you remnants of the demon clan to hell. Strive to be reborn as something better in your next life." With that, he once more formed the hand seal, preparing to strike. At that moment, a dark cloud swept through the air, and a streak of light flashed within it, revealing a woman who floated gracefully down.
"Nangong the Elder, such grandiloquence."
As her voice faded, Lianyu landed before the purple-faced phantom. Upon seeing Lianyu, he and the others were first taken aback, but as their gazes fell upon the 2 black flags she held, their hearts nearly leapt into their throats. Chapter 24 When my enchanted blade strikes your flesh, do not cry out in pain. He cast a glance at Zhao Changfeng and muttered, "Changfeng speaks the truth, this band of demonic soldiers is indeed a ragtag group assembled by Lianyu. I cannot fathom what means she employed to extract the purple-faced spectre from the water prison." Zhao Changfeng replied, "There must be spies among the Dragon Martial Guard commanders stationed at the water prison." He nodded in agreement, acknowledging that this was the sole explanation. Without the luxury of delving deeper into the matter, he recognized that Lianyu, the supreme leader of the Southern Ming demon clan, wielded unfathomable powers. In the entirety of Qingyun sect, perhaps only the Grand Elder and Taoist Yunshu could contend with her.
Although the Grand Elder had emerged from his seclusion in a timely manner, the two black flags in Lian Yu's possession instilled unease in He and the other elders and disciples. Uncle Master, those black flags are undoubtedly some sinister treasure. Just moments ago, our disciples suffered at the hands of the purple-faced specter. I fear that the black flags in Lian Yu's grasp possess even greater power, and we must remain vigilant. Upon hearing He's warning, Nangong Xian immediately became alert. Having lived for over 5 centuries, he understood that there are always greater forces beyond one's comprehension, and thus he dared not underestimate the situation. However, he did not believe that a mere handful of demonic soldiers could stir up any significant upheaval. In all its grandeur, Qingyun sect boasts 8,000 disciples. If we cannot handle a mere 500 demons, what right do we have to stand proud in the world for a millennium? What an audacious witch! If she recognizes my name, she should have fled for her life long ago. Why does she come here to court death? Though Nangong Xian's tone was imbued with scorn, his eyes betrayed a keen vigilance. Humph, old thief, in the name of my lord, I shall eradicate every last disciple of Qingyun sect today. If you survive, how can Lian Yu refrain from making an appearance? Upon hearing Lian Yu's declaration, Nangong Xian's anger flared, and he yearned to witness the audacity of the demon lord who dared to speak so brazenly. Witch, do not be so presumptuous. Who is your demon lord that he would dare to boast before me? Do not think that your mere barbarian demons can compare to the 200,000 troops of the Dragon Martial Guard. Annihilating my Qingshu Mountain is no simple feat. Lian Yu's cold laughter echoed in response, inciting the remaining 500 demonic soldiers to join in raucous mirth, as if Nangong Xian's words were the most ludicrous jest in existence. Old thief, I have heard that you have secluded yourself for 30 years. You must have become a frog at the bottom of a well. The Dragon Martial Guard is hardly a match for my demonic army. Surrender now, lest you cry out in pain when this lady decides to take action. Nangong Xian, infuriated by her taunts, could no longer maintain his composure. As the esteemed Grand Elder of Qingyun sect, he could not tolerate such humiliation from a demoness. Thus, he swiftly formed a hand seal, and a brilliant light flashed above him, manifesting into a gleaming sword in his grasp. Witch, how dare you speak so arrogantly before me? Taste my blade. With that, Nangong Xian unsheathed the sword and thrust it forward. He understood that the woman before him was a saintess of the demon clan, the leader of the southern Ming demon clan, and thus he dared not underestimate her. He poured all his strength into this strike. As he unsheathed the sword, its radiant light dazzled the eyes, and the 8,000 disciples of Qingyun sect immediately focused their energies to shield themselves from the incoming sword aura. The sword struck forth, nearly simultaneously targeting Lian Yu's throat. However, Lian Yu swiftly pushed her hands outward, sending the two black flags hurtling toward Nangong Xian's face with a speed that far exceeded that of his sword. Realizing the sinister energy contained within the flags, and with the sword's edge yet to reach its mark, Nangong Xian hastily retracted his sword, pivoting left to evade the approaching flags. The black flags, having missed their target, promptly adjusted their trajectory, surrounding Nangong Xian from both the front and rear. With no escape route in sight, Nangong Xian steeled himself, propelling off the ground to strike the oncoming black flags preemptively with his sword. A resounding thud echoed as he felt a sharp pain in his grip, and his body was sent reeling backward, struck by the flagpole from behind, causing him to spit out a mouthful of black blood. Grand Elder. Uncle Master. The rapid unfolding of events left the others too stunned to assist. It was only at this moment that 7 elders of Qingyun sect combined their efforts to create a barrier, separating the two black flags and dragging Nangong Xian back to the center of the square. In no time, thousands of disciples formed a wall of bodies, encircling the elders in the midst of the chaos. After all, Qingyun sect was a venerable sect with a legacy spanning millennia. When faced with an external threat, they exhibited a commendable degree of unity. Lian Yu, now forming her own hand seals, caused the two black flags to swell in size, launching an aggressive assault on the disciples of Qingyun sect. Despite their overwhelming numbers, the disciples found themselves caught in a precarious situation as the black flags devoured nearly 100 of their own, leading to a tense standoff. Uncle Master, how are you holding up? He knelt on one knee, supporting Nangong Xian from behind, his face etched with concern. We must summon the Dragon Martial Guard for reinforcements. He hesitated momentarily. Although the black flags wielded an otherworldly power, he believed that Nangong Xian's injury stemmed from a lack of caution. With 8,000 disciples at their disposal, was it truly necessary to seek aid from the Dragon Martial Guard? The adversary numbered only 500, would this not invite ridicule upon Qingyun sect? Quickly, we must act. Nangong Xian's chest heaved violently as he seized He's hand, shaking it fervently. We still have 8,000 disciples, and nearly 50,000 outer disciples are gathering below the mountain. Is it truly necessary to seek help from the Dragon Martial Guard? Nangong Xian shook his head, gripping He's hand firmly. It is not so simple. Quickly, send out a signal for the outer disciples to hasten their gathering at Qingshu Mountain, and simultaneously accelerate our request for aid from the Dragon Martial Guard. Do not delay. Reluctantly, He complied with his orders. Soon, 3 signal arrows soared into the heavens, prompting the surrounding 50,000 outer disciples to rush toward the scene without pause. Meanwhile, He produced a jade pendant from his possession and entrusted it to a reliable disciple, instructing him to seek aid from the Dragon Martial Guard in Yuzhou City. As the disciple departed, Nangong Xian continued to sigh heavily. Alas, will the Dragon Martial Guard be willing to come to our aid? He recalled the messages contained within the boxes and addressed Nangong Xian. Uncle Master, the commander of the Dragon Martial Guard, Huang Qingyi, has suffered an assault by the demons. The Dragon Martial Guard bears a deep-seated grudge against the Demon Clan. If they learn that this group of demons is present at Qingshu Mountain, they will surely rush to our aid. What? Huang Qingyi's family was attacked? Nangong Xian questioned in disbelief. Indeed, he confirmed, subsequently recounting the details of the severed heads delivered by the demons. Uncle Master, the Demon Clan has always been cunning. I suspect that although Commander Huang's household was attacked, it is highly improbable that they were entirely slaughtered as the demons claim. The delivery of severed heads is merely a ruse to intimidate us into submission. He Yi's declaration was met with agreement from Zhao Changfeng, who chimed in, Grand Uncle, He Yi's assertion holds merit. The Demon Clan must have disguised themselves to infiltrate Yuzhou City, taking advantage of Commander Huang's unawareness to slay a few of his kin before dispatching the remains to us, hoping to instill fear. Should Commander Huang become aware of the demons' whereabouts, he will undoubtedly lead his troops personally. Observing the synchronized sentiments of Zhao Changfeng and He Yi, Nangong Xian nodded in acknowledgement. Having been secluded for so long, he was oblivious to the events that unfolded in the outside world. With the consensus of the Grand Elder and the next generation of outstanding disciples, he found little cause for alarm. As long as the Dragon Martial Guard could arrive, the threat posed by these demons would be rendered trivial. While the elders conversed, the outer disciples of Qingyun sect had already suffered over 300 casualties. However, the situation had stabilized significantly, allowing the disciples to initiate a counteroffensive. On the side of the demons, apart from Lianyu, the purple-faced spectre had already led the remaining demonic forces into battle. The battlefield was chaotic and intense, with the tide of battle gradually shifting in favor of Qingyun sect, yet, Lianyu remained composed. Nangong Xian observed Lianyu's demeanor, feeling increasingly unsettled. After approximately half an hour, the demonic forces under the purple-faced spectre had dwindled to fewer than 100. Meanwhile, the three black flags stood steadfast, emanating a strange red light that deterred the disciples of Qingyun sect from approaching, forcing them to group in clusters of hundreds to collectively shield themselves from the ominous glow. Uncle Master, in my view, we no longer require the Dragon Martial Guard's arrival. He Yi pointed to the throngs of outer disciples gathering at the base of the mountain. The sight of 50,000 rushing up the mountain was indeed a magnificent spectacle, with people densely packed both in the air and on the ground. Zhao Changfeng, witnessing the scene, chuckled, even the outer disciples will not be needed. Within half an hour at most, this fire demon army shall be utterly vanquished. Just as Nangong Xian was about to respond, a figure rushed in from behind, colliding into Zhao Changfeng in a flurry. Fool! What is the rush? The newcomer was the disciple who had been dispatched to seek assistance from Yuzhou City. Brother Zhao, Grand Elder, esteemed elders, a grave situation has arisen. Upon arriving in Yuzhou, I discovered that Commander Huang's entire family has been slaughtered, and the Dragon Martial Guard has been entirely annihilated. What? The elders exclaimed in unison. As they turned their gaze back to Lianyu, they finally discerned the faint aroma of conspiracy in the air. Well then, have the reinforcements arrived? Lianyu inquired with a hint of amusement. Chapter 25 of the Day of the Fall of the Qingyun sect. Ignoring Lianyu's scornful remarks, Nangong Xian consumed a spirit concentration pill and gradually rose to his feet. Is it true that the entire Dragon Martial Guard has been annihilated? A trembling disciple inquired. Reporting to Great Master Uncle, there is no doubt, he replied. The city of Yuzhou has also been massacred. I found a survivor who claimed that a new demon lord had emerged from the demon clan, and it was he who led a large number of demons to slaughter the Dragon Martial Guard. Nangong Xian's expression turned bewildered as he muttered softly, a new demon lord, it seems, the heavens have decreed a great calamity upon the world. Our Qingyun sect is in the eye of the storm. He gradually regained his composure from the shock, observing Lianyu and the demons, who were now retreating in disarray. He could not fathom how these demons had managed to decimate 200,000 Dragon Martial Guards. What kind of origin does this demon lord possess to wield such power? He asked, perplexed. At that moment, Zhao Changfeng urgently interjected, Great Master Uncle Elder, let us not dwell on the identity of the demon lord, we must first eliminate the immediate threat. Nangong Xian nodded and solemnly commanded, elders of the Qingyun sect, heed my orders. Step forward to bolster our defenses and lead all disciples to swiftly eradicate the demons, we must resolve this matter with haste. The 7 elders promptly obeyed the command and soared into the battlefield. Simultaneously, 50,000 outer disciples had also arrived. Lianyu and the remaining demon army appeared isolated, on the verge of being vanquished by the disciples of the Qingyun sect. Holy Maiden, shall we not take action? The purple-faced shadow began to grow anxious. Lianyu shook her head, saying, let us hold on a while longer and await the Lord's instructions. The purple-faced shadow reluctantly acquiesced, then brandished his blade and plunged into the fray. The 3 black banners began to falter, swaying precariously. Demonis, your time of reckoning has come. Zhao Changfeng proclaimed, laughing heartily. He then pointed his sword at Lianyu, declaring, to capture a thief, one must first capture the leader. Let us slay this Demonis, and the demon army will surely fall apart. With that, he took the lead, charging towards Lianyu with over 1,000 disciples in tow. Ah, this child shows promise. With such young talents in our Qingyun sect, even if we lose Qingshu Mountain, what of it? Nangong Xian sighed in relief, praising Zhao Changfeng profusely. Demonis, if you can reveal the origins of this new demon lord, I may grant you a swift death. Nangong, old scoundrel, do not be so arrogant. If you wish to know about my lord's origins, you should ask him personally. Oh, where is he? Why not look up and see? At Lian Yu's words, Nangong Xian involuntarily lifted his gaze, only to find the sky ahead was devoid of clouds, perceiving it merely as a trick played by the demoness. Just as he was about to curse at her, he suddenly saw a vast expanse of dark clouds obscuring the sun from 100 miles away. In an instant, the black clouds were upon them. The clouds darkened the sky, plunging the area beneath Qingshu Mountain into an abyss of darkness, prompting the disciples to gaze upward. They beheld the flags fluttering amidst the black clouds, the incessant sound of drums echoing, accompanied by eerie laughter that made every disciple of Qingyun's sect realize the main force of the demon army had arrived. The formation of Qingshu Mountain had been utterly destroyed, losing its capacity to provide early warnings of danger. Moreover, the Qingyun sect was not a seasoned army accustomed to perpetual warfare. Despite having a significant number of disciples, including many experts, their ability to command and coordinate in combat was incomparable to that of a regular army. Thus, when they witnessed the organized demon army emerging from the black clouds, every disciple of the Qingyun sect felt a chill run down their spine. At that moment, a booming voice resonated from the clouds. Disciples of the Qingyun sect, heed my words, the demon lord has arrived. You are to kneel and welcome him. The disciples were left in a state of confusion, with most remaining rooted to the spot, unsure of what to do. Some bold souls pointed at the clouds, hurling insults, while others, gripped by fear, plotted their escape amid the chaos. Nangong Xian declared loudly, the disciples of the Qingyun sect kneel to heaven and earth, to our parents and masters, and to the great emperor of Deqian, but we shall not kneel before a demon. Would the esteemed demon lord care to reveal himself? Nangong Xian understood that the situation for the Qingyun sect was dire. His words were merely a ploy to buy time. He had covertly dispatched someone down the mountain to summon reinforcements from Fengzishir, 1,000 miles away. However, he knew that even if Fengzishir's forces were to arrive promptly, mobilizing such a large army would take time. Fortunately, the outer disciples of the Qingyun sect had arrived just in time, and holding their ground until reinforcements should pose no significant issue. Nangong Xian continually reassured himself in his mind that he had lived for 500 years, witnessing numerous storms, yet he had never encountered danger as perilous as today. He gazed blankly at the black clouds, feeling both anticipation and trepidation. He eagerly wished to meet this demon lord and discern his true nature, yet, he was apprehensive, knowing that the demon lord's presence heralded the final assault on the Qingyun sect. Before long, a figure emerged from the black clouds, a young man clad in a flowing black robe, enveloped in dark mist. Great Master Uncle, it seems this is our first meeting, Yang Qing remarked as he landed before Nangong Xian. Before Nangong Xian could respond, the disciples and elders of the Qingyun sect were utterly taken aback. Who was Yang Qing? He was a name known to all within the Qingyun sect. Even reduced to ashes, they would recognize him. It is him, but he was supposed to be dead. How could he possibly have survived? The sect master personally dealt with him. How could he have lived? He has become the demon lord. Unthinkable. The disciples whispered amongst themselves, their expressions shifting from shock to terror, especially Zhao Changfeng and Li Rushuang, who were most apprehensive. Yang Qing had resurrected and ascended to the rank of a demon lord. The ominous mass in the sky boasted at least 50 to 60,000 troops. Yang Qing's prowess in leading an army was renowned. How could the martial practitioners of the Qingyun sect contend with such a regular army? As panic set in, Nangong Xian began to piece together Yang Qing's identity. You are Yang Qing, the rebel king Yang Qing? Nangong Xian had only heard of him after emerging from seclusion that day, yet he was not well versed in Yang Qing's past. All he knew was that a prince in their sect had been slain by the sect master for treason not long ago, and that was the extent of his knowledge. The rebel king Yang Qing scoffed, stepping forward. The oppressive aura he exuded caused the disciples of the Qingyun sect behind Nangong Xian to involuntarily retreat. It should be said, it is the demon lord Yang Qing. Yang Cheng halted less than 3 paces from Nangong Xian, surveying the entire square with a gaze that instilled fear in every disciple it touched. Upon hearing these words, Nangong Xian furrowed his brows, sighed heavily to the heavens, and exclaimed in anger, I never expected that after a millennium of our Qingyun sect's existence, our disciples would fall into the path of darkness. I am truly ashamed before our ancestors. I once thought that the Grand Elder possessed profound insight, yet he is as hypocritical as that old Taoist Yunshu. Why not ask why I have fallen into the path of darkness? Nangong Xian pounded his chest, pointing at Yang Qing. You wretched being, your descent into darkness is due to your twisted heart. You rebelled first, and only afterwards fell into darkness. Your sins are unforgivable. Today, I shall risk everything to cleanse the sect. Before Yang Qing could respond, Lian Yu, unable to contain her anger, stepped forward to chastise, old scoundrel, how foolish of you to live for 500 years yet hastily draw conclusions without ascertaining the truth. Little do you know, it was your old scoundrel Yunshu who colluded with the Deqian crown prince to betray our lord. The one who truly needs to cleanse his sect is that old scoundrel Yunshu, not my lord. After Lian Yu finished speaking, Nangong Xian furrowed his brow and turned to Yi, asking, what is going on? He forced a bitter smile, leaning closer to Nangong Xian to inform him of the events that had transpired. Nangong Xian, being a highly esteemed figure within the sect, had ears everywhere. Such matters could not remain hidden from him. Moreover, since everyone had the sect's future in mind, he did not believe Nangong Xian would blame them. Even if, hypothetically, Nangong Xian became enraged, they still had the sect master to shield them. Upon learning the truth, Nangong Xian was greatly astonished, his face instantly contorting with fury. Master Uncle, this is an exceptional opportunity for our sect's growth. The sect master acted with the sect's advancement in mind. He stated. Upon hearing this, Lian Yu chuckled coldly. So, what now, old scoundrel Nangong? Now that you know the truth, shouldn't you find a crack in the ground to hide in? How audacious of you to speak of cleansing the sect. Chapter 26 Birds of a Feather. Upon hearing Lian Yu's words, Nangong Xian's expression darkened considerably, and his aged visage flushed slightly. However, he quickly inhaled deeply and addressed Yi, saying, the rights and wrongs of this matter can be discussed later. Our immediate priority is to repel the enemy before us. Yang Qing sneered. What a convenient postponement. Old Nangong, if you can uphold justice today and personally bring to justice these hypocrites who have conspired against me, we shall spare the other disciples of Qingyun's sect a chance at survival. Having recently embraced the demonic path, Yang Qing still harbored a twinge of reluctance towards the sect he once joined. Though he seldom resided in Qingyun's sect, it held many cherished memories for him. But he found the oppressive atmosphere of the imperial palace distasteful, and Qingyun's sect had once been his ideal sanctuary. He felt a bond with this sect, and his words were intended to gauge whether there remained anything worthy of his attachment. Should Nangong Xian continue to be indecisive, then the existence of this sect would hold no significance. While Yang Qing could be ruthless towards others, overcoming the emotional barrier he had towards Qingyun's sect required a push from someone else. After Yang Qing spoke, Zhao Changfeng hastily turned to Nangong Xian, urging, Great uncle, do not be swayed by this demonic fiend. His descent into darkness is a betrayal of his masters and ancestors. How can his words be trusted? Indeed, senior brother is right, great uncle, swiftly eliminate this demon. Li Ruoshuang chimed in, her voice loud as she directed her words at Yang Qing, but also aimed to distance herself from him in front of Zhao Changfeng. Yang Qing regarded this pair of jesters with indifference, his focus solely on Nangong Xian. Nangong Xian, it appears you and the old rogue Yun Su are indeed birds of a feather. Yang Qing declared. As for how to deal with Changfeng and the others, that is a matter of our sect's internal affairs. However, your fall into darkness compels us to cleanse our ranks. At this, Lian Yu exploded with fury, pointing an accusatory finger at him and retorting, Old rogue, my lord's descent into darkness is a consequence of that old devil Yun Su's doing. If you wish to cleanse your ranks, you should go after Yun Su and the hypocrites behind you. Nangong Xian replied angrily, demonic witch, the internal affairs of Qingyun's sect do not concern you. Regardless, Yang Qing's fall into darkness must be dealt with swiftly by righteous cultivators. Moreover, you have already destroyed 28 celestial pillars of my Qingshu mountain, a crime for which you cannot escape. Yang Qing's guilt is even greater. Since ancient times, justice and evil cannot coexist today, you demon shall not leave Qingshu mountain alive. You. Lian Yu was infuriated, feeling guilt as well. She had believed Yang Qing harbored resentment over the wrongful accusations against him and sought to help him regain justice. Yet it appeared that now, with his fall into darkness, the prior injustices had become irrelevant. Lian Yu's anger was mingled with guilt towards Yang Qing. As a demoness, her heart was as cold as a serpent's, yet she remained fiercely loyal to her lord. Yang Qing's plight was ultimately instigated by her, causing her deep-seated unease. Yang Qing glanced at Lian Yu and discerned her thoughts, offering a reassuring smile. Lian Yu, there is no need for anger, nor for self-reproach. You were merely a pawn in their game, the truly guilty shall not escape. With that, Yang Qing turned his gaze back to Nangong Xian, stating, then you can only blame your own misfortune. He waved his hand dramatically, and the dark clouds that had obscured the sky dispersed, revealing a vast army of demons descending with a thunderous roar, numbering at least 50,000. The disciples of Qingyun's sect, having anticipated this, immediately began their defenses under the leadership of various hallmasters. Qingshu Mountain, the sacred ground of the sect, had transformed into a gruesome battlefield. Nangong Xian scoffed, wretched spawn, do you think that by employing cunning to destroy my 28 celestial pillars, you can annihilate Qingyun's sect? My sect has stood for thousands of years, such triviality cannot diminish our foundation. Oh? Then I would like to challenge you. Humph, an ant attempting to shake a tree, how foolish. As he spoke, Nangong Xian swiftly changed his hand seals, and from the collapsed mountain bodies, 28 beams of light suddenly surged forth, piercing towards the heavens. When the founding ancestor established Qingyun's sect, he foresaw this day. My sect, which has long stood against evil, would undoubtedly be resented by the demonic forces, and thus, our trials were destined. Therefore, my ancestor concealed the true Zhou Tian Qingyun formation beneath the mountain. What you have destroyed is merely the facade of this formation. How laughable, you demonic brutes, so unaware of your own limits, dare to attempt to flatten my Qingshu mountain, you truly do not know your own strength. Now, your time has come. With the activation of the formation, a mighty roar echoed from Qingshu Mountain, as countless spirit beasts erupted from the mountainside, angrily roaring at the demon army. Ha, Yang Qing, did you not expect this? Humph, as expected of a baseborn wretch, your mind is so simplistic. My esteemed Qingyun sect cannot lack in depth. Prepare to die, and descend into hell with your rage. The disciples of Qingyun's sect erupted into wild cheers, having struggled in fear for too long. Once their emotions were released, they fell into a frenzy. They were determined to slay every demon before them to quell their hatred. Senior brother, make sure to cripple Yang Qing's limbs. I want to pierce his heart myself. Ha, little junior sister, rest assured, I will capture him for you. Alright, today he shall not escape. Humph, with so many eyes watching, how could he possibly flee? The cacophony of battle cries, the clash of weapons, and the agonized screams of the combatants intertwined, shaking the heavens. Nangong Xan once again formed hand seals, and the Qingyun Zhou Tian formation fully activated, drawing inexhaustible spiritual energy from the stars above. Instantly, all disciples of Qingyun's sect were empowered by the formation, their combat strength multiplying several-fold. Then, countless spirit beasts surged forth, and in the skies, 18 roaring flood dragons descended. Thunder rumbled ominously above, as if divine retribution had arrived. Wretched spawn, there is no escape for you. Out of respect for your former status as a disciple of my sect, I grant you the option to take your own life as an act of contrition. Upon your demise, I shall deliver your corpse to the holy capital for the emperor's judgment. I trust he shall treat your remains with dignity. Make your move. Nangong Xan declared, a veneer of compassion etched upon his face. Yang Qing replied with a smile, how considerate of you. Unfortunately, if this is all the ability you possess, then no one shall be here to collect your corpse today. Oh? Even at death's door, you still speak arrogantly. Do you think mere flowery words can intimidate me? Compared to me, you are but a fledgling, far too inexperienced. Yang Qing chuckled derisively, people as hypocritical, arrogant, and foolish as you are not even worthy of hell. With that, he swiftly formed hand seals, and from within his expansive black robe, 6 black banners erupted forth, along with 3 brought by Lian Yu and the purple-faced spectre, flying towards 9 distinct directions. 8 of the banners occupied the positions of Qian, Dui, Li, Jin, Sun, Ken, Zhen, and Koan, while the final banner plunged directly into the central peak of Qingshu Mountain. The 9 colossal banners billowed in the wind, their poles suddenly towering like celestial pillars, reaching into the clouds. The immense black flags obscured the sun, fluttering defiantly against the wind, as if the entire firmament trembled. Darkness once again enveloped the entirety of Qingshu Mountain. Chapter 27. I shall ensure that the Azure Cloud sect is devoid of life. The 9 demonic blood array took shape in an instant, and the 28 beams of light emanating from the heavenly azure formation on Qingshu Mountain were swiftly engulfed by darkness. The mountain was shrouded in an impenetrable gloom, plunging the disciples into a state of sheer panic. What these cultivators truly feared was not the darkness itself, they could see everything clearly without the aid of light. Rather, it was the unknown terror embodied by the 9 demonic blood array that instilled dread within them. How could they remain calm when it could instantaneously devour the heavenly azure formation? Impossible, this must be an illusion, undoubtedly an illusion. Yes, it must be an illusion. No one, no formation, no artifact in the world could suppress the heavenly azure formation. This is certainly the work of fiends casting illusions. He and several elders huddled together, vociferously debating, yet anyone could perceive the palpable fear laced within their words. Nangong Xan's eyes widened in shock, rendered utterly helpless. Having lived for 5 centuries, he had never witnessed such a scene. Yet now, the entire Azure Cloud sect was in disarray. The 7 elders were also thrown into confusion. As the current leader of the situation, he needed to regain control. What is there to panic about? It is merely an illusion conjured by the demon clan. All elders, lead your disciples to prepare for battle. Any who falter in fear shall be executed without mercy. Nangong Xan's command echoed over the expanse of Qingshu Mountain, and upon hearing it, the 7 elders gradually regained their composure, beginning to organize their disciples. Meanwhile, the 9 demonic blood array had fully materialized. The Azure Cloud sect prepared to accompany Aluo to the netherworld. Yang Qing clenched his teeth, his hands swiftly forming seals. The 9 demonic flags surged with increasing vigor, and soon, a remnant soul of an ancestral demon appeared beneath each banner. These 9 souls bore grotesque visages, yet their forms were ethereal, as if they would dissipate with a stronger gust of wind. Even so, they filled the disciples of the Azure Cloud sect with profound terror. Are these the ghostly kings released from the depths of hell? Yang Qing must be dead. He has brought back hellish soldiers to claim our lives. What shall we do? Are we doomed today? The disciples of the Azure Cloud sect exchanged fearful murmurs, their morale already shattered. Witnessing this, Nangong Xan was furious. Elders and hallmasters, heed my words, this is merely an illusion of the demon clan. Do not be deceived. Anyone who spreads nonsensical fears that disrupt our unity shall be executed on the spot. The elders and hallmasters sprang into action, issuing strict orders to silence their disciples. However, many had succumbed to overwhelming panic and could hardly heed their commands. Consequently, before the swords of the 7 elders even tasted the blood of the demon clan, they had already struck down over 100 of their own disciples. Yang Qing observed coldly, and once the disciples of the Azure Cloud sect began to regain their composure, he waved his hand. The 5,000 demonic soldiers in the dark clouds descended to the ground. The demonic army, invigorated, waved their banners and shouted with deafening battle cries. At the command, the army was free to attack. Within the hour, I shall ensure that no living being remains within the Azure Cloud sect. With Yang Qing's decree, the assault of the demonic forces commenced. Bolstered by the 9 demonic blood array, the combat prowess of these soldiers surged, while the disciples of the Azure Cloud sect, who were ill-prepared for a grand battlefield, stood no chance. As soon as the clash began, the battlefield transformed into a one-sided slaughter and unrelenting massacre of the Azure Cloud sect's disciples by the demon clan. Yang Qing, you are utterly treacherous. Even in death, I shall not spare you. A disciple of the Azure Cloud sect roared defiantly before a demon soldier plucked out his heart, and as his soul began to depart, it was consumed by the ancestral demon's remnant soul. Such scenes unfolded simultaneously across every corner of the battlefield. The disciples of the Azure Cloud sect finally comprehended that today, not only would they meet their demise, but their souls would also be denied rebirth. Yang Qing, you heartless wretch, to annihilate your own brothers and sisters, are you even human? He, witnessing his fellow disciples disintegrate into nothingness, was driven to madness. He swung his weapon at the encroaching demonic soldiers while shouting vehemently at Yang Qing. Ha, you shameless old fool, when you conspired to ensnare my lord, did you ever consider this day? When you slaughtered my kin, did you ever ponder the consequences? Lin Yu felt tremendous satisfaction.
Over the years, the demon clan had suffered greatly at the hands of the Great Qian, nearly facing extinction, and the Azure Cloud sect had played no small role in their plight.
Today, they would finally have their revenge. Yang Qing coldly surveyed the scene below, pondering. Yunsu, your disciples are on the brink of annihilation. Will you not make your appearance? Yang Qing felt a twinge of urgency. He had sent the purple-faced specter and Lin Yu ahead to afford the Azure Cloud sect ample time to notify Elder Yunsu. He initially planned to confront them the following day, but news arrived of Feng Zishi's 30,000 troops gathering. Thus, he had no choice but to lead his forces forth. Even if he could not slay Elder Yunsu in this battle, he must first obliterate the Azure Cloud sect. Yet, he still harbored a hope that Yunsu would arrive in time. Alas, given the current circumstances, it seemed unlikely. The collapse of the Azure Cloud sect was as swift as a landslide. They were utterly incapable of mounting an effective resistance against the demonic army. Though they possessed far more experts than Yang Qing's forces, their organizational capabilities paled in comparison. Coupled with the enhancement from the 9 demonic blood array, the battlefield had been skewed from the outset. After approximately half an hour of battle, Qingshu Mountain was strewn with corpses, rivers of blood flowing freely, as over half of the 58,000 inner and outer disciples had fallen. The remainder were mostly wounded. My lord, it seems that within the hour, the fighting here shall conclude. Lin Yu proclaimed with triumph. Indeed, Yang Qing nodded, his expression devoid of sorrow or joy. He surveyed the battlefield once more, scrutinizing the 9 demonic flags. In this conflict, aside from their intimidating appearance, the 9 demonic blood array had not proved particularly effective. The remnants of these 9 demons were far too weak, offering only limited enhancement to the demonic army. The significant advantage gained stemmed primarily from Yang Qing's prior affiliation with the Azure Cloud sect, granting him deep familiarity with their formation principles. Furthermore, as a former royal commander of the court, the all-seeing hidden Dragon Guard had already reported the secrets of the Heavenly Azure formation to him, allowing for a simple deployment to dismantle it. Additionally, the Azure Cloud sect's morale was in tatters, and the elders and hall masters were not military leaders, while the disciples were not seasoned soldiers, rendering them ineffective against the battle-hardened demon army and the dragon martial guards. Yet, Yang Qing noted that as the number of souls consumed by the 9 demonic remnants increased, their power visibly surged. Thus, the greater the losses sustained by the enemy, the stronger his forces would become. If I could devour 1 million cultivators more, with the 9 demonic blood array and my 15,000 demonic soldiers, I would be capable of sweeping across the realm. By then, how could I not exact my vengeance? With this thought, Yang Qing's confidence soared. Time flowed inexorably, and the lives of the Azure Cloud sect's disciples were slipping away. Soon, only a few thousand wounded remained on the square, with Nangong Xayan standing at the center alongside the 7 elders and some core disciples. They appeared weary and despondent. Yang Qing, do you truly intend to eradicate us all? These are your own fellow disciples. Even if you have fallen into the path of darkness, should you not retain a semblance of humanity? He and the other elders shouted at Yang Qing, their expressions agitated yet powerless. These individuals were covered in wounds, their blood and tears mingling grotesquely. In stark contrast to Yang Qing's indifference, these righteous elders now seemed more akin to demons. Humanity, it appears the Azure Cloud sect does not teach such things. Yang Qing coldly chuckled as he stepped forward. The disciples of the Azure Cloud sect trembled, many frightened enough to drop their weapons and kneel before Yang Qing in supplication. They understood that their final moments had arrived. You uphold loyalty to your lord and your country, respect your masters and the path of righteousness. Has the Azure Cloud sect not imparted these principles to you? He stammered. Do you truly believe in such ideals? Yang Qing replied with a derisive laugh. He was momentarily speechless. At this moment, Yang Qing was less than 30 paces away, and the elder felt a profound and unprecedented fear. You have always stood upon your moral high ground, engaging in sordid acts, yet such skills were never taught to me. As Yang Qing spoke, his right hand suddenly formed a seal, stirring the 9 demonic remnants, who let out fervent roars of excitement. These cries shattered the last vestiges of courage within the remaining disciples of the Azure Cloud sect. It was unclear who initiated it, but soon everyone discarded their weapons and knelt before Yang Qing. The demonic soldiers, however, showed no signs of halting. They continued their relentless assault, while the disciples of the Azure Cloud sect remained unwilling to rise and resist, merely hoping for Yang Qing's mercy before the demon blades descended upon their necks. Chapter 28. Those like you will not recognize your mistakes even when death is upon you. Brother Yang Qing, spare us, have mercy on us. Brother Yang Qing, we have never wronged you. It was the idea of the sect master and the elders. For the sake of our years of camaraderie, please, have pity on us. Brother Yang Qing, if you let us go today, we will immediately descend from Qingshu Mountain and renounce our ties to Qingyun sect. The terrified disciples wailed in despair, yet the blades of the demonic soldiers never ceased their slaughter. Life ebbed away swiftly, and the 9 demonic spirits grew increasingly exhilarated. This was a feast for the demon clan, a hellish moment for the disciples of Qingyun sect. They would almost rather descend into hell. Silence. All of you, stand up, draw your swords, defend our sect, protect Qingshu Mountain. Get up now. If you dare to plead for mercy from the demons again, I shall invoke the sect's rules. Elders Nan Gongxi, He, and others roared in fury, yet their threats bore no fruit. Yang Qing smirked, raising his right palm, and the demons immediately halted their massacre. Very well, since my fellow brothers still wish to live, I shall offer you a chance. Yang Qing spoke, his gaze filled with interest as he regarded the terrified disciples of Qingyun sect. Brother Yang Qing, if you show us mercy, we will do anything you ask. Indeed, indeed. Silence. We are disciples of the righteous path, how can we negotiate with demons? Zhao Changfeng was near madness. He understood all too well that if the disciples of Qingyun sect surrendered entirely, Yang Qing would surely employ ruthless measures against them.
Yang Qing cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Changfeng, then addressed the disciples, "It seems I wish to spare your lives, yet there are those who wish for your demise. If you can eliminate Nan Gongxing, the 7 elders, and that pair of scoundrels, Zhao Changfeng and Li Rishuang, I shall grant you a path to survival." At this proclamation, the faces of the Qingyun sect disciples turned pale, their eyes widening in shock, rendered speechless.
"But we are no match for the elders," one disciple trembled.
At that moment, the figure with the purple mask chuckled, "Heh, you have 5 or 6,000 people, if you unite against these old fossils, your chances of victory are considerable."
From the crowd, someone echoed, "Indeed. The formations of Qingshu Mountain have been destroyed, with 5 or 6,000 of us, what do we have to fear from these elders?" "That's right, we surely cannot contend with Brother Yang Qing, but if we are to die anyway, why not take a gamble?" "Yes, let's gamble. To hell with it. Let's go all out, since we entered the mountain gate, who hasn't suffered the elders' beatings, it is time for revenge." Once a group of people resolves to pursue a course of action, they will invariably find their rationale. The crowd, each lending their voice, finally rallied under the leadership of a few audacious disciples, drawing their swords toward Nan Gongxing and the others. "Elders, we are all fighting for our lives. Do not blame us," proclaimed one Hall Master, charging toward He with a leader. All others followed suit. "Rebellious disciples, rebellious disciples. Very well, come forth, all of you, today, I shall cleanse the sect." He was nearing madness, and the other elders were equally frenzied. They had never anticipated such a turn of events today. "Ah, what a cleansing, it seems you intend to clean house today." The figure with the purple mask beamed with delight, and a cold smirk graced Yang Qing's lips. At this moment on Qingshu Mountain, the 5,000 demonic soldiers surrounded the central plaza, where nearly 6,000 disciples of Qingyun sect were united in their assault against the 7 elders and the Grand Elder. The shouts of the Qingyun sect disciples intertwined with the curses of the elders, filling Yang Qing with immense satisfaction. "Now, you can truly savor the taste of betrayal." Yang Qing observed the battlefield with cold eyes, occasionally glancing northward. It appeared that the old Taoist Yunshu truly would not arrive. The battle raged for 2 hours, and fewer than 3,000 Qingyun sect disciples remained capable of movement. All were utterly exhausted, yet they continued to press their attack against Nan Gongxing and the others. However, it seemed they fought not for survival, but rather for death, hoping to be slain swiftly by the elders. Nan Gongxing and the others were equally strained. Although they possessed formidable powers, their numbers were limited. For 2 hours, 10 individuals had battled against 6,000. Among these 6,000 were not a few disciples at the late Golden Core and early nascent soul stages. The elders had endured until now, yet they too were on the brink of exhaustion. Except for Nan Gongxing, all the elders bore injuries as Zhao Changfeng had lost his left arm, and Li Rishuang's face was marred by a gash. "Yang Qing, command them to cease. Do you find joy in watching us harm one another?
You rebellious disciple, do you have no conscience?" He shouted while clutching his wounded left arm, glaring at Yang Qing in desperation.
"Very well, I shall not allow further fratricide."
Yang Qing chuckled softly. "You still possess a shred of conscience."
Nan Gongxing breathed a sigh of relief.
"Of course. You are all weary from battle, let my demonic soldiers take over from here." "You beast, you barbarian, you shall not die a good death." Nan Gongxing and the other elders were nearly driven to madness, cursing Yang Qing in unison while fending off the disciples' attacks.
Yang Qing scoffed, issuing orders for the demonic soldiers to launch another assault. This time, the combat strength of the Qingyun sect disciples had been nearly depleted, and the slaughter by the demonic soldiers proceeded with alarming ease.
In less than half an hour, only 10 individuals remained on the battlefield in Nan Gongxing, the 7 elders, Zhao Changfeng, and Li Rishuang. These 10 had utterly lost their capacity to resist, huddled together, awaiting their final moments.
"Brother Yang Qing, spare me. I never intended to betray you, it was the master in Zhao Changfeng who forced my hand."
Li Rishuang cried out. "Li Rishuang, if you fear death, why drag me down with you?" Zhao Changfeng roared in frustration. Li Rishuang paid no heed to Zhao Changfeng's feelings. Trembling, she stood and stumbled toward Yang Qing, collapsing midway from sheer weakness. She could not rise, crawling like a dog to Yang Qing's feet. "Brother Qing, please spare me, grant me a path to survival.
I was truly deceived by the master in Zhao Changfeng. You know I have always held feelings for you. How could I do something to wrong you? If you spare me, I am willing to do anything for you. Please, I beg you."
Li Rishuang clutched Yang Qing's ankle, her face pressed against his foot, pleading desperately. Overcome with terror, she appeared utterly dazed, beginning to disrobe as she spoke. She had lost everything.
The only thing left to offer was the flesh that wrapped her being. Yang Qing shook his head, his eyes filled with revulsion. Enough. He forcefully withdrew his foot, crushing Li Rishuang's skull beneath it. A mixture of red and white splattered everywhere, and as her soul departed, it was promptly devoured by a demon. Zhao Changfeng and the others swallowed hard at the sight, gripped by the utmost fear. "Brother Yang, it was all the master and the elders' idea. Do not blame me, I did not intend for this. I was wrong, spare me." Yang Qing coldly regarded Zhao Changfeng, who was bowing and pleading for mercy, and replied icily, "Not deliberate? Those like you, even when faced with death, fail to recognize their mistakes. You are unworthy to live in this world." With that, Yang Qing summoned forth a demonic spirit from the center of the plaza, which swiftly flew over to Zhao Changfeng, consuming his soul in an instant. Zhao Changfeng perished without a moment's notice. Chapter 29. Absolutely no forgiveness for anyone. It is your turn now. Yang Qing SK swept over Nangong Xian and the others. "Yang Qing, should you choose to kill us today, your master will not spare you." Indeed, regardless of where you may flee to in the future, the sect leader will pursue you relentlessly. You may not be aware, but your master has been appointed as the Grand Tutor to the Crown Prince. His prestige in the martial world is unmatched, and in the court, he wields considerable power. If you take our lives today, you will inevitably find yourself without a burial place in the future. Stand down. He and the others took turns to implore, prompting Yang Qing to erupt into laughter. How ludicrous, you wretches are about to meet your demise yet still resort to threats. If the old thief Yun Su had the gall, he would have shown himself by now. With his cultivation, it would take him no more than 2 hours to fly from the holy capital to Qingshu Mountain. Do you truly believe that this old rogue is unaware of the events transpiring here? No one can rescue you. If Yun Su does not come, I shall seek him out myself. Rest assured, he will soon accompany you to the grave. As Yang Qing's fervor grew, his visage contorted into a ghastly expression, causing He and the others to shudder, silencing their voices. At this moment, the elders were utterly exhausted, akin to fish on the chopping block, their hearts filled with urgency yet rendered helpless. The seventh elder even succumbed to tears. What are you crying for? You spineless wretches! He rebuked loudly, but as soon as his words fell, sorrow overwhelmed him, and he too began to weep. In an instant, the emotions of the elders spiraled into utter despair, and they clutched their heads, weeping uncontrollably. Nangong Xan, tears streaming down his face, sized up Yang Qing, observing his ghastly countenance and the dark veins protruding from his forehead. He mused that this youth had been completely consumed by darkness, beyond the reach of righteousness or moral persuasion. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. For the sake of preserving the embers of Qing Yun's sect, what is left of my dignity matters not. With this thought, Nangong Xan steeled himself, rising slowly to approach Yang Qing, inhaling deeply before speaking. Yang Qing, your master's previous actions were indeed unjust towards you. Your resentment is understandable. Look around, 50,000 lives from Qing Yun's sect have perished at your hands. Whatever grievances you harbored should have been avenged by now. We, as your elders, treated you well during your time of learning. Dear child, could you not, for the sake of our past camaraderie, spare us this once? Allow us to leave some fire for the Qing Yun sect, would you? Nangong Xan's voice was soft, his tone somewhat awkward. Despite facing imminent death, as the grand elder of a premier sect, he was unaccustomed to such a humble plea. As his words faded, the other elders ceased their tears, gazing at Yang Qing with desperate eyes. They yearned for this royal outcast to relent. Who could have anticipated that their fates would rest in the hands of this discarded child? Yang Qing sneered, are you begging me? Nangong Xan's expression dimmed, his eyes cast downward, and he finally nodded. Indeed, consider this old man's request. Ah, so even the grand elder of Qing Yun's sect can lower his noble head. However, your approach to begging is rather unappealing. Nangong Xan, raising his gaze, found Yang Qing's eyes fixed upon him, their gazes locked, causing his heart to tremble. After a moment's hesitation, he slowly knelt before Yang Qing. Having lived a life of privilege, nurtured by high expectations and exceptional talent, Nangong Xan had never endured such humiliation. Yet now, for the future of the sect and his own survival, he had no choice but to cast aside his dignity. If I can extricate myself from today's predicament, I shall beseech Brother Yun Su to petition the court for the dispatch of a grand army to eradicate the demon clan completely. At that time, I shall personally flay this traitorous disciple, thus avenging today's disgrace. These thoughts flitted through his mind as he knelt before Yang Qing. The hearts of the 7 elders raced with trepidation. Child, your great uncle kneels before you. I implore you, spare these old bones. Just as Yang Qing was about to respond, he heard He's voice from a distance. Yes, we beg you, spare us, child, grant us mercy. We have all erred. With concern that Yang Qing might refuse, he could no longer contain himself, crawling toward Yang Qing in hopes of lending weight to Nangong Xan's plea. Life or death hung in the balance within these fleeting moments. As he moved, the other 6 elders followed suit. Child, your great uncle acknowledges his wrongs, truly, he does, please, spare us. Child, if you grant us mercy today, I will willingly impart all my knowledge unto you in the future. Spare us, I beseech you, if you let us go, we would be willing to serve you like beasts. The elders, echoing yes please, cried out in unison as they crawled toward Yang Qing. Soon, they all knelt before him, tears streaming down their faces as they begged for mercy, some even bowing their heads to the ground. Yang Qing regarded the spectacle before him with cold detachment. Their pleas evoked not an ounce of sympathy within him. Instead, he felt a profound revulsion. The scene resembled a pack of ravenous hounds, having feasted on human flesh and blood, now feigning submission. Had it been another, they might have been deceived, but these individuals had consumed his flesh and drunk his blood. How could Yang Qing ever forgive them? From the moment he accepted the pact with the dark spirit, he became incapable of absolving any foe. Spare you? Very well, if you can resurrect my Aluo, I shall consider it. A fire seemed to ignite within Yang Qing's eyes, causing Nangong Xan and the 7 elders to bow their heads even lower, their cries escalating in desperation. The mountain of Qingshu fell into eerie silence, the forest echoing solely with the wails of Nangong Xan and the others. It must come to an end. Yang Qing closed his eyes, exhaling deeply as he murmured. Nangong Xan and the others sank into profound despair, their mouths uttering nothing but cries of anguish. Even the elders of a top-tier sect, when faced with death, could not escape the grip of fear. Yang Qing cast a glance at Lian Yu. Leave none alive. Yes. Lian Yu complied, stepping forward to confront Nangong Xan and the others. Please, no, spare us, dear child, we beg you. Child, who among mortals is without fault? Grant us a chance for redemption.
Yang Qing ascended into the clouds, his voice cold as ice. Death of body and soul is your only path to salvation.
Ah!
As Yang Qing's words fell, Lian Yu's demonic whip hurled Nangong Xian and the 7 elders into the air, their collective screams piercing the air, provoking the 9 demons to roar in fury. The remnants of the 9 demons seemed to sense the scent of a feast, and they quickly surrounded the 8, feasting upon their souls. Exhausted and paralyzed by terror, the once mighty elders of Qingyun sect could muster no resistance against the 9 demons' assault. In no time, the haughty grand elder of Qingyun sect and his 7 companions were reduced to lifeless husks. With the exception of the sect leader Yinsu, the entirety of Qingyun sect was annihilated. The wind swept across the mountain ridge, the fragrant aroma of spring grass and trees intermingling with the stench of blood, while the demon soldiers roared in jubilant celebration of their victory. Under Yang Qing's leadership, this was the second monumental victory for the demon clan, a triumph they had never dared to dream of before. Yang Qing's prestige among the demon soldiers soared to unprecedented heights. Standing high above the swirling black clouds, he gazed down at the frenzied demon soldiers and the corpses strewn across the landscape, his heart brimming with emotion. Aluo, today I have obliterated Qingyun sect, and our vengeance has taken another step forward. It is a pity that the old thief Yunsu has chosen to hide like a turtle, but I will find him. Aluo, wait for me. Chapter 30 Battle, My Sole Option. The conflict on Qingshu Mountain has come to a definitive conclusion. Lian Yu soared to Yang Qing's side, awaiting further instructions. Your Majesty, what shall we do next? Command the purple-faced specters to clear the battlefield and thoroughly scour Qingshu Mountain. The Qingyun sect is one of the foremost sects of our time, with a profound heritage. I have heard that the Emperor of the Qian Kingdom has bestowed upon them considerable gold, silver, and spirit stones, which would greatly assist us in recruiting and expanding our forces for the future. We must depart from here tonight. Yes. Lian Yu acknowledged her orders and promptly set about her tasks. Yang Qing formed a hand seal and retrieved the 9 flags that controlled the 9 demonic blood array. In this battle, the 9 demonic blood array had not proven particularly effective early on, primarily due to the overwhelming weakness of the 9 demonic remnants. However, as the 9 demons consumed more souls, their power gradually returned. By the latter stages of the battle, the blood array began to empower the demonic soldiers, even allowing the 9 demonic remnants to directly engage in combat and devour souls. This was an encouraging sign. If the 9 demons could grow even stronger, they might stand a chance against the potential onslaught of the Qian court's vast army. The day they would confront the Qian kingdom's field army would soon arrive. Yang Qing was all too familiar with the military structure and combat capabilities of the Great Qian Empire. The army of Great Qian was divided into 10 major field legions, along with regional garrison troops and 2 border armies in the north and south, totaling over 5 million personnel. Among them, the 10 major field legions and the northern and southern border armies were directly commanded by the emperor, while the regional garrison troops fell under the jurisdiction of local governors. Of these, the 10 major field legions and the border armies possessed the greatest combat strength. The Longwu Guard, which Yang Qing previously led, was part of the southern border army. 1,000 miles north of Qingshu Mountain lies the Longning River, a formidable natural barrier stretching over 20,000 miles in length and 800 miles in width. The river roiled with tumultuous waves and was teeming with spirit beasts. North of Longning River was the encampment of the field army under General Feng Zisher. This field army bore a formidable name, Blood Floating Pagoda. It was the closest field army to Qingshu Mountain, and should the emperor choose to mobilize troops, he would undoubtedly dispatch this army. When Yang Qing faced the Demon Clan years ago, Blood Floating Pagoda served both as a supervisory force and a powerful backup. Though the Longwu Guard had never requested assistance from Blood Floating Pagoda under Yang Qing's command, the soldiers of Longwu Guard held a natural reverence for them. Currently, half of the demon army under Yang Qing's command consisted of defectors from the Longwu Guard. This posed a significant dilemma for warriors. Courage is paramount. If morale falters before the battle even begins, no matter how brilliant the strategy or tactics, they will be rendered futile. What made matters even more precarious was that the 300,000 soldiers of Blood Floating Pagoda were not something his mere 150,000 demon troops could contend with. I need time. Yang Qing murmured. He required time for planning and strategizing, but even more so, he needed time to enhance his own strength. Yet your time is running short. Blood Floating Pagoda will arrive within 3 days. The voice of the demon spirit only served to heighten Yang Qing's agitation. The presence of 150,000 demon troops could not be concealed, and war with Blood Floating Pagoda was inevitable. Demon spirit, since I cannot control the timing of the battle, is there a way to swiftly bolster our strength? The stronger you are, the stronger I become, but I am not yet strong enough. How about slaying another million? Splendid, truly splendid. If that were to happen, you could recruit an additional 100,000 demon troops, and I could assist them in refining their bodies and rapidly forming combat prowess. Indeed, by then, the 9 demonic blood array should also be significantly more powerful. Quite right, my clever host. However, prior to that, should you not assist me in breaking through my cultivation realm, the lives and souls of 50,000 Qingshu Mountain disciples should suffice for a hearty feast. Not at present. My strength does not permit it. After the demon infant realm, each ascension in cultivation requires a tenfold increase in my strength. What must I do to break through to the next realm? Annihilate Blood Floating Pagoda. Yang Qing swallowed hard, agreed. Yang Qing gazed into the distance. To the north lay Hanmo County, which contained 14 cities and a population of approximately 2 million. Beyond Hanmo County was Nanzhou County, boasting 27 cities and a population exceeding 6 million. Yes, we should have enough time, Yang Qing contemplated. Before arriving at Qingshu Mountain, he had already dispatched 100,000 demon troops northward to lay an ambush on the southern bank of Longning River, utilizing the river's natural barrier to delay blood-floating pagoda's advance when they descended. At this point, the timeline to slay 1,000,000 people still seemed ample. Moments later, Lian Yu returned. Your Majesty, we have thoroughly searched Qingshu Mountain and discovered 500,000 taels of gold, 10 million taels of silver, and over 30,000 stones of spirit stones, among which the courts awarded 9th-grade spirit stones amount to a staggering 10,000 stones. Additionally, there are countless medicinal herbs and elixirs, far too many to count in such a short time, but if we could transport these back to the demon realm, we could recuperate for 3 years and undoubtedly see a significant increase in strength.
At the very least, doubling our army would pose no issue.
Yang Qing shook his head. 3 years is far too long. Not only can I not afford to wait, but the royal family of the Qin kingdom would not grant us such time.
Ah, that is true.
What shall we do next? Our recent activities have stirred quite a commotion. The Qin kingdom will surely dispatch a great army to hunt us down. Given our current strength, it is likely Lian Yu hesitated to continue. In truth, she harbored concerns about this assault on Qingshu Mountain. In her view, after vanquishing the Longwu Guard, the demon army should retreat to the south underworld to rebuild their kingdom, recuperate, and wait until they had grown strong enough to pursue grand ambitions. After all, the Great Qian Empire was exceedingly formidable, and dismantling it would not be an endeavor accomplished in a day. This massacre at Qingshu Mountain would not only reveal their strength and raise the alarm within the Great Qian court, but it would also offend all righteous sects, making any retreat to the south underworld for recuperation impossible.
Yang Qing discerned Lian Yu's thoughts at a glance and chuckled. Are you afraid?
Lian Yu furrowed her brow and replied softly, as a holy maiden of the demon clan, I have long set aside concerns for life and death. How could I be afraid? I merely worry that our current actions are overly aggressive. Haste makes waste. Yang Qing clasped his hands behind his back and gazed northward, sighing. Lian Yu, even if we were to silently retreat to the south underworld, the Great Qian court would not grant us a moment's respite. From the instant I led you all out of the water prison, it was destined that our future would be filled with relentless combat. Victory will instill fear in our enemies, and victory will bolster our own strength.
Battle is our only option.
Upon hearing this, Lian Yu fell into a brief silence before nodding solemnly. Indeed, even if we were to return quietly to the south underworld after escaping the water prison, within 2 days, the Great Qian court would surely learn of it. How could we, these remnants of a defeated army, build a solid defense upon the ruins of a shattered demon kingdom? It is impossible.
Your Majesty, I understand now. What shall we do next?
Please give your orders. Yang Qing pointed to the north and addressed the city 100 miles away. The army shall rest briefly, and after nightfall, we will enter Hanmo County. From this moment forth, let my edict be proclaimed across the land. The heavens have perished, the demon clan shall rise, wherever the demon army goes, all who wish to submit shall be treated with respect, while those who refuse shall be executed without exception. Lian Yu immediately accepted her orders, but just as she was about to depart, Yang Qing called her back. Yang Qing observed as the demon soldiers busily transported spirit stones and treasures, with countless glimmering gold and silver forming small hills below. He pointed toward the hills. The soldiers have fought tirelessly. They deserve a reward. Draft a proposal for me to review, allocating a portion of the spoils to everyone, while the remainder shall be reserved for recruitment. Lian Yu acknowledged, then furrowed her brow. Your Majesty, this hall,
if we carry it all with us, it will become a burden. Might we find a secure location to store it temporarily?
Yang Qing smiled and retrieved a ring from his left thumb, its surface a deep black, adorned with a dark red gemstone.
This was a relic left by his mother.
Mother, if you are aware of my plight, please bless your child. Yang Qing sighed, then began to chant softly. The spiritual ring emitted a brilliant red light, swiftly absorbing all the gold, silver, and spirit stones below.
What a marvelous treasure!
Lian Yu exclaimed. The demon soldiers below, witnessing Yang Qing's display, erupted into cheers of "Long live the Emperor." Chapter 31. The Fury of Taoist Yunshu in the Sacred Capital. As dusk fell, the setting sun bled crimson across the sky. Within a secluded villa on the outskirts of the city, the venerable Taoist Yunshu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the horizon. He had received the shocking news of the Dragon Wu Guard's annihilation early that day, which left him profoundly astonished. The survival of Yang Qing filled him with trepidation, fearing the wrath of the emperor and the crown prince might be directed towards him. Losing the esteemed title of Taifu was a trivial concern compared to the potential repercussions on the entire Qin Yun sect, which would be catastrophic. For a millennium, the Dacian dynasty had reigned supreme, and the imperial authority was unrivaled. No sect could dare oppose it, regardless of the might of the Qin Yun sect. Its fate rested solely within the emperor's decree. Thus, Taoist Yunshu chose not to hasten back to the Qin Yun sect. Instead, he remained in the sacred capital to gather information, ready to leverage his connections in the court should the need arise.
To his surprise, rather than receiving reproach from the emperor or the crown prince, he was met with a message from a disciple of the Qin Yun sect. Yang Qing had transformed into the new demon lord of the Nanning demon clan, leading an army to besiege Qingshu Mountain. Yunshu was left utterly speechless, yet, after the initial shock, he found little cause for concern regarding the safety of the Qin Yun sect. Despite the disciple's report of the demon army breaching the Zhou-Tian Qin Yun Great Formation, Yunshu understood that this was merely a manifestation of the formation's workings. In a true crisis, the esteemed elders would personally activate the genuine Qin Yun Great Formation. As Yang Qing's mentor, he was acutely aware of the young man's capabilities. Although Yang Qing had achieved a remarkable breakthrough into the late Golden Core stage at such a tender age, this prowess was still insignificant in the eyes of the elders of the Qin Yun sect.
As for the demon army under Yang Qing's command, Yunqiu merely chuckled dismissively. Yang Qing's familiarity with the Dragon Wu Guard, combined with the negligence of Huang Qingyi and others, had allowed him to achieve his initial success. However, to believe he could conquer Qingshu Mountain with this demon army was nothing short of delusional. Qingshu Mountain was perilous, filled with intricate mechanisms, and its disciples were dispersed throughout. The elders possessed formidable powers, leading Yunqiu to ponder how Yang Qing could possibly succeed. It was precisely for this reason that he had opted not to return to the Qingyun sect. With such a significant event unfolding, the emperor's and crown prince's attitudes towards him and the sect remained uncertain. How could he leave the sacred capital with peace of mind? A rebellious disciple daring to assault the Qingyun sect was an act of utter treachery, a disgrace to his teachings. Reflecting on this, Yunqiu felt his earlier decision had been astutely justified. It was unfortunate that a moment of carelessness had allowed this wretched being to survive. He could only hope that the emperor and the crown prince would not direct their ire towards him. How fortuitous it was that this rebellious disciple attacked the Qingyun sect. It saved Yunqiu from the trouble of searching for him. Surely, he would meet his doom at Qingshu Mountain. By then, even if the emperor and the crown prince sought to blame him, he would have an explanation. Yunqiu instructed the messenger disciple that once Yang Qing was slain, his head must be brought to the sacred capital without delay. As twilight descended, however, he still awaited the disciple's report. Logically, Yang Qing's severed head should have arrived by now. Impatience gnawed at Yunqiu as he paced back and forth in the courtyard. After 5 centuries of arduous cultivation, he should have achieved a state of tranquility, yet today, his heart was tumultuous. Finally, as the sun dipped below the horizon, a streak of light flashed by, and a disciple of the Qingyun sect came tumbling towards Taoist Yunqiu. Yunqiu's heart leaped with joy. Frustrated by the disciple's slow pace, he promptly summoned him with a surge of spiritual energy. "What news? Where is that wretched disciple's head?" he demanded, eyeing the breathless messenger who arrived empty-handed with growing suspicion. "Master, it's not good. You must return at once. The demon army is overwhelming. We cannot hold our ground." "What? How can this be? The esteemed elder Nangong Xian has emerged from seclusion, but the demon army is too powerful. We truly cannot withstand them. The Grand Elder sent me specifically to inform you. Please return quickly to take command." Yunqiu cast the messenger aside, striking himself twice in disbelief, confirming that what he heard was indeed true. How could this be? This is utterly impossible. Such a thing cannot be. No demon army could so easily conquer Qingshu Mountain. This defies the natural order. In a frenzy, Yunqiu paced the courtyard, while the disciple urged him to return. If what the disciple said was true, the entire Qingyun sect was powerless against that wretched disciple. If he returned alone, he would be walking into his own demise. As long as he lived, the Qingyun sect would still have a glimmer of hope. Indeed, as long as the Green Mountains remained, there would be no fear of firewood running out. He alone bore the future of the sect and could not afford to risk it lightly. Resolute, Yunqiu decided to send the disciple back to gather further intelligence, assuring him he would prepare to depart shortly. The disciple took his leave, but as he stepped out of the courtyard, another streak of light approached. This newcomer was a retainer from the crown prince's residence. "Taoist Yunqiu, grave news. The Qianlong Guard has just reported that the traitor Yang Qing has led the demon army to seize Qingshu Mountain, and over 50,000 members of the Qingyun sect, from Elder Nangong Xian down, have been slaughtered." "What? What did you say?" "Ah, Taoist Yunqiu, please be gentle. You're choking me. I meant to say, your Qingyun sect has been wiped out. It was your beloved disciple Yang Cheng who did it. Do not spout nonsense. I sent a messenger. My disciples are currently fighting valiantly against the demon clan under Elder Nangong's command. How could they have been annihilated?" "Oh, where is the messenger now?" Yunqiu summoned the messenger disciple, and upon comparison, it became clear that the messenger had set off earlier, but due to his lower cultivation, he had delayed excessively on the way. By the time he had traversed half the distance, there were no longer any living souls atop Qingshu Mountain. The Qianlong Guard served as the royal inner guard, tasked with intelligence gathering. Upon receiving the news, they promptly informed the crown prince, who then dispatched someone to report to Yunqiu. The venerable Taoist sank to the ground in shock. In an instant, the last strand of black hair on his head turned white. The once proud Qingyun sect was left with but 2 survivors. Wretched disciple, a traitor who slays his own master and annihilates his clan, I shall not forgive you. All of Yunqiu's glory and status derived from his identity as the leader of the Qingyun sect. Now that the sect had been obliterated, he had become a lost dog. Though he claimed to be the strongest in the world, without the Qingyun sect, who would acknowledge his supremacy? Yunqiu felt as though the fruits of his 5 centuries of cultivation had been washed away in an instant, and the root cause of this calamity was that wretched disciple. Wretched disciple, I shall personally slay you. I shall personally slay you. Yunqiu howled to the heavens, his voice echoing through the world. All his consciousness was consumed by rage and hatred, which then transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards the eastern palace. Chapter 32. The Emperor's fury. Yunsu hurriedly arrived at the eastern palace to seek an audience with the crown prince, only to discover Empress Wen already present. After bowing in respect to both the empress and the crown prince, Yunsu sighed deeply and lamented, "Your Highness, I, the old Taoist, in a moment of negligence, allowed the treacherous Wang Yangqing to escape, resulting in a grave calamity. I beseech your Highness to impose punishment upon me." Upon seeing the old Taoist, Yan Ling's countenance darkened with displeasure, and he was about to express his ire when Empress Wen discreetly pinched his waist, prompting him to immediately adopt a demeanor of humility. "Pray, rise quickly, esteemed teacher. Yang Qing is cunning and devious. It is only natural that you fell prey to his machinations. The blame lies solely with that vile wretch, who has willingly descended into corruption and turned against the court and the rightful path of the realm." Humph, I shall see to his demise.
Yang Ling declared through gritted teeth. Yun Su sighed heavily, his expression one of deep concern.
Your Highness speaks truly, unless this demon is eradicated, the world shall know no peace.
I have heard that Prince Yishua is already en route south. Might I inquire when the blood-floating tower will mobilize?
Ah, it takes time for an army of 300,000 to assemble and set forth. I believe the royal uncle will depart with all due haste, came the response. Your Highness, we must hasten. Yang Qing is exceedingly familiar with the blood-floating tower. If he is granted even a moment's respite, he may once again elude capture. No sooner had Yun Su spoken than a servant arrived at the door, reporting, Your Highness, Lord Li Fengyu of the Qianlong Guard requests an audience.
Oh? He comes alone? Indeed, only Lord Li.
At this, the Crown Prince cast a puzzled glance at Empress Wen.as, the intelligence agency directly under the Emperor's command. The Qianlong Guard was led by none other than Li Fengyu, who, to avoid arousing suspicion, never met with other officials alone, including the Crown Prince. What could have prompted this sudden visit? After a moment of contemplation, Empress Wen smiled and said, Let him enter. The servant complied and soon, Li Fengyu appeared.
Lord Li, what brings you to the Eastern Palace today? Empress Wen inquired, her tone exceedingly amiable.
Li Fengyu, well aware that the Empress was present, still felt a twinge of surprise at her current demeanor. However, it quickly dawned on him that possessing secrets about officials, noble families, and wealthy merchants could prove beneficial should he manage to win her favor for Yang Ling as future governance of the realm.
Ah, your majesty is here as well.
I pay my respects to the Empress and to your Highness, the Crown Prince. Please, rise, Lord Li, the Crown Prince gestured, assisting Li Fengyu to his feet. Yun Su felt a flicker of annoyance. Li Fengyu's official rank fell beneath that of the Crown Prince's tutor, yet he offered no greeting upon their meeting. Moreover, his demeanor suggested he had completely disregarded Yun Su's presence. Just as he was about to voice his displeasure, Li Fengyu spoke again, I am here under the Emperor's command to inquire about the whereabouts of a certain individual.
Oh, if even you, Lord Li, cannot locate this person, how could I possibly know?
Your Highness, this individual is none other than your esteemed tutor, Taoist Yun Su.
At this revelation, the three present were momentarily taken aback.
Yun Su mused to himself, I have only encountered this man once in the court, he may not even remember me. Nevertheless, ignorance is no excuse. The Emperor must have sent him to seek me out, likely wishing for my assistance against Yang Qing. It appears the Emperor still places considerable trust in me. Meanwhile, the Crown Prince spoke up, Oh, Lord Li, you is not Taoist Yun Su here in our midst? Li Fengyu turned his gaze to Yun Su, his expression suddenly serious. Taoist Yun Su, you have deceived the Emperor and allowed the treacherous Wang Yang Qing to escape, leading to chaos in the southern territories and untold suffering.
I am here by royal decree to apprehend you and confine you to a dungeon for further judgment.
What? The three were once again stunned, and Yun Su's jaw dropped in disbelief, remaining agape for an extended moment.
Li Fengyu retrieved a decree from his sleeve and presented it to the Crown Prince. Yang Ling perused the document before passing it to Empress Wen, who, upon reading it, suddenly adopted a stern expression and addressed Yun Su sharply. Yun Su, have you indeed allowed the treacherous Wang Yang Qing to escape and deceive the Emperor? Your Majesty, how can you say such a thing? I am utterly loyal to the Crown Prince, how could I conspire with a traitor? Yun Su protested. Yang Ling added, Indeed, Lord Li, my father must have made a mistake. The plan to eliminate Yang Qing was jointly devised by myself and Taoist Yun Su. Any misstep was unintentional.
Li Fengyu responded with a smirk, Taoist Yun Su, since the decree has been issued, I must insist you accompany me. Very well, I was indeed on my way to see the Emperor to clarify matters.
Ha! Who said anything about taking you to see the Emperor? Then where are you taking me? Did I not just mention, to the dungeon?
You cannot treat me this way, I am the revered master of the Qingyun sect, appointed by the Emperor as the Crown Prince's tutor.
How can I be confined to a dungeon?
Yun Su, you must recognize the reality of your situation. Your Qingyun sect has been eradicated. The Emperor who conferred honors upon you can just as easily take your life. Enough of this prattling, come with me at once.
No.
Yun Su bellowed, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy that shattered the furniture and artifacts within the Crown Prince's palace, the overwhelming pressure rendering the three present breathless. Empress Wen, a woman of mere qi refinement, nearly fainted from the intensity.
Impudent, Yun Su, you could easily escape with your formidable cultivation, yet you must consider this, if you step beyond those doors, you will become a wanted fugitive of the great Qian dynasty.
The Qianlong Guard, along with 500,000 elite soldiers and the officials of the 18 provinces, will not spare you. No righteous sect in the land will dare to shelter you.
Yun Su suddenly regained his composure, drawing in his energy.
Indeed, although he was renowned as the strongest in battle, in the face of supreme imperial authority, his strength was no more significant than that of an ant. Wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, his expression grew somber. The recent upheavals had left his spirit somewhat disoriented. Li Fengyu nodded. This is wise, we are all dignified individuals, and I trust you will not act rashly now. Come with me. With that, Li Fengyu bid farewell to the Crown Prince and Empress, gripping Yun Su's shoulder as they soared towards the dungeon.
Watching Li Fengyu's retreating figure, the Crown Prince wore a pensive expression. Mother, Yun Su standing among the various sects is crucial for me. How could my father, Empress Wen interjected with a smile. I have heard that before the late Emperor passed, he sought a pretext to confine the then Crown Prince's tutor, Hiyu, to the dungeon.
However, after your father ascended the throne, he not only released Duguhiyu but also appointed him as the national master, subsequently promoting him to grand minister, leading our elite forces against the Tsanglong kingdom, thus earning unparalleled accolades for your father.
Yang Ling's eyes widened in realization.
Today, the Qianlong Guard informed me of the destruction of the Qingyun sect.
It seems this was also my father's directive. The goal was to draw Yun Su to the Eastern Palace, only to have Li Fengyu apprehend him before my eyes, and when I pleaded for Yun Su's clemency, once he is imprisoned, I will have no choice but to place my hopes upon him.
The Empress interrupted Yang Ling. Enough. It is good that you understand, and now, hurry to the palace, your father must be awaiting you. Yang Ling smiled, bidding farewell to the Empress as he flew towards the Imperial Palace. Chapter 33. The heavens have fallen, the demon clan will rise. In the royal palace, within the southern study, several young eunuchs trembled as they knelt on the ground, painstakingly picking up shards of broken ceramics. Many of their knees had been cut by the sharp fragments, blood seeping through their trousers, yet they dared not utter a sound. A young eunuch, no older than 10, accidentally cut his hand on the shards and let out a soft gasp, which immediately drew the emperor's wrath.
What are you shouting about? You cannot even handle such a trivial matter. What use do I have for you? Someone, drag this wretch out and behead him. Ah, your majesty, spare my life, your majesty, please spare me.
Soon, 2 guards seized the small eunuch and dragged him away from the southern study. Emperor Yang Cheng'an slumped in the Grand Dragon chair, the earlier outbursts of fury seeming to have drained him of vitality, leaving him gasping for breath, his mood unsettled. Just a few days after the new year, the air in the holy capital was frigid. However, Yang Cheng'an's heart felt even colder. Despite the thick mink fur covering the dragon chair, he still felt a chill running down his spine. Ever since he learned from Li Fengyu that Yang Qing had annihilated the Qingyun sect, this coldness had infiltrated his very being. He had shattered every ceramic vessel in the southern study, overturned all the tables and chairs, and though drenched in sweat from exhaustion, he was still beset by waves of chill within. Previously, while Yang Qing's destruction of the Longwu Guard had incited his anger, the abilities displayed by this rebellious son remained within the realm of his understanding. After all, the Longwu Guard had just undergone a significant upheaval, and the troops were entirely unguarded. Furthermore, Yang Qing was exceedingly familiar with the Longwu Guard, making a successful ambush not entirely impossible. Yet the Qingyun sect was different. Although it boasted a smaller number of individuals and was not a regular army, its foundation was unparalleled by ordinary sections. Even if Yang Cheng'an were to dispatch a regular army to eradicate the Qingyun sect, it would take at least a month to achieve such a feat, but Yang Qing managed to do it in less than a day. How could that be conceivable? This rebellious son had truly succumbed to madness, but how did his demonic army possess such formidable strength? Faced with this unknown power, Yang Cheng'an was restless. The imperial edict to mobilize Yang Yuanyi and Feng Zishi's troops had already been issued, yet he understood well that deploying 300,000 soldiers was no trivial matter. The only thing he could do now was wait for the blood-soaked army to set forth, wait for news of their victory, wait for Yang Yuanyi to deliver the head of that rebellious son to the holy capital. But merely waiting rendered him utterly powerless. He felt aged, scarcely able to recall how many years he had lived, and now he found himself at the brink of exhaustion. He prided himself on being the most accomplished emperor in the history of the great Qian dynasty, both in civil and military affairs, yet he dreaded the thought of his illustrious name being tarnished by this rebellious son before his demise. But what could he do now? No matter how powerful the demonic army, or how defiant Yang Qing was, it was impossible for him to escape under the iron hooves of 300,000 blood-soaked soldiers. Such a person could not exist in this world, unless the heavenly law ceased to exist. What was there left to worry about? Just wait. Yang Cheng'an finally settled down, continuously comforting himself in his heart, slumped in the dragon chair, staring blankly out the door. Yang Ling swiftly arrived outside the Ying Tian gate. According to protocol, he needed to press down on the clouds, receive a check from the Yulin guards, and then walk into the palace. Yang Ling landed on the ground, and several Yulin soldiers conducted a perfunctory inspection before smilingly inviting Yang Ling to enter the palace. Who would dare offend the future emperor? Yang Ling had no intention of engaging with these attendants. He surveyed the square outside the Ying Tian gate, his heart a tumult of emotions. This was the very site where they had besieged Yang Qing on New Year's Eve, whereby Luo had perished. At this moment, Yang Ling could not afford to mourn by Luo. Instead, an unsettling chill enveloped him. Not wishing to linger any longer, he quickened his pace and hurried into the palace. By chance, he encountered a group of guards dragging a small eunuch outside. The eunuch's voice had long since become hoarse from crying, and he had given up struggling. Upon catching sight of the prince, he began to cry out again. The old emperor is foolish and tyrannical. Surely the young prince can show some mercy. I have crossed paths with his highness and even exchanged a few words. The small eunuch seemed to have grasped at a lifeline. Your highness, please save me. Upon hearing this, Yang Ling paused and stopped the guards. He recognized these were the guards stationed in front of the southern study and saw an opportunity to inquire about his father's situation. Greetings, your highness, what is happening? Your highness, the emperor is enraged and has shattered many cups in the southern study. The small eunuch cut his hand while picking up the shards, and his cries startled his majesty. We were ordered to drag him out and execute him. Yang Ling nodded. I see, you may proceed. With that, Yang Ling quickened his steps and departed. The small eunuch's cries of despair echoed behind him, a truly pitiful sound. Cease your wailing. Do you not see what you are? How could his highness possibly plead for you? Oh, accept your fate. We are all but a swarm of ants who would pity an ant. Indeed, stop your cries. When the time comes for my brothers to act, I assure you, it will be painless. As the guards jested, they dragged the small eunuch out of the Ying Tian gate. The soldier who executed the deed indeed proved true to his word. With a swift motion, the eunuch's head rolled away, landing several yards distant.
Was I not right? It was not painful at all? Yang Ling entered the southern study.
Father, I underestimated the situation and failed to eliminate the rebel king.
Please punish me.
Yang Chang'an looked at Yang Ling, who knelt on the ground, and felt a flicker of comfort in his heart. This child was somewhat clever. Upon learning of Yun Su's capture, he understood the necessity of promptly admitting his faults.
What use is punishment now? Thank you, father. What are your thoughts on Yun Su's fate?
Yang Chang'an narrowed his eyes upon hearing this, clearly pleased with the prince's approach. It seemed the prince had matured, capable of discerning his thoughts.
His visit today was not merely an act of contrition. The prince's plea for mercy allowed Yang Chang'an to take advantage of the situation, pardoning Yun Su's death sentence under the guise of the prince's intercession, thus granting the prince a life-saving favor. Yang Chang'an nodded appreciatively at Yang Ling, thinking that this prince had indeed mastered the art of rulership. His succession to the throne should pose no problem. Very well, since the prince has made a plea, I will spare his life. He shall remain in solitary confinement for reflection. As for his punishment, we shall discuss it later. Yang Chang'an's implication was clear. The decision regarding Yun Su's release would be left to the future emperor.
Yang Ling, understanding this, was filled with joy. Father, I request permission to lead the blood-soaked army to eradicate the rebel king.
Well, it is commendable that you possess such resolve. However, as the prince, how could you risk yourself in danger? What would become of the great Qian if anything were to happen to you? How about this? I shall assign you a task: summon the righteous sects of the great Qian and issue a decree to eradicate the demons, commanding all righteous sects to participate in the annihilation of Yangqing. Oh? Yang Ling, perplexed, responded, Father, the blood-soaked army has already advanced southward. The destruction of the demonic army is merely a matter of time. Why must we summon the sects? Yang Chang'an smiled. The eradication of demons does not necessitate the intervention of the major sects, but is the threat to the great Qian limited to just one demonic clan? These sects have grown increasingly powerful, and I often find myself concerned. By using the chaos caused by the demonic clan as a pretext to gather the sects, you can take this opportunity to present yourself before them and enhance your standing. Yang Ling was overjoyed. His father's foresight was indeed beyond his own. Yang Ling immediately accepted the task, and with a wave of his sleeve, Yang Chang'an bestowed a golden edict into Yang Ling's hands. Yang Ling promptly took the golden edict, transformed it into a stream of light, and departed. Chapter 34 The demon-subduing army. The waters of Longning River surged violently, as countless warships of the blood-floating pagoda gathered densely together, their myriad red battle flags fluttering in the wind, enveloping the entire river in an atmosphere of impending slaughter. On the northern bank of Longning River, 300,000 soldiers of the blood-floating pagoda were assembling, clad in crimson armor and fully armed, their iron cavalry forming a formidable mass, linked by war chariots. The vast expanse of the northern bank, stretching for several dozen miles, appeared as if stained with blood. In the skies, tens of thousands of purple-feathered divine eagles from the blood-floating pagoda soared majestically, while on the ground, thousands of blood cheelants roared defiantly. The gathering of 300,000 troops was a monumental task. Although most soldiers possessed the ability to fly, the heavy military equipment and supplies essential for warfare could not be transported by air. Fortunately, the blood-floating pagoda was well-trained and maintained strict military discipline. At the command of Feng Zisher, the army swiftly mobilized. Nevertheless, assembling such a vast force and preparing the necessary military resources within 3 days was no simple feat. Yan Yuanye stood atop a large rock, surveying the military camp, his heart filled with anxiety. Your Highness, the army is assembling at the fastest possible speed. We shall break camp within 3 days at most, Feng Zisher reassured him. The iron-blooded general was in high spirits. He was well aware that he would soon confront Yangqing in the south, yet, being a prince, how could he dare involve himself in royal affairs? Now, with the presence of the harmonious king, regardless of whether Yang Qing was ultimately punished or granted the emperor's pardon, Feng Zisher would bear no responsibility. Yang Yuanye glanced at the golden token in his hand inside. He was already aware of the situation regarding the Qingyun sect. The emperor had issued an urgent decree at the earliest opportunity, and how could he not be anxious? However, worry alone was futile. The blood-floating pagoda was not in a wartime state, and 300,000 troops could not be assembled in an instant. Let us hasten. Yang Yuanye sighed once more. At that moment, Princess Yang Liao, rode forth and addressed Yang Yuanye, Uncle, when shall we depart? I can hardly wait to sever that wretched dog's head. Yang Yuanye chuckled, My dear girl, what is your haste? We shall certainly set off within 3 days. Very well, let that wretched dog live for another 3 days. Humph. Rest assured, Your Highness, the demon army will not escape. A mere 150,000 demons cannot evade the blood-floating pagoda, Feng Zisher assured with a smile. As they engaged in light-hearted banter, a streak of light flashed across the sky, and soon a messenger arrived to report, the Crown Prince has arrived. Upon seeing the golden token in the Crown Prince's hand, Yang Yuanye sighed again. Crown Prince, we are already assembling at the fastest possible speed. Why have you come in person to urge us? Hearing Yang Yuanye's complaint, Yang Ling replied with a smile, Uncle, do not take offense, I merely came to take a look, and I have no intention of urging you. Please proceed as per the normal protocol. Yan Yuanye nodded and led everyone into the central military camp. Inside the tent lay a massive sand table, intricately depicting the entire southern territory. Feng Zisher pointed at Longning River on the sand table and said, 3 days from now, we shall cross Longning River and reach the foot of Qingshu Mountain within half a day.
Currently, scouts report that the demon army is still regrouping on Qingshu Mountain. I suspect that their next move will either be to flee south into the South Abyss or continue northward. However, I believe that the carefree rebel Yang Qing will not be so foolish as to head north, as that would mean facing our blood-floating pagoda, which would be tantamount to seeking death.
Yang Ling inquired, what should we do then? If they flee to the South Abyss tomorrow, shall we be left helpless?
Yan Yuanya chuckled, should they retreat to the South Abyss, our forces shall take warships down Longning River and into the sea, directly heading to the South Abyss for battle. Where can Yang Qing escape to? The South Abyss demon realm has long been destroyed by Yang Qing himself, leaving no effective defenses or formations within. In a direct confrontation, there is only one path. Death. Yang Ling was overjoyed. Yang Yuanya, ever the strategist, continued, however, we cannot allow him to escape so easily, thus, we shall first dispatch a small contingent across the river to harass the demon army and hinder their march. Simultaneously, we shall send our naval forces to proceed down Longning River into the sea and then southward, lying in ambush along the vital routes to the South Abyss. Once the demon army attempts to flee south, we shall strike from both north and south and crush them in the South Sea. Everyone present nodded in agreement, and Feng Zisher promptly set off to make the necessary arrangements. In Hanmo County, the capital city of Maxiang, the recent tragedy of the Languo Guard had already instilled widespread fear among the populace, and the subsequent news of the Qingshu Mountain massacre sent the 30,000-strong city into a frenzy. They were too close to Qingshu Mountain, and no one was unafraid. County Governor Li Kawai had dispatched 50,000 troops from the county to the front lines to establish a defense while requesting the blood-floating pagoda to march southward. It was said that the carefree King Yang Qing had failed in his rebellion and had instead descended into the demon path, slaughtering the entire Yuzhou. Alas, what a misfortune! How could a dignified prince be so bewitched by evil? Years ago, concubine Jean had caused turmoil in the palace, and little did they expect that her son would turn out to be equally treacherous. Alas, His Majesty and Empress Wen were merciful, not eliminating the root of the problem.
How could Yang Qing fail to show gratitude?
Do not speak nonsense. The carefree king once bled for the defense of the southern borders. I believe there must be some hidden reason for his descent into darkness.
What hidden reason could there be?
Even if there is, it should not justify his descent into evil or the massacre of those who imparted knowledge to him. He is clearly a treacherous wolf. Indeed, we can only hope he does not continue northward.
Otherwise, the common people will suffer, and there will be nowhere to flee.
The county governor has already dispatched troops to reinforce the city defenses. We have the blood-floating pagoda to our north.
What is there to fear? But even the Languo Guard was defeated. Can we withstand such an assault?
How can we not withstand it? The Languo Guard was merely Yang Qing's minions. I have heard that when the demon army arrived, most of the Languo Guard surrendered, leading to the Yuzhou massacre. Our General Feng's blood-floating pagoda is not to be compared with the Languo Guard. The citizens of Maxiang and the entire Hanmo County were abuzz with discussions about Yang Qing and his demon army, their hearts filled with trepidation as they anxiously awaited the blood-floating pagoda's advance southward. County Governor Li Kawai was equally troubled. Over the years, Hanmo County had been responsible for supplying military provisions to the Languo Guard and had maintained considerable dealings with Yang Qing. He was acutely aware of Yang Qing's military prowess. The demon army under Yang Qing had swelled to 150,000 strong, and from what he observed, their combat capabilities seemed to surpass that of the Languo Guard. Should Yang Qing lead his forces to attack Maxiang, with only the 50,000 local troops under his command, Li Kawai feared they would not withstand even 2 hours of assault. What made Li Kawai most uneasy was that he had already pledged allegiance to the crown prince. That if Yang Qing discovered this, his fate would likely not be any better than Huang Qingyi's. Contemplating this, Li Kawai ordered the county's military officers to expedite the reinforcement of Maxiang's defenses while simultaneously dispatching trusted aides to seek assistance from Feng Zieshi. In secret, he had also relocated his family to the neighboring Nanzhou County. As the county governor, he could not flee in the face of battle, otherwise, the emperor would not spare the Li family.
Alas, I have done all that I could and now, I can only leave it to fate. Yang Qing, oh Yang Qing, you truly have a charmed life.
Li Kawai stood upon the city wall, gazing at the distant Qingshu Mountain, shaking his head and sighing incessantly. Chapter 35 Of those who oppose me shall perish. On the verdant Qingshu Mountain, amidst the remnants of desolation, the demonic soldiers salvaged a few relatively intact buildings. Yang Qing selected a bedroom to procure the 4 treasures of the study, fervently penning a letter. Lian Yu attended to him attentively. After a while, Yang Qing handed the completed letter to Lian Yu, instructing her, make 100,000 copies of this letter and distribute them to the 14 cities of Hanmo County by dawn tomorrow. Upon receiving the letter, Lian Yu observed that it detailed the events surrounding the incident at Yingtian Gate. At the conclusion, Yang Qing, in the guise of the demon lord, proclaimed to the world, from this day forth, those who choose to embrace the darkness shall live, while those who do not shall die. His subordinates had previously believed that he had ceased to care about the misunderstandings held by the populace. Yang Qing offered a bitter smile. My actions are not intended to unveil the truth to the world, but rather to dismantle the morale of the Qian court. Currently, they maintain an absolute advantage over us. Even if the public sees this letter, the vast majority will not choose to stand against the court. However, as our power grows, opportunists will undoubtedly seize this letter to challenge the Qian court.
Our adversaries are formidable, he continued.
Thus, we must not only strengthen our own forces but also leverage any and all resources available to us, even if it merely serves to create some unease for the Qian court in the realm of public opinion. Lian Yu nodded, her gaze toward Yang Qing filled with admiration.
I understand now.
No wonder our demon clan has always been at a disadvantage against the Languo guards. I believe those who have persecuted you will soon regret becoming your enemies.
Yang Qing's expression turned grave as he declared sternly, regret cannot be remedied.
Following this, Lian Yu took her leave, carrying the letter to have it copied. The next morning, as the sun rose in the east, casting its warm glow over Emo City, no one had the heart to relish the sunlight. The city bustled with activity as soldiers moved about, fortifying defenses. All able-bodied men had been conscripted as laborers, tirelessly working day and night to strengthen the city walls. Every household had tightly locked their doors, and the cries of children were conspicuously absent.
Curse Yang Qing. He has forced us to toil like slaves from dawn, lamented one laborer.
I have an elderly mother of 80 and a newborn child. I hope the demon army spares my life when they attack.
Do you think Yang Qing will come? Another asked.
He avenged the Qing Yun sect.
Shouldn't he return to the south underworld with his kin?
Let us hope that Xuefutua descends swiftly to deal with this rebel king, so we can live in peace.
How can you say that? Yang Qing once protected us, perhaps he will reconcile with his majesty.
Reconcile? Nonsense, he has succumbed to darkness, demons are demons, and he deserves to descend to hell.
How infuriating. I intended to send my family out of the city last night, but they sealed it overnight.
That Yang Qing deserves to suffer, he made us worry all night. Enough of this, let us reinforce the defenses to prevent that demon from breaching our walls, and wait for Xuefutua to arrive. The laborers grumbled, and an air of fear and anger enveloped Emo City. The people feared Yang Qing yet yearned for his swift execution given the gravity of their predicament. The laborers worked with extraordinary determination, requiring no oversight from the officials. Li Kawai paced anxiously within the government office, frequently inquiring about the movements of the demonic soldiers. Since dawn, his right eyelid had been twitching incessantly, causing him great unease. What troubled him further was that from the hour of Chen onward, he had received no news regarding the demonic forces. 150,000 soldiers had seemingly vanished into thin air. He intended to relay this information to Feng Zisher, only to discover that Feng Zisher had already dispatched a messenger with a letter. In the letter, Feng Zisher judged that Yang Qing lacked the capability to march northward, hence after annihilating the Qing Yun sect, his best course of action would be to retreat back to the south underworld. Therefore, he implored Li Kawai to dispatch troops to delay Yang Qing's retreat, buying time for Xuefutua's army to descend. The contents of this letter placed Li Kawai in a precarious position. Despite Feng Zisher's strategic analysis appearing sound, based on his years of dealings with Yang Qing, he knew this rebel king never adhered to conventional tactics.
Damn it, does he want me to send troops forward? Is he eager for my demise? Li Kawai thought. If I avoid provoking him, he might not even attack Emo City.
Resolute in his decision, he soared from the government office, intending to oversee the troop deployments. Just as he exited, a shimmering black box plummeted from above, striking him on the head. The box erupted with a thunderous crash, releasing a flurry of white papers that cascaded down like snow. Li Kawai, momentarily dazed, surveyed the scene as the black boxes detonated in the air, creating a cacophony that compelled the townsfolk to open their doors and peer outside. The white papers blanketed nearly every corner of Emo City. Regaining his composure and disregarding the pain from his forehead, Li Kawai snatched a sheet from the ground. To his astonishment, the ink was bold and vivid, revealing the truth behind the Yingtian Gate incident. He stood frozen, while he was aware of the truth. What shocked him was the final line inscribed on the paper: those who choose to embrace the darkness shall live, while those who do not shall die. His hand trembled uncontrollably as he clutched the paper, fully comprehending its grave implications.
Yang Qing had no intention of retreating to the south underworld. Not only that, but he was prepared to defy the entirety of the Great Qian. He sought to drag everyone into darkness. Was he willing to condemn the entire world to destruction? Insanity, sheer insanity. How could you, Yang Qing, once hailed as a brilliant strategist, dream of opposing the entirety of the Great Qian with your mere 150,000 demonic soldiers? Such folly. Li Kawai raged in midair. He refused to believe that Yang Qing possessed the capability to confront the Great Qian, yet he harbored no doubt that Yang Qing could effortlessly obliterate Emo City. Simultaneously, the townsfolk and the station troops erupted in chaos. I knew there was more to this. It was a scheme by the Crown Prince, one exclaimed. This is merely a power struggle among the elites. It has nothing to do with us. Regardless, he is now the infamous demon lord everyone wishes to see vanquished. We must fortify our defenses. It seems the demon army is poised to assault Emo City.
Should we not defect to Prince Xiaoyao? Another suggested.
Don't be ridiculous. How could siding with Prince Xiaoyao help? Can he stand against Xuefutua?
Indeed, we must not fall into his trap. Let us strengthen our defenses.
Once Xuefutua arrives, all will be well. Curse Yang Qing, has he lost his mind to dare oppose Xuefutua?
Most inclined to delay, awaiting Xuefutua's rescue, while a few, primarily those at the bottom of society, contemplated their options. They cared little for the reputations of righteousness or evil, believing that following Yang Qing might lead to a better existence. After all, Prince Xiaoyao was known to cherish his soldiers as if they were his own children, a fact well known throughout the realm. Chapter 36. A slaughter. Li Kawai, disregarding the pain in his forehead, pressed down on the clouds and returned to the mansion. Go and inform Prince Hushua and General Feng of the events that transpired here, and convey that the demonic army will not march south but is preparing to attack Emo City. If the Lord has yet to discover the whereabouts of the demonic forces, what if they do not come to Emo City? Would we not be falsely reporting military intelligence? If the higher-ups were to hold us accountable, it would be a grave offense. What false report? Have you not seen the missives floating in the city? Hurry and send the message. Delay will lead to dire consequences. Yes, I shall convey the message at once. The steward of the Li residence promptly picked up a piece of Yang Qing's letter from the ground and transformed into a streak of light heading northward. Li Kuei was filled with trepidation. For a moment, he could not muster the courage to inspect the city walls, fearing that the demonic army would take his life upon arrival. Should Yang Qing truly come to besiege the city, he did not believe he could endure until the arrival of the blood-floating tower. After all, the entire southern region had once been under Yang Qing's protection, and officials, military leaders, and soldiers from Hanmo County and Nanzhou County held a natural fear of him. Indeed, these individuals had, to varying degrees, once served under Yang Qing and witnessed the wisdom and valor of the once carefree king. Sigh, what should I do? Surrender, but I have already sent my family to Nanzhou County. If I surrender, the court will undoubtedly annihilate my entire clan. Alas, to surrender means death for my whole family, while to resist means only my own demise. Perhaps it is better to find a way to hold out for reinforcements. Resolute, Li Kuei ordered the frontline commanders to hold their ground, yet he confined himself within his study, akin to an ostrich burying its head in the sand, leaving his fate to chance. About an hour later, the air around Mo City reverberated with the thunderous sound of cannons. The demonic army had arrived. Outside the city, dark clouds loomed, as 50,000 demonic soldiers surrounded Mo City's gates, leaving no avenue for escape. The laborers reinforcing the city defenses, upon catching sight of the demonic army, scattered in panic, indifferent to the soldiers' shouts and curses urging them to return and assist in the defense. The demonic army advanced with ferocity, and in an instant, they were at the city gates, poised to deploy their assault. Han Shun, the military commissioner of Hanmo County, stood atop the city wall, his heart racing. Taking a decisive step, he stormed into the governor's office and dragged Li Kuei out, almost pressing a blade to his throat to compel him to oversee military affairs. Trembling, Li Kuei ascended the city wall, witnessing the demonic banners fluttering outside as the soldiers shouted battle cries with fervor, various heavy siege engines already prepared for assault. Above, the sky over Mo City seemed engulfed in darkness, while the defensive formations of the four corner towers emitted radiant golden light, accompanied by piercing alarm sounds. The golden light from the four towers coalesced into a protective dome over Mo City, thwarting the demonic soldiers' aerial assault, which failed to breach the defenses. Li Kuei finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the air defenses remained intact, the demonic army would struggle to breach the city walls in the short term. He had confidence in this, for the southern territories had long faced incursions from the southern demon clan, resulting in the fortifications of major cities being exceedingly robust.
Excellent.
It seems this group of demonic soldiers cannot easily overcome us. If we can hold out until the blood-floating tower arrives, we shall surely vanquish the demonic army, achieving a remarkable feat.
Li Kuei proclaimed loudly, and each was tense, their gazes fixed anxiously on the demonic forces below. The silence in Mo City so profound that even the soldiers' breaths could be heard. Yang Qing stood above the dark clouds, with Lian Yu behind him, awaiting further orders. Your Majesty, give the command. We can annihilate Mo City within an hour.
Yang Qing glanced at Lian Yu and shook his head. We must not strike too swiftly. Feng Zisha is cautious. If he discovers our overwhelming strength, he may delay the main forces' advance south, thus exposing our ambush of 100,000 troops. The greatest danger lies in his potential request for support from the Divine Strategy Guard. We would be ill-equipped to face two field armies of Dichen simultaneously.
Lian Yu nodded in agreement. What should we do then? I await your command, Your Majesty.
Yang Qing replied, employ the tactic of fueling the fire, attacking in waves. We shall breach the city within 3 hours, not too soon, nor too late. If we delay, the vanguard of the blood-floating tower will arrive, and we risk being caught in a pincer. Lian Yu frowned, but this way, we will incur significant losses. Yang Qing turned, fixing his cold gaze on Lian Yu. Compassion has no place in command. Lian Yu was taken aback, hastily responding, Your Majesty's wisdom is unmatched. I shall make the arrangements at once.
Very well.
Yang Qing clasped his hands behind his back, his gaze calmly surveying the battlefield below. Mo City was all but assured to fall. He needed to annihilate the formidable blood-floating tower south of Loning River. Confronting seasoned generals like Feng Zisha and Yang Yuanye, he had to proceed with utmost caution, allowing no room for error. As for the potential losses on his side, such matters were trivial for a commander. Lian Yu's execution was prompt. As soon as she descended from the dark clouds, the demonic army launched its assault. Trained by Yang Qing over recent days, bolstered by the influence of the Dragon Martial Guard, the organizational capabilities of the 50,000 demonic soldiers had significantly improved. They formed 4 distinct phalanxes at each of Mo City's gates, executing their offensive under the guidance of several elders. The intensity of the demonic soldiers' assault was precisely calibrated. The defending forces struggled mightily and suffered heavy losses, yet the demonic army also found it difficult to breach the city's defenses, resulting in a stalemate. As the situation gradually stabilized, Li Kuei's confidence surged. He clapped Han Shun on the shoulder, saying, Old Han, it seems the demonic soldiers are not so fearsome after all. Holding out until the blood-floating tower arrives is certainly within our grasp. Han Shun chuckled. I have heard Yang Qing is a master in warfare, but today it appears he is not as formidable as rumored.
We were overly apprehensive not long ago, ha ha ha.
Indeed, his earlier prowess was merely a facade, reliant on the might of our Dichen. How could these demonic soldiers possibly compare to our valiant warriors? The governor speaks wisely. As long as we hold out until the blood-floating tower arrives, I am willing to lead the troops from the entire county to break out of the city and join forces with the blood-floating tower to capture the rebel king.
Excellent, Han Sema, your spirit is commendable.
When that time comes, I shall personally petition the court to commend you.
You flatter me, my lord. The credit for vanquishing the demons belongs solely to you.
Ha ha ha, the two men, their spirits lifted, stood atop the city wall, laughing heartily. Although the defending soldiers lamented their plight, the fact that the demonic army had yet to breach the city instilled a glimmer of hope in their hearts, bolstering their fighting spirit. Time swiftly passed, and before long, the battle had raged for nearly 3 hours. At that moment, a messenger arrived with news: the vanguard of the blood-floating tower would arrive in half an hour. Li Kuei was overjoyed, raising his arm and calling out, "Brothers, reinforcements from the blood-floating tower are imminent. Hold firm for just half an hour longer, and I will lead you to annihilate the demonic army, with all soldiers richly rewarded." No sooner had his words left his mouth than a series of deafening booms erupted from the immense black cloud overhead. Suddenly, 4 golden columns, as sturdy as celestial pillars, burst forth from the clouds and struck the golden light barrier emanating from the 4 corner towers of boom, 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 boom. The sound of destruction echoed as the golden barrier shattered. The 4 corner towers collapsed in response. The aerial defenses of Emo City had been breached. The dark cloud swirled, instantly enveloping the entire city in darkness. Tens of thousands of demonic soldiers descended from the black clouds, and the defending forces of Emo City crumbled in an instant. Soon, the city gates swung open, and the ground assault of the demonic army surged forth. Emo City had fallen. Awaiting its citizens was an unending massacre. Chapter 37. The collapse of resistance. The demonic army surged into the city with an unstoppable force, overwhelming the defenders who fell like a house of cards, swiftly crumbling under pressure. 50,000 demons, devoid of any restraint, unleashed a massacre within the city. The cries for mercy and wails of despair echoed throughout, transforming Emo City into a veritable hell on earth. Yang Cheng nodded at the purple-faced specter, who immediately soared above the city, once again proclaiming Yang Qing's decree: "Those who wish to embrace the darkness shall live, those who do not shall perish." The old demon's voice reverberated across the city, while simultaneously, the soul-refining banner erupted from Yang Qing's sleeve, swiftly hovering above the center of Emo City, fluttering in the wind. Following this, the 9 flags of the blood demon array aligned according to the 8 trigrams, asserting control over the entire city, as the 9 ancestral demon souls lurked ominously, poised to devour any who dared to resist. Yang Qing emerged from the shadows, landing atop the city wall. His dark robe billowed in the wind, and the overwhelming demonic aura that emanated from him rendered Emo City even more oppressive. Upon seeing him, the city's defenders and citizens instinctively knelt in supplication. The battle for Emo City unfolded even more smoothly than anticipated. Not only did the city fall according to plan, but the inhabitants also surprisingly surrendered en masse. Hence, Yang Qing instructed the purple-faced specter to bolster the city's defenses while supervising the transformation of the surrendered soldiers and civilians into demons. He also commanded Lian Yu to lead the main force of demons forward, preparing to confront the vanguard of the blood-floating tower that was en route to provide support. Once everything was arranged, Yang Qing descended upon the governor's mansion, where 2 demon soldiers unceremoniously tossed Li Kuei at his feet, as if he were a mere chick. Li Kuei, having been captured by the demon army while fleeing, was now left broken and utterly powerless.
"Master Li, it appears we meet again." "Ah, indeed, Your Highness. I had no intention of opposing you, but alas, we are bound by duty. What transpired today was truly unavoidable. I beseech Your Highness to spare my life." Li Kuei wept uncontrollably, his face a grotesque blend of blood and tears. "As a loyal servant of the realm, you, as the governor of Diqian, bear the responsibility of defending your territory. I shall not hold it against you. As for your current allegiance to Yang Ling, he is the crown prince. Your actions are thus understandable, therefore, sparing you is not out of the question." Upon hearing Yang Qing's words, Li Kuei clung to them like a lifeline, momentarily disregarding his pain as he curled himself up from the ground, then knelt before Yang Qing, bowing his head fervently. "Your Highness, in light of my past loyalty to your commands, I implore you to show mercy and spare my life. My wife and children depend on me for sustenance. If you grant me this favor, I would willingly brave any peril for you." Yang Qing chuckled lightly, casually forming a hand gesture, summoning a grandmaster's chair from the main hall, then promptly seated himself. "Sparing you is not difficult, provided you can persuade Sima Rong to lead all officials and citizens of Nanzhao County to surrender to me. I can then ensure your safety." What? Li Kuei was taken aback. Nanzhao County was the largest in Diqian, boasting a population exceeding 6 million. Although he had a close relationship with Sima Rong, the governor of such a vast region would hardly heed his words and surrender without a fight. "What? Are you troubled?" Yang Qing cast a sidelong glance at Li Kuei, his right hand beginning to gather energy. Beads of cold sweat formed on Li Kuei's forehead. He understood that with a mere wave of Yang Qing's hand, his life could be extinguished in an instant. "Your Highness, you must understand that Sima Rong is a true regional governor, commanding an army of 15,000. It is impossible for him to surrender without a fight. If I attempt to persuade him, he might very well execute me on the spot." "Humph, do you not fear that I might take your head?" "Of course I fear it, yet I am willing to take the risk." Li Kuei's heart raced, knowing his life hung in the balance of Yang Qing's whims, he could only acquiesce. Yang Cheng let out a cold laugh, then opened his hand, revealing a letter. "Take this letter to Nanzhao County and deliver it to Sima Rong." The moment the letter reached Li Kuei's hands, Yang Qing swiftly gestured, and a black pill flew into Li Kuei's mouth, immediately settling in his belly. "Before the hour of Shin tomorrow, if Sima Rong has not surrendered, your soul shall be devoured by this soul-eating pill, and you shall never know peace in the afterlife." Li Kuei swallowed hard, trembling as he replied, "I shall remember this, I shall remember this." Yang Cheng nodded, then added, "There is one more thing. You must immediately write a command for the remaining 13 cities of Hanmo County to surrender, lest I have to conquer them one by one." Li Kuei dared not utter a word of dissent, promptly agreeing. Yang Qing then had the preparations made for ink, paper, and brushes. Once Li Kuei completed the order, several troops from Hanmo County that had surrendered were dispatched to the remaining 13 cities.
News of Mo City's fall spread rapidly, prompting the approaching 20,000 blood-floating tower vanguards to realize their disadvantage and take position at the border between Nanzhao County and Hanmo County, prepared to monitor the movements of the demon army. Yang Qing paid no heed to the blood-floating tower reinforcements. Instead, he instructed Lian Yu to divide the forces, with one contingent of 20,000 positioning themselves about 100 miles from the blood-floating tower vanguard, ready to respond to any attacks. The other contingent was tasked with securing the defenses of the remaining 13 cities of Hanmo County. The harrowing state of Mo City was a stark reminder. The other 13 cities, lacking troops and leadership, had little desire to defend themselves.
With Li Kuei's command in hand, the defenders surrendered without hesitation. Though many felt uneasy about embracing the darkness, the specter of death loomed even larger. Thus, in a single night, the entirety of Hanmo County fell under the dominion of the demon race. This marked the greatest victory for the Nanning demon clan in nearly a century. During the night, the blood-floating tower vanguard remained inactive, prompting Lian Yu to return to Yang Qing's side. Your Majesty, this unexpected triumph is truly astonishing. Hanmo County boasts a population of over 1 million, and approximately 300,000 were slaughtered by our demonic forces, leaving 70,000 under our rule. This is an unprecedented victory. Lian Yu gazed at Yang Qing with admiration, her tone brimming with excitement. Yang Qing waved his hand dismissively, smiling as he said, Deqian is the foremost power of our time, vast in territory, rich in resources, and populous. No nation can rival it. The victories we have secured thus far are due to the inadequacy of the Deqian court's understanding of us. They have yet to unleash their full strength against us. However, they will soon realize their error. I believe that once the battle with the blood-floating tower concludes, we will find ourselves confronting the entirety of Deqian. War hinges upon the bravery of the soldiers, the strategies of the commanders, the quality of the weaponry, and the supply of provisions. Thus, we require a robust rear to sustain our ongoing campaigns. Lian Yu nodded thoughtfully. Yang Qing paced within the room for a few moments before suddenly turning to Lian Yu and declaring, Lian Yu, I intend to establish a demonic kingdom upon the land of Deqian. Chapter 38. The Northern Expedition, on the border of Nanzhao Prefecture and Hanmo Prefecture, the vanguard of the blood-floating tower, numbering 20,000, established layers of defenses and settled down, not advancing an inch further. Around the hour of the rat, under a moonless sky with a fierce wind, the vanguard's grand commander, Wang Zhengchu, greeted the prefect of Nanzhao, Sima Rong, with a beaming smile, flattering him as he personally served tea to this influential official. Sima Rong had come to seek justice, and he was quite displeased with Wang Jingchu's subservient demeanor. Thus, with a darkened expression, he remarked, General Wang, surely the Yishua Wang and General Feng did not dispatch your troops to Nanzhao Prefecture for mere sightseeing, did they? Upon hearing these words, Wang Jingchu's cheeks twitched slightly. Although he felt a surge of anger within, he found himself powerless against Sima Rong's veiled sarcasm. After all, Nanzhao Prefecture was the largest in the realm, its resources capable of sustaining a third of the population of the Great Qian. Sima Rong's status far surpassed that of an ordinary prefect, even commanding a degree of reverence from the emperor himself. There were even rumors that he would remain unmoved even if offered the position of chancellor. Suppressing his dissatisfaction, Wang Zhengchu forced a smile and replied, My lord Sima jests, the orders I received were to assist Lord Li Kuei in defending Mo City. How could it possibly be for leisure? Sima Rong, incensed, slammed his palm on the table and retorted, If that is the case, why does your army remain encamped here while neglecting the plight of Hanmo Prefecture? Wang Zhengchu sighed, My lord Sima, as I mentioned, my orders are to assist Lord Li Kuei in holding Mo City. However, Mo City had fallen before I arrived, leaving me without a city to defend. Hence, I have temporarily stationed my troops here, awaiting further instructions from above. Sima Rong trembled with rage upon hearing this, yet despite his higher rank, he lacked the authority to mobilize the blood-floating tower, rendering him unable to unleash his fury directly. General Wang, knowing that Mo City has fallen, you should immediately lead your troops to reclaim it from the demonic forces. My lord Sima, Wang Zhengchu reiterated, I have already stated, the orders from Yishua Wang and General Feng are for me to assist in guarding Mo City. Now that it has fallen, I have no city to defend, and any further actions must await additional instructions from Yishua Wang and General Feng Yu. Sima Rong was rendered speechless with anger, rising to point an accusatory finger at Wang Zhengchu, wishing to unleash a tirade of curses. However, upon recalling the demonic army lurking nearby, which posed a threat to the stability of Nanzhao Prefecture, he clenched his fists and sat back down. General Wang, the demonic forces have already occupied the entirety of Hanmo Prefecture, and they will surely set their sights on Nanzhao Prefecture next. Unlike Hanmo, my prefecture is the granary of the realm, producing a third of the spiritual stones and rare treasures of the Great Qian, serving as the treasury for the court. Should Nanzhao fall into the hands of the demonic army, the fighting strength of the 500,000 royal troops of the Great Qian will be severely diminished, and the national treasury will face a crisis within months. Being a general of the 5th rank, you must surely understand the gravity of this situation. If anything were to happen to Nanzhao, we would both be implicated to the 9th degree. Wang Zhengchu was acutely aware of Sima Rong's concerns, yet, the leader of the demonic forces was none other than the former Prince of Leisure. First, Wang Zhengchu had no confidence that his 20,000 blood-floating tower troops could defeat the 150,000 demonic soldiers under the command of the Prince of Leisure. Secondly, and most importantly, in Wang Jingchu's view, this campaign against the demons was fundamentally a struggle within the royal family. Who could say when the Prince of Leisure and the Emperor might reconcile, leaving him to navigate a precarious position? As an ordinary general, it was unwise to become too deeply entangled in royal disputes. This sentiment was likely shared by General Feng Zisher. Otherwise, why would the blood-floating tower be so thoroughly under the influence of Yishua Wang? Therefore, Wang Zhengchu was quite clear, as a general of the court, he must confront the demonic army led by the Prince of Leisure, but there was no need to actively seek trouble with him.
If the demonic forces attacked, he would defend valiantly; if they did not, he would relish the peace. Thus, regardless of where the Prince of Leisure might journey, he would have a plausible deniability, offending neither side. As for Sima Rong's worries, Wang Zhengqiu deemed them entirely unnecessary. His 20,000 blood-floating tower troops had already taken their positions. If the demonic army truly attacked Nanzhao, he could not simply stand by. Even if the Prince of Leisure was a masterful strategist, breaching the defenses of his 2,000 vanguard troops would not be an easy feat. Moreover, Sima Rong commanded an additional 150,000 local garrison troops. The garrison troops of Nanzhao were well-equipped and their combat effectiveness far exceeded that of ordinary militia. Holding out until the main force of the blood-floating tower arrived from the south was certainly feasible. What he could conceive, the Prince of Leisure would surely consider as well. Therefore, Wang Zhengqiu firmly believed that the Prince of Leisure would not launch an attack on Nanzhao. Your Excellency, Sima speaks wisely. Please rest assured, should the demonic army dare to set foot in Nanzhao, I, Wang Zhengqiu, will not stand idly by. Moreover, your 150,000 garrison troops are well-equipped and trained. How could the mere demonic army pose a significant threat? Sima Rong let out a long sigh, shaking his head. General Wang, while it is true that a mere demonic army may not be capable of seizing Nanzhao, engaging with their 150,000 troops would surely lead to a substantial scale of battle, causing immense destruction within our prefecture. If several spiritual veins were to be damaged, the court would suffer significant losses. Thus, I implore General Wang to immediately dispatch troops to Hanmo Prefecture. Our garrison will also march southward to exterminate the demonic forces and reclaim lost territory. Upon hearing this, Wang Jingchu's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of understanding. My Lord Sima's suggestion is commendable. However, I have not received any orders in this regard. You know well that the blood-floating tower adheres to strict discipline, and I cannot act rashly. I shall promptly draft a missive requesting a determination from Yishua Wang and General Feng. As soon as orders for an offensive are issued, I will lead the troops southward. What say you? I fear that may be too late. My Lord Sima need not worry. You are well aware of the demonic army's capabilities. They have just endured a great battle and will require at least 3 days to recuperate. We have ample time. Sima Rong could only let out a resigned sigh and subsequently nodded in agreement. With Wang Zhengqiu having articulated his position so clearly, what more could he say? Had it not been for the inadequacy of his own garrison troops in siege warfare, he would have already ordered the marching commander to lead the garrison southward. Unfortunately, the local garrison's mandate was to defend cities, not to engage in field battles and sieges. To reclaim Hanmo Prefecture and repel the enemy beyond the borders of Nanzhao, reliance on a field army such as the blood-floating tower was imperative. Soon, Sima Rong took his leave from Wang Zhengqiu, instructing his garrison troops to expedite their preparations while personally drafting a letter to Yishua Wang and Feng Zisher, urging the blood-floating tower to hasten their march southward. Once he had attended to all matters, he summoned the civil and military officials of Nanzhao Prefecture to his residence for a council. As the officials gathered, a flash of light streaked across the sky, and the newcomer was none other than Li Kawai, the prefect of Hanmo Prefecture. Upon recognizing Li Kawai's visage, the assembly was taken aback with astonishment. How had Li Kawai managed to escape when the entirety of Hanmo Prefecture had fallen? What was even more perplexing was that amidst the vigilant guard of Nanzhao Prefecture, with troops on high alert, Li Kawai had arrived from the air without anyone reporting his presence. The demonic army was in high spirits, having captured Hanmo Prefecture with surprising ease and minimal losses. After a night of rest, they had regained their peak fighting strength. Yang Qing selected some astute individuals from the surrendered officers and officials, dispatching them to various cities in Hanmo Prefecture to re-establish the bureaucratic system, aiming to swiftly integrate Hanmo Prefecture under the governance of the demonic forces. Once all tasks were completed, dusk was approaching. A scout from the demonic army reported that General Feng Zisher's main force of the blood-floating tower had completed their assembly and was preparing to cross the river southward. Yang Qing chuckled coldly and remarked to Lianyu, "Gather the troops, we march northward to seize Nanzhao Prefecture." Chapter 39. A bloodbath. The residence of Sima Rong was in utter chaos. With a darkened countenance, Sima Rong commanded his guards to bind Li Ku tightly, whose cries echoed throughout the Sima estate, leaving the officials from Nanzhao County, gathered for a conference, exchanging glances filled with trepidation. "Brother Sima, the forces of Prince Xiaoyao are formidable and relentless. If you stubbornly resist, you are courting death," Li implored. "Given our camaraderie, I wish to spare Nanzhao County from the fate that befell Hanmo County, which is why I have come to persuade you. Surrender, and His Highness will not treat you unjustly." Furious, Sima Rong kicked over a table with a roar. "You scoundrel, while you cower in fear for your own life, you dare to come here to conspire against me. I am unwavering in my loyalty to the Emperor and the great Qian dynasty. How could I ever yield to the demon race?" As he spoke, Sima Rong's gaze swept across his subordinate officials, and he was suddenly struck by the sight of fear etched on their faces. Stunned, Sima Rong bellowed, "Seize this rogue and throw him into the dungeons of Nanzhao County. Furthermore, apprehend his entire family and send them to the holy capital by dawn." An officer, upon receiving the command, promptly took Li Ku away, and soon a battalion of guards set out to capture Li Ku's family. At last, the Sima estate fell into silence, yet Sima Rong could not find solace in his heart. Just days prior, Li Ku had dispatched his entire family to Nanzhao County, entrusting their safety to Sima Rong himself. It was common knowledge among the officials that he had resigned himself to death. Why then would he come to persuade Sima Rong at this juncture? Understandably, if his plea for surrender failed, both he and his family would meet with certain doom. Though initially filled with doubt, the expressions of his officials soon sparked a realization within Sima Rong. What a cunning demon lord, what a brazen Prince Xiaoyao. Even before the army has arrived, he has sent agents to sow discord within my ranks. "What do you mean by that, my lord?" asked Su Qiu, the military commissioner of Nanzhao County, who held command over 150,000 troops and ranked just below the chief clerk, making him the third highest official in Nanzhao County. Su Chou appeared perplexed, unable to display the demeanor expected of a high-ranking officer on the eve of battle. With a piercing glare, Sima Rong coldly replied, I summoned all military and civil officials to my residence today, a decision made yesterday.
Yet, Li Ku chose this moment, in front of so many, to advocate for surrender.
I suspect his plea is merely a ruse to undermine my forces. Having spent his life in the military, Su Chou quickly grasped the implications. This must surely be the intent of His Highness, Prince Xiaoyao. It appears our plans for today have already been uncovered by him. Indeed, Prince Xiaoyao is as formidable as his reputation suggests. Silence, Sima Rong swiftly interrupted Su Chou to prevent any further influence on the others. Su, it is evident that Li Ku has been instructed by the Demon Lord. It seems inevitable that the demon army will advance northward to attack Nanzhao County.
You must fortify our defenses to ensure that Nanzhao does not suffer the same fate as Hanmo.
Yes, my lord, I shall prepare immediately. Su Chou gulped nervously before hastily departing from the Sima estate. Sima Rong then made additional arrangements, and the officials dispersed to implement their plans. Watching them leave, Sima Rong suddenly felt a profound sense of helplessness. He had believed that with the 20,000 elite troops of the blood-floating pagoda and the 150,000 garrison under his command, he would have ample means to repel the demonic forces. However, witnessing the expressions of his officials made him acutely aware of the immense influence Prince Xiaoyao commanded in the southern territories. Should Yang Qing personally lead his troops, how willing would his own soldiers be to stand and fight? Sima Rong dared not ponder further. He hastily penned urgent letters to both Wang He and Feng Zisher, imploring their immediate assistance. After dispatching the letters, he felt a lingering unease and composed a memorial to the emperor, ordering it to be delivered to the holy capital. An industrious official, Sima Rong then proceeded to the garrison camp in Nanzhao County to inspect the troops' readiness for battle. Li Ku's advocacy for surrender swiftly spread throughout the bureaucratic circles of Nanzhao County, instilling panic among the populace.
The esteemed governor of Hanmo County had surrendered after just a single encounter with Prince Xiaoyao's demonic army. Furthermore, he had disregarded the safety of his entire family to personally come to Sima Rong's estate to plead for surrender.
Who among the officials in the southern territories was unaware of the close relationship between Li Ku and Sima Rong? Had it not been for the overwhelming might of Prince Xiaoyao, would Li Ku have dared to come to Sima Rong with such an appeal? Indeed, that was Prince Xiaoyao, the legendary figure who had annihilated millions of demons in just 6 years. How could the mere Nanzhao County withstand such a force? Fear spread like a plague among the officials and citizens of Nanzhao County. The fate of Hanmo County was a stark warning, as all who resisted had been slaughtered, while those who surrendered were treated with kindness. The mood in Nanzhao County began to shift. At noon, the drums of war thundered in Wang Zhengchu's camp, as the 20,000 troops of blood-floating pagoda hastily assembled amidst the furious shouts of their officers. The spring air was warm, and the sun shone brightly, a rare day of fine weather in the southern lands. Yet, Wang Zhengchu and his soldiers sensed the looming storm. It was a tempest of blood. Moments ago, scouts reported that the main force of the demon army, which had been resting in Mo City, had suddenly vanished. A seasoned veteran, Wang Zhengchu immediately sensed danger and ordered the drums to sound and the troops to gather in preparation for battle. Wang Zhengchu paced anxiously within his tent, unwilling to believe that Yang Qing would recklessly lead his forces northward, but the facts before him were undeniable. Prince Xiaoyao, I have done my utmost to avoid conflict with you. Do not force my hand. Feeling suffocated in the tent, he burst outside to take in a breath of fresh air. General, the demon army is exceedingly elusive. Hanmo County was riddled with our surveillance, yet they vanished right under our noses. Seeing Wang Zhengchu emerge, his aide rushed over, his expression filled with worry. Indeed, the demon army acts in ways that defy logic. However, I still believe that Yang Qing would not lead his forces northward to attack our blood-floating pagoda. Such a course would spell his doom. He is a seasoned warrior and surely understands this. The aide nodded in agreement, though the sudden disappearance of the notorious demon army left him feeling uneasy. Your words ring true. How shall we proceed? Wang Zhengchu pondered for a moment before gritting his teeth and declaring, regardless, it is prudent to prepare for the worst. We must quickly assemble our forces and ready ourselves for battle. If the demon army chooses not to come, that is well and good, but if Prince Xiaoyao truly seeks his own demise, then I shall grant him his wish. As his words left his lips, the sound of gongs and drums filled the air from the south. Glancing towards the horizon, he beheld ominous clouds rolling in, shrouded in demonic energy. In an instant, the entire camp of the blood-floating pagoda was engulfed in tension, as soldiers instinctively shifted into battle-ready positions. At that moment, a young officer rushed in, his face pale with fear, forgetting to salute as he shouted, General, the rebel army led by Yang Qing is less than 50 miles from us. You must make a decision quickly. Wang Zhengchu had already grasped the gravity of the situation. Witnessing the disarray among his troops ignited a fire of rage within him. What are you panicking for? A dignified officer of the Great Qian blood-floating pagoda, reduced to this state before battle, what a disgrace. Quickly, organize your men and prepare for combat. The officer complied, striving to mask his terror, while the aide whispered, General, the demon army vastly outnumbers us. Although our blood-floating pagoda is renowned for its might, we may be outmatched. We should call upon the garrison of Nanzhao County for support. Wang Zhengchu nodded, yes, send word to Lord Sima immediately. At the same time, dispatch messengers to Wang He and General Feng, urging them to lead their main forces southward without delay. The aide promptly took his leave to carry out the orders. Wang Zhengchu gazed at the approaching dark clouds, gritting his teeth as he muttered, Yang Qing, oh Yang Qing, you tread the path to your own destruction. Even if you disregard my 20,000 elite troops, how can your mere 150,000 demon soldiers annihilate us before our main forces arrive?
Moreover, the garrison of Nanzhou County is not to be trifled with. Truly, you are arrogant beyond measure. Chapter 40. The wicked should be ground by the wicked. Yang Qing left behind an army of 10,000 demons under the command of the purple-faced Shadow, instructing him to remain stationed at Hanmo County and assist the newly appointed demon officials in governing the various states and counties. At this moment, the army he led numbered approximately 40,000, the majority being the surrendered soldiers of the Dragon Martial Guard. Soon, a dense mass of dark demonic clouds approached the border of Nanzhou County, with a brilliant red glow emanating from the front, where the camp of the Blood Pagoda Vanguard commanded by Wang Zhengchu was situated. It appeared they had hastily constructed a fairly robust defensive line from the sky to the ground. Wang Zhengchu had made comprehensive preparations. Yang Qing couldn't help but nod, smiling at Lian Yu. Feng Zisher manages his troops adeptly. Not a single one under his command is idle. Having fought alongside the Qian army for many years, Lian Yue immediately discerned that the enemy before them was no ordinary foe. Furrowing her brows, she remarked, "Your Majesty, the combat strength of the Blood Pagoda seems to surpass that of the Dragon Martial Guard." Yang Qing chuckled, "Your insight is commendable. Indeed, the overall strength of the Blood Pagoda does exceed that of the Dragon Martial Guard. This is due to the substantial resources the Qian court allocates annually to the Blood Pagoda, far exceeding that of the Dragon Martial Guard." Lian Yue, puzzled by this revelation, turned to Yang Qing and inquired, "But back then, the leader of the Dragon Martial Guard was you, a prince of renown. Why did the court not favor the Dragon Martial Guard with resources?" Yang Qing sighed, "I am a son of a concubine. To the Emperor of Deqian, he hopes I can aid him in repelling the demon clan in the southern borders, yet he does not wish for my power to grow too large, lest it threaten the position of the crown prince. Therefore, the Dragon Martial Guard only needs to be sufficient to counter the demon clan." Lian Yue suddenly understood, indignantly exclaiming, "That foolish emperor truly lacks foresight, entrusting the throne to the incompetent youngling." An elder of the demon clan chuckled, "If it were not for the emperor of Deqian's lack of insight, how could our demon clan possibly have such a sovereign?" This statement incited a chorus of laughter among the demons. Yang Qing waved his hand, unwilling to continue the topic. He gazed at the Blood Pagoda camp in the distance, his heart filled with myriad sentiments. The Blood Pagoda ostensibly served as a support for the Dragon Martial Guard. Should the latter be in a tight spot, they would descend to assist, yet Yang Qing was acutely aware that the Blood Pagoda functioned as the overseer of the Dragon Martial Guard. The old emperor's apprehension towards the Prince of Leisure had always existed, a fact Yang Qing was well aware of. Perhaps, from the moment I received the decree to lead the Dragon Martial Guard, today's outcome was already predestined. How absurd, Aluo, I should have taken you away to soar far from here 6 years ago. Lost in thought, Yang Qing's expression turned pained. Lian Yue observed this and softly said, "Your Majesty, this is not your fault. It is the blind and foolish Emperor of Deqian and the treacherous Prince Yang Ling. Your kindness has merely attracted the malice of these wicked individuals." Taking a deep breath, Yang Qing glared at the red light emitted by the Blood Pagoda's formation, his heart ignited with fury as he coldly remarked, "What method should we employ to deal with these villains?" The demon elder grinned wickedly, "The wicked should be ground by the wicked. Is there any existence more malevolent than our Nanjing demon clan?" Upon hearing this, the demons behind him burst into raucous laughter, and Yang Qing joined in with a series of cold chuckles. In an instant, Yang Qing could clearly discern the faces of the Blood Pagoda soldiers. Wang Zhengchu, too, recognized Yang Qing's visage. Although he had mentally prepared himself to confront this once mighty Prince of Leisure, he could not shake an inherent sense of unease. Soon, the demon army halted approximately 200 paces from the Blood Pagoda vanguard. Wang Zhengchu quickly assessed the enemy's numbers and, puzzled, remarked, "The demon clan claims to have an army of 150,000, yet the enemy before us seems to number only 40,000? The demon army stood in meticulous formation. To these seasoned veterans, estimating their strength was a simple task. After a moment of contemplation, the deputy officer chuckled, "The Prince of Leisure employs cunning strategies. It seems the earlier claim of 150,000 was merely a bluff." Another deputy let out a sigh of relief, adding, "The demon clan has long been decimated by the Dragon Martial Guard. The remnants escaping from the water prison are unlikely to engage in a full-scale battle. Even with the surrendered Dragon Martial Guard soldiers, it would be difficult to muster the claimed 150,000. Thus, it appears that the traitor Yang Qing was indeed exaggerating." At this moment, a young officer hurriedly approached Wang Zhengchu, reporting, "General, it has been confirmed that the number of demons attacking Qingshu Mountain and Mo City is approximately 50,000, not 150,000. "Oh?" Wang Zhengchu was initially taken aback, then a smile broke across his face. "It seems we have all been deceived by the traitor's bluster. However, we cannot fault ourselves. After all, his assault on Qingshu Mountain and Mo City was like a hot knife through butter, making it hard not to believe." Wang Zhengchu laughed heartily. "General, whether it be the Dragon Martial Guard or Qingshu Mountain, the traitor is far too familiar with them. Coupled with his use of surprise attacks, it is entirely reasonable that he could conquer them with just 50,000 troops. As for the forces under Li Keqiai at Mo City, they are nothing but a disorganized rabble." Nodding in agreement with the deputy's assessment, Wang Zhengchu smiled. "It seems that before the main force of the Blood Pagoda arrives in the south, our vanguard alone is sufficient to eradicate the traitor. Ha! This will be a remarkable achievement." Several young officers and deputies exchanged banter, as if the battle was already won and they had emerged victorious without breaking a sweat. Wang Zhengchu felt a surge of joy seeing his subordinates regain their confidence. Yet, he was acutely aware that Yang Qing's audacity in leading his army north must be backed by some form of reliance, and thus they must not underestimate him. Consequently, Wang Zhengchu raised his hand to everyone. "The traitor Yang Qing is well versed in military tactics. Although the enemy's numbers are few, and their combat strength pales in comparison to our blood pagoda, we must still remain vigilant. Yes, the officers responded in unison, though their tones betrayed a hint of disdain. Wang Zhengqiu promptly issued his orders, all commanders, prepare your forces, after the battle begins, those who bring back the traitor's head will be rewarded with 1,000 taels of gold, 1 stone of 9th grade spirit stones, and will have their achievements reported to the court for further accolades. At this juncture, with no path of retreat, Wang Zhengqiu had no choice but to fight. He lifted his gaze to see the dark clouds gradually parting, the demon soldiers having completed their formation. Truly, these were the troops led by the Prince of Leisure, entirely unlike any demons he had encountered before. Yet, what of it, demons are still demons, how could they possibly be compared to the elite soldiers of Dechen? Wang Zhengqiu scoffed coldly, drawing his sword and leaping onto a patch of auspicious clouds. Simultaneously, his captain led 200 elite soldiers to soar above him, forming a protective circle. General Wang Zhengqiu, may you fare well. Yang Cheng smiled upon hearing Yang Qing's voice. Wang Zhengqiu's heart skipped a beat. Despite having prepared himself mentally, facing the Prince of Leisure directly instilled a primal fear within him. Swallowing hard, Wang Zhengqiu paused for a moment, then steeled himself, declaring boldly, bold traitor. Before the blood pagoda, how dare you act with such arrogance? Depart swiftly if you are wise, or you shall find yourselves without a place to be buried. His words were delivered with great fervor, yet the astute could sense Wang Zhengqiu's reluctance to engage in combat. Otherwise, why would he urge the mere 40,000 demons to retreat? Many perceptive officers in the blood pagoda began to feel anxious upon realizing this. Yang Qing smiled faintly, proclaiming, I shall see today who shall truly be without a burial place. With that, he waved his hand, and the soul-refining banner floated down, standing prominently before the two armies. Chapter 41 One-sided massacre. As soon as the soul-refining banner fell to the ground, it immediately emanated a dense aura of malevolence, enveloping the battlefield where the two armies stood opposed. In that fleeting moment, the warm spring breeze transformed into chilling gusts, causing the soldiers of the blood-floating tower to shudder in fear. Indeed, the demonic forces were truly sinister. It appeared that Yang Qing had succumbed to madness. Previously, I had harbored a flicker of sympathy for him, but it is now evident that my compassion was entirely misplaced. He is not only a treacherous rebel but also a fiend that incites the wrath of both gods and men. Today, he must not escape my grasp. The officers beside Wang Zhengqiu were vociferously discussing the matter, and Yang Qing, not far away, overheard their every word. He did not grow angry. Instead, he surveyed the enemy with a cold gaze, then swiftly formed a hand seal, summoning 9 demonic flags that descended from the heavens, encircling the vanguard of the blood-floating tower according to the positions of the 8 trigrams. Yang Qing glanced at Lian Yu and coldly commanded, this place is entrusted to you, leave not a single one alive. Just as Lian Yu was about to respond, she saw Yang Qing transform into a streak of light and vanish. Momentarily dazed, she then cast her eyes upon the enemy before her and issued the order, all units, attack freely, show no mercy. With that command, the 40,000 demonic troops, already eager for battle, surged forward to assault the blood-floating tower with fervor. The cacophony of battle cries reverberated through the air. Should any other army have faced such a ferocious onslaught from the demonic forces, they would have likely faltered. However, the 20,000 vanguard troops of the blood-floating tower remained remarkably composed, maintaining their formation under the leadership of their officers, awaiting the enemy's advance with unwavering resolve. When Wang Zhengqiu first laid eyes upon Yang Qing, a sense of trepidation had gripped him, for the name of the carefree king was well known. Yet, as the demonic forces commenced their assault, the weight of his worries lifted. Wang Zhengqiu chuckled at his aide, saying, the demonic race is indeed as expected, even the carefree king cannot train them. Look, though they have the advantage in numbers, their attacks lack any semblance of strategy. The aide laughed heartily, gesturing towards the approaching demonic troops. General, take a brief respite on horseback. Allow me to command the ensuing battle, and I assure you it shall conclude within the hour. Wang Zhengqiu, appreciating his aide's confidence, patted him on the shoulder with a smile. Very well, I shall observe from here, and when the battle is won, I will ensure you are rewarded. Thank you, General. With that, the aide directed the army to launch an assault on the demonic forces. Soon, the clash of weapons echoed as the two armies engaged in close combat. However, as soon as the battle commenced, Wang Zhengqiu was left dumbfounded. Upon their initial encounter, the central black demonic flag suddenly expanded in size, from which emerged a shadow of a sinister demon that promptly decapitated the aide with a single bite. A general at the late stage of Foundation establishment was rendered utterly defenseless before this demon. Amidst his shock, Wang Zhengqiu finally sensed a hint of danger. He surveyed his surroundings, taking a closer look at the 9 towering black demonic flags that had inexplicably grown gigantic, each accompanied by a menacing shadow of a demon. As the central demon dispatched the commander of the blood-floating tower, the remaining 8 demons became invigorated, causing the morale of the demonic army to surge as if they were poised to annihilate the heavens and earth. The battle had swiftly descended into a state of desperation, leaving Wang Zhengqiu even more astounded. How could the formidable blood-floating tower appear so disadvantaged on the battlefield today? As the fight progressed, the demonic forces grew bolder, while the blood-floating tower began to reveal signs of decline. Wang Zhengqiu finally discerned the underlying issue. Their combat effectiveness seemed to be suppressed by an invisible formation. This was dire. The demonic flags were part of a formation that not only stifled his army's strength but also enhanced that of the demons. The more the 9 demons consumed, the stronger they appeared to become. What could be done in such a predicament? In a state of frantic urgency, Wang Zhengqiu slapped his thigh, realizing his forces were encircled by the demonic army, leaving him with no viable options for retreat or advance. Reluctantly, he dispatched a messenger to seek aid from Sima Rong and the Marquis of Shua, but Lian Yu would not grant him such an opportunity. The moment his messenger took flight, he would be toppled by the demonic flags, becoming yet another victim of the demon's insatiable hunger. Wang Zhengqiu, consumed by desperation, inadvertently caught sight of Lian Yu, who was also assessing him with a faint smile gracing her lips. I have indeed underestimated the carefree king. Resolving to take action, Wang Zhengqiu led his loyal soldiers toward Lian Yu's direction. Within the governor's mansion of Nanzhao County, Sima Rong paced back and forth in his study, having just received news of the clash between the demonic army and Wang Zhengqiu. Though common sense dictated that a mere 40,000 demons could not possibly rival the vanguard of the blood-floating tower, the recent fall of Hanmo County lingered in his mind, preventing him from relaxing. A heavy weight pressed upon his heart, robbing him of peace. Alas, how formidable is the carefree king since his descent into madness, the swift demise of Hanmo County. Could it be that the demonic race has become unfathomably powerful under his command? As Sima Rong continued to pace, he recalled the earlier counsel from Li Kuei to surrender. Having a good rapport with Li Kuei, he would have inquired further had Li Kuei not publicly advocated for capitulation before the county officials. The fact that a governor would urge surrender in such a manner indicated the extent of his fear of the demonic forces. He is the only one who has faced the demons. Why not seek him out for insight? With this thought, Sima Rong hastened to the door, glancing outside. Aside from a few trusted aides bustling about, there were no outsiders present. Thus, he resolved to transform into a streak of light and head towards the death row of Nanzhao County. Upon encountering Li Kuei, Sima Rong could not help but be taken aback. The once esteemed governor now appeared disheveled, his complexion ashen, and his eyes vacant as he stared blankly at the door. Suddenly, Li Kuei noticed Sima Rong, his eyes gleaming with a glimmer of hope as if he had grasped a lifeline. He scrambled to Sima Rong's feet, clutching his legs and weeping, Brother Sima, the carefree king is unstoppable. It is wise to surrender swiftly. As the hour of Shin approached, Li Kuei, fearing for his life, could no longer afford pleasantries and directly implored Sima Rong to capitulate. Sima Rong replied, Brother Kuei, we share the bounty of the emperor. We must vow to serve our country unto death. It is one thing to lose Hanmo County, but to become a mouthpiece for that demon is utterly disgraceful. Despite his reprimand, Sima Rong's tone lacked the harshness of his earlier demeanor at the governor's mansion. Li Kuei sensed a slight shift in his attitude and wondered if the demonic forces had indeed begun their assault on Nanzhao County. If so, he must act quickly. However, persuading Sima Rong, who commanded a formidable army and governed a land rich enough. Suddenly, Li Kuei recalled the letter from Yang Qingdai. In a moment of clarity, he slapped his thigh and realized, I was so preoccupied with the imminent threat that I nearly overlooked this crucial letter from the carefree king, which could very well be the key to persuading Sima Rong to surrender. With that in mind, Li Kuei promptly formed a hand seal, and with a flick of his wrist, a letter materialized in his palm. Brother Sima, this is a personal letter from the carefree king addressed to you. In light of our long-standing friendship, I implore you to open it and take a look. Sima Rong regarded the envelope with a skeptical expression, but under Li Kuei's persistent urging, he finally felt compelled to consider it. It was not that he had thoughts of surrender, but rather a curiosity to discern what schemes this rebel king might be plotting. Inherently cautious, Sima Rong scanned the envelope with his spiritual sense. It appeared harmless, and he noted that it had been sealed with the carefree king's own energy, indicating that only he could open it. With a resigned sigh, Sima Rong formed a hand seal, channeling his energy into the envelope. Indeed, a sheet of paper floated out from within. Chapter 42 The Fall of the Blood-Floating Pagoda Vanguard. Sima Rong raised his hand to receive the letter, noting the ink that was still wet. The previous correspondence has been read. Everything will be executed as instructed. I hope you will honor your promise. Sima Rong stared blankly at the letter for a long moment, the sparse words leaving him utterly perplexed. What, indeed, was the intent behind the enigmatic message from the carefree king? Just as Sima Rong was about to inquire further with Li Kuei, he suddenly felt a chill breeze behind him that he turned swiftly, only to find nothing amiss. Who dared to intrude upon the death row? Feeling uneasy, Sima Rong shouted a few times towards the entrance until a jailer came to assure him that no one had breached the death row. Only then did he feel a semblance of relief. After dismissing the jailer, he began to question Li Kuei about the letter, but Li Kuei merely stated that it was personally penned by the carefree king, revealing nothing further. Subsequently, he focused solely on urging a surrender, which left Sima Rong increasingly exasperated. With a heavy sigh, he exited the death row. Upon returning to the governor's mansion, Sima Rong found himself even more restless. Li Kuei's attempt to persuade a surrender was, after all, under Yang Qing's directive, but he feared the primary aim was still to deliver that letter. What could it possibly mean? Sima Rong was at a loss, feeling as though he had stumbled into a vast conspiracy. He inadvertently glanced up at the sky, noticing the sun dipping towards the west, the daylight still bright, yet dark clouds were rolling in from the east, gradually shrouding the light. What time is it? Sima Rong inquired of the steward. My lord, it has just entered the time of Shin. Ah. Sima Rong nodded, preparing to turn back to the mansion when he spotted a flash of light darting through the clouds. It was Su Qiu, the military officer from Nanzhao County. Without prior announcement, Su Qiu rushed before Sima Rong, disregarding the formalities, his face displaying palpable fear as he exclaimed, Governor, it is dire, the blood-floating pagoda vanguard is on the verge of collapse. What? Sima Rong's eyes widened in shock. Indeed, my lord, the vanguard is surrounded by 40,000 demon soldiers, and they have already suffered over half their losses. General Wang Zhengqiu is gravely injured and struggling to hold on. All of the messengers he sent for aid have been intercepted and killed by the demon forces. I could not bear the anxiety and dispatched our county's garrison to scout, which is how I learned of this. My lord, should we send our garrison to provide support? Sima Rong, still reeling from the news, gazed at Su Qiu in silence for a prolonged moment.
The revelation was utterly staggering. Logically, the combat prowess of the blood-floating pagoda should surpass that of the Longwu Guard, with their equipment far superior as well, not to mention the uncivilized demon race. Yet, within merely 2 hours of battle, the elite forces under Wang Zhengqiu had suffered such grievous losses. If this were the case, who could stand against the might of the demon army? My lord, please make a decision. Faced with Su Qiu's urgent insistence, Sima Rong finally regained his composure. He exhaled deeply, grasping Su Qiu's hand as he queried, "Old Su, you are the leader of my county's 150,000 garrison. In matters of military strategy, I am far inferior to you. Tell me, if I were to commit all 150,000 troops, could we withstand Yang Qing's demon army?" Su Qiu sighed and shook his head. "We could only delay them for a short while. To repel Yang Qing's demon forces, the main strength of the blood-floating pagoda must move south." Upon hearing this, Sima Rong immediately commanded Su Qiu to lead the garrison south to support Wang Zhengqiu. Just then, someone rushed in from outside. Su Qiu, with keen eyes, quickly recognized the newcomer as Qian Haiyu, the county's chief clerk. The chief clerk, whose rank was second only to the governor, was the superior to the military officer. Su Qiu promptly bowed to Qian Haiyu, who was in a hurry and merely nodded in acknowledgement without returning the gesture. "Governor, I presume Su has already briefed you on the situation at the front. What are your plans?" "Yes, I have ordered Su to lead our county's garrison south to support General Wang, while I will also draft a personal letter urging the main forces of the blood-floating pagoda to move south swiftly." Qian Haiyu sighed. "Your wisdom is commendable, but I have a suggestion." "Oh? Please, do share, Master Qian." Turning to face Su Qiu, Qian Haiyu continued, "Su, in your opinion, if our garrison were to engage fully, how long could we hold?" With a troubled expression, Su Qiu pondered for a moment before responding, "It is difficult to say. Although our forces are numerous, as you know, our local garrison is only adequate for suppressing bandits and rebellions against a regular army. Our 150,000 troops do not match the combat strength of Wang Zhengqiu's 20,000 elite forces." Su Qiu refrained from stating it outright, fearing it might offend the governor, but his implication was clear. Sending 150,000 troops would likely only serve as cannon fodder. Qian Haiyu nodded, addressing Sima Rong, "Governor, according to Su's assessment, if our entire garrison were to engage, lasting 2 hours would be quite remarkable. Should our troops fall and the main forces of the blood-floating pagoda not arrive in time, what shall we do?" Sima Rong urged, "Master Qian, there is no need for riddles. If you have a sound plan, please speak forth. We are all in this together." Qian Haiyu replied, "The safety of the people in my county rests upon your shoulders, my lord." Sima Rong responded with suspicion, "What do you mean by that?" "My lord, since Yang Qing has sent Li Kuei to persuade a surrender, it indicates his reluctance to forcibly seize Nanzhao County. Why not feign a desire for peace?" Qian Haiyu paused, glancing around before lowering his voice. "If we can delay for a day or half a day, the main forces of the blood-floating pagoda will surely have moved south by then." Sima Rong stroked his beard, contemplating for a while before finally nodding. "If I do not descend into hell, who will?" "Very well, for the safety of the people and to fulfill the emperor's trust, I shall meet with Yang Qing." Su Qiu interjected, "We must prepare for both outcomes. I will simultaneously lead the garrison south to establish a defensive line in case the negotiations fail." Sima Rong nodded in agreement. "That would be wise, but during the negotiations, we must not engage the demon army." "I understand," Su Qiu replied, bowing to Sima Rong. By the time he rose, Sima Rong had already headed towards the prison, presumably to meet with Li Kuei once more. Su Qiu sighed, feeling the weight of responsibility on his shoulders as the commander of Nanzhao County's garrison, especially now as the demon soldiers invaded. Watching Sima Rong's retreating figure, Su Qiu turned to bid farewell to Qian Haiyu, preparing to head to the garrison camp to ready the troops for battle. Qian Haiyu grasped Su Qiu's arm, expressing concern. "Master Su, I have heard that within the demon army there are 9 demon flags, which are quite extraordinary. 50 years ago, I received a magical mirror from the Snowy Domain Divine Monarch that specializes in countering demon formations. I would like to bestow it upon you to aid your efforts." Su Qiu's face lit up with excitement. "The Snowy Domain Divine Monarch? The renowned master craftsman of the realm. If we have his artifact to assist us, what do we have to fear from the demon formations? However, such a treasure ought to be kept for your own protection, Master Qian. I would feel unworthy to accept it." Qian Haiyu waved his hand, smiling. "The safety of our Nanzhao County now rests solely on you, Master Su. The treasure in your hands will be put to its rightful use." Su Qiu nodded, no longer declining. "In that case, I am deeply grateful, Master Qian. Once we repel the demon army, I shall return it in full." Qian Haiyu clapped Su Qiu on the shoulder with approval. "This treasure is currently in my residence. Come, Master Su, let us go at once." Su Qiu nodded, and the two swiftly made their way to Qian's estate. In a short while, they arrived at the entrance of Qian's residence. As the second highest official of the largest county in the realm, Qian Haiyu's abode was exceedingly grand and opulent. Though it was not Su Qiu's first visit to Qian's residence, standing before it today, he felt an unusual sensation. "Master Su, please, come inside," Qian Haiyu said as he opened the door, leading Su Qiu within. Chapter 43. Pressed to the brink. Qian and Yu led the way, with Su Qiu trailing closely behind at a distance of 2 paces. As he followed closely, Su Qiu found himself subconsciously surveying the Qian residence, sensing that something was amiss today, though he could not quite articulate why. It was far too quiet. A pang of unease struck Su Qiu's heart. Upon reaching the third courtyard, Su Qiu suddenly halted, prompting Qian and Yu to quickly notice the irregularity and turn back to look at him.
What troubles you, Lord Su, Lord Qian? Why is the residence so eerily silent today? There isn't even a servant in sight. Oh, with the demon army invading, I have sent the servants away to save themselves. Given that General Wang Zhengqiu is still holding the line at the front, might this be a bit premature on your part, Lord Qian? Is I, Lord Su, do you truly believe that Wang Zhengqiu can hold his ground? I am merely being considerate of the servants, preparing for the worst. Not only do you love the people as your own, but you also show such compassion for your servants. Yet, while they flee, you remain here to face the demon army. I am but a district chief, and it is my duty to stay and oversee the affairs of the office. How could I flee? Very well, Lord Su, please come inside with me. The precious mirror is in my bedroom. Though Qian and you urged him on, Su Qiu remained steadfast, unwilling to budge. A seasoned veteran, he was inherently cautious, and while he might have overlooked such behavior from a superior with whom he had served for many years under normal circumstances, these tumultuous times required him to be extra vigilant. Thus, regardless of Qian and Yu's insistence, he refused to advance until he had clarified the situation. The vast chief's residence was devoid of not just servants but even the sound of birdsong. It was far too unusual, Lord Qian. Since the precious mirror is so close at hand, I shall wait outside. In light of the impending threat, it is best if I return to the military camp post-haste. Upon uttering these words, Su Qiu distinctly observed the anxiety etched on Qian and Yu's face, feigning calmness. Qian and Yu replied with a smile, as a guest, how could I allow Lord Su to wait outside? Please, join me inside. Still unmoved, Su Qiu stood his ground once more. Qian and Yu pressed him, and soon a sinister laugh echoed from within the room. Ha ha ha, who goes there? Su Qiu immediately drew his sword, his gaze scanning the entrance to Qian and Yu's bedroom with vigilance. The door swung open, revealing a grotesque old man with a purple-visaged Lord Qian. Since Lord Su was unwilling to enter, we might as well converse here. Why force the issue? As the purple-faced old man approached, Qian and Yu fell silent, his expression dimming as he lowered his head, shame washing over his features as he stood behind the old man, unable to meet his gaze. Purple Shadow, Su Qiu finally recognized the old demon before him and quickly grasped the implications. Qian and you have colluded with the demon clan to scheme against me. Have you forgotten your own identity? As a distinguished district chief, how could you betray your allegiance to the governor, to the sovereign, and to the 500,000 souls of this county? Su Qiu's furious rebuke echoed in the air, while Qian and Yu's head drooped even lower, and after a long pause, he muttered, Lord Su, my family's lives are at stake. I have no choice. As his words fell, a chorus of cries emanated from the bedroom, and Su Qiu recognized the voices of Qian and Yu's family and servants. Lord Su, the purple-faced old man chuckled, I have been waiting here on the orders of my lord for quite some time. In the imperial capital, the emperor, Yang Cheng'en, sat upon the dragon throne, his brow furrowed and his expression shifting like the weather. The hall so silent one could hear the breaths of the eunuchs and palace maids. Li Fengyu, the commander of the Qianlong Guard, stood in the center of the hall, his head bowed, not daring to utter a word, even his breathing cautious. Are you certain? Yang Cheng'en's voice was a harsh whisper. Your Majesty, since the destruction of the Longwu Guard, I have stationed spies from the Qianlong Guard throughout Hanmo County and Nanzhao County to thwart any potential infiltration by the demon clan. This morning, a spy reported that after Li Kuei's surrender, he was dispatched by the rebel king Yang Qing to persuade Sima Rong in Nanzhao County to surrender. Sima Rong, in public, imprisoned Li Kuei, yet secretly met with him afterward. Moreover, Sima Rong received a personal letter from Yang Qing, which was seen by a covert agent. I have transcribed the contents for your Majesty's perusal. With that, a eunuch took the letter from Li Fengyu's hand and presented it to Yang Cheng'en. The emperor glanced at the letter's contents, his voice rising in anger. It seems that Sima Rong has long conspired with that traitor. They must have negotiated terms already. Li Fengyu sighed deeply, then nodded. Your Majesty, it appears as you feared. Sima Rong has indeed betrayed us. Yang Cheng'en slammed his hand on the table, stating emphatically, Li Fengyu, do you comprehend the significance of Sima Rong's control over Nanzhao County to our great Qian? For such a high-ranking official, we must not jump to conclusions without irrefutable evidence. At his words, Li Fengyu quickly knelt, trembling as he replied, Your Majesty, I understand the gravity of this matter. Thus, I dare not speak lightly. I merely present the intelligence at hand, and whether action should be taken, I leave to your Majesty's discretion. Yang Cheng'en fell silent, fixating a cold gaze upon Li Fengyu, and after a prolonged pause, he let out a scoff, allowing the hall to descend once more into silence. Sweat trickled down Li Fengyu's forehead as he cautiously raised his eyes, sensing a glimmer of disappointment in Yang Cheng'en's gaze. His mind raced, and he quickly added, Your Majesty, I recall a critical detail. According to our spies, Yang Qing forced Li Kuei to consume a soul-devouring pill to compel his compliance. If Sima Rong does not surrender before the hour of today, Li Kuei's soul will be lost. As Li Fengyu finished speaking, he slowly lifted his head, discovering that the emperor still scrutinized him, though his expression had softened, seemingly awaiting more words. Li Fengyu wiped the sweat from his brow and continued, Your Majesty, when I entered the palace, it was still early in the hour of. Li Kuei is still alive. Proceed, Yang Cheng'en replied with a non-committal grunt, leaning back in his chair before turning to the chief eunuch standing nearby. What is your perspective? Li Fengyu thought to himself. This old emperor is inherently suspicious. Now, at his wit's end, his paranoia has intensified, growing harsher towards external ministers while increasingly relying on eunuchs. He is becoming ever more foolish. The eunuch, who had served Yang Cheng'en for over 50 years, was keenly aware of the emperor's thoughts and, without hesitation, suggested, Your Majesty, Sima Rong holds considerable influence both in court and among the populace, and Nanzhao County is the granary and treasury of our great Qian. Who dares to make rash judgments against him? Since this matter is of great magnitude, why not summon Lord Prime Minister Huangfu to discuss it? A faint, almost imperceptible smile crept across Yang Cheng'en's lips as he replied to the eunuch, Cunning old fox.
Go summon Huang Fuyu to an audience. The eunuch swiftly departed to convey the imperial decree to the prime minister's residence. Li Fengyu mused that the old emperor indeed intended to deal with Sima Rong. It was well known throughout the court that Prime Minister Huang Fuyu and Sima Rong were at odds. By calling only the prime minister to discuss matters, Sima Rong was likely facing inevitable doom. Reflecting on this, Li Fengyu felt a surge of triumph. He had successfully discerned the emperor's intentions, bringing forth information detrimental to Sima Rong at just the right moment. He recognized that the emperor was running out of options, and how would he contend with a regional governor like Sima Rong once the crown prince ascended? Such a prosperous and strategically vital place as Nanzhao County must remain in the hands of someone obedient. While Sima Rong had proven compliant, would he still heed the crown prince's commands once the emperor departed from this world? Rumors had circulated that he held great admiration for the Wandering Prince. The Wandering Prince had defended the borders for 6 years, and the majority of the resources and military supplies had been gathered by Sima Rong. Thus, whether Sima Rong was genuinely rebellious mattered little. The old emperor was merely seeking a pretext. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Li Fengyu suddenly shivered, a terrifying notion emerging. Could it be that Yang Qing had anticipated this all along? Chapter 44 Subversion. At the stroke of the hour of the rooster, Sima Rong was urgently summoned from the dungeon. News from the front lines reported that the blood-floating Pagoda's vanguard army, under Wang Zhengqiu, had been utterly annihilated. While still in the dungeon, Sima Rong had ordered the assembly of all local officials for a meeting, and he hastened to the governor's mansion. Upon his arrival, he discovered that the principal officials of the region had already gathered, the hall brimming with people. Casting a glance around, Sima Rong noted the absence of a few individuals, with some rumored to have fled with their families. Fuming, he uttered a few harsh words before instructing his colleagues to take their seats and prepare for strategic discussions regarding the current situation. After only a few remarks, several impatient voices began to interject, inquiring about the outcome of Sima Rong's negotiations with Yang Qing.
Governor, how did your talks with the carefree king go? The loudest among them was a middle-aged cavalry officer.
Sima Rong felt a jolt of surprise. His pretense of negotiation had been a spur-of-the-moment decision, known only to the chief clerk and the marching commander. How had this information spread so suddenly? His gaze swept the room, where the chief clerk appeared innocent, but the marching commander, Su Qiu, was absent. It then occurred to him that a messenger had previously informed him that Su Qiu was occupied with troop arrangements and could not attend the meeting.
Governor, at this juncture, there is no need for concealment.
Please enlighten us on your discussions with the carefree king, another officer urged. Sima Rong realized that the officials in the region seemed to be already aware of his trip to negotiate, and it appeared they genuinely believed he had indeed sought peace. YNT the chief clerk clarified this. Was it to prevent the news from reaching the carefree king's ears? Such reasoning was plausible. Regrettably, he had just seen Li Kuei, who had yielded no results. Li had been unable to contact Yang Qing and had even advised Sima Rong to raise the surrender flag atop the city walls. Without access to Yang Qing, the pretense of negotiation was utterly futile. For the time being, he could only rely on his 150,000 troops to resist for a while longer. Fortunately, a letter from Yishua indicated that the main force of the blood-floating pagoda had already crossed the river and would arrive by dawn. His subordinates chattered incessantly, their discussions vexing him greatly. Just as he was about to admonish them, the hall suddenly fell silent. A formidable presence emanated from the entrance, causing the crowd to instinctively turn their eyes toward the door. There, Yang Qing approached with an air of nonchalance. As Yang Qing drew nearer, the hall remained hushed, the crowd parted, creating a pathway directly to Sima Rong. Governor Sima, it's a pleasure to see you well, Yang Qing remarked, stopping a couple of paces from Sima Rong, a gentle smile gracing his lips.
You are truly you, Sima Rong stammered, momentarily taken aback.
Just moments ago, he had been lamenting not seeing Yang Qing, and now, standing face to face with him, he found himself at a loss for words. Yang Qing chuckled softly. You sought me, so naturally, I have come. Let us retire to the back hall for our discussions. With that, he strode purposefully toward the back hall. Sima Rong, a seasoned veteran of the political arena, usually composed and unflappable, now found himself devoid of thought, simply trailing behind Yang Qing into the rear chamber. None of the officials dared to follow, and it was a considerable time before whispers began to circulate once more. In the back hall, Yang Qing settled into a chair and gestured toward another. Governor Sima, please, make yourself comfortable. Sima Rong wiped the sweat from his palms and took a seat opposite Yang Qing, his voice trembling as he inquired, what brings the carefree king here?
Yang Qing smiled. Were you not seeking me?
Indeed, Sima Rong swallowed hard. I hope you might spare the lives of my entire district's populace, given my past service to you. Yang Qing replied, very well, provided that you, Governor Sima, surrender to me, I assure you the safety of all citizens within Nanzhao Prefecture. Sima Rong paused, recognizing the gravity of the matter.
Might I confer with my colleagues before making a decision? Yang Qing chuckled. Sima Rong, do you think that delaying will bring the blood-floating pagoda to your rescue?
Sima Rong felt exposed, his thoughts laid bare, and he forced a smile.
Your Highness jests.
I genuinely seek peace, but the affairs of Nanzhao Prefecture are not solely within my purview. I must confer with my peers. Yang Qing crossed his legs and fixed his gaze on Sima Rong.
Governor Sima, do you know why I have come to see you? Sima Rong shook his head. I am here to save you.
Oh?
Sima Rong raised his head in confusion.
You are audacious indeed, having clandestinely met with Li Kuei and attempting to negotiate with me.
The Emperor is already aware of this. Even if I do not execute you, do you think the Emperor will let you off the hook?
Sima Rong found the situation amusing. On his way to feign negotiations with Li Kuei, he had dispatched a messenger to inform Yishua of his plans. He was certain that Shua was already in the know, and the emperor would soon be informed as well. Why would he bear the brunt of blame? However, he dared not confess the pretense of negotiation in Yang Qing's presence, instead offering a smile. Once peace is established, I hope your highness will spare the lives of my family. Yang Qing shook his head. Stop the charade. Do you truly believe that notifying Shua in advance will spare you from the emperor's wrath? Wake up, not only is the emperor wary of you, but how many officials in the court covet your position as the governor of Nanzhao Prefecture? Are you not aware, without mentioning others, Huang Fuyu and the Crown Prince's faction have long had their eyes on this lucrative post? Your execution requires only a convincing pretext. Though Nanzhao Prefecture was rich enough to rival nations, it was isolated from the imperial court, and Sima Rong rarely saw the emperor, often harboring unrealistic fantasies about imperial favor. Yang Qing, in contrast, had grown up in the heart of imperial power and possessed a keen awareness far beyond the average person. He understood the emperor's character and the relationships among various factions within the court. The old emperor had harbored thoughts of replacing the governor of Nanzhao Prefecture for more than a year or two now. Observing Sima Rong's shifting gaze, Yang Qing realized his words had failed to sway him, which was precisely what he had anticipated. Very well, I have said enough. As he spoke, Yang Qing rose, revealing a 3-inch-long red feather that had seemingly appeared in his hand. I expect tonight will bring clarity. Should danger arise, you may ignite this feather with your divine thoughts to ensure your safety. With that, Yang Qing pressed the feather into Sima Rong's hands and vanished in a flash of light. Sima Rong stood stunned, unable to regain his composure for an extended period. Eventually, he turned to see the chief clerk, Qian Haiyu, entering the room. Governor, how did it go? Sighing, Sima Rong found himself at a loss for words, merely shaking his head. What of the other officials? He inquired. Oh, I dismissed all officials due to concerns over a demonic army attack, instructing them to return and diligently guard their posts. Sima Rong forced a bitter smile. Guard? I have just returned from the death dungeon, and news of my supposed negotiations has already spread. It seems our Nanzhao Prefecture has been infiltrated by the demon clan like a sieve. How can we possibly guard it? Qian Haiyu sighed and shook his head. At this point, we can only hope that the main force of the blood-floating pagoda arrives soon. Suddenly, Sima Rong lifted his head, narrowing his eyes at Qian Haiyu. It wouldn't be you who spread the word about my negotiations with Yang Qing, would it? Qian Haiyu hastily waved his hands. My lord, how could I have done such a thing? Sima Rong sighed in resignation, gesturing for Qian Haiyu to leave. Chapter 45. A forced to reflect around the hour of the rat. As the night loomed dark and the winds howled, the entire Nanzhao county was engulfed in profound terror, while the demon army inexplicably ceased its assault. Shortly thereafter, a contingent claiming to be the vanguard of the blood-floating tower forcefully demanded entry at the gates of the county's capital, proceeding directly to the residence of Prefect Sima Rong. Sima Rong, unable to find solace in sleep, donned his garments with meticulous care and stepped outside to greet his unexpected visitors. The force comprised approximately 500 men, led by the Deputy General Shirsu under the command of the Grand General of the blood-floating tower. Shirsu, mounted on his steed, remained seated and coldly regarded Sima Rong as he approached. Displeasure welled within Sima Rong, yet recognizing that the safety of Nanzhao County hinged upon the whims of the blood-floating tower, he refrained from engaging in disputes and inquired, General Shir, it seems we have awaited your arrival. Was it not said that your army would not cross the river until tomorrow? How is it that you have come so swiftly? Shirsu let out a derisive laugh, lightly tugging at the reins of his horse as he retorted, Prefect Sima, did you not anticipate my prompt arrival before you? Sima Rong, bewildered, responded, what do you mean by that, General? The people of Nanzhao County have longed for your presence, and we are relieved to finally see you. Shirsu replied, do not feign ignorance, your collusion with the demon race has been uncovered by the hidden dragon guard. I have been dispatched by imperial decree to apprehend you, what more is there to say? Sima Rong exclaimed, General Shir, surely you must know the truth, I merely feigned a desire for peace to buy time. I have already sent a messenger to inform the Prince of Hushua. Upon hearing this, Shirsu threw his head back and laughed heartily, then declared, a messenger, more like an assassin, what assassin? Sima Rong's confusion deepened. Even at death's door, you still attempt to argue. Prefect Sima, you truly do not shed tears until you see the coffin. With that, Shirsu clapped his hands, and immediately a soldier from the blood-floating tower produced a blood-soaked bundle, which burst open mid-air, revealing a severed head that rolled to Sima Rong's feet. It was the messenger he had previously dispatched to inform the Prince of Hushua. Sima Rong's eyes widened in disbelief, trembling with rage. Shirsu, you dare to kill the envoy I sent to the prince? Are you plotting treason? Shirsu cackled again, plotting treason, Prefect Sima, you are indeed a villain who cries foul first. Let me tell you the truth, that assassin was personally slain by His Highness the Prince of Hushua. What more can you say? A chill coursed down Sima Rong's spine as Yang Qing's words flooded his mind. Could it be that the emperor sought to eliminate him at this opportunity? After years of diligent service to Nanzhao County, contributing a third of the national treasury, why would the emperor treat him so? Sima Rong shook his head and fixed his gaze on Shirsu. General Shir, I demand to see the Prince of Hushua. Shirsu smirked. Do not worry. You shall see him soon enough. With a sweeping gesture, 2 spiritual nails shot forth, piercing Sima Rong's shoulder blades instantly. He felt a sharp pain as his spiritual energy was locked away, and he collapsed to the ground. Then, Shirsu proclaimed loudly, Sima Rong has colluded with the demon race and betrayed the nation. He has now captured all troops, advance, and searched the Sima residence, leaving no one alive. At the command, soldiers surged forward, storming the Sima residence, and soon the air was filled with the anguished cries of the household. Meanwhile, Sima Rong was hoisted to his feet by 2 soldiers of the blood-floating tower, cold blades pressed against his throat.
Shirsu, if you have grievances, come at me. Do not harm my family. The Emperor's order is clear, eradicate the weeds by removing their roots. Prefect Sima, you cannot hold me accountable. Shirsu retorted, drawing his sword and continuing with a sinister smile, Prefect Sima, I shall send you and your family to reunite. With that, the blade was thrust towards Sima Rong's throat. Just then, a flash of golden light appeared, and with a clang, Shirsu's sword was struck by a short arrow, diverting its trajectory by a foot and missing its mark. Who dares? Shirsu shouted, turning to see a flurry of shouts from the right side of the street, as a multitude of white lights descended, soon encircling Shirsu and his men with nearly 1,000 soldiers from Nanzhao County. Simultaneously, a streak of light flickered, and the 2 soldiers holding Sima Rong fell, revealing Su Qiu supporting Sima Rong's right shoulder. Prefect, Su Qiu is here. Sima Rong's heart soared with joy, Old Su, is it truly you? Su Qiu wasted no time on pleasantries, flourishing his sword and gesturing towards the Sima residence, commanding, brothers, charge into the Sima residence and protect Prefect Sima's family. The soldiers of Nanzhao County responded to the call, rushing into the residence, and soon the sounds of clashing weapons resonated within. Prefect, that treacherous emperor lacks morality. Let us revolt. Su Qiu exclaimed, forcibly extracting the spiritual nails from Sima Rong's shoulder. Sima Rong stamped his foot, addressing Su Qiu, Old Su, I am no disloyal traitor, today's events are the work of scheming villains. Once this calamity is resolved, I shall return to the capital to meet the emperor, and the truth will surely be revealed. Just as Su Qiu was about to respond, he heard Shirsu's maniacal laughter. Sima Rong, even at death's door, you still think of going to the capital? Let me tell you, you will not have that chance, today shall be your demise. Do you think that with your mere contingent of troops, you can evade the blades of the blood-floating tower? How foolish. Su Qiu then directed the few dozen personal guards behind him to apprehend Sima Rong and himself. Sima Rong, being a mere scholar with limited cultivation and still recovering his spiritual energy, could only narrowly evade the advances of the blood-floating tower. Su Qiu, however, fought valiantly, protecting Sima Rong while retreating. Sir, I bring only 1,000 personal guards, we are no match for these 500 from the blood-floating tower. We must devise a strategy quickly, or we shall perish here tonight. Su Qiu shouted amidst the fray. Sima Rong, in a state of desperation, unconsciously drew forth the red feather given to him by Yang Qing from his sleeve, with a mere thought, he could extricate himself from the encirclement today. Yet, such an action would spell doom for him. Sima Rong swallowed hard, ultimately suppressing his impulse and returning the red feather to his sleeve. Old Su, quickly send the signal arrow, summoning the main forces of the troops back to the city for rescue. We must first capture Shirsu. Su Qiu replied urgently, the main forces are all deployed along the southern front, the only troops we can summon nearby are 2 detachments, amounting to less than 5,000 men. Sima Rong bellowed, then summon those 5,000 back. With your 1,000, can we not contend against the 500 of the blood-floating tower? Su Qiu, left with no choice, shot a signal arrow into the sky, stating, reinforcements will take at least half an hour to arrive. Sir, whether we live or die now rests with fate. Sima Rong nodded, very well, we shall hold for half an hour. The 2 fought while retreating, yet the blood-floating tower's combat prowess was formidable, and they soon found themselves cornered within the Sima residence. The air was thick with the stench of blood, the ground littered with the fallen bodies of the soldiers from Nanzhao County. Su Qiu's troops, outnumbered 2 to 1, had suffered over 200 casualties in less than a short incense's time, while the 500 of the blood-floating tower sustained minimal losses, growing ever more emboldened in battle. Chapter 46 The strategist's warfare. Time flies, and the lives of the 1,000 troops brought by Su Qiu are swiftly fading away. Sima Rong's family, numbering over 100, scamper about the residence, but the Sima manor is besieged, leaving no avenue of escape, only a path leading to certain death. Witnessing the relentless slaughter of his kin, Sima Rong is consumed by anguish. However, his lifelong loyalty to his sovereign and love for his people render him incapable of making a treacherous decision. Grasping a red feather in his right hand, countless thoughts flicker through his mind. Su Qiu, observing this turmoil, is filled with urgency, knowing that their meager band cannot withstand for long, fearing that both he and Sima Rong may perish this night. He is even more troubled by the impending return of the 5,000 troops, which would compel Sima Rong to abandon any hope of allegiance to Yang Qing. Having already offered his soul to the soul-devouring banner, he cannot bear the weight of failure should the demon sovereign's plans be thwarted. My lord, we cannot hold out much longer. We must devise a strategy. Su Qiu's desperate cry nearly provokes Sima Rong to ignite the red feather in his grasp, yet he manages to suppress the impulse. Shortly thereafter, a streak of light flashes through the sky. It's Qian Haiyu. My lord, it appears the main force of the blood-soaked pagoda has crossed the river. A vanguard of 20,000 has already arrived at the city gates. We shall have no reinforcements, we must think of a solution. Qian Haiyu's words plunged Sima Rong into despair. Earlier correspondence with the Duke of Shuo indicated that the blood-soaked pagoda's main force would complete their crossing at dawn. Their premature arrival clearly signifies an assault directed at him. The intelligence provided by the Duke was merely a ruse to mislead him. At that moment, distant cannon fire rumbles from outside the city, and numerous streaks of light flicker in the air.
Sima Rong comprehends the grim reality of the 20,000 vanguard of the blood-soaked pagoda are poised to invade the city. Overwhelmed by hopelessness, he raises his hand, intending to strike his own crown, but Su Qiu intervenes just in time.
My lord, do not. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood.
Just as Sima Rong prepares to break free, a familiar scream pierces the air, followed by a bloodied head rolling to his feet.
Yongfeng.
Sima Rong instantly recognizes it as the severed head of his eldest son, Sima Yongfeng. He cries out, rushing forward to cradle the gruesome trophy. Utterly devastated. After a time, the troops within the manor are nearly annihilated, and Shizhu rides forth, confronting Sima Rong. Sima Rong, for the sake of our shared service to the court, I grant you the mercy of self-termination.
What say you?
Sima Rong, engulfed in despair, feels rage boil within him, his face flushed with indignation, just as he prepares to unleash a torrent of curses when he hears another agonizing scream.
Jinger.
The head of his eldest grandson, Sima Jing, has also been severed.
Ah. Shizhu, I will kill you. Yang Cheng and I, Sima Rong, shall not share the heavens with you. Ah.
In a fit of fury, Sima Rong channels his spiritual energy, igniting the red feather in his sleeve. The intense heat jolts him back to reality, and he collapses to the ground. He realizes that from this moment forth, he is plunged into an abyss of no return. The red feather quickly burns away, and a colossal red vortex materializes in the sky, from which 9 monstrous fiends descend, commencing their feast upon the soldiers of the blood-soaked pagoda within the Sima manor. Simultaneously, the purple-faced shadow descends with 500 demon soldiers from the vortex, collaborating with the 9 fiends to slaughter the troops of the blood-soaked pagoda. Shizhu is taken aback by the spectacle before him. Many of the soldiers he brought along, paralyzed by terror, are devoured by the 9 demons before they can react. The blood-soaked pagoda finds it impossible to mount an effective resistance, and the narrow battlefield rapidly tilts in favor of the demon soldiers, who are swiftly annihilating their foes.
Sima Rong, you truly conspired with the demon race. Before Sima Rong can respond, Chen Haiyu interjects, Shizhu, why are you so astonished? Is it not precisely for this reason that you sought to apprehend my lord?
Shizhu is momentarily rendered speechless, and as the demon soldiers close in, he disregards further banter. The only course of action is to endure the demon soldiers' onslaught until the 20,000 troops from outside the city arrive. Su Qiu, witnessing Sima Rong's anguished countenance, suddenly bursts into laughter. Previously coerced into the demonic path by the purple-faced shadow, he had been filled with shame and unease. Now, seeing Sima Rong teetering on the brink of damnation, he feels an indescribable sense of satisfaction. At this moment, Su Qiu unleashes the malevolent side of his soul, charging forward with his sword aimed at Shizhu. Sima Rong's gaze grows increasingly ruthless. A dignified county magistrate, once a mere scholar, now raises his sword to engage Shizhu. Soon, the entire army of the blood-soaked pagoda is decimated, and Su Qiu sustains grave injuries. Seizing the opportunity, Sima Rong thrusts his sword through Shizhu's heart, then a demon rushes forward, opening its maw to consume Shizhu, body and soul. Sima Rong recoils in shock. As the battle draws to a close, the Sima manor falls silent, save for the weeping of the surviving members of the Sima family. My lord, come with me.
The demon sovereign awaits your presence.
Chen Haiyu approaches Sima Rong, grasping his arm to lead him away, but Sima Rong breaks free. Enraged, he raises his sword against Chen Haiyu's shoulder, demanding, you orchestrated all of this, did you not?
And you, he accuses, pointing his sword at Su Qiu. Chen Haiyu, feeling a twinge of guilt, replies softly, my lord, when you meet the demon sovereign, all will become clear. Su Qiu interjects, Lord Sima, I have done nothing to wrong you.
Just then, footsteps echo from outside, igniting excitement among the demon soldiers, who chant in unison, long live the demon sovereign.
Yang Qing strides forth, standing before Sima Rong. Lord Sima, did you truly believe you could escape this calamity without my machinations?
Today's events are the will of the great Qian Emperor, the desires of the Prime Minister, the Crown Prince, and the discontented ministers of the court. Ultimately, it is the heartless, ungrateful old emperor who is the true enemy of Sima Rong.
You should easily discern this truth.
With that, Yang Qing locks his gaze upon Sima Rong. Falling silent, Sima Rong regains his composure, looking upon the lifeless forms of his son and grandson, and suddenly breaks into a wail of sorrow. He understands all too well that the misfortune of this day is rooted in his own prominence, compounded by the old emperor's ingratitude. It is he, the old emperor, who is Sima Rong's true adversary. To avenge this day's grievances, he has no choice but to rely on Yang Qing. Resolving this, Sima Rong slowly kneels before Yang Qing.
I, Sima Rong, bow before the demon sovereign.
From this day forth, Nanzhao County shall fall under your dominion. I am willing to follow you, to overthrow the tyranny of the great Qian and slay the unworthy Yang Cheng'en.
Yang Qing nods, bending to assist Sima Rong to his feet. Excellent.
With Lord Sima's allegiance, our demon race shall soar to new heights. Having spoken, Yang Qing waves his right hand, and the soul-devouring banner descends from the heavens. Soon, Sima Rong offers his soul, sealing his fate in eternal damnation. Chapter 47 The Conquest of Nanzhao Prefecture. After succumbing to the darkness, Sima Rong adapted rather swiftly. He promptly inquired of Yang Qing about the subsequent plans.
Your Majesty, there remain 20,000 blood pagoda vanguards outside the city. We cannot linger here.
Yang Qing chuckled, before my arrival, that issue was already resolved.
Ah.
Sima Rong, Shenhe, and Yu, he exclaimed in unison, incredulous that the 20,000 blood pagoda vanguards had been dealt with so effortlessly.
Your Majesty, how did you accomplish this?
Before Yang Qing could respond, the purple-faced shadow interjected with a smile, Lord Sima, you are unaware that His Majesty had long since laid an ambush, annihilating those 20,000 vanguards at the city gates.
In astonishment, Sima Rong and the others gazed at Yang Qing with reverence. Your Majesty, I have heard that the demonic troops you brought number only 40,000. After a fierce battle with Wang Jingchu's grand army, to think that within such a short span of time, you could also ambush 20,000 Blood Pagoda soldiers, this sudden display of might is truly astounding. Your Majesty's capabilities are indeed unparalleled.
Yang Qing smiled. Many believe that the demonic troops are vastly inferior to the soldiers of Dian, yet they do not realize that under my guidance, their combat prowess has reached a level that rivals the elite field armies of Dian.
When I strike at the unprepared, how could I possibly face defeat?
The purple-faced shadow added with a grin, since your Majesty assumed the mantle of Demon Lord, the battle strength of my Nanning demonic troops has far surpassed that of years past. It can be said that the current 40,000 army is equivalent to the previous 100,000, since aligning with your Majesty, our demonic forces have truly been invincible.
Sima Rong and the others nodded in admiration, commending Yang Qing's wisdom.
Your Majesty, now that the main force of the Blood Pagoda has crossed the river, they will likely arrive here shortly.
How shall we respond?
Sima Rong inquired. Yang Qing nodded. I have already made arrangements, Lord Sima. From now on, you shall serve as the chancellor of our demonic nation. I hope you will diligently govern the land we have conquered.
The supplies for our northern campaign will rely on you.
Sima Rong clasped his fists, expressing gratitude. Thank you for your trust, your Majesty. Rest assured, while I cannot guarantee everything, I can assure you that the resources of Nanzhao will adequately supply our northern expedition. Yang Qing was pleased with Sima Rong's attitude. There are two urgent matters at hand. First, immediately assemble the 15,000 station troops and organize them to enter the demonic fold. Second, restructure the officials of Nanzhao Prefecture to ensure it swiftly falls under our dominion.
Upon receiving his orders, Sima Rong promptly divided the tasks.
He commanded Qian He and Yu to summon the key officials of Nanzhao Prefecture for a council, while he instructed Su Qiu to gather the 15,000 station troops. To prevent any officials from fleeing, Yang Qing specifically dispatched a contingent of around 1,000 demonic soldiers to accompany Qian He and Yu. Simultaneously, Yang Qing ordered the purple-faced shadow to lead 40,000 demonic troops ahead to fortify defenses and intercept the main forces of the Blood Pagoda as they advanced southward. Once the 15,000 station troops were assembled, Yang Qing, accompanied by Sima Rong, proceeded to the garrison camp. The training grounds of Nanzhao Prefecture were densely packed with the 15,000 soldiers, clad in coarse yellow military garb. Su Qiu had already conducted a mobilization, but the scene was chaotic. The troops were evidently resistant to the idea of entering the demonic fold, with several attempting to flee the training ground, only to be swallowed by 9 ancestral demonic spirits, vanishing without a trace. At this moment, Yang Qing stood upon the command platform, his gaze sweeping over the assembled forces. The training ground had quieted considerably, yet confusion and fear still lingered on each soldier's face. Yang Qing had no intention of wasting time attempting to brainwash these troops. Unlike the Dragon Martial Guard, most of these men had enlisted merely to secure their rations, never imagining they would find themselves on the battlefield. Moreover, he had never truly led these station troops, thus lacking any significant prestige in their eyes. Furthermore, with the formidable threat of the Blood Pagoda looming, Yang Qing could not afford to squander time on persuasion. After the 9 demons had consumed over 1,000 station soldiers, the field finally fell silent, the soldiers trembling in fear, lacking even the courage to glance at Yang Qing. Yang Qing nodded, raising his right hand to summon the soul-refining banner, which floated down to hover above the training ground, emanating a chilling demonic aura that instilled dread in the hearts of the soldiers below.
I trust you have recognized me by now.
As for the reason for gathering you all here, I believe Lord Su has made it abundantly clear. I shall say but 2 things. First, those willing to enter the demonic fold and pledge their loyalty to me shall live. Those who defy my command shall perish. Second, I have always been strict in matters of rewards and punishments. Henceforth, those who achieve merit in battle shall not be overlooked by me. Wealth, honor, and precious resources will be yours. As his words echoed, he noticed a storm brewing in the north, and realized that the purple-faced shadow was engaged in combat with the main forces of the Blood Pagoda. Time was of the essence, so he refrained from further elaboration. Casting a glance at Lian Yu, he instructed, the next phase is in your hands. Arrange for them to enter the demonic fold within the hour.
Those who resist shall be delivered to the ancestral demons.
Lian Yu clasped her fists in acknowledgement and immediately set to work, urging the station soldiers to offer their souls to the soul-refining banner. Under the oppressive might of Yang Qing and the demonic soldiers, the station troops had no capacity for resistance, each surrendering their souls in turn. Yang Qing watched as his strength grew incrementally, his spirits lifted by the sight. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his ear, good lad, I initially thought you would let me devour another 100 or 80,000 souls, allowing me to grow stronger before bestowing you with an additional 10,000 demonic soldiers. I never anticipated you would acquire 15,000 demonic soldiers on your own. I must say, I am impressed. Yang Qing replied, since you are of no assistance, I must find a way myself.
There are 5 million living souls in Nanzhao.
If you unleash the demonic forces to slaughter for 3 days, my strength will naturally surge, yet you choose to risk it all to core Sima Rong.
I cannot wait 3 days. You know the Blood Pagoda is already here. It seems you are not keen on amplifying my power. If you wish to strengthen your forces, you must find a way to assist me in vanquishing the current enemy. Very well, remember this.
We live and die together, my strength is your strength. I am aware, yet these 15,000 new demonic soldiers are still too weak. Surely, you have a means to enhance their cultivation, as you did not starve during your time in Hanmal Prefecture. Indeed, these station troops are all at the mid to late stages of body refinement. There is no need for them to refine their chi like commoners. Elevating their cultivation by a level should pose no challenge. Just watch. Before long, the voice of the demonic spirit faded, replaced by a vast crimson mist cascading from the heavens, enveloping the 15,000 new demonic soldiers on the training ground. People soon discovered that this crimson mist contained immense energy. Anyone inhaling it would feel the energy coursing into their bodies. This is the first gift I bestow upon you. All troops, concentrate your minds and energies. After refining the crimson mist, your cultivation will greatly improve. Yang Qing's voice resonated across the training ground, and the demonic soldiers complied. An hour later, the 15,000 station soldiers emerged revitalized, most having ascended to the early stage of desire refinement, equivalent to the initial stage of chi refinement among righteous cultivators, a significant elevation from their previous body refinement stage.
Demonic spirit, their weapons are far too inadequate. Why not deliver them to the West?
Do you not see that I am currently quite weak? This 15,000 men have drained my magical power. Should I perish, you will not survive either, the demonic spirit retorted with irritation. Yang Qing recognized the demonic spirit's current frailty and ceased his insistence. At that moment, the thunder in the north intensified, indicating that the purple-faced shadow was under considerable duress. Lianyu, Su Qiu, come with me to reinforce the purple-faced shadow.
Chapter 48.
Reinforcements. Yang Qing led his forces northward, swiftly arriving at a point approximately 200 miles south of Longning River, where he encountered the purple-faced specter. At that moment, the demonic army commanded by the purple-faced specter was engaged in fierce combat with the main forces of the Blood Pagoda. Yang Qing conducted a cursory assessment, estimating that the opposing Blood Pagoda forces numbered around 200,000. Prior intelligence had indicated that Feng Zisher and the Hishua king, Yang Yuanya, had previously dispatched 5,000 troops from Longning River to the sea, intending to block his path to the South Sea. Thus, it appeared that the 200,000 troops before him constituted the entirety of the Blood Pagoda's main forces. The purple-faced specter had arranged his troops with considerable strategy, choosing to deploy his forces between two towering mountains that the Blood Pagoda would inevitably traverse southward. By utilizing the peaks as focal points, he established formations behind the demonic soldiers, preventing the Blood Pagoda's forces from maneuvering around to launch rearward assaults, thereby averting encirclement from all sides. Nevertheless, the demonic soldiers, outnumbered, found themselves facing the renowned Blood Pagoda, and the 4,000 demonic soldiers led by the purple-faced specter had already suffered half their numbers in casualties. From Yang Qing's vantage point, the battlefield was strewn with the corpses of demonic soldiers. Although the remaining troops maintained their morale, they were increasingly resembling cornered beasts in a desperate struggle. Gazing upward, he spotted three familiar figures in the Blood Pagoda's central command, mounted and intently observing the battlefield, their faces betraying expressions of triumph. These three were the Hishua king Yang Yuanya, General Feng Zisher of the Blood Pagoda, and Princess Yang Liao of Yang. The sight of Yang Liao caused Yang Qing to frown involuntarily. Prior intelligence had not mentioned this favored princess of the great Qian Emperor. Her presence, presumably, had little impact on the overall battle, overlooked by the demonic scouts. Recalling their days in the palace, Yang Liao had often used her imperial favoritism to bully Yang Qing and Bai Luo, particularly the latter, whom she never failed to derisively label as a little wretch. It was ironic that, despite his status as a prince, Yang Qing was reduced to the level of a mere pup in the eyes of his imperial sister. With the emperor's protection in the past, Yang Qing had refrained from retaliating against her, but now, fate had delivered him right to her doorstep, thus sparing him the trouble of seeking her out. A cold smirk escaped Yang Qing's lips as he formed hand seals, summoning 9 demonic flags that descended from the heavens, plunging into the ground and stirring up a whirlwind of dust. The 9 ancestral demonic souls let out a deafening howl, startling both sides into a temporary ceasefire as they sought the source of the sound. Of the truce, however, was fleeting. Upon recognizing the ancestral demons, the morale of the demonic soldiers surged, while the Blood Pagoda soldiers visibly faltered, many of them succumbing to panic. The 9 ancestral demons, remnants of ancient times who had once battled the celestial soldiers, though their power was diminished compared to their heyday, emanated a pressure that was sufficient to instill dread in the hearts of contemporary warriors. Even the ordinary soldiers of the Blood Pagoda, not to mention Feng Zisher and Yang Yuanya, found themselves involuntarily retreating a few steps.
Is that the carefree king?
Finally, a keen-eyed individual spotted Yang Qing, prompting exclamations of surprise. His arrival was akin to that of a reaper, as he descended from the sky, compelling both the Blood Pagoda and demonic soldiers to instinctively withdraw, creating a wide gap on the battlefield. Yang Qing landed at the center of this void, casting his gaze upon Yang Yuani. As an experienced general, Yang Yuanya quickly regained his composure and shouted at Yang Qing, unfilial son. How dare you descend into the path of darkness, bringing disgrace upon the great Qian imperial family? Yang Qing's impression of this uncle was neither particularly favorable nor unfavorable. As a bastard offspring, Yang Yuanya had shown him little concern, and they shared few interactions. It was unexpected that the two, one righteous and the other demonic, would now stand against each other in battle. Unperturbed by Yang Yuanya's condemnation, Yang Qing understood his uncle's deep bonds with Yang Chang'an and his antiquated beliefs. The old prince's doctrine adhered to the notion that subjects must die at the behest of their sovereigns without question. Were it not for Bai Luo's tragic demise, Yang Qing might have also subscribed to such principles. If his father sought his life, a simple cup of poison would suffice. He would never defy the imperial command. Yet they had taken away Alua's life. Yang Chang'an, devoid of loyalty and compassion, had driven him to embrace darkness, vowing to end the Yang family's reign.
Impudent! Yang Yuanya's voice had barely faded when Yang Liao interjected, "You despicable wretch! How dare you betray our father? You are truly base, just as repugnant as that little wretch." Silence! Yang Qing roared with fury, unwilling to tolerate further insults directed at Aluo. With a thunderous shout, he unleashed his spiritual power, the pressure of his nascent demonic form nearly suffocating Yang Liao. The wrath of the demon lord ignited a furious response among the demonic army, the battlefield erupting with their battle cries, a momentum that struck fear into the hearts of the Blood Pagoda soldiers. The 9 ancestral demons resonated with Yang Qing's fury, becoming even more invigorated. Without further ado, Yang Qing thrust his right hand forward, unleashing a gale that surged toward the Blood Pagoda forces before him. Recognizing the extraordinary nature of the oncoming wind, Yang Yuanya bellowed, "This is bad, form defensive ranks, all units." Before his words could fully escape, hundreds of frontline Blood Pagoda soldiers were struck and fell lifeless to the ground. The remaining troops quickly formed defensive formations. Meanwhile, Yang Qing pointed at Yang Liao with his left hand, issuing a command, "All units, attack freely, but ensure that you capture the great Qian princess alive." The demonic soldiers sprang into action, led by the purple-faced spectre, who rallied the remaining 2,000 soldiers in a charge toward the Blood Pagoda. General Feng Zisher, taken aback, remarked, "The morale of the demon race has surged since Yang Qing's arrival. The enemy before us has already suffered heavy losses, and under such circumstances, any other army would have retreated. Yet they continue to organize an offensive. It is truly remarkable." Though reluctant to acknowledge Yang Qing's military prowess, Yang Yuanya could not help but display a hint of admiration in light of the situation. "This lad is indeed a rare talent. What a pity." Before he could finish, Yang Liao gasped, "Oh, uncle, think of a way to kill that wretch. His wind pressure is making it hard for me to breathe." "Liao, do not speak, focus your energy." Yang Yuanya urgently commanded. However, it was too late. No sooner had Yang Liao's words left her lips than she felt a searing pain in her chest, abruptly spewing blood and tumbling from her mount. Yang Yuanya was alarmed, and quickly, he and Feng Zisher joined forces to counter Yang Qing's wind pressure, with Feng Zisher stating, "Yang Qing has evidently acquired some fortuitous opportunity, having ascended to the nascent demonic stage. Based on his displayed combat strength, he likely rivals my mid-infant soul cultivators." Yang Yuanya nodded in agreement. "Indeed, even with our combined efforts, it is somewhat taxing. It is truly astonishing." As the demonic army closed in, Feng Zisher grew increasingly anxious. The battlefield chosen by the purple-faced spectre was meticulously selected. It was encircled by towering mountains, forming a gourd-like shape. The terrain to the south, occupied by the demonic army, was relatively open, while the northern terrain, held by the Blood Pagoda, was considerably constricted. The point of contact between the two armies lay at the center of the gourd, preventing the Blood Pagoda's 200,000 and 5,000 troops from fully deploying. Each attack allowed only about 30,000 to engage at the front, while the surrounding mountains were under the control of the demonic formations, making breakthroughs exceedingly difficult, leaving the remaining troops to spectate from afar. Conversely, the southern terrain allowed the demonic army of 40,000 to deploy in full. Thus, despite their numerical superiority, the Blood Pagoda found themselves outnumbered in combat. At this juncture, the frontline Blood Pagoda soldiers were intensely focused on countering Yang Qing's wind pressure. Even the slightest lapse in concentration could lead to their demise should the demonic forces charge forward. The consequences would be dire. If Feng Zisher exchanged a glance with Yang Yuanya, the two seasoned generals shared an unspoken understanding. Without hesitation, Feng Zisher commanded the frontline Blood Pagoda forces to withdraw while ordering the remaining troops to fall back 10 miles. Consequently, the Blood Pagoda army retreated, leaving over 1,000 frontline soldiers to meet their demise at the hands of the demonic forces. Chapter 49. The Imperial Uncle teaches you military strategy. As the main force of the Blood Floating Tower retreated, the pressure exerted by the demon army led by the purple-faced phantom significantly diminished. They immediately surged forward, sweeping away the frontline soldiers of the Blood Floating Tower like autumn winds scattering fallen leaves. The demon soldiers, undeterred, launched an assault of their own against the main forces of Feng Zisher and Yang Yuanya without awaiting orders from Yang Qing. Feng Zisher, astonished, remarked, "These remnants of soldiers actually choose not to retreat in this critical moment, but instead charge towards us. Their bravery is commendable, yet I wonder if they even know how to write the character for death?" Yang Yuanya sneered, "The barbaric demon race possesses courage but lacks strategy. Our forces shall continue to withdraw, luring the enemy deeper. Once they advance into the open ground to the north, our mighty army can fully deploy and annihilate them in one fell swoop." Feng Zisher nodded with a smile, well aware of the battlefield tactics, having already contemplated this plan. Thus, he commanded the army to maintain their retreat, while the demon forces, seemingly blinded by rage, pressed forward relentlessly, clinging to the Blood Floating Tower's advance. After retreating approximately 20 miles, both sides had exited the range of the defensive formation set by the purple-faced phantom. Feng Zisher then drew his sword and shouted skyward, "Halt!" True to its reputation as a formidable force, the Blood Floating Tower's 200,000 soldiers immediately ceased their retreat at Feng Zisher's command. Each captain instinctively directed the troops to establish defensive formations, halting the advance of the demon soldiers. Yang Qing flew to the front lines of both armies, nodding appreciatively. He mused, "Feng Zisher is indeed a renowned general of this age. The Blood Floating Tower's ability to stabilize in the midst of chaos speaks volumes of their combat prowess. It is a pity that such an experienced veteran is utterly loyal to the great Qian, rendering him unusable by me." Upon spotting Yang Qing, Yang Yuanya let out a long howl, brandishing his sword at him. "Rebellious child, are you still unaware of your impending doom? It is regrettable that I once held you in high regard, but today you appear to be nothing more than a foolhardy warrior. Your earlier achievements were merely a result of the great Qian's might." Yang Qing replied with a smile, oh?
It seems the imperial uncle possesses both courage and strategy, yet he remains ignorant of how I might meet my end. Yan Yuanya laughed heartily, rebellious child, today I shall enlighten you on the art of warfare. With that, Yan Yuanya turned to Feng Zisher, General Feng, let us commence. Feng Zisher understood the signal, drawing 2 command flags from his waist and waving them to the sides before pointing forward. The blood-floating tower's forces immediately sprang into action. They divided into 3 routes, 5,000 on each flank encircling the demon army's rear, while the central force of 100,000 formed a front line. In the sky, 8 dragon-shaped clouds roared, sealing off the aerial routes. With another thunderous shout from Feng Zisher, the battlefield erupted in golden light as the blood-floating tower soldiers, chanting in unison, began their advance.
What do you think? This tactic is called luring the enemy deep, have you learned it? The voice belonged to Yang Liao, and upon hearing this, Yang Yuanya laughed heartily, pointing at Yang Qing. Indeed, previously, you relied on the narrow terrain here, which prevented my army from deploying. Now, my forces possess the advantage of timing, location, and morale. You have nowhere to escape, surrender now, and I shall ensure your body remains whole. Yang Qing replied cheerfully, the imperial uncle has a kind heart, but I, your nephew, am not so benevolent. Today, I intend to present your heads to that dim-witted monarch in the holy capital, to make him realize that his past actions will lead to the ruin of his empire. Humph, you insolent wretch.
Even at death's door, you dare to be arrogant today, I shall flay your skin and strip your muscles to see just how dark your heart truly is.
Ah, no, imperial uncle. It was agreed that this brat's head is mine. Haha, indeed, how could I have forgotten that?
Yang Qing shook his head, today, you are doomed by your own arrogance, do not blame me. With that, Yang Qing concentrated his thoughts, and a beam of golden light shot forth from above his head. In an instant, the southern battlefield became shrouded in dark clouds, with the incessant sound of war drums echoing. Soon, emerging from the vast expanse of black clouds were over 100,000 demon soldiers. Feng Zisher immediately recognized the leader of these demon troops, Su Qiu, the military Sima of the southern Zhao prefecture.
What? Feng Zisher could hardly believe his eyes, rubbing them vigorously to ensure he was not mistaken. As the realization of Su Qiu's arrival dawned upon him, the demon soldiers began to descend, swiftly encircling the blood-floating tower on both sides. On the battlefield now, the northernmost position held 100,000 main troops of the blood-floating tower facing south, with Feng Zisher and Yang Yuanya standing opposed to Yang Qing. Behind Yang Qing were 2,000 remaining demon soldiers led by the purple-faced phantom, and flanking them were the encircling forces of the blood-floating tower. Further south, a semicircular encirclement composed of Su Qiu's 150,000 demon soldiers loomed. Perhaps startled by the overwhelming presence of the demon soldiers, Yang Yuanya's horse suddenly reared back in distress, causing him to involuntarily retreat a couple of steps. Yang Yuanya steadied his horse and turned to Feng Zisher. It has long been rumored that Yang Qing commands an army of 150,000 demon soldiers. We previously thought this was mere bluster, but it appears the rumors were true. Feng Zisher shook his head. No, the newly arrived demon leader is Su Qiu, the military Sima of the southern Zhao prefecture. The soldiers he brought are the station troops of that region. As this realization struck him, Feng Zisher's eyes widened in disbelief, exclaiming, this is utterly inconceivable. How could 150,000 station troops turn into demons in the blink of an eye? Yan Yuanya sighed. It seems this rebellious child possesses some skill. However, what of it? We have 200,000 soldiers, while they amount to merely 100,000 newly transformed demon soldiers and 2,000 remnants. The advantage lies with us. Feng Zisher nodded in agreement.
Yan Yuanya's words were indeed not without merit, and the blood-floating tower maintained the initiative on the battlefield. Yet, an ominous premonition lingered in Feng Zisher's heart. He recalled the previous rumors that Yang Qing had subdued a significant number of the former Dragon Guard troops. After the annihilation of the Dragon Guard, his demon soldiers had reportedly swelled to 150,000, but in subsequent battles, such as the massacre at Qingshu Mountain or the assault on Hanmo County, only around 50,000 demon soldiers had ever appeared. Up until now, they had collectively believed that the so-called 150,000 demon soldiers were merely a fabrication of Yang Qing's, and that the 100,000 soldiers did not actually exist. Now, witnessing the station troops of the southern Zhao prefecture transform into demon soldiers, he began to question whether Yang Qing might indeed be concealing an additional 100,000 demon soldiers. As this thought crossed his mind, beads of sweat began to form on the palms of Feng Zisher's hands. Previously, to prevent Yang Qing from escaping southwards, Feng Zisher had dispatched 50,000 blood-floating tower soldiers to follow the Longning River eastward to the sea, then redirect south to block Yang Qing's rear path.
In hindsight, this now seemed to be an unnecessary precaution. My lord, to be on the safe side, we should recall the 50,000 troops that took the sea route and unite them to confront the demon army before us.
Yang Yuanya nodded in agreement. Faced with an impending grand battle involving 500,000 troops, one that would not be resolved swiftly, he recognized the necessity of bolstering their forces and thus immediately consented to Feng Zisher's request. Simultaneously, the demon army's assault commenced. The first to act were the 15,000 new demon soldiers led by Su Qiu, Chapter 50 of the Demon Warriors. Encountering the demon warriors again at this moment, the formidable army of Blood Buddha, consisting of 100,000 troops, was besieging the purple-faced spectre from behind, only to find themselves under attack and compelled to turn around to confront the new threat. Meanwhile, with a grand gesture, Yang Qing summoned 9 demon flags, and the 9 ancestral demons joined the fray, seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos to devour the souls of the Blood Buddha soldiers.
The remnants of the 9 ancestral demons were filled with exhilaration. The sheer number of Blood Buddha warriors would undoubtedly provide a feast for these ancient fiends. Bolstered by the blood oath array of the 9 demons, the combat prowess of the demon soldiers surged, surpassing that of the Blood Buddha soldiers, much to the astonishment of Yang Yuanye and Feng Zishur. In a state of urgency, Yang Yuanye exclaimed, "Let the entire central army press forward. First, eliminate the remaining 20,000 demon soldiers directly in front of us, and then unite with the left and right flanks. At that point, our forces will converge to collectively confront Su Qiu's demon troops." The 100,000 soldiers previously dispatched to encircle the rear had already engaged Su Qiu's forces, and any attempt to retreat would meet with resistance from the remnants led by the purple-faced spectre, placing them in a precarious position. Indeed, annihilating the 20,000 remnants of the purple-faced spectre was the sole means of extricating themselves from this dire situation. Feng Zishur nodded in agreement and promptly directed the 100,000 central troops to charge southward. Upon witnessing this, the purple-faced spectre let out a cold laugh. The 100,000 troops that had originally surrounded him were now engaged in battle with Su Qiu's forces. He immediately ordered his 20,000 remnants to pivot and attack, completely disregarding the oncoming charge of the 100,000 Blood Buddha central army. Caught between the dual threats of the purple-faced spectre and the 9 ancestral demons, the Blood Buddha forces battling Su Qiu were now in a precarious situation, yet the imminent arrival of Feng Zishur's central army rendered the threat less significant. Therefore, the two commanders of the left and right flanks conferred and ordered their armies to disregard the threat posed by the purple-faced spectre, focusing solely on attacking Su Qiu. This decision was also made with the consideration that if Su Qiu's army advanced southward by 5 miles, they would reach the center of the gourd-shaped battlefield, at which point Su Qiu's 100,000 troops would be forced into a confined space, unable to expand their formation. The commanders of the left and right flanks, sharing this insight, directed their armies to fiercely assault southward, attempting to drive Su Qiu's demon warriors further back. It appeared that Su Qiu's demon troops, originally stationed in Nanzhao County and thus possessing relatively low combat strength, despite their numerical superiority, found themselves at a disadvantage against the assaults from the left and right flanks of the Blood Buddha and were compelled to retreat. As Su Qiu's forces fell back, the attacks from the Blood Buddha's left and right flanks intensified, while the assault from the purple-faced spectre behind them quickened as well. At this juncture, Feng Zishur's central army had arrived. The purple-faced spectre showed no signs of fear, personally leading 5,000 demon soldiers into battle, while the remaining 15,000 continued their relentless advance southward. Soon, Su Qiu's 150,000 troops retreated to the center of the gourd-shaped battlefield, continuing their rapid withdrawal. The enraged soldiers of the Blood Buddha's left and right flanks followed them southward, and with the attack from the purple-faced spectre behind, many Blood Buddha soldiers found themselves instinctively fleeing southward. Both sides were rapidly moving southward, and after an indeterminate duration of combat, Su Qiu's demon troops had entirely retreated to the open ground to the south of the gourd-shaped battlefield, while the left and right flanks of the Blood Buddha found themselves trapped in the center, with the threat of demon soldiers pressing from behind. The left and right flanks of the Blood Buddha's army were once again ensnared in a dilemma. Fortunately, Feng Zishur's central army was advancing relatively smoothly. The 5,000 demon soldiers led by the purple-faced spectre were nearly exhausted, and it would not be long before they could eliminate the demon troops attacking from behind the left and right flanks, thus clearing the northern battlefield. At that point, they would only need to face Su Qiu's army, and victory would merely be a matter of time. The purple-faced spectre's resistance was exceedingly arduous. He himself had sustained multiple injuries and had retreated to the center of the gourd-shaped battlefield, simultaneously commanding his forces to attack southward while contending with the onslaught from the north, rendering him quite beleaguered. Meanwhile, Yang Cheng had ascended into the air, leisurely surveying the battlefield below. Yang Liao, observing Yang Cheng's relaxed demeanor, felt an inexplicable surge of anger and shouted, "You little brat, let us see how long you can remain so pleased." Yang Yuanye, with a cold chuckle, replied to Yang Liao, "Liao, shall I bring this little brat to you now?" Delighted, Yang Liao clapped her hands and exclaimed, "Excellent. Quickly act, uncle." Yang Yuanye laughed heartily, raising his hand to pinch his lower lip and let out a whistle. Before long, the 8 dragon-like creatures stationed in the sky let out a furious roar, descending from the golden clouds towards Yang Cheng. The dragons stirred the winds and clouds, causing the skies to erupt with flashes of lightning and deafening thunderbolts aimed squarely at Yang Cheng, akin to divine retribution. Unfazed, Yang Cheng formed a hand seal with his right hand, pushing outward with both palms toward the heavens, a beam of red light shooting skyward, effectively shielding him from the impending thunder. Then, with a swift motion of his right hand, he conjured a dark spear. "Abomination, accept your demise." Yang Cheng bellowed, his figure transforming into a streak of light as he charged towards the 8 dragons. In a mere exchange, golden light pierced through the body of the foremost dragon, and Yang Cheng emerged from the other side, the spear lifting a strand of dragon sinew. The dragon let out a mournful howl before plummeting downward, its massive form crushing dozens of Blood Buddha soldiers beneath it into a bloody pulp. Yang Cheng felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. He had never experienced such unrestrained combat since embracing his demonic nature. Swiftly pivoting in the air, he delivered a powerful punch to another dragon's forehead, instantly shattering the creature's protective golden light. Its anguished wails echoed through the battlefield, causing the Blood Buddha soldiers below to look skyward in astonishment, and the battlefield fell momentarily silent. Yang Cheng deftly changed his position, landing on the back of this dragon just as 4 others turned to attack him. Paying them no mind, he let out a fierce roar, radiating a brilliant red light that repelled the oncoming dragons, and then raised his spear to pierce the sinew of the dragon beneath him. Another dragon fell, sending clouds of dust billowing into the air, significantly dampening the morale of the Blood Buddha. The demon soldier's spirits soared, rallying below with fervent cries. Yang Cheng appeared as a deity of death incarnate, deftly weaving between the remaining 6 dragons and launching relentless assaults, never faltering.
The air was filled solely with Yang Qing's battle cries and the anguished roars of the dragons. Yang Yuanya was taken aback, pondering, this fellow, despite being merely at the initial stage of the demonic infant realm, possesses combat strength that rivals my own at the mid-stage of the righteous infant realm. It is truly unfathomable. Soon, another dragon fell from the sky. These dragons, having coexisted and shared a bond, felt the loss of their companion deeply. The remaining 5 dragons roared in unison, unleashing a surge of even greater power. Yang Qing, spear in hand, charged directly towards the 5 dragons. At the same time, a red light flashed behind them, and one dragon was suddenly cleaved in 2. The remaining 4 dragons immediately became vigilant, pairing off and retreating to a distance, roaring in anger. It was then that Yang Yuanya discerned the appearance of a stunningly beautiful woman in the sky, prompting someone to exclaim, the demon clan saintess, Lian Yu. Recognizing Lian Yu as being at the late stage of the demonic infant realm, Yang Yuanya understood that if the battle continued, the dragons he had painstakingly nurtured would surely perish. He promptly ordered a retreat for the dragons. The 4 dragons obeyed, transforming into streaks of light as they fled northward. Alas, it was a grievous loss of 4 dragons, igniting his fury. Today, if I do not slay that wretched Yang Qing, my heart shall know no peace. Yang Yuanya's voice rang out loudly, and Lian Yu, hearing him, laughed and remarked, the esteemed Wang has miscalculated. You have lost not 4, but 8 dragons. Upon saying this, Lian Yu's laughter rang like silver bells, captivating the hearts of those below, leading to the swift demise of hundreds of Blood Buddha soldiers in mere moments due to surprise attacks from the demon warriors. Yang Yuanya, consumed by rage, was about to retort when he noticed 4 golden lights streaking across the sky. Those 4 dragons retreating northward were suddenly plummeting from the air. Just as he was taken aback, the distant sound of drums and gongs echoed forth. Looking northward, he beheld dark clouds gathering, swiftly approaching this location. Chapter 51. A trap for the invincible dark clouds obscured the heavens, enveloping the battlefield in a shroud of ominous shadows. In an instant, a cacophony of battle cries reverberated through the air, hinting at the presence of a multitude of demonic soldiers. Soon, the black mist parted, revealing vast formations of dark clouds arrayed above the battlefield, effectively sealing off the sky. Simultaneously, countless demonic warriors descended from the heavens, landing behind the forces of Feng Zisher and seizing control of the entire northern expanse of the gourd-shaped battlefield. Yang Yuanya was taken aback. Scanning the area, he estimated that the newly arrived demonic troops numbered around 100,000. It suddenly dawned upon him that after Yang Qing's conquest of Yuzhou, rumors had circulated that his army had swelled to a staggering 15,000. Given that only 50,000 had accompanied Yang Qing in his campaigns against Qingshu Mountain in Hanmo County, Yang Yuanya and his companions had long believed the actual strength of the demonic forces capable of engaging in combat was merely 50,000. Now it was evident that Yang Qing had concealed a hidden army of 100,000 all along. As Yang Yuanya scrutinized the newly joined demonic warriors, he recognized many of their commanders as former generals of the Dragon Guard, confirming the tales he had heard. Yang Qing was evidently well prepared for the battle ahead, surrounded on all sides, with a total of 270,000 demonic soldiers converging upon him. How was he to respond? Panic-gripped Yang Yuanya, Feng Zisher, having regained his composure from the initial shock, noted that within the newly arrived demonic forces, there were a significant number of Dragon Guard defectors, undoubtedly bolstering their combat prowess. In contrast, the demonic troops led by Su Qiu in the south had originally been stationed in Nanzhao County and were comparatively weak. Thus, despite their numerical superiority, the southern enemy forces represented a vulnerable point within the encirclement. Feng Zisher made a swift decision, leaving 1,000 men to hold back the northern demonic assault, while the main force would continue its relentless assault to the south, aiming to first shatter the southern demonic troops before turning their attention to the northern forces. This would ensure their safety. As Feng Zisher mobilized, Yang Yuanya discerned his intentions and realized this was the only viable strategy. Consequently, he took the lead, guiding the 1,000 troops left by Feng Zisher directly into the fray against the northern demons. The main army of Feng Zisher launched another offensive, initially confronting the encroaching purple-faced shadow.
Old demon, I will take you down first today. Feng Zisher roared in fury, leading his men towards the purple-faced specter.
Capturing the leader would surely cause the remaining demons in the middle to retreat swiftly. However, the purple-faced shadow remained unfazed as Feng Zisher charged at him. He brandished his demonic blade, stirring up a tempest of dust, before soaring into the sky, evading the assault. As the purple-faced shadow ascended, the remaining 15,000 demonic soldiers in the middle followed suit. Feng Zisher's forces pressed through the swirling dust, only to find that the purple-faced shadow had vanished from sight. Looking up, they saw the purple-faced specter had merged with the aerial formations of demonic soldiers. Left with no choice, Feng Zisher ordered one of his deputies to keep a vigilant watch on the aerial demonic formations to guard against surprise attacks, while he led his main forces southward in continued assault. Without the hindrance of the purple-faced shadow, the main body of the blood-floating tower and the 10,000 soldiers on the left and right wings converged successfully, advancing southward together. At that moment, the 9 demonic banners positioned around the battlefield began to tremble violently, their ominous energies causing the temperature of the entire battleground to plummet, instilling dread in all present. Following this, 9 ancestral demons roared to the heavens, their forms swelling dramatically as their combat strength surged, devouring the surrounding blood-floating tower forces. They then leaped into the air, landing directly in the center of the gourd-shaped battlefield to join the fray.
Feng Zisher was suddenly struck by the realization that with the quaking of those 9 banners, the combat prowess of the demonic soldiers had significantly heightened. Was it merely his imagination?
But soon, the reality confirmed his suspicions of the demonic troops led by Su Qiu in the south held their ground firmly at the southern edge of the gourd-shaped battlefield. No matter how the blood-floating tower's left and right wings charged, not a single soldier could break free from the narrow central arena. To the north, the demonic onslaught commenced. Initially, Feng Zishi's 1,000 blood-floating tower soldiers managed to hold their ground, but with the sudden tremors of the 9 demonic banners, the attacking demons seemed to gain an extraordinary boost in power, overwhelming Feng Zishi's blocking forces with just 2 charges. As Yang Yuanya fought while retreating, he and Feng Zisher finally converged, finding that nearly all of the 1,000 men left to hold back the enemy had been annihilated.
At this moment, the newly arrived demonic soldiers from the north were closing in, and a fleeting glance between Yang Yuanya and Feng Zisher revealed a glimmer of fear in each other's eyes. Yang Yuanya let out a soft grunt, then spoke. This batch of demonic soldiers has experienced a sudden surge in strength, which is truly perplexing. However, in comparison, the combat effectiveness of the southern demons remains somewhat inferior.
We should adhere to our original strategy and continue our joint assault towards the south. If we can rupture the southern lines, we will have the means to deal with the northern forces.
Feng Zisher shared this sentiment, and thus they pressed onward with reckless abandon towards the south.
In the skies above, Yang Qing patted the shoulder of the purple-faced shadow and spoke softly. "You have worked hard." The purple-faced shadow replied with a smile, "Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. Our demonic kin have never experienced such a thrilling battle. All of this is thanks to you, and we are most grateful."
Yang Qing waved his hand and then glanced at the 15,000 demonic soldiers brought by the purple-faced shadow.
Though they were all bruised and battered, their faces still radiated fervor. These remnants were the indigenous demons of the South Underworld, whose combat strength was relatively low, yet their fighting spirit earned Yang Qing's sincere admiration. In his past as the carefree king, the Dragon Guard had always triumphed over demonic forces, and he had never truly regarded these demon kin. And now, it seemed that those whom the righteous deemed despicable were able to stand by him with unwavering loyalty, stirring a deep sense of emotion within him. Just as he was about to utter words of encouragement, he noticed Lian Yu approaching, prompting the purple-faced shadow to bow respectfully. Lian Yu waved her hand and addressed Yang Qing. "Your Majesty's strategy of inviting the enemy into a trap has led the blood-floating tower forces to unwittingly enter our preordained battlefield. Your brilliance is indeed commendable." The purple-faced shadow echoed her sentiment, while Yang Qing offered a wry smile. "Yang Yuanya and Feng Zisher have indeed underestimated the situation. After this battle, the renown of my demonic army shall echo far and wide, and such advantageous skirmishes shall be a rarity henceforth." The three exchanged knowing smiles before their gazes involuntarily drifted down towards the battlefield below. From their aerial vantage, it was evident that the blood-floating tower was desperately attempting to carve a breach to the south, while the northern demons relentlessly pressed their assault, forcing a substantial number of blood-floating tower soldiers towards the central arena of the gourd-shaped battlefield. Before long, this narrow corridor between the two mountains was filled with nearly 200,000 blood-floating tower soldiers. Yang Yuanya and Feng Zisher finally recognized the predicament. The passage could only accommodate 20,000 soldiers at either end, while the remainder were trapped in the middle, struggling to even wield their weapons. Originally believing the southern demonic forces to be weak, they thought that even a simple tactic of reinforcement would easily create a breakthrough. However, after fighting for so long, not a single soldier from the blood-floating tower had managed to break free. Though Su Qiu's demons seemed feeble, they had effectively trapped the blood-floating tower forces within the narrow confines of the central battlefield. "This is bad, we have fallen into a trap." Indeed, Su Qiu had feigned weakness, luring them into a southern offensive with the intent of ensnaring them in this narrow passage. Both Yang Yuanya and Feng Zisher came to the realization simultaneously, but it was too late to retract their forces. They had underestimated the enemy. Truly, they had underestimated their foe. The two men pounded their chests in despair, nearly brought to tears.
Yang Yuanya stomped his foot and bellowed, "Break the mountains, break the mountains." Feng Zisher quickly grasped the intent and commanded the army to concentrate their energies and strike the flanking mountains, attempting to cleave them apart. With 200,000 soldiers unleashing their assault simultaneously, the force was enough to shake the very foundations of the earth. Yet, after the army initiated their attack, the mountains only trembled slightly. The rebound of the force instantaneously claimed the lives of over 1,000 blood-floating tower soldiers, injuring thousands more. It was then that Feng Zisher noticed the faint outline of a dense array of demonic runes etched into the mountain walls. Damn it, they were prepared.
At that moment, a voice echoed from above, "Uncle, this tactic is called inviting the enemy into a trap. How does it compare to your method of luring the enemy deep within?" Yang Yuanya erupted in fury, "Wretched child, I swear I shall slay you." Yang Qing burst into raucous laughter and gestured grandly, causing the 9 demonic banners to quiver violently once more, while the 9 ancestral demons howled in fury towards the sky.
Yang Qing coldly declared, "Enjoy yourselves to the fullest."
Chapter 52 Victory. As Yang Qing issued the command for a full-scale assault, the 9 ancestral demons sensed the lifting of their seals and instantly became overwhelmed with exhilaration. Their thunderous roars echoed through the heavens, swiftly tearing apart the surrounding blood-floating tower soldiers and devouring their souls. The 9 demonic flags blazed with crimson light, which surged towards the ranks of the blood-floating tower army, causing any soldier who came into contact with it to disintegrate into blood mist, their souls subsequently consumed by the nearby ancestral demons. Yang Yuanya and Feng Zisher, both seasoned generals, were taken aback by this sight. Despite their extensive experience on the battlefield, they had never encountered such a peculiar artifact. In the centuries of conflict between the Great Qian and the demon race, they had never heard of such a device. The viciousness of the 9 remnants of the demons was unprecedented. In a state of panic, Feng Zisher, disregarding the morale of the troops, shouted at Yang Yuanya, which only intensified the already fraying nerves of the blood-floating tower army.
Silence.
Yang Yuanya, being the more seasoned, quickly intervened to prevent Feng Zisher from causing further disarray and commanded the officers at all levels to organize a defensive formation. The Crimson Light surged fiercely, slaughtering thousands of blood-floating tower soldiers in an instant, yet the troops finally began to organize their defenses under Yang Yuanya's fierce shouts and whip. Fortunately, the blood-floating tower soldiers were well-equipped, each adorned in uniform first-grade Mingguang armor and wielding magical tiger head shields. Such armor was typically reserved for captains commanding 50 men within the local garrison, illustrating the impressive armament of the Great Qian's field army. These defenses granted the soldiers considerable protection, significantly slowing the advance of the Crimson Light. Under Yang Yuanya's command, nearly 50,000 blood-floating tower soldiers united their efforts to fortify the defensive formation, channeling their magical powers into it, finally halting the relentless advance of the Crimson Light. However, the battlefield was exceedingly cramped. While the 50,000 soldiers in the front lines faced the Crimson Light, the remaining 150,000 blood-floating tower soldiers could not spread out, leaving them unable to effectively counter the demon soldiers' assaults. This resulted in the soldiers arrayed against the Crimson Light being wholly exposed to the demon soldiers' blades. Should they attempt to withdraw to counter the demons, they would be instantly engulfed by the Crimson Light. Should they concentrate on facing the Crimson Light, they would be powerless against the demon soldiers. The 9 ancestral demon remnants charged to the forefront this time, with the demon soldiers attacking from both sides, turning the battlefield into a one-sided massacre.
This artifact is truly beyond this era. Yang Yuanya exclaimed in panic. My lord, think of a way. We cannot simply wait here to die. Yang Yuanya shook his head. What can be done? I have underestimated this rebellious child and have been foolishly careless. Brother Feng, if we must perish today, let it be in loyalty to his majesty. Feng Zisher, having slain 2 approaching demon soldiers, replied, My lord, we are trapped in this confined space. The army cannot deploy. If we promptly summon the divine beast camp, the purple-feathered divine eagle and the blood Qilin could surely breach the demon soldiers' aerial defenses. Yang Yuanya sighed and smiled bitterly. What do you not understand? Given the current number of demon soldiers, they have not retreated south. Logically, our earlier dispatched forces should have reported back upon failing to locate the enemy, yet we have received no such intelligence. Upon hearing this, Feng Zisher suddenly grasped the situation. Previously, they had dispatched a force of 50,000 blood-floating tower soldiers southward to prevent Yang Qing from feigning an assault while intending to lead the main demon forces to flee southward. They had sent a contingent to ambush the demon forces by descending into the sea via the Longning River. However, with the demon forces gathered here, the southern expedition should have reported back upon finding no enemies. Could it be that the southern army has been annihilated? Feng Zisher could hardly believe it. Yang Yuanya lamented, after a lifetime on the battlefield, I never imagined I would fall to my own nephew today. I am truly ashamed to face our ancestors. Upon hearing this, Feng Zisher was moved to tears, prompting Yang Liao beside him to burst into tears. Uncle! Uncle, think of a way, I don't want to die here. Yang Liao cried. Yang Yuanya struggled to reach her side. Liao, your uncle should not have brought you to the battlefield, you are a princess of Great Qian. Even in death, one must maintain dignity, please stop crying. Yet, Yang Liao sobbed even harder. No, I do not wish to be a princess of Great Qian, I only want to survive. Uncle, plead with that wretched child to let us return, won't you? You are his uncle, he will listen to you. Just as Yang Yuanya was about to comfort her, he suddenly felt the blinding crimson light drawing near. He turned to see it was now merely 3 zhang away, causing the morale of the defending troops to waver. Many soldiers abandoned their resistance, rushing towards the center of the army in a desperate attempt to escape. Fools! Yang Yuanya roared in fury, striking out with his palm, instantly slaying over 30 fleeing soldiers. However, this did not stabilize the troops' morale. Instead, it incited greater anger among the ranks. Why must we protect these officials while we are sent to die? Let us charge forward and slay the Hishua king. Perhaps the demon lord will spare us. Yes, brothers, kill the Hishua king. It was unclear who led the charge, but soon a large number of blood-floating tower soldiers turned against Yang Yuanya and Feng Zisher. The blood-floating tower army was collapsing entirely. Yang Qing observed the battle from above the clouds, noticing the 9 ancestral demons visibly growing in strength. The once fragile remnants now appeared more solid. This pleased him greatly. These ancestral demons had devoured no fewer than 50,000 blood-floating tower soldiers. If they could consume the entirety of the blood-floating tower, he wondered what kind of power the 9 demons would possess, and the might of the blood oath array would surely be incomparable. Beside him, Lian Yu was filled with excitement, exclaiming, Your Majesty, the defectors below can be reclaimed, significantly enhancing our strength. Yang Qing shook his head. The blood-floating tower possesses a strong will to fight. Those who defect will not be many. Currently, these turncoats are of inferior quality. What use are they? If that is so, it would be better to eliminate them all. Yang Chang waved his hand. Let them be. If we kill all the defectors, the future Qian army will fight us to the bitter end, resulting in greater losses for us. Lian Yu nodded in agreement. The slaughter continued, and the remaining blood-floating tower soldiers dwindled, the battlefield gradually becoming clearer. Soon, twilight descended, the sun setting in the distance like a pool of blood. Yang Qing inhaled deeply, the gentle breeze carrying the aroma of foliage mingled with the scent of blood, and he returned to his senses, noticing the sounds of battle below had begun to fade. At this moment, the demon soldiers had encircled approximately 3,000 remaining blood-floating tower soldiers, yet their assault seemed to have ceased. Yang Qing looked down and saw that these were all defectors.
Meanwhile, Yang Yuanya, Feng Zisher, and Yang Leo had already been pierced through with peep of bones. Yang Cheng smirked coldly and then leaped down, landing amidst the army. Chapter 53 of Blood Relations. Do I possess any blood relations? As Yang Qing descended, the purple-faced shadow, Su Qiu, Lian Yu, and several elders of the demon clan surrounded him. Yang Qing surveyed his surroundings and observed that the 9 ancestral demons had returned beneath their respective demonic flags, each settling down to meditate and absorb energy. He contemplated that they had just devoured the souls of 200,000 blood-floating towers, and perhaps they were in the midst of refining them. With this thought, Yang Qing's spirits lifted, and he found himself eagerly anticipating their appearance once they had fully absorbed and refined these souls. Lost in his reverie, Su Qiu stepped forward and said, "Your Excellency, apart from the 3,000 defectors, all blood-floating towers under Yang Yuanya and Feng Zisher have been annihilated. How shall we deal with the defectors and the enemy leaders? Please, Your Excellency, provide your guidance." Yang Cheng nodded, preparing to respond, but was interrupted by Feng Zisher. "Su Qiu, you ungrateful wretch. His Majesty has favored you immensely, yet you betray your country, colluding with the demons. Do you not feel any shame?" Upon hearing this, Su Qiu wilted like a frostbitten eggplant. He had been ensnared by the schemes of the purple-faced shadow and Xian Haiyu, forced into the ranks of the demons. Initially, he felt an overwhelming sense of shame, but upon learning of Sima Rong's wrongful accusation by the court, his anger surged, allowing him to dismiss his initial shame. However, after the fierce battle, he had forgotten his sense of disgrace, yet being confronted by Feng Zisher made him feel ashamed once more, leading him to lower his head in silence. Yang Cheng, however, remained magnanimous. He smiled and beckoned Su Qiu to come closer, who then sought refuge behind him. Yang Cheng first glanced at the purple-faced shadow and instructed, "These 3,000 defectors have turned from darkness to light and have rendered merit to me. Arrange for them to be inducted into the demon clan later, and let them serve in the various offices of Hanmo Prefecture, exempt from further participation in field battles." The purple-faced shadow appeared puzzled. In this time of need, the combat prowess of the blood-floating towers was evident, and he could not understand Yang Qing's reluctance to allow them to partake in future battles. Conversely, Lian Yu understood Yang Qing's intentions. He wished to showcase the demon lord's benevolence toward defectors to potential foes while also preventing these less battle-hardened recruits from disrupting the ranks of the demon soldiers. Such an arrangement was indeed most prudent.
"Why are you not following His Excellency's orders?" Lian Yu glared at the purple-faced shadow, who immediately complied, instructing others to take the defectors away. Yang Qing paced around Feng Zisher, Yang Yuanya, and Yang Leo, who were all utterly exhausted, their peep of bones pierced, enduring immense suffering. Feng Zisher's face was ashen, Yang Yuanya was filled with rage, and Yang Leo was weeping uncontrollably.
"General Feng, since I, Yang Qing, took command of the Dragon Martial Guard 6 years ago, you have been monitoring me with the blood-floating towers.
Did you ever think it would come to this?"
Yang Qing's tone was gentle, yet Feng Zisher, who had previously stood firm before Su Qiu, grew anxious under Yang Qing's gaze. I was merely acting under orders." The phrase "acting under orders" ignited Yang Qing's anger, his cold laughter echoing, "Acting under orders indeed, you all act under orders, my dear father will one day stand before me." He murmured to himself before suddenly fixing his gaze on Feng Zisher. "Now that you have suffered defeat, how will you report back? That foolish monarch will not spare you. If you pledge your loyalty to me, I may grant you your life." Feng Zisher shook his head with a bitter smile. "Thank you, Your Highness. Oh no, thank you, Demon Lord, for your kindness. However, I, Feng Zisher, am not ungrateful. Since I have failed, I willingly accept the punishment of the royal law, so you need not concern yourself." With that, he laboriously rose from the ground, straightening his back and declaring, "Whether I am to be killed or tortured, please proceed." This statement was a clear mockery of Yang Qing's supposed ingratitude. Yang Qing, however, was unfazed, while Lian Yu and others seethed with anger, eager to take Feng Zisher's life. Yang Qing raised his hand to halt their actions, turning to Lian Yu with a smile. "Do you see? General Feng is a man of loyalty and righteousness. Why not fulfill his wishes? Later, we shall preserve his head and present it to that old emperor in the sacred capital. I wonder if the old emperor will shed tears for his beloved general." Though he spoke lightly, Lian Yu could sense the underlying fury emanating from him. Yang Qing turned, his gaze fixed on Feng Zisher. The pressure radiating from the demon lord made the assembled demons feel breathless, while Feng Zisher felt as though a tremendous weight pressed down upon his shoulders. With his peep of bone pierced and his spiritual energy depleted, his body began to bend under the strain. Soon, his strength waned, and with a crack, his kneecap shattered. He had wished to die with dignity, but ultimately, he found himself kneeling before Yang Qing. The weight upon his shoulders intensified, as if a 1,000-pound boulder had transformed into one weighing 10,000. Crack, he heard the sound of his shoulder blades fracturing. Not only the shoulder blades, but the bones in his upper body began to shatter one after another. With a spurt of blood, Feng Zisher collapsed, as if deflated, completely unable to bear any weight. His body instantly crushed to pulp. The once mighty general of the blood-floating towers had, in an instant, been reduced to a mere mass of flesh. His head, however, remained intact. "Humph, I thought his bones were tougher," the purple-faced shadow scoffed, provoking an uproar of laughter among the demons. At the moment of Feng Zisher's death, his soul instantly soared out, only to be devoured by the ancestral demons nearby. This is what it means to die and have one's soul extinguished, never to be reborn. Yang Qing turned slightly, smiling at Yang Yuanya. Yang Yuanya, furious, erupted in curses. "Unfilial son, you are truly a disgrace to the Yang family. Yang Yuanya will not spare you even in death." Lian Yu chuckled, "Old man, did you not just witness? Do you believe you have a chance to haunt him? With this reminder, Yang Yuanya abruptly calmed down, a chill creeping down his spine. He was not afraid of death. At worst, he would rise again as a good man after 18 years. Yet now, he realized he had no chance of reincarnation. Uncle, please speak a kind word to your nephew and let him spare us. Yan Liao, terrified, wept bitterly. Smack. Yang Yuanya, overwhelmed with frustration, slapped Yang Liao. Be quiet. He then turned to Yang Qing. Yang Qing, I have suffered defeat now, and there is nothing more to say. Whether I am to be killed or tortured, I bear no resentment. However, considering our blood relation, could you allow my uncle's soul to be reincarnated? Blood relation? Yang Qing sneered, shaking his head. Do I have any blood relations? As if sensing the scent of food, the ancestral demons began to stir restlessly in the distance. Yang Qing pointed at one of the ancestral demons. I may spare you, but that depends on whether you can outrun them. With that, Yang Qing pressed down heavily, slamming his palm onto Yang Yuanya's head, causing his brain to burst and his soul to escape. Uncle, now let us see your abilities. Yang Qing smiled at Yang Yuanya's soul. The soul immediately flew westward, but two ancestral demons rose simultaneously, each swallowing the soul whole. Yang Qing clapped his hands. You cannot blame me, it was his own incompetence. He then turned to Yang Liao. Wouldn't you agree? Chapter 54. A fate of eternal damnation. Upon witnessing the tragic demise of Yang Yuanya, Yang Liao was instantly gripped by terror, her very soul seemingly escaping her. It was only upon hearing Yang Qing's voice that she began to regain her composure. However, the moment she met Yang Qing's gaze, she was plunged into a state of profound fear, her demeanor as the Grand Princess of Deqian entirely dissipating. Fourth brother, dear brother, I realize my mistakes. I beg you, grant me a path to survival. Who is the wretched child? Ah, fourth brother, I am the wretched child, I am the wretched child. And who is the little harlot? I am the little harlot, I am the little harlot. Fourth brother, I implore you, spare me, I merely sought amusement, I never intended to cause you harm. Silence, who is your fourth brother? Yang Qing bellowed in fury, simultaneously delivering a forceful kick to Yang Lia's left shoulder, sending her sprawling several paces away, much to the delight of the demonic soldiers. Ah! Yang Lia cried out in agony, attempting to rise but discovering that her left scapula was utterly shattered. Overcome with terror, she collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Father, mother, eldest brother, save Lia, please, save Lia. Yang Qing approached her with a cold smile, placing his foot upon her face. As he applied increasing pressure, her head sank deeper into the ground, emitting wretched cries akin to that of a slaughtered pig. You long for your father and mother now, do you not? Yes, yes. Fourth brother, spare me, allow me to return and serve my father and mother, I swear I shall never set foot outside the palace again. Very well, Yang Qing responded, retracting his foot by 2 steps. Yang Lia was momentarily stunned, she could not comprehend the meaning of Yang Qing's words. Was he truly letting her go? As she sensed the oppressive weight upon her face lift, she gradually regained some semblance of reason, struggling to rise and instinctively touching her face. Her right cheek, which had been pressed against the ground, was now despicably mangled. Ah! Though she lacked a mirror, Yang Lia could discern through the sensation in her hand that her visage was likely disfigured. Thus, the battlefield was once more filled with her pitiful wails. After some time, her voice became hoarse, and she looked at Yang Qing with tearful eyes. Fourth brother, will you truly send me back? Yang Qing nodded. I shall ensure you remain forever by your father and mother's side. A wave of joy washed over Yang Lia, and she repeatedly bowed her head in gratitude. Thank you, fourth brother, thank you. Yang Qing could not help but sneer. At last, you comprehend some decorum. With that, he suddenly clenched his right hand, summoning a bloodied demonic blade from the grasp of one of the soldiers behind him, and began to stride toward Yang Lia. The 9 demons roared in excitement at Yang Qing's actions. Yang Lia's heart plummeted once more into despair. Fourth brother, what are you doing? Did you not promise to let me return to reunite with father? Her voice, already shattered from weeping, now resembled that of a dying duck. Of course, I will send you to meet them. Yang Qing declared, raising the demonic blade high above his head. In that moment, memories of his childhood, marked by Yang Lia's humiliation, surged through his mind, and an overwhelming fury consumed him. Ah! His eyes blazed with fire, filled with boundless rage and anguish, longing to obliterate all enemies in vengeance for Aluo. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung the blade down, severing a head from its body. His consciousness began to clear, and he beheld Yang Lia's soul departing her body, pursued by 2 residual demonic spirits. Just as one of the spirits was about to engulf Yang Lia's soul, Yang Qing leaped forward, repelling the spirit with a swift strike while simultaneously casting a binding spell to confine Yang Lia's essence. The spirit, witnessing Yang Qing's intervention, let out a displeased roar but dared not advance any further. Be gone! Yang Qing shouted, startling the spirit into retreat until it bowed its head, silenced by fear. Qing Yue! Yang Qing called out. Qing Yue promptly flew over. What commands do you have, your majesty? Bring me the soul binding pearl of the demon clan. Qing Yue hesitated briefly before forming a spell with her hands and producing a pale yellow orb from her mouth. Your majesty, what purpose do you have for the soul binding pearl? I have heard that the Southern Abyss Demon Clan's artifact can imprison souls, is this true? Qing Yue smiled. Nothing escapes your majesty's notice. Once a soul is imprisoned within this pearl, even the king of hell cannot summon it back. It shall indeed be forever lost.
Yang Qing examined the pearl for a moment before inquiring, what if it were shattered by divine power?
Qingyue replied, this soul-binding pearl was forged by the first demon lord of antiquity, originally intended to imprison the heavenly emperor's soul. Once a soul is ensnared, it becomes bound to the pearl for eternity, not to mention whether any beings in the three realms possess the power to shatter it. Even if it were broken, the imprisoned soul would be obliterated alongside it. However, she paused, it is said that the heavenly emperor's soul is neither born nor dies. I believe the first demon lord anticipated this, hence the pearl should be unbreakable.
Excellent.
As Yang Qing spoke, he chanted a spell with his right hand, causing Yang Li's soul to transform into a wisp of white smoke and seep into the soul-binding pearl. Qingyue, astonished, widened her eyes and gazed at the pearl.
Though this is a prized possession of our demon clan, only the first demon lord could wield it. How is it that your majesty so effortlessly, oh.
Yang Qing had not considered this.
It seems this little demon lord has gained the acknowledgement of this treasure, a voice echoed.
Yang Qing was momentarily taken aback, feeling a chill run down his spine, yet, he soon reassured himself that his existence was solely for vengeance. As long as he avenged his grievances, the destruction of the heavens and earth would matter not to him. Resolute, he dismissed further thoughts.
Fourth brother, where have you confined me?
Yang Li's soul cried out in terror. I told you, I will send you to meet your father and mother, Yang Qing responded, and with that, he performed a spell, summoning a violet flame from his fingertips, which he then infused into the soul-binding pearl. Yang Li's soul was instantly engulfed in the scorching violet flames, unleashing a heart-wrenching scream that sent chills down the spines of the surrounding demonic soldiers. The violet-faced specter was elated, leaping beside Yang Qing and gazing at the pearl.
This little girl's soul shall endure eternal torment within, forever subjected to the agony of these demonic flames. This is far more torturous than the punishments of the 18 layers of hell.
Yang Qing snorted coldly, addressing the violet-faced specter. Sever the heads of Yang Yuanye and Feng Zisher, and deliver them along with this soul-binding pearl to the holy capital, so that the old fool may witness. The violet-faced specter promptly accepted the soul-binding pearl and set off to fulfill Yang Qing's command.
Your Majesty, will you truly part with such a treasure so easily? Qingyue inquired, somewhat reluctant. Aside from myself, who else can wield this treasure? Yang Qing chuckled. Qingyue shook her head.
Therefore, this treasure cannot be lost. Once we have slain the Chen Emperor, it shall naturally return to our possession.
Understood.
Qingyue smiled, then began directing the others to clean the battlefield. Chapter 55 Wherever rivers flow, there lies the demon kingdom. In the aftermath of the great battle, Yang Qing stationed his demon troops at the barracks of the former Nanzhao prefecture. Originally designed to accommodate a mere 150,000 soldiers, the encampment now housed a staggering 300,000 demons, rendering the area exceedingly cramped. However, the demons paid little mind to their discomfort, for they were well aware that their lord would not allow them to linger here for long, and they anticipated soon facing another battle. As night fell, Yang Qing summoned the demons to gather in the training grounds. Following the recent conflict, the entirety of the 300,000 blood-floating tower soldiers had been annihilated, resulting in a significant surge in the strength of the demon spirits. Now, they could enhance the cultivation of the present 300,000 demon soldiers. Under the guidance of the demon spirits, Yang Qing formed intricate hand seals, and soon a crimson mist enveloped the entire training ground. Lian Yu, having gained experience, promptly directed the demon soldiers to concentrate their energy and absorb the power from the mist. Approximately an hour later, the training grounds erupted with a thunderous roar, a collective cry from the 300,000 demon soldiers as they broke through to the mid-stage of the refining desire realm. Following this, the morale of the demon army soared, and Lian Yu, overwhelmed with excitement, knelt on the ground, shouting towards Yang Qing, "Long live the demon lord! Long live the demon lord!" The other demons echoed her fervent cries. Witnessing this scene, Yang Qing's spirits lifted, and he boomed, "Long live the demon race!" The training ground erupted in jubilation. Before long, a massive violet cloud approached swiftly from the distance, accompanied by the faint sounds of birdsong. Suddenly, the very ground beneath Yang Qing began to tremble. Upon closer inspection, he first noticed numerous groups of violet-feathered divine eagles emerging from the cloud, followed by the sight of billowing dust and swirling yellow sands, heralding the arrival of thousands of blood Qilins. Yang Qing recognized these as the divine beasts from the blood-floating tower beast camp. The violet-feathered divine eagles and blood Qilins were unique divine creatures within the realm of Dacian. Having been domesticated by sorcerers tens of thousands of years ago, they had since been raised within the Dacian army, serving valiantly. The violet-feathered divine eagles were known for their incredible speed and ability to spew purple venomous flames. Those scorched by such flames would be reduced to ashes in mere moments, with even lowly cultivators unable to retain their souls. The blood Qilins, with their tough hides and robust flesh, were often unstoppable in siege warfare, and their simultaneous charge could create a din akin to an earthquake, frequently demoralizing foes before battle commenced. This divine beast camp had been dispatched by Yang Yuanye to the South Sea, intending to cut off Yang Qing's retreat. However, Yang Qing had anticipated this move, laying an ambush in advance. Logically, these divine beasts should have been completely annihilated. Why had they suddenly appeared? The appearance of the divine beasts caused the demons to break into a cold sweat. Yang Qing furrowed his brow. Such a significant situation had not been reported by Lian Yu. He glanced at her, his expression inscrutable, yet, he found Lian Yu smiling radiantly at him. What was going on? As Yang Qing pondered, the violet cloud drew nearer. Lian Yu flew forward, kneeling before Yang Qing, and sweetly proclaimed, "Since following my lord from the South Ming demon clan, we have been invincible in battle, and now, to avenge past humiliations, I present a formidable force of divine beasts to express my heartfelt gratitude."
Oh? You have tamed these divine beasts? As the divine beasts appeared, Yang Qing had already activated his divine sense, sensing no hostility from them, and thus surmised that it was Lian Yu's arrangement. It seemed she wished to surprise him. Lian Yu beamed with pride, saying, "Indeed, I have a maid named Huan Xiao, who possesses a natural affinity for communicating with all kinds of divine beasts. It was she who tamed these divine beasts from the blood-floating tower beast camp." As her words concluded, a streak of light burst forth from the violet cloud, swiftly landing beside Lian Yu and kneeling before Yang Qing. "You are Huan Xiao? Reporting to my lord, it is indeed this humble servant." "Very well." Yang Qing scrutinized her. The young woman appeared unremarkable, her cultivation only at the early stage of demonization, thus he had never taken note of her. "Can you ensure that these violet-feathered divine eagles and blood cheelants will obey your commands?" "Reporting to my lord, I have communicated with these divine beasts. They acknowledge you as their master and will only heed your commands." Yang Qing was quite pleased with Huan Xiao's response, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "You are indeed clever." As they spoke, he sensed the power of the demon spirits. Elated, he waved his hand, and a surge of spiritual light enveloped Huan Xiao, instantly enhancing her demonic power, allowing her to break through to the late stage of refining desire. Huan Xiao joyfully bowed repeatedly to Yang Qing. "Thank you, my lord, thank you, my lord." Yang Qing declared, "These divine beasts will be entrusted to your command. I hereby appoint you as the grand commander of my demon kingdom's divine beast army. Do you accept?" Huan Xiao glanced at Lian Yu, hesitant to decide unilaterally. Lian Yu scolded, "Why do you not quickly express your gratitude to the lord for his grand favor?" Upon hearing this, Huan Xiao's face lit up, and she bowed deeply to Yang Qing in thanks. Yang Qing nodded and surveyed the training ground, noticing in the distance that beneath 9 demon banners, 9 ancestral demon souls were meditating. They had devoured an abundance of souls during the day and were still in the process of refining them. Observing closely, their residual souls appeared increasingly clearer, transitioning from a nearly transparent state to one approaching corporeal form. Understanding that they needed time, Yang Qing refrained from disturbing them further. Shortly thereafter, the sound of rumbling carts echoed from outside the encampment, as if a large convoy were passing through. Yang Qing looked up to see thousands of unicorn rhinoceroses forming a line, each pulling a heavily laden cart of supplies. The convoy seemed endless, accompanied by tens of thousands of laborers driving pigs, cattle, and sheep. Leading the procession was Sima Rong, the former governor of Nanzhao Prefecture, with Qian He and Yu following closely as they hurried towards the training ground. Moments later, Sima Rong flew to Yang Qing's side and offered his respects. "Upon hearing of your great victory over the blood-floating tower, the entire Nanzhao Prefecture rejoiced. I have specially prepared 100,000 jars of fine wine and 50,000 fat pigs, along with tens of thousands of cattle and sheep, to reward your troops." Yang Qing beamed with delight, exclaiming, "Indeed, under the governance of Lord Sima, Nanzhao Prefecture has truly become the wealthiest in the realm. Your talents should be utilized as a minister in Dakian." Sima Rong sighed, "Your Majesty jests. I harbor no grand aspirations. To have the tranquility of a single prefecture is already enough for me in this lifetime." Yang Qing extended a hand to assist Sima Rong to his feet. "I have heard it said that you would not exchange your position as governor of Nanzhao Prefecture for that of a minister in Dakian. While you may not covet the title of minister in Dakian, would you be willing to accept the position of minister in my demon kingdom?" Sima Rong was taken aback. Although Yang Qing had previously mentioned this, he had dismissed it as mere persuasion. However, the proposal was now being reiterated, and it seemed more than a jest. He felt a wave of anxiety. "Your Majesty, what merit do I possess?" Yang Qing waved his hand dismissively. "I must focus on the northern expedition. The rear must have someone to manage it. During my command of the Dragon Martial Guard, the supply logistics will be your responsibility, and I have full confidence in you. Yang Cheng'en is a common enemy of ours. Do you not wish to contribute to the great undertaking of our demon race's northern expedition?" Upon hearing this, Sima Rong could no longer refuse. The thought of overturning Dakian's rule and avenging his wrongfully executed family filled him with anticipation. "I am deeply honored by your Majesty's favor. I shall vow to serve you loyally." At this moment, Yang Qing brimmed with ambition. He took Sima Rong to the general's platform, facing the 300,000 demon soldiers, and proclaimed loudly, "From this day forth, I officially declare myself emperor and establish the demon kingdom, named Dasha. Wherever rivers flow and the sun and moon shine, all shall come under the governance of my Dasha demon kingdom." The demon soldiers erupted with excitement, chanting fervently, "A Dasha demon kingdom, uniting the 4 seas. Long live the demon kingdom, long live our emperor." Moved by the fervor of the demons, the 9 ancestral demons, who had been sitting quietly in the distance, rose to their feet, applauding and roaring in unison, emanating radiant golden light that shot straight towards the heavens. Chapter 56 The Rise of the Demon Kingdom. Even the heavens cannot interfere. The golden radiance of the 9 ancestral demons surged upward, piercing the heavens. Suddenly, the winds and clouds shifted, and the stars were obscured by dark storm clouds, while thunder rumbled ominously in the sky. The heavens were enraged. This unforeseen turn of events instilled a sense of unease among the demons, and the battlefield fell into a hushed silence. In an instant, 9 bolts of divine lightning descended upon the 9 demons, prompting a chorus of astonished gasps from the 300,000 demon soldiers. Yet, the 9 demons stood unflinching, roaring defiantly at the skies, as they unleashed protective golden light to repel the thunderbolts. The divine lightning failed to inflict even the slightest harm upon them, and as the tumultuous clouds churned, another bolt of lightning struck down, this time aimed directly at Yang Qing.
Yang Qing focused his energy, projecting a shield of golden light that intercepted the divine lightning midair. With a resounding crash, the clash of light and thunder reverberated, causing the onlookers below to cover their ears, and many laborers were left spitting blood from the force of the blast. The explosion sent dazzling sparks scattering through the sky, reminiscent of the splendid fireworks in the holy city during the new year. The demons, witnessing their lord's valor, erupted into jubilant cheers once more. In high spirits, Yang Qing let out a hearty laugh and proclaimed to the assembled demons, "Our demon race is inherently incompatible with the heavenly mandate, yet now, as the demon kingdom rises, even the treacherous heavens can do nothing to thwart us. The demon kingdom shall rise, the demon kingdom shall rise." The demons echoed his fervor, and simultaneously, the dark clouds receded, revealing the star-studded sky once more. To Yang Qing's astonishment, the 9 demons rose, drawing their demon flags and presenting them before him. Kneeling on both knees, they offered the flags with both hands. Although they could not yet vocalize their submission, Yang Qing felt the undeniable essence of their allegiance. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that they had fully refined the souls they had previously consumed, their forms now distinctly visible.
Most significantly, their prior instinctual behaviors had now matured into conscious awareness.
"Very well, I hope you will wholeheartedly assist me in vanquishing the Qian realm in the future. I shall not neglect your contributions."
Upon concluding his statement, the 9 demons bowed deeply.
Yang Qing nodded, gesturing grandly to accept the flags, and the 9 demons subsequently merged into the flags. Following this, Yang Qing commanded the likes of the purple-faced Spectre Su Qiu and others to organize the demon forces in establishing camps, while Qian and you were tasked with leading personnel to offer military support. That night, bonfires blazed throughout the demon army's encampment, as the soldiers sang and danced, indulging in revelry and enjoying this rare moment of respite. Yang Qing entered the central military tent, with Lian Yu and Sima Rong following closely behind. Once seated, he instructed the 2 maidservants to serve tea and wine, after which Lian Yu and Sima Rong took their places. "Ladies, following our great victory, the court of Deqian has gained a comprehensive understanding of our strength.
They will undoubtedly mobilize the entire nation against us. What strategies do you propose for our forthcoming response?"
Through their time together, Lian Yu had developed a clear understanding of Yang Qing. She knew that although he sought counsel, he already possessed his own plans. Her role was merely to translate his thoughts into action. "Your Majesty, our recent unprecedented victories are solely due to your sagacity. How we proceed next is entirely at your command. The demon race will heed your orders and execute them without hesitation." Yang Qing replied with a smile, "Indeed, we shall face relentless battles ahead, requiring the utmost sacrifice from our soldiers." Lian Yu solemnly affirmed, "Rest assured, Your Majesty, the entirety of our demon race shares a common desire. Regardless of how many troops the Qian court sends, we shall fight to the bitter end."
Yang Qing nodded and turned his gaze to Sima Rong. "What thoughts do you have, Lord Sima?"
Sima Rong first bowed respectfully before replying, "Your Majesty, with your unparalleled wisdom in both strategy and warfare, I am certain that under your leadership, we shall achieve victory after victory until we topple the Qian court."
Yang Qing smiled and nodded, recognizing that Sima Rong's forthcoming words would be of utmost importance, so he leaned in to listen intently.
As anticipated, Sima Rong continued, "However, regarding the current situation, I have some humble observations. The Deqian Empire is the strongest nation in the world, with abundant resources and a vast military. While we may achieve 1 or 2 victories by employing our national strength, if we remain in a stalemate, it will be gravely detrimental to us."
Lian Yu was noticeably displeased with Sima Rong's words and interrupted him sharply, "Why bolster the strength of others? Do you doubt that our demon kingdom cannot grow and prosper?"
Seeing Lian Yu's aggressive demeanor, Yang Qing cleared his throat, allowing Sima Rong to continue. "Though we have achieved glorious victories, we currently control only 2 prefectures with a mere 8 million inhabitants, while the Qian court governs vast territories spanning 30,000 miles, with a population of 30 million. Their military resources are inexhaustible, and their esteemed generals countless. If they mobilize their entire nation against us, we will inevitably be unable to withstand for long."
Yang Qing responded, "I am more aware of the Qian court's resources than anyone. In your view, Lord Sima, how should we respond?"
With determination in his eyes, Sima Rong declared, "Your Majesty, since time is not on our side, passive defense will only lead to our downfall. Therefore, the best strategy is to take the initiative in our attacks. We must seize control of the war and lead the Qian court by the nose. Only then do we stand a chance of victory."
Yang Qing nodded, "Proceed." Sima Rong continued, "Indeed.
As for the offensive strategy, it requires your personal planning. In all the realm, there is no one who understands the art of war better than you, Your Majesty. Furthermore, we must establish an efficient bureaucratic administrative system within the territories controlled by our demon kingdom, while enacting draconian laws to nationalize all spiritual minds. Every able-bodied male must offer their souls to the demon. We must concentrate all our strength." Upon hearing Sima Rong's words, Lian Yu's attitude shifted. She pondered thoughtfully. "Once they become demons, they will be shunned by the world, ensuring their unwavering loyalty to us." Lian Yu jested, "Lord Sima, had you not been born in our demon realm, it would be a testament to the heavens' blindness.
Your heart is even darker than mine."
Sima Rong chuckled awkwardly, feeling a twinge of intimidation in the presence of the infamous saintess of the demon race, causing him to speak cautiously. Faced with her jest, he found himself at a loss for words. Yang Qing coughed a couple of times and stated, "As for the matters raised by Lord Sima, I shall approve them all, but the final implementation rests upon you, Lord Sima."
Sima Rong bowed deeply, declaring, "Thank you for your trust, Your Majesty.
As Prime Minister, this matter is within my purview, and I shall not disappoint your expectations." Yang Cheng nodded and added, there is one more matter that requires your immediate attention. After our army rests tonight, we shall set forth on a northern campaign tomorrow.
I command you to recruit 300,000 demon soldiers within half a month. Can you accomplish this?
Sima Rong replied, that is indeed feasible, but transitioning civilians into demon soldiers necessitates a process of refinement, and it may take longer than half a month to form effective combat power. Yang Qing rose and approached Sima Rong, stating, you need only deliver the 300,000 young demon soldiers to me. I shall make the necessary arrangements.
Understood.
Sima Rong immediately accepted the command, but he couldn't help but feel that this demon lord was overly hasty, which caused him to worry. In the face of the colossal Deqian Empire, every step required meticulous planning.
Haste would lead to ruin. After a moment of contemplation, Sima Rong quietly posed a question, Your Majesty, may I inquire how long you plan to take to vanquish Deqian?
Yang Qing turned at the question, gazing at Sima Rong for a moment before breaking into a slight smile and extending 3 fingers. Sima Rong inhaled deeply before responding, 30 years may be a bit ambitious, but with our shared aspirations and your brilliant leadership, it is not impossible. Yang Qing shook his head, stating earnestly, 3 months.
Chapter 57.
No choices left. Sima Rong bid farewell to Yang Qing and swiftly made his way towards the former governor's mansion of the Nanzhao prefecture, accompanied by Qian and Yu. He felt convinced that Yang Qing had lost his mind. There was no one in the world capable of toppling the mighty Deqian within just 3 months. That was the formidable Deqian. Alas, youthful folly. As Sima Rong walked along, he sighed repeatedly, leaving Qian and Yu perplexed. My lord, who is too young, they wondered. Sima Rong swallowed his words, silently criticizing the demon lord behind his back. Should he catch wind of it, his head would surely be at stake. After all, Qian and Yu were no strangers to betrayal. No one, just referring to my young son. Sima Rong deflected, then spoke earnestly, Master Qian, we must hasten back to prepare. If the emperor experiences setbacks in the northern campaign, we must ensure a retreat route for him. Qian and Yu believed Sima Rong to be overly cautious and laughed, my esteemed chancellor, even if you wish to pledge your loyalty, there is no need to rush.
Must we return tonight to handle state affairs? Alas, we cannot delay, we cannot afford to.
Sima Rong was unwilling to elaborate further, seizing Qian and Yu and taking to the skies towards the governor's mansion. He contemplated the preparations that needed to be made upon their return, so that when the emperor encountered difficulties on the battlefield, he could dispatch reinforcements. At the very least, he needed to ensure an escape route for the demon kingdom. He had already devised a plan to send people across the sea to the south, to re-establish the defenses of the southern underworld demon domain within 3 months, should the demon army face defeat in the north, and if the defenses of the Nanzhao demon kingdom were to collapse, he would take Yang Qing and flee to the southern underworld demon domain for refuge. After Sima Rong departed, Yang Qing strolled through the camp with his hands clasped behind his back, with Lian Yu silently following. Suddenly, Yang Qing came to a halt and smiled at Lian Yu. Do you also think that the plan to annihilate Deqian within 3 months is exceedingly mad? Lian Yu hesitated for a moment before nodding. Perhaps your majesty has already devised a plan. It is merely that Lian Yu is too dull-witted to comprehend it. Regardless, as long as it is your decision, Lian Yu and the entire demon clan will resolutely execute it. Yang Qing chuckled and walked towards the distant mountains and forests. I have complete faith in your loyalty. Do you know why 3 months? Lian Yu shook her head, I am but a simpleton. Yang Qing sighed, 3 months is sufficient for the colossal Deqian to mobilize fully. If we cannot achieve victory within that time, it will signify an eternal defeat. Lian Yu gasped, involuntarily halting her steps. Yang Qing also paused. Sima Rong is correct, time is on the side of the Qin court. The longer we delay, the more unfavorable it becomes for us. Deqian is vast, and it faces numerous adversaries. It will require time to direct its full attention towards us. They will need at least 3 months to do so. We cannot provoke this slumbering lion until it is fully awake. Lian Yu felt deeply moved, not expecting Yang Qing to share his true thoughts with her. Your Majesty, in light of this, our previous attempts to seize Deqian's throne were indeed rather naive. Yang Qing smiled, naivety can be perilous. Lian Yu forced a smile, her gaze dimming slightly. Lian Yu, I am at odds with the Qian court. There is no choice but to launch the northern campaign. Lian Yu observed the determination in Yang Qing's eyes, and the gloom in her own lifted, replaced by a renewed smile. Your Majesty, Lian Yu stands firmly by your side. Whether it be 3 months, 1 month, or even if you require 3 days to vanquish Deqian, Lian Yu is willing to lead the charge. Excellent. Yang Qing felt a surge of gratitude. Since embracing the demonic path, he had grown irritable and indifferent, becoming numb to all worldly matters. He had constantly reminded himself to seek vengeance, abandoning all feelings of compassion, love, friendship, and kinship. He had grown accustomed to this state, yet his nature was steeped in loyalty and affection. Despite his efforts to remain aloof, Lian Yu's words had nonetheless touched him deeply this night. He suddenly realized he should not have shared such sentiments with Lian Yu, as they might waver her resolve. Perhaps it had been too long since he had conversed so freely with another. The mountain breeze was cool, and Yang Qing fell into silence once more. He continued into the depths of the forest, with Lian Yu trailing behind in silence. Upon reaching the heart of the woods, they were suddenly met with a resounding tiger's roar. Which fiend dares to be so brazen here? Lian Yu exclaimed, swiftly forming hand seals to shield Yang Qing. Yang Qing extended his senses and detected a tiger demon roaring from 10 miles away. A surge of battle fervor welled up within him, and he transformed into a streak of light, charging towards the tiger demon. With a single punch, he sent the beast flying several dozen yards before engaging it in close combat. Lian Yu initially intended to assist but, seeing the fervent battle intent radiating from Yang Qing, sensed he wished to vent his frustrations upon the unfortunate tiger demon. Thus, she stood aside, prepared to intervene if necessary. The poor tiger demon suffered Yang Qing's relentless assault, receiving over 100 punches without the slightest chance to retaliate. With Yang Qing's final strike, the demon's skull shattered, and it breathed its last.
Yang Qing felt a rush of exhilaration, a sense of unbridled satisfaction, as his eyes blazed with fervor, his entire being brimming with boundless energy.
Good, this is an opportune moment, came the voice of the demon spirit. Sit down, and I shall help you break through your shackles.
As the voice faded, Yang Qing felt an intense heat radiating from his dantian.
Knowing it was the power of the demon spirit, he swiftly sat cross-legged on the ground, regulating his breath. Lian Yu, witnessing her lord preparing to break through his cultivation limitations, was filled with joy. She immediately set up a formation around them and stood at a distance to guard him. As Yang Qing breathed in, he gathered the world's spiritual energy. After the tiger demon's soul departed its body, it soared less than 100 yards before being drawn into Yang Qing's dantian and subsequently refined. Time passed without measure, and the heat within Yang Qing's dantian spread throughout his body. He felt an overwhelming sense of refreshment, as if the energy within him was on the verge of bursting forth. Unable to contain himself, he punched the sky, letting out a roar that shattered the nearby stone mountains into dust.
I've broken through, mid-stage demon infant. In an instant, Yang Qing regained his senses, instinctively surveying his surroundings.
The shockwave from his roar had reduced the surrounding flora and boulders to mere powder. While Lian Yu stood unharmed a short distance away, Yang Qing scrutinized her, noting the faint aura of spiritual energy around her, likely a remnant from her efforts to withstand the shockwave. As she was indeed at the late stage of the demon infant realm, it seemed she had emerged unscathed. Just as he thought this, Lian Yu flew over.
Congratulations, Your Majesty, on your breakthrough. This is truly splendid news.
Yang Qing replied with a smile, in comparison to you, I still have a long way to go. Lian Yu exclaimed excitedly, no, when I broke through my own limitations, the resulting shockwave was not nearly as powerful as what you just unleashed. This shows your combat prowess has surpassed mine.
Oh?
Yang Qing was taken aback. At that moment, the voice of the demon spirit echoed in his mind once more. He, the power I granted you is the purest essence of heaven and earth.
How could she possibly compare?
Yang Qing, elated, took a deep breath and said to Lian Yu, let us depart tomorrow, we shall cross the Longning River and commence the northern campaign.
Chapter 58.
Pressing the advantage when Yang Qing and his companion returned to the camp, it was nearly midnight, and the celebration among the demonic soldiers was drawing to a close. Yang Qing summoned the principal commanders of the demonic forces to his tent for a discussion. Once gathered, the initial topic of conversation revolved around the recent battle with the Blood Pagoda. The Blood Pagoda was notorious, akin to a sharp sword hanging over the demon race, casting a shadow that they had been unable to dispel for many years. Now that it had been vanquished, the demons were filled with excitement. Regrettably, it was heard that the crown prince of the Qin dynasty, Yang Ling, had once appeared among the ranks of the Blood Pagoda. Not capturing him this time was indeed a disappointment. Surely, that cowardly prince must have hidden away, fearing the divine might of our ruler. Yang Qing sighed inwardly, recognizing that failing to capture Yang Ling alive was the greatest regret of this battle. However, he reminded himself that there would be ample opportunities for revenge in the future. Once the Qian court was annihilated, all adversaries would bow before him, awaiting judgment.
Enough!
Yang Qing interrupted the fervent discussions among the demons. The campaign against the Qian dynasty must be swift and decisive. Therefore, we shall cross the Longning River to the north at dawn tomorrow. Upon hearing this, the faces of the demons lit up with elation, eagerly rubbing their fists together, filled with anticipation. Bloodthirsty and warlike by nature, even those new to the demonic ranks were swept up in the fervor. Yang Qing managed a wry smile, realizing that he too had succumbed to this primal urge. The scent of blood stirred an instinctual desire to kill within him, a reason why the world feared the demon race. Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, he continued, there are two routes we can take for our northern campaign. The first is a direct path. Upon crossing the Longning River, we proceed straight north to assault the holy capital. However, this route is fraught with difficulty. It spans thousands of miles, with fortifications every 3,000 miles, namely, the South Jin Pass, the Zijing Pass, and the Wangbei Pass. Each stronghold is defended by approximately 300,000 heavily armored field troops, and at the Wangbei Pass, the garrison swells to 500,000. Each troop commands its respective stronghold, safeguarding a territory of 3,000 miles. The commanders of these three legions are all at the mid-stage of the nascent Soul Realm, with their subordinates largely at the early stage, exhibiting formidable combat prowess. Moreover, the strongholds are laden with traps and formations, making them nearly impregnable. Thus, while the direct route appears the quickest, it is, in fact, the most challenging. The shadowy figure with a purple visage inquired, what of the second route? Although the southern demons had persistently invaded the north to attack the Qin dynasty, over the course of several centuries, they had only managed to breach the defenses of Yuzhou, never conquering the line of defense in Nanzhou Prefecture. Consequently, they had never considered the possibility of directly assaulting the holy capital, leading to a lack of thorough research on the defensive arrangements north of the Longning River. Yang Qing surveyed the room, and aside from Su Qiu, the faces of the demons were filled with confusion. He then turned to Su Qiu. Su Qiu, as a former general of the Qian court, what alternative routes do you propose? Su Qiu performed a bow and addressed the assembly. We could first head west for 20,000 miles, bypassing several strongholds of greater military strength, then ascend from the northern desert and strike from west to east. This way, we would encounter significantly weaker foes. However, this would extend our battlefront fourfold, making it difficult to conceal the movements of our 300,000 troops, allowing the Qian court to mobilize their forces to counterattack us at any moment. Thus, while the second route is also fraught with challenges, it offers a greater likelihood of success given our current troop strength. Upon hearing Su Qiu's analysis, a demon exclaimed, "At such a distance, when will we reach our destination?" Yang Qing waved his hand dismissively. "I have made my decision. After our forces cross the Longning River, I shall disclose the plan to the purple-faced shadow. You all need only follow orders." Each demon received their commands and returned to prepare accordingly. Previously, the Blood Pagoda had been burdened with heavy equipment, resulting in a slower crossing of the river. In contrast, the demon army had mostly light armor, aside from some captured remnants of the Dragon Guard in the Blood Pagoda, allowing the majority of their forces to soar across the sky during the crossing. Thus, it was anticipated that they would gather on the northern shore within a day and night. Once the demon leaders departed, only Yang Cheng and Lian Yu remained in the tent. "Your Majesty, which route should we choose?" "What do you think?" Lian Yu asked. "Well," Yang Qing replied, "as you mentioned, we have only 3 months. If we choose to detour west, time will surely run short. Thus, we must launch a direct assault to the north." Indeed, Lian Yu concurred, often our choices are dictated not by preference but by necessity imposed by circumstances. Our task is to confront every challenge head-on, surmount all difficulties, and ultimately achieve our objectives. Lian Yu nodded in understanding. "I have learned much." Yang Qing continued, "After crossing the river, we will travel 3,000 miles north to reach the first stronghold of our northern campaign, the South Jin Pass. This is the garrison of the Divine Strategy Guard. Do you know who the commander of the Divine Strategy Guard is?" Lian Yu smiled. "Your Majesty, I am somewhat familiar with the key generals of the Qin dynasty. The commander of the Divine Strategy Guard is named Wen Chang, at the mid-stage of the nascent Soul Realm, commanding an army of 300,000, well-trained and well-equipped. His deputy is his younger brother, named Wen Li, also at the mid-stage of the nascent Soul Realm." "Do you know that Wen Chang and Wen Li hold another significant identity?" Yang Qing inquired. Lian Yu smiled slightly. "Who in the world does not know? The commander of the Divine Strategy Guard is the elder brother of the current Empress Wen." Yang Qing chuckled. "Indeed, the Wen family is a prestigious lineage that has thrived for a millennium, having produced over 20 prime ministers and more than 50 empresses and consorts throughout history. The two brothers, Wen Chang and Wen Li, command the Divine Strategy Guard primarily due to the Empress's favor, as well as their own formidable capabilities." Lian Yu added with a grin, "From your Majesty's expression, it seems you have devised a strategy to deal with the two uncles of the Qin dynasty's crown prince?" Yang Qing laughed heartily. "Strike the horse before the rider. Capture the leader before the followers." The news of the Blood Pagoda's defeat should have reached the ears of the Wen brothers by now, yet it will take us at least 2 days and nights to reach the South Jin Pass. I surmise their defenses will be relatively lax at this moment. Lian Yu's eyes brightened. "You mean to take advantage of their unpreparedness and eliminate these two brothers first?" Yang Cheng nodded. "Let us depart now and fly to the South Jin Pass." Lian Yu was elated and immediately accepted the order. Yang Qing penned a letter, sealed it in a silken pouch, and personally handed it to the purple-faced shadow. Subsequently, he and Lian Yu soared towards the garrison of the Divine Strategy Guard at the South Jin Pass. Their journey northward required crossing the 800 miles of the Longning River, followed by flying over 2,000 miles and traversing 2 prefectures to reach the South Jin Pass. The South Jin Pass was riddled with formations. Any cultivator below the late stage of foundation establishment attempting to fly over would surely be annihilated by the formations. Therefore, the army must descend from the clouds and launch a ground assault on the stronghold. Given their unparalleled cultivation, Yang Cheng and Lian Yu easily bypassed the formations and flew past. 50 miles further north lay the capital city of the Jiaolu Prefecture, Yingzhou. To the east of Yingzhou was the residence of the Jiaolu Prefecture's governor, while the residence of the commander of the Divine Strategy Guard was located to the west of Yingzhou. At this hour, though the moon was dark and the winds howled, the commander's residence was ablaze with light. Chapter 59. Old friends. Within and around the Wen residence, troops were stationed in great numbers. The inner hall was illuminated, and Wen Chang paced back and forth with his hands clasped behind his back, while his younger brother Wen Li sat leisurely nearby, nonchalantly sipping tea. "Brother, why keep everyone awake at this late hour? He is but a worthless prince. Even with his ragtag followers, can he truly cause a ruckus?" Wen Li scoffed. "If he dares approach our southern Jin Pass, I, along with my 300,000 elite troops, will turn him into minced meat." Wen Chang sighed. The Hishua prince and Feng Zisher shared your sentiments, yet they met with defeat and death. I do not wish to follow in their footsteps." At the mention of the Hishua prince, Wen Li adjusted his posture, placing his legs down. Indeed, who could have imagined the fall of the 300,000 blood-floating tower troops? Perhaps Yang Qing possesses some merit after all. Wen Chang remained silent, taking a few more steps before sitting beside Wen Li, speaking earnestly. "We must expedite our preparations for battle. He may very well lead his forces north again. Caution is the mother of safety." No sooner had he spoken than the steward announced from outside, "The crown prince has arrived." As the steward's words echoed, Yang Ling's voice followed, "Uncle, uncle." Yang Ling rushed into the hall, and upon seeing Wen Li, exclaimed, "Second uncle is here too. It's splendid that you are both present." His face was etched with sorrow, and he cried out, "Do you know, the blood-floating tower has been defeated, and my royal uncle has perished. Lu Yao may have also fallen victim to that vile scoundrel." Wen Chang's ire flared upon seeing Yang Ling, for since this crown prince had come to Yingzhou, he had been gallivanting about the city. 2 hours prior, when Chang had learned of the blood-floating tower's defeat and sought to summon this nephew for counsel, yet he had searched the city in vain. It was only after a young servant inadvertently revealed that the crown prince was cavorting at the Tsuerong courtyard that when Chang returned home in frustration, no longer wishing to seek him out. This lad, somehow aware of the grim tidings, even had the presence of mind to weep. Perhaps there was still some conscience within him. Your timely return is fortuitous. Your second uncle and I were just deliberating this matter, when Chang stated. I intended to summon you for consultation, but the crown prince is as elusive as a dragon, and I searched the entire city for your whereabouts, only to abandon the effort. Yang Ling paused, wiping the sweat from his brow, and replied, I too heard it from the spies of the Qianlong Guard, dear uncles. You are closest to the demonic soldiers, we must dispatch troops at once. Wen Chang, though discontented, refrained from expressing his frustration directly, sighing, my dear crown prince, without the emperor's decree, how can I mobilize the troops? Wen Li, sensing Wen Chang's tone was somewhat disrespectful towards the crown prince, interjected diplomatically, Crown Prince, it is imperative that you return to the holy capital promptly to seek a decision from His Majesty. I and your elder uncle will hasten our defensive preparations. Once His Majesty issues a command, we shall depart without delay. What do you say? Yang Ling pondered for a moment, realizing the wisdom in his uncle's words, yet fear gripped him at the thought of Yang Qing advancing against them, and thus he promptly acquiesced, making his way back to the holy capital. As Wen Chang watched Yang Ling's departing figure, he could not help but sigh repeatedly. Brother, Wen Li chuckled, though he is our nephew, he is also the future emperor, we must accord him the respect due to a sovereign. Wen Chang replied, am I not aware? It is merely that this crown prince is rather reckless. Wen Li laughed, if it were not for this reckless crown prince, would you have ascended to the position of general of the divine strategy guards? Wen Chang snorted, humph, what does that have to do with him? Is it not thanks to my sister, your elder sister, and her mother, the reigning empress, that I stand here? Indeed, Wen Li continued, your sister, my elder sister, wrote to me just days ago. Yang Chang is her greatest concern, causing her to lose sleep. Wen Chang retorted sharply, had I known it would come to this, I should have poisoned that wretch along with Consort Jean all those years ago. Wen Li rolled his eyes in exasperation, Consort Jean was capable of taking her own life. That lad was favored then, how would we have dealt with his demise? Wen Chang recognized the validity of his brother's words, his earlier outburst had been mere frustration. He waved his hand dismissively, enough of this. What use is there in dwelling on such matters? If that scoundrel intends to attack, it will take at least 3 days. You must reinforce the city defenses at dawn and consolidate the troops at southern Jin Pass to prepare for an early defense. Wen Li nodded, rest assured, brother. I will make the necessary arrangements at once. Just as Wen Li prepared to depart, an unusual noise was heard from outside, prompting him to bark, who goes there? Soon, a knock echoed at the door. Wen Chang patted Wen Li's shoulder, it is but a servant from my household. He then called out, come in. The door swung open, revealing an elderly woman with a face marred by burns, carrying 2 bowls of tea as she approached slowly. Wen Chang said, you shall rest here tonight, you can resume your duties in the morning, there is ample time. I will also write a memorial to the emperor, requesting his assistance in sending troops our way. As he spoke, the elderly woman set the tea bowls on the table, bowing slightly in anticipation of Wen Chang's command. Wen Chang continued, this is a soothing herbal tea, drink it and then rest. Wen Li picked up a bowl, casting a disdainful glance at the elderly woman, and remarked to Wen Chang, brother, why did you have to take in such an eyesore? Wen Chang chuckled, a mute can be relied upon. With that, he downed the soothing tea in one gulp, and Wen Li followed suit, grinning, this tea is indeed quite good. It seems this mute is not without her merits. The elderly woman took the empty bowls and respectfully exited the inner hall. The 2 brothers then retired to their respective chambers to rest. Approximately half an hour later, deep within the clouds above, 2 ominous dark clouds loomed over Yingzhou City. Yang Qing parted the mist, gazing down to find the city seemingly asleep in the night, with few lights visible. A grand residence in the west of the city, however, was brightly lit. Judging by its vast expanse, its owner could only be Wen Chang, the general of the divine strategy guards and the maternal uncle of the crown prince. Yang Qing descended slowly, extending his consciousness, and indeed saw a large plaque at the entrance, inscribed with the words, imperially constructed general's residence. Yang Qing sneered, such favor indeed. Noticing a subtle aura of spiritual energy surrounding the residence, guarded by heavy troops, he turned to Ling Yue and remarked, the residence is heavily fortified with formations. Should we launch a direct assault, we may very well draw the divine strategy guards to our aid. If we cannot breach it quickly, escaping will be exceedingly difficult. Ling Yue inquired, your majesty, what then shall we do? Yang Chang replied, at dawn, Wen Chang will inevitably leave. We shall ambush him en route and then find a way to escape. As they conversed, they observed the back door of the Wen residence creak open, revealing a stooped elderly woman stepping out. Yang Qing continued his descent until he could clearly see the woman's face. Her features were horribly burned, leaving no intact skin visible, yet her eyes seemed familiar. The elderly woman walked steadily westward, entering a dilapidated house at the far edge of the city. She lit a lamp inside, and through the broken tiles of the roof, Yang Qing glimpsed a small black mole the size of a mung bean deep in her neck, causing his heart to skip a beat. Is it she? Your Majesty, do you recognize this person? Not entirely certain. Let us go down and inquire. With that, the 2 descended from the clouds, landing in the yard of the dilapidated house. They pushed the door open, and upon hearing the commotion, the elderly woman slowly turned around. At the sight of Yang Qing, tears streamed down her face.
Little prince, is it truly you? Mother?
The elderly woman's voice was hoarse, yet Yang Qing recognized her as his wet nurse. He had thought her long dead, yet here she stood before him. Chapter 60 Old grudges add new hatreds. Xin Yang never expected to find herself in such a state, yet Yang Qing was still able to recognize her, which deeply moved her. She cried out, "Little prince, you still remember this humble servant? Xin Yang could never forget you." Xin Yang reached out to caress Yang Qing's face, speaking softly, "I had heard that you had perished, and I intended to follow you into the afterlife. However, I later learned that you had returned to life, transformed into a figure that instills terror in the hearts of many. To encounter you here is truly a twist of fate." Yang Qing grasped Xin Yang's weathered hands, his heart aching as he replied, "I have disappointed you with this appearance." Xin Yang shook her head, "I understand, you have been wronged, just as your mother was." They did not spare her children in the end. What? Yang Qing was taken aback. When was my mother wronged? Xin Yang turned to fetch a chair for Yang Qing to sit upon, then poured water for him and Lian Yue before recounting the tale. Years ago, the late empress passed away, leaving the position of empress vacant. At that time, your mother was the emperor's most beloved consort and held the utmost trust of the empress dowager, making her the prime candidate for the role. But then Xin Yang choked on her words. That vile Wenlan, in collusion with her two brothers, poisoned the tea of consort Jin, leading to her tragic demise. It was then that Wenlan ascended to the position of empress. What? Yang Qing exclaimed in shock, gripping Xin Yang's hand tightly. Though I was young, I remember after my mother's death, many imperial physicians were summoned, and there were no signs of poisoning. Xin Yang sighed, shaking her head. They employed a rare poison known as drunken orchid blood goo, which is colorless and tasteless. The symptoms mimic a severe illness, making it difficult for ordinary physicians to discern. This poison is exceedingly rare, obtained by the Wen brothers from a secret realm in the northern wilderness. Your mother had always been in robust health. How could she have suddenly passed away? I sensed something was amiss, and having spent years in the depths of the palace, witnessing the intrigues among the consorts, I remained vigilant. After the departure of the empress, we, the servants who attended her, fell victim to the persecution of Empress One. Those who died perished, while others fled. It was with great difficulty that I escaped the palace. Fearing there would be no refuge for me in the Great Qian, I sought refuge in the northern wilderness. By chance, I overheard a sorcerer speak of having seen the Wen brothers retrieve the drunken orchid blood goo from the secret realm. I pondered, given the immense power of the Wen family, why would they risk venturing into such a perilous place to acquire this poison? There must be some nefarious plot afoot, besides poisoning consort Jean to seize the empress's position. What could warrant such risk? Since then, I disfigured myself and infiltrated the Wen residence as a servant, determined to uncover the truth behind this matter. I had intended to seek refuge in Yuzhou and report this to you, but then I reconsidered. If you were to learn of this, would you not rush to confront that vile woman? She is the empress, her son the crown prince, and her brothers command great armies. How could you, a mere little prince, stand against them? You are the last bloodline of consort Jean. You must not suffer any further misfortune. Thus, I chose to keep this matter hidden, planning to find an opportunity to eliminate the Wen brothers myself, avenging consort Jean. Sighing, she added, alas. You too have not escaped the clutches of that vile family, and now that you have become a demon, sharing these truths with you is of little consequence. As Xin Yang finished speaking, her face was streaked with tears. Upon glancing up, she saw Yang Qing's face also marked by tears. He clenched his fists tightly, his body trembling with rage. Vile scoundrels, I will ensure you meet a most wretched end. Yang Qing gritted through clenched teeth. Soon, he made an effort to compose himself, aware that once he succumbed to rage after becoming a demon, many of his actions would be beyond his control. He sought to restrain his fury at Xin Yang. I have come this time for revenge. The days of Wen Chang and Wen Li are numbered. Xin Yang, upon hearing this, wore a look of concern, speaking gently. Little prince, the general's residence is rife with traps and defenses. You must not act recklessly, Yang Qing replied. I am aware of this. I will devise a plan at Xin Yang. Starting tomorrow, do not return to the Wen residence. I will ensure your safety. Xin Yang smiled bitterly. At my age, death is of little consequence. Since you seek revenge, I can lend a hand. Oh, Lian Yue interjected, puzzled as to how this elderly woman could be of assistance. Xin Yang cast a glance at Lian Yue, sorrow filling her eyes. If only Alua were here, she murmured, then turned to Yang Qing. I have spent many years in the general's residence, establishing good relations with the servants there, particularly in the kitchen. I can come and go freely tomorrow morning. I shall deliver some delicacies to them. Lian Yue shrugged helplessly, offering a wry smile, but the Wen brothers are both mid-stage nascent soul cultivators. To say nothing of ordinary poisons being ineffective against them, their sense of smell is exceedingly sharp. Even if you were to use potent poison, they would surely detect it. Xin Yang said nothing further, stooping to rummage beneath the bed for some time. When she straightened, she held a deep red vial in her hand. Xin Yang waved the vial before Yang Qing and Lian Yue, her expression triumphant. The sorcerer I encountered years ago had also traversed the secret realm. I managed to procure a small quantity of drunken orchid blood goo from him, though it is but a little. It is enough to eliminate Wen Chang and Wen Li. Lian Yue expressed her doubts. This poison is indeed a rare treasure. It must have taken considerable risk for that sorcerer to acquire it. How did he part with it? Xin Yang sighed. In the desolate northern wilderness, few souls wander. That sorcerer had drifted there for many years, feeling quite lonely. Upon meeting me, he took a fancy to me. I feigned submission, and in a moment of carelessness, I eliminated him. With a hint of shame, she murmured, for the sake of revenge, this is nothing. That sorcerer was no paragon of virtue. Lian Yue chuckled. What does it matter if he was a good person? He is dead now. Yang Qing took the vial of poison, probing it with his spiritual sense. Indeed, it was colorless and tasteless, indistinguishable from clear water. Tomorrow morning, I will add this poison to the kanji of the Wen brothers. Await my signal, and then you may strike. Yang Qing and Lian Yue exchanged glances, then nodded in agreement. With Xinyang's assistance, their endeavor became all the more assured that night. Xinyang offered to arrange for the two to rest within the confines of the room, but Yang Qing declined. He handed Xinyang a red feather, instructing her that in times of peril, she could ignite it for salvation. Then, the two took to the skies, surveying the defenses of Yingzhou. Within the city, the vigilance remained lax. A mere 20 miles to the north lay the encampment of the Divine Strategy Guard, and apart from a few sentinels, it was shrouded in darkness. Chapter 61 of the Whales of the Imperial Palace in the sacred capital. Emperor Yang Chang'an was roused from his slumber by a eunuch, disturbing the nearby Empress Wan, who stirred awake in displeasure. Your Majesty, General Li Fengyu of the Qianlong Guard seeks an audience. He is currently awaiting your command at the palace gates. In Deqian, the state was founded upon martial prowess, and there existed a long-held decree in matters of military urgency. One could reach the emperor at any hour. Thus, despite the emperor's deep slumber, the eunuch deemed it imperative to awaken him, as the Qianlong Guard's leader must certainly bear pressing news. Were it a civil official, it would be inconceivable to disturb the emperor at such an hour. Send him to the Nanshu study to await me. Yang Chang'an, aged and groggy, sluggishly arose from his bed and made his way to the Nanshu study. General Li Fengyu awaited him, kneeling in reverence as the emperor arrived.
Enough, rise, the emperor waved dismissively. Speak, what tidings do you bring? Is it news of a great victory at Shuefutu?
Leaning languidly against the dragon throne, anticipation filled Yang Chang'an's heart. He could scarcely conceive of any intelligence so vital as to necessitate Li Fengyu's intrusion into his dreams. Li Fengyu, drenched in perspiration and rife with anxiety, began to regret his position as head of the intelligence agency, for the recent reports had been overwhelmingly grim. There was no telling how the emperor might react to such dire news, and he feared for his own life. Your Majesty, why do you hesitate? Speak swiftly. Why yes, Your Majesty. I have just received word that the forces of Shuefutu and the demon army clashed south of Longning River, and our entire army has been annihilated. Li Fengyu's voice barely rose above a whisper. The old emperor's eyes widened in shock, and he bellowed, What? Repeat that.
Your Majesty, the entire army of Shuefutu has been annihilated. Annihilated?
Yes, Your Majesty. Li Fengyu had prostrated himself on the ground, too terrified to meet the emperor's gaze, his body trembling as if the very air in the study was charged with the emperor's wrath. Yang Chang'an fixed his gaze upon Li Fengyu for a protracted moment, grappling with the gravity of the news he had delivered. Finally, he roared, Where is Zhang Yuanya? Where is Feng Zisher?
Why have they not returned to report?
Your Majesty, both His Highness the Shuo Wang and General Feng perished in battle. The demon army has sent their heads as proof.
What, my sixth brother, he has fallen? This cannot be. Yang Chang'an's voice rose in disbelief. My sixth brother has spent his life on the battlefield, never tasting defeat. How could he allow himself to be slain?
The emperor oscillated between furious shouts and bouts of violent coughing. Li Fengyu remained on the floor, silent and submissive. After a prolonged outburst, Yang Chang'an regained a semblance of composure.
And what of my Lu Yao? Li Fengyu's body quaked even more violently as he replied in a hushed tone, Princess Yang has also been slain. What?
Yang Chang'an trembled as he slipped from the Grand Dragon throne, whereupon a nearby eunuch rushed to support him. Tears streamed down the emperor's face as he fell to his knees before Li Fengyu, seizing him by the shoulders with a fierce grip.
Tell me, was it that ungrateful wretch who did this?
Why yes, Your Majesty, it was Yang Qing who personally murdered His Highness the Shuo Wang and the princess.
You ungrateful wretch.
You vile creature, I shall have you skinned alive. Yang Chang'an stormed to the back of the throne, retrieving the Qinglong sword, brandishing it wildly within the study, causing the eunuchs to scatter in terror, their screams filling the air. The commotion in the Nanshu study alerted Empress Wan, who sent a trusted eunuch to investigate. Upon learning of her beloved daughter's demise, she burst into the study, weeping.
Lu Yao, oh, how tragically you have perished. Your Majesty, you must seek justice for us mother and daughter. That wretched consort tormented me in life, and now her son has come to slay my child. You must avenge me.
Empress Wen's outcry momentarily roused Yang Chang'an from his fury, and he suddenly recalled Li Fengyu's earlier mention of the demon army delivering the heads of Yang Yuanya. He demanded sharply, You said that the wretched creature sent the head of my sixth brother, did you not? Where is it? Your Majesty, the head remains outside the palace gates. I feared to bring it in lest it disturb you.
Go, fetch my brother's head.
Yes. Li Fengyu personally left the palace and soon returned with two large black boxes. Within lay the severed heads of Yang Yuanya and Feng Zisher. Yang Chang'an withdrew his brother's head and wept aloud. What of Lu Yao's body? The empress inquired. Li Fengyu shook his head.
The body of Princess Yang has been completely obliterated.
He then produced a pearl from his bosom, uncertain how to convey the truth to the emperor and empress, and simply offered the pearl to the empress. Upon receiving it, she beheld the anguished spirit of Yang Lu Yao, engulfed in violet flames, her expression one of profound suffering, as she screamed silently, unheard by mortal ears.
What is this? How could Lu Yao be trapped within this pearl?
The empress's inquiry captured the emperor's attention, and he leaned closer. Li Fengyu responded, Your Majesty, this pearl contains the spirit of the princess.
Why can we not hear her cries? Yang Chang'an asked.
Your Majesty, the princess's wails are so harrowing that I enacted a spell to silence them.
You fool! Undo your magic at once, the empress and I wish to hear our daughter's voice. Li Fengyu swallowed hard, then performed the incantation to release the spell. In an instant, the anguished cries of Yang Luoyao echoed through the chamber. Never had Yang Chang'an encountered such a heart-wrenching lament, his heart felt as if it might shatter. Luoyao, do not fear, father shall rescue you. Yang Chang'an concentrated his spiritual energy in his right hand and grasped the pearl with all his might, yet it did not yield even a crack. Your Majesty, it is futile. I have tried, and this pearl is indestructible, a treasure of unknown origin. It is said that the demon clan possesses a soul-restraining amber. I suspect this is it. But what of Lu Yao? Will she remain imprisoned forever? Yang Chang'an shouted in despair. Your Majesty, this must be Yang Qing's intent. She aims to confine the princess eternally within this soul-restraining amber, subjecting her to eternal torment by demonic flames. The Empress's voice grew hoarse from weeping, and upon hearing Li Fengyu's words, she fainted. Yang Chang'an, in a flurry, sent for a physician. Ungrateful wretch, beast, I shall see you flayed alive. The physician arrived swiftly, reviving the Empress, and in fear of further distressing her, the Emperor ordered Li Fengyu to silence Yang Luoyao's voice once more. At that moment, a eunuch entered with news the crown prince had returned. Yang Chang'an smote his thigh, nearly forgetting about his son, who had also ventured to the Shuefutu encampment. Should anything happen to him, calamity would surely follow. Quickly, summon my son. No sooner had the emperor spoken than the crown prince appeared, racing into the study. Chapter 62. The old emperor's wrath and the million-strong demon-slaying army. Yang Ling had initially intended to rest for a day upon returning to the capital and visit the palace to pay his respects to the emperor the following morning. However, upon his return, he was informed by the Eastern Palace's aides that Li Fengyu had brought the severed head of Yang Yuanya to present before the throne. He knew that the emperor would surely erupt in fury upon seeing the head of Yang Yuanya, and having previously visited the blood-floating tower's encampment, he feared that delaying his report until the next day might result in the emperor's wrath being directed at him. Consequently, Yang Ling hurriedly made his way to the palace. To his surprise, he was informed upon arrival that the emperor was in the southern study, leading him to change direction and head there. He arrived just in time to witness the emperor in a state of rage, while the empress appeared dazed, seemingly deeply affected by a grave shock. Father, mother, your son has returned, he exclaimed, deliberately infusing his voice with a tone of sorrow to resonate with the emperor's emotions. Seeing Yang Ling return, the old emperor was overwhelmed with emotion and rushed to embrace him tightly. Although it was said that the old emperor was cold-hearted and ungrateful, his deep affection for his son in this moment astonished Yang Ling. Father, that wretch Yang Qing has actually slain his own uncle. If I hadn't gone to Yenzhou to visit my uncle beforehand, I fear I would not have seen you again. With a deep sigh, the old emperor lamented, I never anticipated that this ungrateful son could commit such a heinous act. I truly feel ashamed before our ancestors. What misfortune has befallen our family? Observing his father's self-reproach, Yang Ling hastened to offer comfort, only to suddenly hear the empress's sobs, prompting him to support her. Mother, it is my fault. I failed to protect Lu Yao. I do not even know where she is now. After uttering these words, he turned to Li Fengyu. You must ensure that the Qianlong guard retrieves Lu Yao. In a hushed tone, Li Fengyu replied, Your Highness, the princess of Yang is here. He slowly presented the soul-sealing amber to Yang Ling, revealing the fact that Yang Luoyao's spirit had been sealed. Yang Ling scrutinized the amber for a moment, observing his sister's anguished expression as she desperately screamed. Though he could hear no sound, he instructed Li Fengyu to unseal it. Li Fengyu glanced at Yang Chang'an, who, understanding the deep bond between the siblings, nodded in assent. With the emperor's consent, Li Fengyu swiftly performed the incantation to remove the seals surrounding the soul-sealing amber. The harrowing cries of Yang Luoyao were unbearably tragic, causing Yang Ling to panic and drop the amber onto the ground, exclaiming in terror, Stop her cries. Please, make her stop. Li Fengyu, with no other recourse, once again cast a spell to silence her. Shaken, Yang Ling collapsed onto the ground, trembling uncontrollably, gasping for breath, unable to articulate a word. Upon hearing her daughter's agonizing screams again, Empress Wen fainted from sorrow. The imperial physician hurriedly knelt to perform emergency measures, and when the Empress regained consciousness, her eyes were vacant, oscillating between laughter and tears, as though she had lost her sanity. What has transpired? Your Majesty, the Empress has been overwhelmed with grief and is experiencing some mental instability. I believe a few days of rest will restore her, but she must not be subjected to further distress. Yang Chang'an nodded and instructed the eunuchs to find a secret chamber to seal away the soul-sealing amber. Poor Yang Luoyao cried out for her parents within the amber, hoping they would devise a means to rescue her, yet unbeknownst to her, her father had confined her to a secret chamber. After such turmoil, the old emperor felt utterly drained. He forced himself to approach the dragon throne and reclined, instructing the palace maids to escort the empress back to her quarters. In the southern study, the crown prince was assisted by eunuchs to sit down, while Li Fengyu stood respectfully before the emperor, still possessing more intelligence to report, yet fearing that the emperor might be further agitated and unable to bear it, leaving him in a state of inner turmoil. Having reigned for over a century, Yang Chang'an had a keen insight into the hearts of his ministers. A glance at Li Fengyu revealed that there was more he had yet to disclose. Speak freely. What other matters require our attention? He inquired, narrowing his eyes, his tone grave yet commanding. Your Majesty, might it not be prudent to rest for the night and allow me to report in the morning? I am not yet so decrepit. Yes, of course. Li Fengyu replied, beads of sweat trickling down his temples, his voice trembling. Your Majesty, the key to Yang Qing's victory over my blood-floating tower army lies in Sima Rong's rebellion. He defected along with the entire Nanzhao County to Yangqing's side, leading to our defeat amidst the encirclement of the Nanzhao army and the demon soldiers. What? Yang Cheng'an slammed his hand down upon the table, nearly sliding off the throne, but fortunately, a swift eunuch caught him just in time. Traitor! Traitor, they all deserve to die. The emperor abhorred the sensation of betrayal, repeatedly striking the table in front of him, his voice rising in a furious outcry. Inwardly, Li Fengyu scoffed, recognizing that it was the emperor himself who had forced Sima Rong to rebel. No one knew better than him, the head of intelligence, about Sima Rong's character. Of course, bringing down Sima Rong was a common desire among many high-ranking officials, so Li Fengyu refrained from revealing the truth. However, the cost of losing Nanzhao County due to Sima Rong's treachery was exceedingly heavy. If it could not be swiftly reclaimed, the treasury of Daqian would soon face dire straits. Your Majesty, we must find a way to swiftly reclaim Nanzhao County. According to the regulations of the Qian court, the Qianlong Guard was solely responsible for intelligence gathering, strictly forbidden from engaging in politics. To ensure the impartiality of the intelligence agency, they were prohibited from voicing any political opinions, thus making Li Fengyu's statement a transgression. Yet, Yang Cheng'an was like a maddened lion, and Li Fengyu hoped to pull him back to reason, disregarding the potential consequences. Moreover, he did not wish to remain in the shadows any longer. With this reminder, Yang Cheng'an gradually regained his composure. I have my own plans. Is there any further news? Li Fengyu continued, Your Majesty, there is also the matter of Yangqing officially declaring the establishment of a demon kingdom tonight, naming it Dixia, and declaring himself emperor. Fearing the old emperor might lose his temper again, he added, Your Majesty, to attempt to establish a demon kingdom on our Daqian territory with merely a few 100,000 demon soldiers is utterly ludicrous. This demonstrates Yangqing's hubris and is hardly a cause for concern. Yang Cheng'an snorted coldly, sternly retorting, What do you know, he is my son, and I still understand him to some extent. With a grim expression, he continued, His actions are a declaration of war against me. Very well, very well. Yang Cheng'an seethed, his teeth chattering in anger. I shall see how my good son intends to contend with my million-strong army. With that, he abruptly slammed his hand down on the table and instructed the crown prince, Go, draft an edict for me, appointing Wen Chang as the Grand General of Demon Slaying and Wen Li as the Vice General. They are to lead the Divine Strategy Guard to break camp and march south within 3 days, establishing a formation north of the Longning River to prevent the demon soldiers from advancing north. After a brief cough, he leaned back in the dragon throne and continued, Additionally, draft 2 more edicts to be delivered to the Yin Yang Guard stationed at Zijing Pass and the Qilong Guard at Wangbei Pass, commanding them to march south immediately and join forces with the Divine Strategy Guard. Once the 3 armies unite, they shall be under the command of Grand General Wen Chang. Yang Ling felt a surge of joy in his heart. The Yin Yang Guard boasted an army of 300,000, the Qilong Guard had 500,000, and coupled with the Divine Strategy Guard's 300,000, they would amass a formidable force of 1 million. Surely, Yang Chang would not survive this onslaught. The emperor's cold laughter echoed, Good son, I shall see how you contend with my million-strong army. Chapter 63 The way of the individual. Yang Ling received his orders and promptly summoned the 4 treasures of the study, inscribing 3 imperial edicts upon the emperor's desk for his review. Having served as regent in the capacity of crown prince for many years, Yang Ling wielded the brush with great finesse. The emperor merely glanced at the documents before nodding in approval. Subsequently, the emperor presented the jade seal to Yang Ling, who stamped the edicts with the imperial mark, thus formalizing their issuance. By the way, how fares the task I assigned you regarding the gathering of the various sects? Yang Ling was taken aback by the emperor's sudden inquiry, feeling a twinge of guilt. He had, in fact, neglected this matter in recent days. Father, I am attending to it, but there are numerous state affairs requiring the Eastern Palace's attention, which has caused some delays. The emperor expressed his dissatisfaction, speaking with a tone tinged with severity. If I were to eradicate the demonic army, you would have no justification for assembling these sections. Yang Ling's expression grew solemn as he clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, saying, Your Majesty may rest assured. I intend to invite the leaders of the various sects within the Great Qian realm to convene in the Holy Capital for the Grand Immortal Assembly. I shall dispatch the invitations by dawn. The emperor patted Yang Ling on the shoulder, remarking, A commendable idea, but with so many formidable experts converging in the Holy Capital, potential risks are inevitable. It would be prudent to select an alternative location. Yang Ling acknowledged the directive and subsequently entrusted the edicts to the head eunuch before returning to the Eastern Palace to prepare for the Grand Immortal Assembly. The emperor's words resonated with truth. Once the million-strong army arrived, Yang Ling's fate would be sealed, leaving no grounds to summon the immortals. This matter must be expedited, he mused, as he traversed through the air, quickly arriving at the Eastern Palace. As dawn broke, the sky blushed with the hues of dawn, and Yanzhou City buzzed with activity at the residence of General Wen had just prepared breakfast, with maids attending to brothers Wen Chang and Wen Li as they washed and dressed. At that moment, a man clad in a servant's garb knocked upon the door of the Wen residence, whereupon the steward escorted him to meet the 2 brothers. Wen Chun, what brings you here so early? Queried Wen Chang. The man, known as Wen Chun, served as the steward for the venerable Wen family of the elder one, known as Wen Xiaoyong, was the father of Wen Chang, Wen Li, and the empress, and the current father-in-law to the emperor. In response to the elder master's summons, I have brought a letter from him. I dared not delay on the road, hence I arrived at this hour. Wen Chun replied. Wen Li teased, You little rascal, surely you weren't drawn here by the aroma of my elder brother's breakfast? With that, the 3 erupted into laughter.
Wen Chang then took the letter from Wen Shan, opened it, and read carefully before exclaiming, I was concerned about what might have transpired, but our father remains vigorous. Last year, he took a third concubine, and just days ago, she bore him a son. He sent this letter to share the joyous news. As Wen Chang spoke, he handed the letter to Wen Li, who, upon reading it, smiled and said, the letter also mentions that after the downfall of Prince Yang Qing, our dear Empress sister has secured the land deeds belonging to Yang Qing from the Emperor. Now, the vast fields in Hushi County rightfully belong to the Wen family. Wen Chang, in high spirits, instructed the servants to prepare a meal for Wen Shan and then took a seat in the main hall, awaiting the morning feast. After Yang Qing was expelled from the royal family, the faction of concubine Jin was entirely eradicated from the palace. Now, the Empress of Great Qian is our sister, and soon the Emperor will be our nephew. In time, half of Great Qian will bear the surname Yang, while the other half will be one. Wen Chang spoke with uncontainable pride, while Wen Li returned the letter back to him. Brother, what do you think the old master is thinking? Why forsake the bustling capital for the solitude of Hushi County? What could he be after? Wen Chang chuckled, you misunderstand. The Wen family began its rise in Hushi County. Our father, growing older, seeks to return to his roots. To return to Hushi County is to honor our family's legacy. The two brothers exchanged banter, and at that moment, a procession of maids entered, bringing forth the morning repast. The breakfast spread was abundant, and after dismissing the servants, the brothers began to dine together. Alas, if only that scoundrel Yang Qing were no longer among the living. Until he is dealt with, my heart shall find no peace. Wen Li lamented. Indeed, brother, we share a mutual understanding. I, too, feel the same way. However, his time is drawing near. With him having seized Nanzhao County, the Emperor will undoubtedly dispatch a great army to quell him. He cannot evade his fate much longer. What a nuisance. Reflecting on it now, as you suggested last night, we should have eliminated that wretched scoundrel alongside concubine Jin when we had the chance. Wen Chang laughed heartily, stroking his beard. No need for haste. His life will inevitably fall into our grasp. Should the Emperor march south, we, the Divine Strategy Guard, shall be at the forefront. The brothers, who had been troubled the night before, found solace in their father's letter, feeling a renewed sense of confidence in the Wen family's burgeoning influence and a diminished concern regarding Yang Qing. The previous night's shock at the blood-soaked defeat of the Blood Buddha had faded with the dawn's light. After all, the brothers hailed from a distinguished lineage, seasoned by the trials of battle, having witnessed many storms. Furthermore, in the current landscape, Great Qian held a decisive advantage against the demonic forces. As they laughed and feasted, nearly finishing the meal, footsteps echoed from outside the hall. Is that the mute woman? Upon recognizing the visitor, the brothers were taken aback. It was customary in the Wen residence that the general should dine without the presence of servants. This mute had been part of the household for quite some time. What could have prompted her appearance today? Have you forgotten the rules of my household? Wen Chang inquired. The mute woman halted approximately 3 paces from the dining table, her scarred visage trembling slightly as she slowly opened her mouth. Gentlemen, is the breakfast to your liking? At her words, both brothers were astonished and sprang to their feet. Were you not a mute? Wen Li exclaimed, pointing at her. The mute woman gazed at Wen Li with a foolish grin, and even he, despite having taken countless lives, found himself taken aback and stepped back a few paces. Who are you? Wen Chang demanded. A familiar face, the mute woman replied, as she leisurely approached the table. A familiar face? When did my brother and I acquire such an acquaintance? Wen Li questioned, while Wen Chang interjected sharply, halt, one more step forward, and I shall end your life. The mute woman said nothing, continuing to advance while smirking coldly. Brother, why waste breath on this old crone? She has infiltrated the general's residence disguised. She surely harbors ill intent. Let us capture her and subject her to severe interrogation. Agreed. Wen Chang concurred, and without delay, he formed a hand seal, preparing to incapacitate the mute woman. However, as he gathered his energy, he suddenly felt a surge of blood rush violently to his head, leaving him unsteady and causing him to collapse to the ground, spitting forth a mouthful of blood. Brother! Wen Li gasped, fearing the old woman had employed some sorcery, and immediately began to channel his own energy to strike her down. To his astonishment, the moment he attempted to harness his power, he too found himself unable to maintain his footing, collapsing beside his brother and coughing up blood. The mute woman had reached the dining table, lifting a bowl of porridge to her nose. She remarked, truly flavorless and unremarkable. Even experts like you two cannot discern it. How could the Empress possibly be on guard, alas? With a sigh, she seated herself at the table. At that moment, Wen Chang and Wen Li, their chi in turmoil, struggled to call for assistance, but each time they attempted to shout, they found their voices failing them, succumbing to violent coughs. The mute woman chuckled. Fortunately, the Empress lacks your level of cultivation. She has managed to survive a few more days, consuming this drunken orchid blood goo. The more one channels their energy, the faster the effects will manifest, and the more gruesome the demise. Upon hearing the term drunken orchid blood goo, the eyes of both Wen Chang and Wen Li widened in shock. Chapter 64 Retribution. Wen Chang and Wen Li exchanged glances, both revealing a palpable fear in their eyes. Come quickly. Wen Chang struggled to summon his strength, but found himself utterly incapacitated, collapsing onto the ground and weakly calling out, attempting to summon soldiers to deal with the wretched woman before them. His voice, though not loud, was sufficient for the nearby guards to hear, yet, the mute woman merely regarded the two brothers with a bemused smile, and no guards appeared. Who exactly are you? My brother and I bear no grudge against you. Why do you wish us harm? The mute woman chuckled. Ah, the great general truly has a forgetful mind. Allow this old woman to remind you, my name is Xinyang.
Does that ring a bell?
Wenchang shook his head, glancing at Wenli, who also shook his head vigorously, his expression twisted in agony.
Never heard of you. Wenchang's breaths grew more labored, his speech faltering, prompting Xinyang to interject.
Indeed, as a mere servant in the palace, my status was lowly.
How could the great general possibly remember me?
With a sigh, she continued, it is fortunate for me that I was of such humble standing. After escaping the palace, you did not spend much time pursuing me.
Had I been a person of significance, I fear I would not have lived to see this day. Ha ha ha.
Xinyang's voice was hoarse and somber. Wenchang was reminded of that frigid night 18 years prior when he and Wenli traversed the desolate graveyard of Beichen. Her voice echoed like the sound of withered branches scraping against a barren tombstone in the cold wind, imbued with an indescribable desolation and eeriness. Observing her hunched and diminutive figure, Wenchang felt as if she were a specter clawing her way up from the depths of hell, laden with despair and decay. This general, who had taken countless lives, now found himself gripped by fear, his body trembling, exacerbating his physical agony. Xinyang's gaze swept over the brothers as she hissed, it matters not that you do not recognize me, but you surely remember the name of concubine Jean? At the mention of the concubine, the brothers were once again struck with shock. How could they forget this woman? They had even spoken of her in recent days.
You belong to concubine Jean? Wenchang stammered. Who would have thought, after 18 years since concubine Jin's demise, that her allies still linger in this world? Wenli exclaimed in one breath, his energy waning as he gasped for air.
Indeed, I was a maidservant by the side of the lady, as well as the wet nurse to the young prince. Surprised, are you? You too have committed countless misdeeds, and now it is time for retribution. Alas, you have enjoyed 18 years of wealth and privilege for naught. With that, Xinyang produced a dagger about a foot long from her sleeve and advanced toward the two.
Do not act rashly. Wenli cried out, flailing his legs on the ground. Xinyang, please calm yourself. If you kill us today, the Wen family will not let you go. You must know that the current empress and crown prince are of the Wen family. You should understand what fate awaits you, Wenli wheezed, disregarding his pain as he continued to plead. Let us go. Wenchang gazed at his brother's panicked state, sighed deeply, and despondently remarked, do not struggle. Have you forgotten, we are afflicted with the Zuelan blood curse, our deaths are assured. Ah. Wenli snapped back to reality, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Such fine individuals of the Wen family. Suddenly, voices emerged from outside, and the brothers turned to see Yang Qing and Lian Yu approaching. It's you, they exclaimed in unison. What a surprise, isn't it? Yang Qing taunted. When you took my mother's life, did you ever imagine that today would come?
Under normal circumstances, the brothers might have felt intimidated by Yang Qing, but now, poisoned and on the brink of death, they felt no fear.
Wenchang coughed a few times and sneered, had I known this day would come, I should have killed you as well. I truly regret not eradicating the root of the problem. Impudent.
Lian Yu struck with her left hand, a flash of red light landing on Wenchang's face. He spat blood, losing 3 teeth in the process. Victory or defeat, there is nothing more to say. Yang Qing, my brother and I accept our fate today at your hands, but do not rejoice too soon. From this day forth, the Wen family will pursue you to the ends of the earth, and you shall die 1,000 times more tragically than your mother. After Wenchang spoke, Lian Yu struck him again, knocking out all his remaining teeth, some fragments embedding in Wenchang's abdomen, causing him to cough and retch violently. Yang Qing stepped forward, taking the dagger from Xinyang's hand, and addressed the brothers, this Zuelan blood curse is indeed a rare treasure, it has evaded the notice of 2 esteemed generals. Do you recall how long it took for my mother to succumb after being poisoned? Wenli scoffed, how could we forget, 7 days, she lay in bed for 7 days, a once delicate beauty reduced to a visage of sores, gasping her last.
Ha ha ha.
Yang Qing clenched his fists, turning to Xinyang, they seem unlikely to survive the next 7 days, but a dignified practitioner of the mid-Yuan stage should last until noon, correct?
Xinyang nodded, they were too hasty in their efforts.
The poison has overwhelmed them, they will likely last until noon at most.
Excellent.
Yang Qing then turned his gaze back to Wenchang and Wenli, who felt a chill of foreboding.
Wenli bellowed defiantly, I could blink and you'd be my grandson.
Yang Qing scoffed, twirling the dagger in his right hand, and in an instant, countless flashes of the blade struck Wenli's left cheek, carving away chunks of flesh. One side of Wenli's face remained intact, while the other was left a gruesome spectacle of blood and bone. Wenchang, witnessing his brother's condition, began to tremble with fear, realizing what it meant for them to survive until noon.
Can you grant us a swift end? Wenchang's tone was laced with desperation.
Yang Qing shook his head, of course not. With that, he unleashed a powerful palm strike, propelling the 2 brothers over 10 feet away, crashing into the wall of the main hall, which crumbled upon impact. Fortunately, their robust physiques spared them from immediate death. Yang Qing then instructed Lian Yu, go, bring his wife and children here. Lian Yu complied, running back and forth multiple times until she had gathered Wenchang's family in the front courtyard of the main hall. Due to the limited number of Zuelan blood curses in Xinyang's possession, the other individuals within the general's residence were subjected to a demonic, specially crafted hallucinogenic powder, sufficient to incapacitate those below the Yuan stage. With over 400 members of the Wen household, Lian Yu could only bring Wenchang's immediate kin.
Please, no.
Yang Qing coldly replied, one must bear the consequences of their actions. If you seek vengeance, come at me.
Spare the women and children.
Yang Qing retorted, my mother was a woman as well, why would you not spare her? He then handed the dagger to Lian Yu, sever their tendons and ligaments. Taking the dagger, Lian Yu moved with swift precision, severing the tendons of Wenchang's wife and children in mere moments. The intense pain jolted the previously unconscious individuals awake, filling the Wen household with the sounds of anguished cries. Chapter 65 To root out the weeds, please, spare them, I beg you, let them go.
Allow me to bear all the consequences.
Wenchang pleaded repeatedly, but Yang Chang remained utterly unmoved.
Rest assured, I shall ensure your reunion.
As soon as the words left his lips, he swung his right fist, the fierce gust of wind instantly transforming Wenchang's wife into a mere mass of flesh and blood, sending shockwaves through the hearts of the women and children, who screamed in terror.
No!
Wenchang bellowed, his eyes bloodshot with despair.
Bang, another punch, and his 30-year-old eldest son was reduced to a pile of remains. Ah!
Wenchang's heart shattered, he had never felt such hopelessness, nor such helplessness as he did at this moment. Bang, his second daughter's brains splattered across the ground. Bang, his third son, who had just celebrated his 10th birthday, was to be sent to Xintian sect to learn the arts, with aspirations of serving in the military. To this end, he had personally presented countless treasures to the sect leader, ensuring his son became a cherished disciple of Master Ma Guanyu. With the sect leader's personal instruction and the backing of the Wen family, the boy's future was indeed bright. Alas, with Yang Qing's fist, all hopes dissolved into nothingness, leaving only a pool of blood and scattered remnants.
Stop, please, I implore you, Yang Qing.
No, Your Highness the Demon Lord, I beg you, spare my family. Yang Qing approached Wenchang, crouching down, and coldly remarked, so it turns out the Wen family can cry, can feel fear, and can cherish their loved ones.
I had thought you all lacked hearts. I beg you, spare them.
Wenchang gasped, nearly breathless, as he continued to plead for mercy. Yang Qing sighed, how touching, yet unfortunately, I have no heart left.
Otherwise, I might indeed be swayed by your words.
With that, he unleashed a flurry of punches, annihilating all of Wenchang's wives and children. Wenchang was too exhausted to cry out, leaving only an infant in the scene, wailing. This was Wenchang's newborn grandson, being the eldest grandson. Wenchang's heart ached for him. Yang Qing stepped towards the infant.
No, please, no, he is yet to reach a month old, he knows nothing. Spare him, I beg you.
Yang Qing ignored him, advancing towards the child, lifting him into his arms, and then leaning close to Wenchang, murmuring, just now, General Wen expressed regret for not eliminating the roots of the weeds back then. This reminds me, I would not wish to find myself regretting someday, just as you do. With that, he forcefully hurled the infant to the ground, and silence enveloped the scene, blood cascading onto Wenchang.
Ah! Yang Qing, I will not let you off even in death.
Yang Qing chuckled, then I shall ensure you do not become a ghost. With that, he formed a hand seal, summoning a burly man from outside the courtyard.
The man, clad in scant attire, first beheld the blood-soaked ground and the dismembered corpses, causing him to collapse in fear. After a moment, he raised his gaze to Yang Qing and crawled to his feet, bowing and sobbing, Demon Lord, please spare me. Demon Lord, please spare me.
Yang Qing took 2 steps back and tossed a dagger to the ground.
I recall you claiming to be the finest chef in Yingzhou City, capable of slicing meat as thin as paper, is that not true?
Yang Qing, having calmed somewhat, suddenly remembered his imperial status and found it amusing that he should refer to himself as I, quickly correcting his speech. The burly man, his forehead bloodied from bowing, trembled as he replied, in response to the Demon Lord's words, if I speak even a single falsehood, may the heavens strike me down.
Good.
Yang Qing kicked the dagger closer to him, then pointed at Wenchang and Wenli, saying, do you see them? Go and slice their flesh piece by piece, every slice must be as thin as paper. If even the slightest thickness exceeds the measure of a hair, I shall slaughter your entire family. Furthermore, within 1,000 cuts, none of them may perish, otherwise, you shall meet the same fate. The burly man cast a terrified glance at Wenchang and Wenli, nearly fainting from fear. It turned out that Yang Qing and Lian Yu had been gathering intelligence in Yingzhou City and had overheard the chef boasting about his knife skills at a tavern, subsequently abducting him and using some sorcery to instill obedience in him. In truth, the chef had long been brought near the Wen residence. He had spent his life cutting meat, yet had never touched human flesh. The mere thought of the Demon Lord's methods sent chills down his spine.
What? Do you dare defy the Demon Lord's words? Lian Yu scolded angrily. I would not dare, please, holy maiden, do not be angry, I shall get to work immediately. The chef picked up the dagger, crawling towards Wenchang and his brother. After a moment's hesitation, he steeled himself and sliced a piece of flesh from Wenchang's thigh. This dagger was a treasured artifact of the palace, capable of slicing through iron like mud. Otherwise, a common knife would struggle to pierce the flesh of a cultivator at the nascent soul stage. Indeed, the chef's knife skills were remarkable. Under such tension, the flesh he cut was as thin as paper, prompting Lian Yu to express her admiration. With the first slice, the chef's courage grew, and he continued with the second and third. The chef became increasingly adept, and at first, Wenchang cried out in agony, but soon, his voice grew hoarse, reduced to mere rasping sounds, his expression one of unimaginable suffering. Watching his brother endure such torment, Wenli was already terrified to the point of losing control, and the thought of facing a similar fate caused him to faint repeatedly. Fortunately, Lian Yu was always there to rouse him in time. The mute maid, unable to bear such a bloody scene, slipped away outside. Yang Qing stood with his hands clasped behind his back, observing the chef's every move, relishing the cries of Wenchang and his brother. Mother, your child is incompetent. It is only today that I comprehend the cause of your death, mother. Do you see, your child is avenging you, not a single enemy shall escape. He silently recited, involuntarily recalling Bai Luo. Luo, the day of fulfilling my revenge draws ever closer. Before long, Lian Yu approached him, whispering, Your Majesty, these two brothers have yet to patrol the camp for some time. The Divine Strategy Guard will soon notice the anomaly, and we are not far from their main camp. Yang Qing withdrew his thoughts, nodding, Indeed, my demon army should be crossing the river now. The vanguard from Suqiu is likely already set forth and should reach the south crossing pass before noon. The main force of the Divine Strategy Guard is certainly monitoring the movements of my demon soldiers. I have ordered the purple-faced spectre to feign a westward advance after crossing the river, so they will not gather in Yingzhou City anytime soon. Thus, the main camp within the city is not heavily fortified, and we need not worry. Upon hearing this, Lian Yu remarked, So your Majesty has made prior arrangements. I was overly concerned. The two continued to watch the chef for a while. They could not tell how long had passed when Wenchang's body became a mere skeleton, yet he still gasped for breath. Yang Qing did not wish for Wenchang to die too quickly, so he instructed the chef to keep him alive, to finish with Wenli first before ultimately ending Wenchang's life. As noon approached, the two generals of the Wen family finally breathed their last. Just as their souls were about to depart, Yang Qing wielded a demonic flag, from which a primordial demon emerged, consuming their souls. Chapter 66 of the raid. After brutally slaying Wenchang and Wenli, Yang Qing instructed Xian Yang to return to the dilapidated house to await further orders. He then summoned a gust of wind, which carried two coffins from a pre-selected funeral parlor, placing the dismembered remains of Wenchang and Wenli within. Their heads remained untouched, allowing for identification. Another swirl of wind transported the coffins to the city tower at the northern gate of Yingzhou. At that moment, the cook crawled to Yang Qing's feet, pleading for his release to return home. Observing this, Lian Yu immediately raised her hand, preparing to execute him. However, Yang Qing intervened, asserting, His skills with the blade are commendable, I shall keep him for a purpose. Lian Yu then addressed the cook, My lord wishes to spare your life. Will you pledge your loyalty to the demon lord? Ah. The cook was taken aback. The demon clan was universally reviled, a fact known even to a child. How could he dare to join them? Yet, he knew that refusal would surely lead to his demise. As he hesitated, Yang Qing declared, You have committed a heinous crime by slaying the Grand General of the Qian court, a transgression worthy of extermination of your entire lineage. If I do not kill you, the Qin dynasty's officials will not spare you. To survive, your only option is to join the demon clan, but think carefully. Upon hearing the impending doom of his family, the cook immediately thought of his elderly mother and his young children, and he prostrated himself, pleading, Grand Demon Lord, Holy Maiden, I beseech you, save my family. I shall do anything to survive. Yang Qing nodded. If that is the case, return home immediately and flee south to Nanzhao County with your family. Remember, by the end of the hour, the news of your slaughter of the two General Wens will spread throughout the city. Your survival depends on your wits. With that, he opened his palm, revealing a small black wooden token, which he tossed before the cook, saying, Should you encounter demon soldiers, present this token for your safety. With a grand gesture, he summoned a gust that whisked the cook away. Then, Yang Qing and Lian Yu stepped out of the Wen residence. Upon crossing the threshold, Yang Qing formed seals with his hands, establishing a barrier around the estate, and instructed Lian Yu, leave no one behind. With that, he soared into the sky. Lian Yu swiftly conjured a magical fire, igniting the Wen residence, before also taking to the skies. The Grand General's residence was engulfed in flames, illuminating half the sky inside. The unconscious family members of the Wen household awoke to the searing inferno, their cries and screams echoing, drawing the attention of a significant portion of Yingzhou's populace. Well-meaning citizens attempted to extinguish the flames, but were thwarted by Yang Qing's formidable barrier, which proved unbreakable. This was no ordinary fire. Its ferocity was astonishing, spreading with alarming speed. In mere moments, the Wen residence was reduced to a charred ruin, a shell of its former self. Within, individuals either struggled against the flames or wailed in despair, a scene too harrowing to behold. News of the conflagration spread throughout the city, prompting the nearby guards of the Shensui to spring into action, rushing toward the Wen residence. Simultaneously, the governor of Nanzhao County arrived in person, accompanied by officials to assist in extinguishing the flames. Unfortunately, by the time they arrived, the once grand residence had been reduced to mere ashes, with not a single living soul remaining. Moments later, some soldiers observed several sentinels from the northern city, carrying coffins through the air. This was utterly surreal, and the eyes of the townspeople were drawn to the two coffins. Governor! Something is amiss. The leading sentinel rushed to the governor, neglecting formalities, pointing at the coffins and exclaiming, General Wen and General Wenli have been murdered, their remains are contained within these coffins. You must see for yourself. What? The governor gasped, exchanging shocked glances with several Shensui commanders. They approached the coffins, which had already been opened by the sentinels. As they drew near, Wenchang's head was intact, while Wenli's was only half intact, the other half reduced to bone. The governor, being a civil official, let out a terrified scream, nearly collapsing. The Shensui commanders, equally stunned, found themselves at a loss for action, the atmosphere filled with cries, yet no one stepped forward to take charge. Eventually, it was the highest-ranking official, the governor, who regained his composure first. He addressed the commanders, Gentlemen, I assure you that I will uncover the identity of those responsible for the brutal murder of our two esteemed generals and restore justice to the Shensui. For now, the enemy lurks in the shadows, we must proceed with caution. I urge you all to return to your camps and manage military affairs. He then requested paper and ink, composing an urgent report detailing the situation to be dispatched to the holy capital. The death of the Grand General within the jurisdiction of Nanzhao County was a grave matter. Failure to apprehend the murderer could lead to dire consequences for the governor. After all, he was the brother of Empress Wen.
If the culprit went unpunished, his head would be on the line. The governor, slapping his forehead, sighed deeply and immediately dispatched all available officials to scour the city, determined to resolve the case swiftly. Simultaneously, Ingzhou was placed under martial law. Meanwhile, the cook, with a donkey cart carrying his elderly mother, exited through the southern gate, his wife and children following on foot. Time was of the essence, and they had not even the chance to gather provisions or supplies. The cook pondered. The journey to Nanzhou County was 3,000 miles. Whether they would arrive alive depended solely on fate. Ingzhou was in a state of chaos, while Yang Cheng and Lian Yu descended near the central camp of the Shensui in the western part of the city. The central camp was primarily home to senior generals of the Shensui. With only a modest garrison of around 5,000 soldiers, the city itself was still guarded by 50,000 local troops, sufficient to ensure Ingzhou's safety. Thus, the main force of the Shensui, numbering 200,000, was primarily stationed at Nanjing Pass, with 50,000 troops on each flank guarding essential locations 500 miles to the east and west. In the wake of the brutal slaying of the two generals and the destruction of the Grand General's residence, the Shensui was on high alert. The central camp's commanders convened a military meeting to discuss countermeasures. However, with no clear leadership, the assembled generals struggled to reach a consensus, resulting in a cacophony within the camp. Suddenly, a deafening crash reverberated through the air. 9 black banners descended, planted in 9 different positions. Upon landing, the banners swelled to immense proportions, billowing in the wind, casting a shadow over the camp and plunging it into darkness. Hearing the commotion, the generals rushed out of their tents, only to be met by a colossal demon that charged in, tearing the first Shensui commander it encountered in half. Simultaneously, the onlookers witnessed the demon devour their comrade's soul. In their shock, 8 more demons followed suit, howling as they stormed the tents, mercilessly slaughtering any Shensui commander in sight and feasting on their souls. In a matter of moments, the principal leaders of the Shensui's central camp were all annihilated. Chapter 67 The Massacre. The central camp of the Divine Strategy Guards was thrown into utter chaos, resembling a headless dragon as the soldiers scattered aimlessly. The highest-ranking officers present were merely at the level of a lieutenant, with over 50 such lieutenants in the camp. Without a leader, the army was akin to a pile of loose sand. As they beheld the 9 ancestral demons descending upon them like vengeful specters, they fled in all directions, resembling a panicked flock of sheep. However, the entire encampment was ensnared by a barrier set by Yang Qing, with the blood oath demon flags stationed at critical points, rendering the soldiers incapable of breaking free. At this moment, it was a banquet for the 9 ancestral demons. Yang Qing smiled at Lian Yu and said, "Let us depart, we have no further business here." Lian Yu scanned the camp and noticed 6 massive cannon tubes in the distance. Nodding, she remarked, "It seems so. If the 5,000 Divine Strategy Guards could organize themselves properly, leveraging the might of the Qian army's thunder fire cannons, they might breach the barrier. Yet, it appears that no one is capable of rallying them at present." Yang Qing replied, "The thunder fire cannons are indeed divine artifacts of this age, and only the great Qian possesses the strength to forge such formidable weaponry. Previously, we seized 10 from the Dragon Martial Guards and Blood Floater, and with these 6 cannons added to our arsenal, breaking the formation at South Jing Pass should pose no challenge." With that, he ascended into the air, retrieving the spiritual ring bestowed by his mother, and stored the 6 thunderfire cannons within it. Upon securing these divine artifacts, the ring radiated a persistent crimson glow, and even as Yang Qing adorned it on his finger, it continued to tremble. Yang Qing lamented, "The sheer size of these cannons is truly formidable. The spiritual ring is reminding me that space is limited. I recall how I managed to store an abundance of supplies on Qingshu Mountain, yet the ring did not raise any alarms back then." Lian Yu responded, "Indeed, it is fortunate that your majesty had previously offloaded the 10 divine cannons. Otherwise, we would not have been able to transport these from here." The two engaged in light conversation as they soared towards the center of Ingzhou City. Upon reaching the city's heart, Yang Qing stood atop a cloud, forming hand seals to summon heavenly thunder. In an instant, dark clouds enveloped Ingzhou City. Moments later, a cacophony of thunder struck the wooden structures within the city, igniting a roaring inferno. He then crafted a barrier, enveloping the entirety of Ingzhou City within it. Seeing that the flames below were insufficiently fierce, Lian Yu invoked demonic fire at Yang Qing, in turn, conjured wind. As the wind surged, the flames roared, and Ingzhou City was engulfed in a sea of fire. The governor of Nanzhou County had just learned that a cook had been swept into the general's mansion by the wind, which seemed quite peculiar. Coupled with the timing of the fire at the general's residence, he hastily led a contingent to apprehend the cook, only to find that the entire family had already fled. Thus, as he rallied his troops, preparing to search the city personally, he was suddenly met with a thunderous roar. After losing several hundred soldiers, he managed to retreat to a safe location, narrowly avoiding being consumed by the sudden surge of demonic flames. In the chaos, nearly all of his 800 soldiers were either dead or wounded. Initially suspecting an assassin was after him, he soon realized that it was an indiscriminate assault on Ingzhou. "My lord, look," cried a sharp-eyed soldier, pointing at 2 dark clouds in the sky. The governor, alarmed, quickly commanded, "Those are demons, the demon clan is attacking Ingzhou, quick, fire arrows to slay them." The remaining archers responded to the order, drawing their bows and releasing their arrows, only for them to be swept away by a whirlwind that erupted from the dark clouds. The whirlwind spun around, returning the arrows to strike down the archers. The governor had never encountered such an enemy before. Frightened, he hastily retreated towards the governor's mansion. After only a few steps, a colossal shadow descended, and before he could discern the figure's identity, he was swallowed whole. The 9 demons had devoured nearly all 5,000 soldiers of the Divine Strategy Guards, soaring into Ingzhou City. With a population of 500,000, in addition to the 50,000 local soldiers, Ingzhou had transformed into a veritable hell with the arrival of the 9 ancestral demons. Yang Qing decided to withdraw the 9 Blood Oath demon flags. Without their empowering influence, the ancestral demon's magical prowess diminished significantly, yet they also gained newfound freedom of movement. Yang Qing and Lian Yu ascended to a greater height, witnessing the beacon fires igniting at South Jin Pass. Clearly, they had witnessed the calamity unfolding here, due to South Jin Pass's strategic location in the heart of the Great Qian, and the long absence of conflict. Most high-ranking officers resided within the Grand Camp of Yingzhou, as the flourishing city was more suited for their lifestyle. Typically, the defense of South Jin Pass was entrusted to several middle-ranking generals under the command of Wen Chang, who took turns on duty. On this day, only a single middle-ranking general, named Lu Jingwu, was stationed there. Lu Jingwu had initially dispatched scouts to investigate the situation in Yingzhou. Upon receiving the report, he promptly sent a vanguard of 20,000 troops to extinguish the flames. Upon their arrival, they found the entire Yingzhou city cloaked in a barrier, making it difficult to breach at once. Lu Jingwu, sensing a formidable threat, recognized that such audacity indicated the enemy's confidence. He thus dispatched another 20,000 soldiers for support, while simultaneously rotating 5 of the 10 Thunderfire cannons stationed at South Jin Pass to aim at the barrier surrounding Yingzhou city. These Thunderfire cannons were immensely powerful. Each activation generated a force comparable to the combined might of 10 late-stage nascent soul cultivators. However, their operation was exceedingly intricate, requiring 850 operators per cannon, 50 for direct manipulation and 800 for arranging the Thunderfire formation to power the cannons. The Thunderfire formation consumed vast amounts of spiritual energy, necessitating 3 sets of operators per cannon, totaling 2,550 personnel. Only the Great Qian possessed the capability to forge and deploy such a vast number of Thunderfire cannons. The Dragon Martial Guards had few, while Blood Floater had over 30, but most were destroyed in battle, resulting in limited spoils from the demonic forces. Currently, the demons lack the ability to independently construct Thunderfire cannons. With an attack range of approximately 100 miles, the cannons could directly target Yingzhou city from South Jin Pass. However, their operation was indeed cumbersome. Merely adjusting their aim took thousands of personnel half an hour.
When the second wave of reinforcements reached the base of Yingzhou city, the 5 cannons had finally been reoriented to face the city. With a command from Lu Jingwu, the 5 cannons were activated.
Boom! The 5 Thunderfire cannons instantaneously shattered the barrier surrounding Yingzhou city. The troops surged in, penetrating the city. Upon witnessing the 9 ancestral demons rampaging, they divided into 9 groups to engage the fiends. Unfortunately, the chaos of the fleeing populace, combined with the overwhelming flames and incessant thunder, rendered their advance arduous both in the air and on the ground. In a moment of desperation, a commander of the Divine Strategy Guard shouted, "The extermination of demons is paramount. Eliminate any who obstruct our path." Thus, the very forces that had come to rescue Yingzhou found themselves inadvertently advancing directly to the feet of the 9 demons. As a result, the casualties inflicted upon the city's denizens by the 40,000-strong army far exceeded those caused by the 9 ancestral demons. Meanwhile, Yang Cheng and Lian Yu had long since vanished amidst the turmoil, soaring to a mountain peak 100 miles away from South Jin Pass. At this moment, Su Qiu awaited atop the summit with 30,000 demonic soldiers. At the forefront of the demonic troops stood 10 massive Thunderfire cannons, poised towards South Jin Pass. These were the spoils Yang Cheng had brought through the spiritual ring, successfully left atop this mountain during their approach to Yingzhou. According to plan, Su Qiu's vanguard would be able to operate these divine artifacts directly upon arrival. Chapter 68 Annihilation of the Divine Strategy Guard. After descending from the clouds, Yang Qing activated the spiritual ring in his hand, and the 6-5 Thunder Divine cannons he had seized appeared atop the mountain, their barrels precisely aimed at the direction of Nanjing Pass. Salute to our Emperor. The 30,000 demon soldiers knelt in unison, their presence formidable. Yang Qing gestured with both hands, "No need for formalities, return to your positions." The demon soldiers sprang into action, organizing themselves into groups of 850, lining up near the 16-5 Thunder Divine cannons. Over 30 commanders from the original Dragon Martial Guard dashed through the ranks, instructing the demon soldiers on how to operate these divine artifacts. "Your Majesty, the army is arrayed and ready to commence the assault." "Excellent, initiate the attack immediately. We must obliterate the defensive formations at Nanjing Pass." Upon receiving the command, Su Qiu soared into the sky, brandishing 2 crimson flags, and with a vigorous sweep towards Nanjing Pass, a beam of red light shot forth. This was the signal for the offensive. The demon soldiers activated the formations, and all 16-5 Thunder Divine cannons erupted simultaneously. The thunderous roar reverberated through the mountains. Boom, boom, boom. The 16 Divine cannons targeted the same point on the defensive formations at Nanjing Pass, causing the entire line to tremble violently. As the formations came under siege, they passively activated, illuminating the 500-mile-long defense of Nanjing Pass in resplendent golden light, reaching high into the heavens, impeding even the flight of a bird. Boom, boom, boom. After the first round of bombardment, a second round commenced, shielded by the formations. The defenses of Nanjing Pass appeared impenetrable. If the defenders responded promptly, the 16 divine cannons would be unable to breach the line. However, the Divine Strategy Guard was disorganized, lacking a coherent leader, as a mere duty officer was powerless to organize an effective defense, while the 160,000 troops were in disarray. Lu Jingwu, amidst reprimanding his subordinates, dispatched officers to rein in the chaotic forces and ordered the recall of the 40,000 troops sent to aid Yingzhou. Yet, many commanders of the Divine Strategy Guard were not directly under Lu Jingwu's command, and in this dire moment, they were unresponsive to his orders. Thus, amidst the chaos, the elite forces allowed the 5 Thunder Divine cannons to carve a massive breach in the defenses of Nanjing Pass. After 6 rounds of bombardment, the demon soldiers began to rotate, with the newly arrived operators directly targeting the soldiers of the Divine Strategy Guard through the breach. A volley of fire resulted in the demise of thousands of Divine Strategy soldiers. Before long, dark clouds began to gather in the distance, with the sound of drums echoing from within. In an instant, the black clouds approached Nanjing Pass. The purple-faced spectre unsheathed his demonic blade and summoned 200,000 demon soldiers from the clouds, launching a coordinated assault on the breach and the defensive formations of Nanjing Pass. Soon, the gap in the formations widened significantly. The demon soldiers surged into the stronghold of the Divine Strategy Guard, engaging in close combat. The soldiers of the Divine Strategy Guard were utterly unprepared for such a swift onslaught, caught off guard, many lacking their weapons, let alone their complete sets of luminous armor. In a mere exchange, the main force of the Divine Strategy Guard crumbled entirely. Once the army disintegrated, it could not be effectively restrained. The soldiers began to scatter spontaneously towards Yingzhou City. Lu Jingwu, in despair, rallied approximately 20,000 troops to resist, hoping that once the main force retreated to Yingzhou, the higher-ranking commanders within the city would restore order. Yet, he underestimated the speed at which the defenses of Nanjing Pass were being breached. Under the relentless assault of the demon soldiers, the gap widened further, facilitating the entry of more demon troops. He soon found himself surrounded by thrice his number of adversaries. What plunged him into further despair was the news from fleeing soldiers of Yingzhou City, informing him that the central camp had been slaughtered, with all high-ranking officers, including the Grand General Wen Chang, slain. Lu Jingwu dispatched messengers to the left and right flanks, imploring them to provide reinforcements to Nanjing Pass, but who could break through the encirclement of the demon soldiers? As the 10th messenger was intercepted and killed by the demon forces, Lu Jingwu realized the situation was hopeless. With no options left but death, he took his own life. With Lu Jingwu's demise, the Divine Strategy Guard descended into utter chaos, and the demon soldiers began a one-sided massacre. At that moment, Yang Qing, witnessing the near destruction of the defensive formations, ascended into the clouds and performed a spell to release 9 demonic flags, subsequently summoning 9 ancestral demons. The arrival of the ancestral demons further intensified the impact on the soldiers of the Divine Strategy Guard, significantly expediting the cleanup of the battlefield by the demon forces. Before long, the purple-faced spectre soared to the clouds and addressed Yang Qing. "Your Majesty, I have feigned a march westward as commanded, subsequently abandoning all heavy supplies, and hastened here with the main force, though it has delayed me somewhat. I hope it has not hindered your grand plans?" Yang Qing replied with a smile, "You arrived just in time." At that moment, Su Qiu and Lian Yu approached. Su Qiu spoke, "Your Majesty, the left and right wings of the Divine Strategy Guard are stationed 500 miles east and west respectively. I request permission to lead an assault against one of them." Yang Qing smiled at the purple-faced spectre, who grinned mischievously. "Rest assured, General Su, I have already dispatched troops to deal with them on my way here." "Did you not notice that we are short by 70,000 men?" Su Qiu surveyed the surroundings and indeed noticed a significant reduction in troops. "Ah, I see now, I was overly concerned. However, the combined strength of the left and right wings of the Divine Strategy Guard amounts to 100,000 troops. Is it not a risk to engage them with fewer forces?" The old demon chuckled, "No matter. The central forces of the Divine Strategy Guard are so lax in their defenses that their flanks are practically unguarded. I am confident we will soon receive reports of our victories." Before long, news arrived from the demon soldiers that the left and right wings of the Divine Strategy Guard had collapsed upon contact and were currently in retreat. Yang Qing addressed the purple-faced spectre and Su Qiu, "There is no longer any significant issue here. You two shall each mobilize 30,000 men to reinforce the battles in the east and west. I will remain here with Lian Yu. I assure you, all will be well." The two accepted their orders and led their 30,000 troops towards the respective directions up below them. The 9 ancestral demons charged ahead, and the demon soldiers encountered little resistance, resulting in a remarkably smooth progression of the battle. Lian Yu remarked, "I wonder how the old emperor of the Holy Capital will react upon learning of the situation here." Yang Qing replied, "He will surely be infuriated and curse me as a rebellious son. He will have much to seethe over in the future." Yang Qing chuckled softly, his gaze drifting northward. "I shall ensure he witnesses the gradual collapse of his empire." After exchanging a few jests, they summoned a contingent of demon soldiers to accompany them as they flew towards Yingzhou City, where they found Xiang Yang. Xiang Yang had, per Yang Qing's earlier instructions, prepared her belongings and awaited them indoors. "Xiang Yang, you shall move to Nanzhou County from now on. I will arrange everything for you." A wave of emotions washed over Xiang Yang, her loving gaze lingering on Yang Qing's face. She recalled the laughter of the young prince playing at her knee and, upon seeing his current state, felt a pang of sorrow. She pondered whether concubine Jean, if she were aware from the afterlife, would feel joy or grief. With a sigh, she bowed to Yang Qing and slowly said, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your concern. I shall take my leave now." "Yes, I will visit you when I have the opportunity," Yang Qing replied, waving his hand as the demon soldiers escorted Xiang Yang southward. 2 hours later, the battle at Nanjing Pass had largely concluded, with large groups of demon soldiers entering Yingzhou City in succession. Lian Yu inquired, "Your Majesty, what shall we do next?" Yang Qing's eyes twinkled as he smiled, "What of that chef?" Lian Yu laughed, "He likely hasn't run far. I shall fetch him at once." Chapter 69. This time, we shall sever the roots of the Wen family once and for all. Yang Qing strolled alone through the city of Yingzhou, unaware of how long he had been walking, until he arrived at the governor's mansion and found a chair to sit down in the main hall. At this moment, the sounds of battle within the city had largely ceased, and many demonic soldiers followed in his wake to the governor's mansion. Shortly thereafter, Su Qiu and the purple-faced shadow also arrived in succession. It was likely that the left wing of the Divine Strategy Guard had been thoroughly cleared. Delightful, my subordinates have eliminated the left wing of the Divine Strategy Guard with the ease of chopping vegetables.
Ah, your majesty wields military might with divine precision, I am in awe. Yang Cheng waved his hand and then turned to Su Qiu, what of your side? Su Qiu replied, the assault on the... As soon as my forces arrived, the divine strategy guard completely collapsed, with numerous soldiers surrendering. I have captured over 20,000 prisoners, awaiting your command. The purple-faced shadow interjected, what need do we have for those prisoners? They only waste our rations. Yang Qing shot a glare at the old demon, do not be disrespectful, the enemy's surrender without a fight also lessens our losses, moreover, the divine strategy guard possesses formidable combat strength. Should anyone be of use to me, it is naturally to my advantage. He then looked at Su Qiu, go and tally the number of prisoners captured around Nanjing Pass, gather them all together. As per our usual practice, those willing to join the demonic army shall remain, while those unwilling shall be executed on the spot. Su Qiu accepted the order and swiftly departed. A moment later, Lian Yu descended from the clouds, throwing a chef onto the ground. Your Majesty, this fellow was not able to flee far before being apprehended by my subordinates. I have entrusted his family to the demonic soldiers for safekeeping and brought him here for your judgment. As Lian Yu finished speaking, the chef hurriedly prostrated himself before Yang Cheng. Oh, great demon lord, I was merely following your orders to escape with my family to Nanzhou County. Please spare my life. If I wished to kill you, would you still be standing here? Then why did the holy maiden bring me here? Yang Cheng ignored his protest and coldly stated, if you wish to survive, you must serve me. I will certainly obey, as long as you do not harm my family. Yang Qing turned to the purple-faced shadow. Within Yingzhou City, there are 2 coffins containing the heads and bodies of 2 generals from the Divine Strategy Guard. Find a way to ensure they reach the Qianting government promptly. The purple-faced shadow clasped his hands in salute. This will be handled with ease, I shall attend to it. Yang Qing then addressed Lian Yu, there are 3 matters for you to attend to. First, send a meticulous individual to lead 20,000 troops to take control of the lands in Zhoula County. Second, dispatch a capable general to command 50,000 troops to march south, seizing the counties of Lingdan, Qingmin, and Wurzhi, which lie between Nanzhou County and Zhoula County, and place them under the management of Sima Rong. These 3 counties are not large, and there are no field armies stationed within their borders, so 50,000 troops will suffice. Ensure these tasks are undertaken immediately, and return to report to me as swiftly as possible. Lian Yu acknowledged the command and transformed into a streak of light, departing. The chef remained kneeling on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Yang Qing closed his eyes to rest until Su Qiu returned. Your Majesty, we have captured approximately 60,000 prisoners from the Divine Strategy Guard. They are quite apprehensive about joining the demonic ranks. I publicly executed over 2,000 of them, which has finally quelled their concerns. Yang Cheng nodded, leave the subsequent matters to your subordinates. However, there is one pressing task you must attend to immediately. Su Qiu clasped his hands, Your Majesty, please command me, I shall brave fire and water without hesitation. You shall set off at once, leading the main forces of the demonic army northward to establish a defensive line in the vicinity of the Yongning Mountains in Zhoula County. After a pause, he added, my army has been engaged in continuous combat, and the soldiers are nearing exhaustion. They cannot advance north without rest. However, the Eagle Wing Guard and the Red Dragon Guard will surely advance south in the coming days. This battle allows no room for error, so the defensive line you establish is of utmost importance and must be executed flawlessly. Su Qiu paused, quickly processing Yang Qing's information, and then replied with determination, rest assured, Your Majesty. Should there be even the slightest oversight, I am willing to offer my soul as sustenance for the 9 ancestors. Yang Qing nodded, and just as Su Qiu was about to depart, he waved his hand to retain him. Hold on. He then closed his eyes, engaging in a mental dialogue with the demon spirit. Demon spirit, your powers must have grown from this battle. Can you conjure some treasures to assist the demonic soldiers in their defense? It is rare to hear you think of me. I happen to have one. Yang Qing's heart leapt with joy as he formed a seal with his hands, and a flash of golden light revealed a half-foot-wide golden gong in his grasp. Simultaneously, the demon spirit conveyed information and instructions regarding the gong into his mind. Yang Qing smiled slightly and said to Su Qiu, this object is called the locking gong, it will lend you a helping hand. With that, he released the locking gong, which soared into Su Qiu's hands. After providing further instructions, Su Qiu left the governor's mansion with great delight. Soon, under Su Qiu's leadership, over 200,000 demonic soldiers assembled and set off northward without pause. After a while, Lian Yu returned. Your Majesty, all matters have been delegated. Whom? Yang Qing trusted Lian Yu and did not inquire further about the details. Lian Yu, have you ever been to Hushi County? Lian Yu shook her head, I report to your Majesty, I have only heard that Hushi County lies to the west of the source of the Xinghai River, in the far western reaches of Daqian, amidst the desert. I have never set foot there. She then suddenly recalled something and continued, I remember the Wen family's correspondence mentioned that their patriarch has relocated to Hushi County. Yang Qing did not respond, speaking to himself. In truth, it is the source of the Xinghai River, with fertile lands and abundant spiritual veins. It is simply that the Daqian territory is vast, and the people of Qian are reluctant to cultivate such remote lands, resulting in a sparse population. During my time studying at Qingshu Mountain, I once traveled there during a cloud wander. It is indeed a serene retreat far from the court. He then shook his head vigorously, no more of that. It is all in the past. Raising his head, he declared, tomorrow morning, we shall journey to Hushi County to pay a visit to the old patriarch of the Wen family and see just how prosperous this Daqian nation truly is.
He then pointed at the chef and instructed a demon soldier, arrange for him to have accommodations and bring him to see me tomorrow morning. Once the demon soldiers had withdrawn, Lian Yu smiled, it seems the troubles of the Wen family are far from over.
Yang Qing replied, this time, I shall completely sever the roots of the Wen family. Chapter 70.
The nightmarish prelude of the Wen family as night fell, two beams of urgent golden light raced towards the holy capital, only to be intercepted swiftly by the array surrounding the capital's watchtower. The shimmering gold revealed a contingent of soldiers clad in black armor from the Great Qian dynasty. They halted their celestial pursuit, and the leader produced a token, performing a series of gestures and incantations. In response, the officials stationed at the watchtower activated the mechanisms, allowing them passage with great haste. This regiment of soldiers bore two coffins, making their way directly to the station of the Qianlong guards.
At the hour of the rat, Li Fengyu hurried into the palace. Along the way, he unleashed a torrent of venomous curses upon Yang Qing and the demonic clan, for this fiend had compelled him to report to the palace at night, and each time, it was with grim tidings. This time, he would surely face the wrath of the aged emperor once more. Alongside the queen, the situation was dire, and according to the laws of the Great Qian, as the grand commander of the Qianlong guards, he was obligated to report to the emperor without delay. To tarry even a moment could cost him his head. Thus, the old emperor was roused from his slumber yet again. In the southern study, he sat upon the dragon throne, drowsy and irritable, his temper flaring upon seeing Li Fengyu. It seemed that the grand commander of the Qianlong guards had not reported a single piece of good news in ages. Speak, what calamity befalls us now? Li Fengyu had meticulously prepared countless phrases and mentally steeled himself for this moment, yet he could not shake off the tension. Your Majesty, at dusk, two coffins descended upon the skies of Zijing Pass, containing the remains of Generals Wenchang and Wenli. The commander of Zijing Pass had dispatched the coffins to the holy capital under the cover of night. You dare repeat that?
Li Fengyu's words shattered the emperor's drowsiness entirely.
Generals Wenchang and Wenli have been slain.
With a resounding crash, Yang Chang'an smashed the table before him. The southern study was once more suffused with his fury, causing the eunuchs and maidens to prostrate themselves, scarcely daring to breathe. After a long silence, Yang Chang'an finally spoke, do not tell me that it was that ungrateful wretch who committed this atrocity?
Li Fengyu swallowed hard, Your Majesty's wisdom is unparalleled.
Indeed, it was Yang Qing's doing. Upon receiving the corpses of the two generals, I immediately dispatched scouts to ascertain the truth, and it was revealed that Yang Qing infiltrated the Grand General's residence, and subsequently Yang Chang'an interrupted, his voice laced with fury, where is that ungrateful wretch now? Do not tell me he murdered the two great generals of the Shensguards and managed to escape unscathed. My 300,000 Shensguards cannot possibly be mere idle bystanders.
Have any been captured?
Li Fengyu wiped the sweat from his brow, trembling as he spoke, Your Majesty, not only did Yang Qing escape unscathed, but what?
Yang Chang'an struggled to contain his rage.
But the main force of the demon army suddenly appeared, and the Shensguards were completely annihilated. After Li Fengyu's words, Yang Chang'an was momentarily stunned, as if he could not comprehend the gravity of the situation.
You mean to say my Shensguards were entirely destroyed? 300,000 troops were perfectly fine just yesterday, and now they are utterly vanquished?
Your Majesty, it is indeed true. Jiang Qing personally assassinated the two generals one, and then the demon soldiers launched a surprise attack on Nanjing Pass, utterly obliterating the Shensguards. The specifics of the incident require further investigation, but what I have stated is entirely factual. Li Fengyu felt that the time had come to confront the truth, and so he laid it all bare before the emperor. Yang Chang'an suddenly stood up, drawing the Qinglong sword from behind him, and bellowed, Ungrateful wretch, you persist in opposing me at every turn, I shall personally flay you alive. The old emperor seemed to have lost his mind, wildly brandishing the Qinglong sword within the southern study, which was already cramped. The eunuchs and maidens had nowhere to hide, and many were fell to the ground. When Yang Chang'an's fury finally subsided, the study was littered with 7 mangled corpses, the air thick with the stench of blood.
Go! Yang Chang'an commanded the chief eunuch beside him. With my imperial edict, order the Yin-Yang guards and the Qilong guards to depart tonight. Within 3 days, they must engage the demon army in battle. I do not wish to hear any more ill tidings. Capture that ungrateful wretch alive, I shall personally execute him. The chief eunuch, eager to escape the perilous southern study, felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted upon receiving the order. He promptly took the token and vanished like the wind. Empress Wen, once more awakened by the commotion in the southern study, learned of the emperor's madness and, seeing that no one dared to intervene, made her way there herself, hoping to quell his fury. Yet before she could arrive, she heard the devastating news of her brother's death. In a state of near madness, Empress Wen rushed into the southern study, kneeling before the emperor, imploring him to mobilize the troops for vengeance on behalf of her brothers. Yang Chang'an managed to calm her somewhat, only for her to cry out, demanding to see the bodies of her 2 brothers. Li Fengyu whispered, Your Majesty, it is late, perhaps you should rest and see them tomorrow? Empress Wen retorted fiercely, How dare you? I wish to see the remains of my brothers, do you intend to stop me? Li Fengyu immediately knelt, Your Majesty, I beg your pardon, I would not dare to impede you, but the state of the 2 generals is gruesome, and I fear it may shock you. Upon hearing of the horrific condition of their remains, Empress Wen insisted on seeing for herself. Reluctantly, the emperor ordered Li Fengyu to bring the coffins into the southern study. Soon, a detachment of Qianlong guards entered the palace, carrying the coffins. When Empress Wen beheld the severed heads and dismembered remains of her brothers, she let out a heart-wrenching cry and vomited a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground. The emperor, witnessing the brutal scene within the coffins, felt his stomach churn, and he too was compelled to purge the contents of his midday meal.
Quickly, remove them, get them out of here. Li Fengyu waved his hand, and the Qianlong guards, understanding the urgency, hurriedly carried the coffins away. Yang Chang'an sought to channel his qi to revive the empress, but he was utterly drained, unable to muster the energy, overcome with despair. He knelt and wept bitterly. Li Fengyu was alarmed. He knelt, pleading with the emperor to quell his anger, while simultaneously extending his hand to channel energy towards the empress, and shouted for the eunuchs to summon the imperial physician. When the physician finally revived the empress, her eyes were vacant, her spirit seemingly lost. The old emperor approached her, gently patting her shoulder, and spoke softly, "Mourn, but do not harm your health." Empress Wen gradually regained her composure, sobbing into the emperor's embrace. "Your Majesty, the Wen family has but these 2 legitimate sons. How shall I explain this to my father?" Yang Chang'an soothed her. "Do not worry, your father has weathered many storms in his lifetime. I shall send someone at dawn to Hushi County with gifts of 10,000 taels of gold and vast tracts of arable land to ease his heart." Empress Wen bowed her head to the emperor, her voice tender. "Thank you, your Majesty. I shall express my gratitude to my father on behalf of the Wen family. I wish to take the crown prince to Hushi County in a few days to pay my respects. As a daughter, I must fulfill my filial duty in light of my father's loss." Yang Chang'an nodded. "Very well, it is permitted." Morning light broke. Yang Chang sat cross-legged on his couch, and as the sun's rays streamed through the window, he slowly opened his eyes. Chapter 71. A true gentleman. A maid entered with a gentle knock, attending to Yang Qing's morning ablutions, and shortly thereafter, another servant arrived with breakfast. As he dined, Su Qiu sent word that they had established their encampment around Yongning Mountain and were in the process of fortifying the defenses as per Yang Qing's instructions. The formations he had imparted were gradually taking shape. Su Qiu specifically mentioned that he had placed the locking hole drum within a hollow of Yongning Mountain and, upon reciting the incantation, the entire defense line appeared as impregnable as a fortress. Even against an army of 1,000,000 from the Qian, Su Qiu expressed confidence in holding their ground for over a month. The messenger further detailed Su Qiu's efforts from the previous night, and upon hearing this, Yang Qing felt a deep admiration for Su Qiu. He instructed someone to fetch paper and ink, jotting down suggestions for the construction of the Yongning Mountain defenses before sending the letter off. After breakfast, Lian Yu knocked on the door from outside. Simultaneously, a demon soldier brought the cook over. Yang Qing looked at Lian Yu and smiled, asking, "Did you sleep well last night?" Lian Yu replied, "Your Majesty, ever since I joined you, our demon army has triumphed daily, so naturally, I sleep soundly each night." Yang Qing smiled as he stepped outside, stretching towards the warm sun, then turned to look westward, softly stating, "Now that you are well rested, let us set forth." With that, Yang Qing soared into the sky, and Lian Yu followed closely, grasping the cook by the collar. Their journey westward spanned over 20,000 miles. Yang Qing flew ahead, with Lian Yu trailing closely behind, as the trio traversed countless mountains and rivers, passing through the numerous strongholds of the Qian army. If they encountered heavily guarded passes, Yang Chang would detour to avoid unnecessary conflict. After much winding and without sustenance, they finally arrived at Hushi County under the cover of night. The Qinghai River originated from a towering mountain within the county, its waters now raging, accompanied by the relentless roars of demonic beasts. The area was vast yet sparsely populated, with few skilled individuals passing through, allowing the beasts to roam freely. As Yang Chang leapt over the Qinghai River, he was confronted midstream by a water qilin that rose to block his path, its horn inscribed with characters that glowed golden in the darkness. How audacious of the Wen family, even their aquatic beasts bear their name. Lian Yu exclaimed in astonishment. Yang Qing chuckled, this creature is indeed nurtured by the Wen family. Affluent households often inscribe characters upon their tamed beasts. Just then, the water qilin roared and charged at them. Without requiring Yang Qing's intervention, Lian Yu deftly sidestepped and struck the qilin's horn, severing it cleanly. Coldly, she declared, such insolence before your majesty warrants death. With a swift leap, she soared above the qilin, delivering a powerful blow that shattered its skull, sending its remains crashing into the river, the scent of blood attracting countless demonic beasts to feast. Yang Qing remarked, the water qilin is a bloodthirsty creature, adept at using the essence of humans and livestock to nourish its inner elixir. The Wen family keeps such a ferocious beast in the Qinghai River, likely to facilitate ambushes on travelers and bolster its strength. Anyone entering or exiting Hushi County must pass this way, whether by air or water, making encounters with this beast inevitable. Dai Ti has undoubtedly claimed countless lives. Lian Yu laughed, what a grand state, the great Qian, allowing their beasts to feast indiscriminately upon the populace to enhance their power. Such behavior is no different from our demon clan. Those of the Qian who pride themselves on righteousness are blissfully unaware of how many among their esteemed ranks share this so-called virtue. Yang Qing's smile grew colder, at least our demon clan does not slaughter our own kin. Lian Yu nodded, so, even if the Wen family wishes to embrace the demonic path, we cannot accept them. The cook, overhearing their conversation, was struck with fear, realizing how little value his life held in the eyes of these distinguished individuals. Subsequently, the trio continued their flight, swiftly landing on a vast plain. Lian Yu surveyed the surroundings, noting the expansive fertile fields that stretched endlessly. In the distance, she spotted flickering lights, indicating the presence of a settlement. Your Majesty, why have we come here? Yang Qing exhaled deeply, this stretch of fertile land spans thousands of acres. It is what the Wen family pillaged from the Wang family. Lian Yu nodded, indeed, the Wen family has a knack for selecting prime locations. Yang Qing gazed towards the distant lights and transformed into a gust of wind, arriving at the village. Yet, most of the houses had their doors tightly shut, as if long abandoned. Only one or two households still had their lamps lit. Your Majesty, these fields belong to the crown. How can there be a village here? How do they sustain themselves? Yang Qing explained, the farmers in this village are likely tenants. When I acquired these lands, I leased them to the tenants of Hushi County, allowing them to make a living. As they spoke, they approached a brightly lit farmhouse. Yang Cheng and Lian Yu, both possessing immense magical strength, could clearly hear the voices from within. An elder sighed, ever since the Wen family took over this land, they have raised the rent fivefold. We tenants have no means of survival. A young man responded, Father, you know there is no way to survive here, why do we linger? The villagers have all left, we should depart and seek our fortunes elsewhere. It's easy to say, but where would we go? There is no surplus land left in Hushi County for us to cultivate. Without land, we can only resort to begging, and we would likely starve even then. The elder lamented. Father, why must you speak like this? Must we starve in Hushi County? The villagers have crossed the river to Hadong County. I've heard it is vast and sparsely populated, where landlords can't even rent out their fields.
The elder sighed again, do you not know?
There are Chilins in the Qinghai River that devour humans. According to old Wu from next door, those who fled our village have all been eaten, not a single one survived. Their conversation fell into silence, and as the trio drew closer, the young man suggested, then let us continue westward, across the desert, to seek our fortunes there. They are also in need of tenants. Just as he finished speaking, the elder sighed repeatedly, Son, I am old, crossing the desert is a path to death. Tomorrow morning, you go on without me. I shall not burden you. The sound of the young man's weeping echoed from within. As the three stood outside, Lian Yu raised her hand, preparing to strike the two within, but Yang Qing stopped her, asking, What are you doing? Lian Yu replied, Eliminate them, so we can rest inside. Yang Qing chuckled, No need for that. Let us avoid unnecessary conflict. We shall stay near Hushi City, close to the Wen residence. Lian Yu lowered her hand, murmuring, I thought your majesty intended to reside here during this journey. Yang Qing shook his head, this land is a pastoral dream shared with my wife. I merely wished to visit for a moment of solace. He sighed, leasing these fertile fields to the tenants for their livelihoods was a Luo's idea, we must not harm their lives.
Lian Yu nodded in agreement.
After traversing the village on foot, the trio took to the skies once more, effortlessly circumventing the formations around Hushi City's corner tower, landing within the city itself.